At the class change square, everyone hoped to get a cool and powerful class, and this young man was no exception. It has been several years since the world suddenly plunged into reality, with countless dangerous dungeons and hordes of monsters attacking the human world. Humans have begun to awaken and recognize that Tran Nen Kuang is no longer just a class changer, but has become a true awakening. While Tu Duong is determined to awaken the best profession, but the result he gets is an even worse profession than a useless soldier. Early-stage melee fighters often die easily in battle, requiring a lot of time and effort to improve, and their attacks are weaker than those of other professions. When they found out about Tu Duong's profession, his classmates laughed mockingly, acting superior and pitying him, but it was all in jest and disdain. Tu Duong simply ignored them and calmly responded, "Where did you come from?" "Oh, it's my classmate Vuong Fi. I heard you changed to a rare profession as a mage. Congratulations. But I heard that the newly transformed mage is very weak, so maybe we should try now." Wang Fei puffs up her cheeks, adjusts her clothes, and prepares to jump into combat. But before he could do anything, his underlings suddenly shouted in panic, "Boss, look over there!" Tu Duong also turned around quickly and saw that it was the combat team of the Spirit Beast Guild, one of the strongest A-rank guilds in Donglin City. Tu Duong overheard that they would attack the Hoklong Cave after today, and was extremely surprised because the Hoklong Cave is the biggest S-rank dungeon in City C, filled not only with small monsters like Dong Dao, but also teeming with powerful elite monsters. And the most terrifying level 99 boss, Hoklong Hok Diem Chi, said to have brought down even the strongest S-rank guild. But the Spirit Beast Guild has many 4th tier and above transmigrators and has never failed in a raid. Maybe they will really succeed, Hoklong, the class changer. Indeed, this is a world only for the strong. Am I destined to spend my life as a pauper trampled under the feet of these powerful beings? Tu Duong clenched his fists tightly. Whatever is difficult, the system will handle it. A blue notification appears, confirming the perfect soul contract. The system is preparing to lock in the boss's divine mission. A sudden beam of light surrounds Tu Duong, along with another notification, indicating the system has successfully bound the boss's core. The young man is caught off guard. Does the system even have this feature? And what does binding the boss's core mean? A question with no answer. Yet the system continues to send more notifications. The system has successfully bound the boss for the mission. The system requires the host to undergo a boss transformation to prevent players from entering the dungeon. After defeating the players, the master can gain experience and equipment dropped by them. Does the boss want to start the Kim Nyim? Tu Duong was stunned with his mouth open in shock. Usually, players tackle dungeons with squads of at least 4 people, sometimes up to 8 or 24, or even hundreds in a guild raid. If I can put them in a chicken coop, the experience and equipment gained would be quite abundant, instantly leveling up from level 1 to a class change level. If that's the case, even the most basic warrior can quickly become powerful. Tu Duong felt quite excited at this point, but also a bit worried. What would happen to his fate if he were defeated by other players? Waiting too long without any response from the host, the system continues to urge. If the host does not react, the system will automatically cancel, and the countdown begins. Tu Duong started to panic and shouted in confusion, "Is this really happening?" The countdown continues. Now is not the time to weigh the pros and cons. It seems there are dangers even in the gains. Even if I have to become a boss that others transmigrate into, I don't want to be forever trampled underfoot by others. Becoming stronger might be the only way. So let's start the succession, Tu Duong thought, then decisively pressed and agreed, I must become a powerful boss. The system immediately activated, and the transfer to the successor began quickly. Tu Duong slowly opened his eyes after the teleportation, and in front of him were all the dragon people he knew, all level 80 or above. Then Engyin shivered in surprise, wondering where she was and who she was. Are all these beings from the dragon race so strange? Why do they look so small? I always thought dragons were very big. As I was still lost in thought, the one below suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty, the noble king, have you woken up after such a long and exhausting dream? Tu Duong stopped singing in shock, almost falling over, unable to believe it. So I am a king of the dragon race. Could it be that the boss I was assigned to is a level 99 dragon boss, Hat Diem Chi Juk? As Tu Duong suspected, the system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations, the mission host has successfully completed the task, now targeting the level 99 boss at the Hatlong Hat Diem Chi Juk cave. But he still couldn't believe it, glancing around cautiously. The information panel suddenly appeared right in front of him. Level 99 boss hat. Diem Chiluk, Hatlong, Athos in juvenile stage. H. P 5 million. Attributes. Dark, dragon race. Strength 3,221, speed 1,102, Spirit 1321. The bloodline talent of the giant dragon grants 80% immunity to physical damage and 80% immunity to magical damage, destroying the fire demon and wielding an extremely powerful fire element, unleashing destructive fire without energy cost and dealing magical damage. The giant dragon's pressure can reduce the attributes of any lower-level creature by 20%. This is absolute suppression, belonging to the giant dragon. Its skill, the giant dragon's attack, unleashes a powerful strike that deals 30% physical attribute damage. The great dragon roars, emitting a thunderous cry that reduces the mental strength of all targets within 300 meters and causes them to fall into a dazed state for 5 seconds. The dragon's eye can see into any space within its territory or dungeon without being obstructed by sight. At this moment, the male bird's eyes widened even more, hesitating and then hesitating again, contemplating the attack. This is the power of the dark flame wings, which are just too strong. The player has changed class to level 499 with attributes exceeding 1,000. There's only one such case. But the dark flame wings attributes are not just for show, and the power is still over 3,000 points, but that's not the most terrifying part. The key is the talent. It has 80% resistance to physical and magic attacks, and also reduces the player's attributes by 20%. So these two reductions together greatly decrease the damage received. With these exclusive skills added, no player can be my match. An endless surge of power is flowing within me. Truly the most exhilarating feeling I've ever experienced. Duong thought for a moment before excitedly shouting out loud with great pleasure. The followers below all fell to their knees, begging Lord Wu to forgive them. The young man suddenly realized he was a bit exhausted and accidentally unleashed his ultimate skill, causing the followers to panic. "Get up, you useless ones," he arrogantly said with a smug face. The one below, seeing the boss speak, hurriedly flattered and fawned. No wonder they call him King Wu. Even in his childhood, he was so mighty. Once he reaches adulthood, conquering the human world will be inevitable. At this moment, Tu Yang finally noticed. The information also described it that way, but he was a bit puzzled. Logically, bosses in the instance shouldn't have fixed levels. Could it be that the Hot DM Chi truck can still level up? My question hasn't been answered yet, and now there's someone below daring to cause trouble. That damn evil dragon, what is it going crazy about? If you release me now, I'll make sure the spirit race gives you a bad reputation. Duong was surprised again, staring at her without blinking, wondering if she was from the spirit race, an NPC in the dungeon. After the world collapsed, many races from imagination appeared, but this was the first time he saw a real spirit. Duong couldn't help but be curious and ordered the cage to be lifted for observation. At the same time, a huge shockwave appeared from outside. The little elf girl looked delighted, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally a player had come to save her. The evil dragon, you're about to be finished. After finishing, she turned to see the huge fire-breathing dragon glaring at her, and she felt a chill. Duong also sensed the movement, activating the dragon's eye to check the situation. Even for a level 99 boss, safety was always the top priority when facing an enemy. The team from the Spirit Beast Guild seems very confident, speaking quite boldly. Leading them is Lei Shan, a level 99 quadruple transcendence, the destroyer of thunder, the guildmaster of the Spirit Beast Guild, and Li Dan, a level 98 quadruple transcendence, a pure light master. Next are the level 96 Tier 4 Precursor Yuan, the Holy Healer, and the level 95 Tier 4 Bright Staff, the Stormbreaker of multiple clans. To test their strength, Duong sent the little monsters to go ahead, but they directly ignored the tank role at the top of the challenge, while the Fire Attribute members below attacked and boosted their speed to the maximum in one go. Truly worthy of being spirit beasts, their firepower and tactics are absolutely top-notch, and those little monsters can't possibly see their full strength. If it's a professional team, Duong comes up with a different idea, maybe increasing the difficulty a bit. And after this thought, the other side suddenly falls into chaos. "Captain, what is this? Why is it falling from the sky? Oh my god, look at their stats. What's going on? This is..." Before they could realize the situation, the level 99 Dragon Warrior charged in to attack. Leader Loi San quickly regained his composure, ordered everyone to defend, then teleported and delivered a critical hit. Vice President Truong Min quickly shields the entire team from all damage, stands up to lead the team. Don't panic. Retreat to the back to gain distance. Attack in close combat first, adjust buffs and burst spells, and focus fire on the target. After that, he shot a multi-element storm arrow, dealing wind attribute damage from above to the target. The Dragonborn warrior dodged the attack, directly swallowing the garlic. Duong watched this scene and couldn't help but praise secretly. Indeed, having some strength, a dragon warrior cannot pose too great a threat to the Spirit Beast Guild. If that's the case, And one isn't enough. He simply gathered his strength and threw them directly at the crowd. I just finished dealing with one of my lovers, and before I could celebrate or rest, 6 others from the Spirit Beast Guild arrived to greet us. Truong Min, holding a bow, hurriedly turned to ask the guild leader, "I've never seen a situation like this before. What should we do now?" Thunder Mountain cursed himself for just swearing and shouted to reorganize the team. "Damn it, what's wrong with today? There's nothing to fear from the monsters, because we are also the monsters. Let's go." Adjust the formation to prioritize the injured, with tanks ready to fire, face the enemy directly, and keep track of everyone's health. The subsequent attacks rained down relentlessly, and the monsters kept taking damage, quickly becoming stepping stones for them. Duong exclaimed in horror 3 words: "Truly resilient." Vudi planned to use the enemy's strength to break through the formation and directly push them back. But unexpectedly, they chose to risk everything. But with this strength, there's no way to defeat the boss. Thinking of this, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Could they still have a secret weapon they haven't used yet? After defeating the monster, the spirit beast didn't head back to the boss's lair, but took a different path, making Duong suspicious that there might be something else here. Then he checked everything in this dungeon. To his surprise, there was a tomb of the dragon-slaying warriors, inside which was the dragon heart artifact from the quest. The person wearing it will bypass the skills and talents of the dragon race after donning it. Duong's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he silently plotted. I understand now, when facing a boss with nearly invincible resistance, players can use certain mechanics or items to weaken the boss's abilities. If they can bypass my skills and talents, then they might be able to defeat me. The more Duong thought about it, the more he couldn't accept it. He couldn't let the guild's spirit beast get that item, so he flew straight into the sky toward the tomb, regardless of the villagers below shouting or throwing things. Loisan continued to lead his team deeper into the dungeon. The injured Zhongming, full of doubts about life, asked him, "Captain, the consumption of supplies and equipment by the team far exceeds expectations. We probably won't be fooled by the Heavenly Secret Society, right?" Loisan said seriously, turning back to confirm. "There's no way the Heavenly Secret Society, no matter what they say, can be a long-standing organization without us ensuring it. Moreover, this power was exchanged with the To Di realm from the Celestial Mechanism sect, and is definitely not fake." Even though the guild leader said so, some people still feel afraid. Loisan needs to reassure everyone once more that even if a little monster suddenly appears, the central mechanism of the dungeon absolutely cannot fail. The Black Dragon boss won't leave its lair early. At this point, he suddenly grew taller, clenched his fists, and cursed, "When I get the dragon core, I will definitely make that Black Dragon bastard look good." To calm the leader down, Qian Yuan spoke up, teasing that this dungeon has a young spirit maiden. "If we save her, not only will we get the pass to the spirit realm, but there are also many top-tier beauties there." Loisan relaxed his facial muscles, smirking confidently. "As long as we get the dragon heart, we will win, and then he can do whatever he wants." Just a few seconds after being released, a shadow of the boss flew past overhead, and they still thought it was just a vicious monster, a small flying dragon. And then suddenly, Old Man Duong stopped the recording, his big round eyes looking down. The entire team of spirit beasts was panic-stricken, crying out in despair. "No, Chairman, this shape is not a flying dragon. It's too big. Could it be the Black Dragon wing boss? No way. How could it be a boss? Why is it here?" Truong Min, despite the tense situation, still had time to warn that those arrogant fools dared to deceive him. Tin Nguyen, terrified, urged the leader to retreat. Duong has been watching the show for a while, looking at them with contempt and thinking to himself, if they don't have the heart of the Black Dragon, they wouldn't dare to fight. The summoned spirit beast called Invincible is just so-so. But that's good. Blow them all away and level up. Thinking it would be fun, Duong prepared to activate the Yang Ancient technique and give everyone a good lesson, while Loisan delivered a fierce kiss to the boss's head, issuing a sharp command with a murderous aura. "No one is allowed to leave. Get back to your positions. We've prepared for so long, what can't we fight? The guild still has some secret weapons left. Get your act together. If you can kill the Black Dragon, then try and fight me." The whole team regained their spirits and immediately became energetic when the reward was mentioned. Duong initially wanted to go easy on them, but now there's no point. "I won't give you a chance to prepare," Duong said, before slamming down her massive tail. The spirit beasts hurriedly lie down, and Lai Dan immediately creates a powerful defensive barrier around herself and her teammates for 3 minutes. Xian Yuan added a divine light that increased the stats by 30%. Lei Shan, seeing many people unable to avoid the boss's attack, roared and ordered the survivors to counterattack. Trung Min quickly added his own command for the team to launch a full attack. A thunderbolt from above roared down, lighting up the sky and earth, and Loi Son, full of hope, hoped it would at least make it lose 5% of its health. But hopes are high and disappointments many, he hurriedly shouted in panic. Our strongest skills only deal 10,000 damage. However, as the leader, he had to follow through, unable to retreat now, ordering the team to hold their formation and continue the attack. Haklong's health hasn't dropped below 3/4 yet, but it stopped using skills, so keep reducing its health. Tu Duong looked at these guys still wanting to fight on and spoke up in annoyance. Damn it, it's like being bitten by a swarm of mosquitoes. He lets them do whatever they want. Tired of fighting, there's nothing more to it. Bored with the game, the young man flies straight into the sky, activating the ancient dragon's roar to give them a fiery blaze that burns everything. It's over. Even an A-rank guild isn't a match for me. Loi Son emerges from the wreckage, calling the team to recover quickly. After the boss uses a skill, it will freeze up, so keep attacking. Han looked at the blazing Hak DM, trying to squeeze out the words continue, but once again disappointed them. Tu Duong wasn't limited in his skills, so he opened his big mouth and spat out another wave of fire. Thunder Mountain only managed to shout, "Damn Hak Long, you and I are not finished yet," then disappeared into the sea of fire. Tu Duong immediately received a notification that all intruders had been eliminated. Congratulations, host, now beginning to process the experience conversion. Then countless experience points were added, leveling up non-stop, with the experience bar about to burst. Tu Duong gained a total of 990,000 experience, raising his level from 1 to 20, reaching the limit of stage 1. Because of the excess experience, 40% was consumed, leaving the current experience at 430,000. The system urged the young man to quickly change classes. After the reward screen, the equipment exploded, dropping countless diamond-level weapons, along with a few platinum ones. Tu Duong really made a huge profit. Low-level agility potions, common strength potions, fire dance skill scrolls, magma shields, and more. Really not bad. But unexpectedly, behind him, Tu Duong's eyes widened as shards of unbreakable magma and a special item appeared. After placing it on an equipment that can remove the level restrictions needed to use it, the maximum usage limit becomes platinum level. This item is so powerful that even a level 1 new player can equip level 61 platinum gear. Tu Duong is over the moon, and then he decided to use it on the Fireflame sword, so even at level 20, the young man can now wield platinum equipment. Clear out the intruders. The mission has been successfully completed. The love and mission are about to end this time with a 5-minute countdown. You can choose to return immediately, confirm by pressing agree, and the system will send a reminder message. Tu Duong, excited to change class, immediately pressed agree to return. A streak of light flashed, but instead of the guild square, he ended up back home. He thought he was returning to the class change square. This system also has a human touch, Tu Duong muttered to himself. Now noticing the time, it's already 7 p.m., too late to change classes. So the young man decides to wait until tomorrow morning to go to the temple to accept the mission and complete the class change. The next morning, in the guild hall, everyone is exhausted from hunting spirits. Guild leader, how come you all got back so quickly? Is the dungeon over? The group, waving banners to welcome them, eagerly approached to ask about their journey, but their sight of the scene in front of them terrified them, as it was truly a horrifying sight. Loi Son is in a state of utter ruin. Level has dropped directly to 90, while Trio Min is unconscious, foaming at the mouth, clothes torn, only level 86 remaining, and his diamond-level weapon has been shattered, heavily damaged by the attack. And my diamond shoes, the fairy concubine, the crying money, and the rice lament loudly. Lei Shan clenched his fist in frustration, furious and determined to find that guild and settle the score. Damn it, a level S guild that the mysterious organization dared to sell fake guides. I'm going to find them now, and if I can't clear this Dragon Song dungeon, I won't let it go. After selling the gear I gathered, Tu Duong became a big shot, and with money in hand, the young man immediately started spending recklessly, buying a container of supplies to bring back to Vietnam to let the kids here enjoy and play. Tu Duong, you've also become much stronger, right? What profession did you get? Seeing you carry a bais, your grandfather happily asked about you. Tu Duong shyly nodded in response, saying that he just changed class yesterday and luckily earned some money. His grandfather, hearing that, was quite worried and advised him to be careful because the monsters in the dungeon are very dangerous. Tu Duong chuckled to himself, brushing it off. What's so scary when he's the real monster here? After chatting warmly for a while, he bid farewell to everyone and headed to the temple to change his class. Grandpa was stunned after hearing that, a question mark appearing above his head. Switching classes, isn't that supposed to be awakening? As soon as Tu Duong stepped into the class transfer hall, he heard endless gossip about how the Spirit Beast Guild's boss was completely defeated yesterday. And there's also the chaos over the division at Tianji, with the Spirit Beast Guild demanding explanations from Tianji. Tu Duong chuckled to himself as he walked, thinking about all of this. The news about the Beast Guild's failure has already started spreading. Turns out, they bought their strength from the Celestial Mechanism, which is why they dared to challenge the Black Dragon.
I heard that the Celestial Mechanism has a large team of high-level cultivators and many great masters transferred. If there's a problem with their cultivation, they should return early for verification, and they will be our next opponents. The Celestial Mechanism is definitely not easy to deal with, but if things go smoothly, we might eliminate them early.
I haven't even finished thinking, and there you are, annoying me with your darts. Tu Duong, why is it you? After changing your role, what are you doing at the Temple of the Gods? The princess suddenly stepped forward to mock. Seeing the tiger not roaring, I thought it was Hello Kitty. He continued to laugh mockingly. I see now, no guild must want you. Maybe they're just testing their luck. I didn't get the chance to teach you a lesson yesterday, so today I'll show you what real punishment looks like. But the stick hits its owner instead. Before even touching a single hair of yours, it was shattered along with your teeth and lips. The little followers who always try to act tough finally got their chance to show off. What's wrong with you, Prince? Wake up! Tu Duong, with a fierce expression, looked at them threateningly, a pimple on his face, so I hit him, and then on the faces of those people. Those guys understood the situation and started rolling dozens of times on their own. No need for you to do anything. We can handle it ourselves. Your older brother is truly amazing. Can I do anything to help you? The temple's transfer guide clapped and cheerfully welcomed Tu Duong. On the way to the temple, she quietly observed, her mind full of thoughts. He looks like a newly class-changed student, but his recent burst of speed and strength is quite similar to a level 20 profession. It seems he might be a descendant of some major family. A young man like him has never been heard of before. Standing in front of the transformation statue, she began to explain the basics. The statue will automatically check your profession at depth level and also assign you a transformation quest that allows you to change class upon completion. Seeing this huge, imposing statue, Tu Duong couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. According to what that girl said, the class transfer mission is generally divided into 4 levels before starting. The temple can provide some guidance, and based on Tu Duong's performance, she advised him to take on the 3-star mission. Why not the 4-star mission? Tu Duong asked unexpectedly. She smiled brightly and replied casually, the 4-star difficulty is quite high. Although that might sound a bit rude, your profession is still that of a relatively weak warrior, and you have to complete the mission alone. The class transfer mission is a lifetime task. Choosing 4-star difficulty would make it impossible to succeed, and you would face the risk of failing the class change altogether. Tu Duong listened but wasn't sure if he understood, continuing to check his strength while indifferently replying, I see. The statue of the god finished checking his strength and began assigning the tasks. Starting from the 1-star mission to the 5-star one, Tu Duong was quite surprised when he saw the 5-star mission. The above lists the location as Lanyue Songlin, requiring you to capture 10 level 20 normal Cha Lang, 10 level 20 elite Bao Lang, and 1 level 20 Lang Vuong boss. Rewards include unlocking the special demon warrior class, an additional 100 exclusive spirit attribute points, and a level mythic transfer of the demon warrior's special skill. Note that class change missions cannot be done in teams and cannot use equipment items. Completing the 5-star mission grants a special benefit from the Divine Palace. Aren't there only 4 levels, so why is there a 5-star mission? What are the privileges of the Divine Temple? Tu Duong immediately asked a series of questions. That woman chuckled and admitted that there is indeed a 5-star mission. But it's quite difficult. No one in Hua country has dared to accept it for many years, and the specific privileges are also unclear. Only the Grand Temple of the Divine Temple knows about it. As for not telling you about the 5-star mission, she also apologized because after the class change event, each country's strength was determined by the class changers. Instead of letting talented individuals remain stuck at level 20 due to poor choices, the country and the Divine Temple want to train more high-level transmutation users. Hearing the explanation, he just let out a soft hum and pondered silently. This 5-star mission is incredibly difficult, not only requiring you to fight many tough monsters, but also to handle the boss alone without any guides, and you can't use any items in your inventory. Without external healing assistance, if you fail the mission, you'll be stuck at level 20 forever. However, the 100 spirit points reward and the transformation into a demon warrior were very important to Tu Duong, so after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take the 5-star mission despite the warning from the guide about the danger. The 5-star mission has been accepted, with 72 hours to complete, and the initial task details have been released with a quick notification sent out.
That girl was shocked and panicked, and someone dared to accept a 5-star mission. She must report this immediately to the high priest.
Duong quickly headed to the teleportation center in Dongling City to start the dungeon mission, but they say misfortune often comes at the end.
As soon as he took his first step, the young man was hit by bad luck. The teleportation gate was under maintenance, causing a few minutes of delay.
While waiting, many people complained, including the B-rank Yu Vu Guild's assassin, who spoke arrogantly. This tiny city is so boring that even the teleportation array malfunctions. Little Tiu, stay close to your sister so you don't get lost. Tweet Teen hurriedly followed from behind, while the other young men's eyes lit up like stars as they gazed intently at the two beautiful women. At this moment, Ko Tuyet Tien suddenly noticed To Duong standing far away, her cheeks flushing.
Chided by her older sister, she quickly explained, "He's a classmate of mine, just transferred roles yesterday like me." The older sister found it quite strange and continued, "So, isn't that a bit odd? The teleportation gate over there isn't supposed to lead to the Cold Moon Forest, which is full of level 20 monsters, so why would a beginner go there?"
At the same time, the notification that the teleportation gate was now available sounded. Tuyet Tien thought Tu Duong had gone the wrong way, but just as she was about to head in the right direction, the young man had already disappeared inside. In the Lan Nguyen Forest, as To Duong landed and started to boast, he saw no sign of anyone else. Had they already dispersed to clear the monsters? Then before he could finish his sentence, some monsters jumped at him from behind. He quickly dodged aside and then stood still, observing them. Have these monsters already encountered players in the mission? Dealing with this kind of monster, if relying only on my strength without using tools or equipment, it's truly very difficult.
But all the equipment I use are gear I carved and reforged myself, To Duong said proudly as he pulled out his platinum-level fire-embossed sword to show off. While they kept scratching and attacking, the young man had already set up a full-body energy shield, taking damage up to 50,000. When the energy barrier fails, he will slaughter all the leeches. These wolves coming to his door are fine, but finding them one by one is troublesome. Better to invite them here. To Duong then threw monster-attracting stones in all directions. Monster-attracting stones are items dropped by low-level bosses that can lure regular and elite monsters in the wild. As expected, it worked well. Within 5 minutes, all the wolves from common to high level had gathered. To Duong stood right in the center, pulling out countless one-time magic circles to summon them. Common monsters are devoured by the flames of the sacrificial army, and countless experience points are added to Duong's status bar. Still more, over 100 now. Could it be that all the monsters in the forest have been led here? So I'll also respond with numbers. The young man excitedly pulls out all his magic circles and blasts them at the troll. From afar, other class changers on their mission grow tired from walking but still haven't encountered any monsters and complain in frustration. "What's going on? There are usually a lot of monsters here, but we've gone 2 kilometers and haven't seen a single one." Another person added, "We just barely saw one earlier, but it didn't even bother to look and ran away. It's really hard to understand." That guy looked confused. How come the monsters here are so strong but run away as soon as they see a person? Can someone explain that to me? One of them suddenly realized something unusual, shouted out, "I get it! Someone must be using monster-attracting stones to lure all the monsters to him." Those 2 guys also agreed, calling the other idiot who wanted to become monster food and wondering if he didn't know what shame was. After finishing their talk, they decided to go to that place to settle the score, daring to take all the loot for themselves. Jia is using monster-attracting stones outside, which is mocking the brothers here. But damn it, the shockwave was so strong that before they even arrived, it made them scared shitless. Wow, with this kind of magic disturbance, those old guys could become third circle mages, right? Which great mage would come to these low-level areas to gather materials when he's about to take over the whole place? And then, all 3 coincidentally remembered they had some household chores today and decided to postpone the mission for another day. After those earth-shaking explosions, the miscellaneous troop missions were all completed, and now To Duong only needed to defeat the boss to finish everything. I stride confidently toward the lair of the insect, muttering to myself that the class change quest next year will be easy, though I'm a bit annoyed. At the hideout of the Warlang King, not only Tu Duong but also a 3-person team has been hiding and waiting since morning. They were overly confident, fully prepared with all the weapons for battle. But what they didn't expect was that their preparations would turn out to be unnecessary. Tu Duong Hin An walks into the cave with his sword, while the 3 others think he's just a lost student, planning to use him as bait during the boss's first skill attack before rushing in to loot the treasure. The War King is furious as a large number of war children suddenly die, and its attributes have now increased by 30%.
But no matter if it's increased by 32 or 50, Duong still won't care. He is overly confident, walking straight towards it, followed by a notification of successfully defeating the boss. 30,000 points are being added. The class transfer mission is complete. Hurry back to the temple to finish the class change. The others are stunned and amazed, unable to believe what just happened. Duong tightly gripped his sword, standing proudly on top of the boss and asking, "Is that all?" The notification displayed that the Warlang King Spirit Core and Demon Beast Spirit Core contain demonic energy and can be used to enhance white-silver level weapons. Duong happily took the Demon Beast Core and returned to the Silver Ga, feeling both easy and joyful. "Let's go home." He stepped out and asked politely,
Old Master, if you don't want the spirit core of the War King, then I can cut through your face with a swift sword like the wind. You sheathed your sword and asked coldly, who just now said they wanted to make me into a minced meat? In the future, I will fall to the ground and deny it. "It's not me, I would never think like that." Duong punched the other person. "If you want, do it yourself." The guy fell to the side, complaining, scaring people to death, and also regretting not acting earlier. The 5 markets witnessed this scene and were surprised, thinking, am I dreaming or not? I'm not dreaming. Right? Li Tam was stunned. Is this too much? 1/ to kill the boss. Who is he? As he's taken back to the command center, a voice of surprise rings out. You're back so quickly. Do you have anything else to ask? You reported that you've completed the mission and are ready to transfer your role. The other person realized. So you finished the task? Then wait for me here for a moment. Xiaomian nodded and said, yes, I have completed it. The 5-star role transfer mission, Duong confirmed. That's correct. When looking at the information panel, she still couldn't believe it. It was impossible. He just took on the mission this morning. Only a few hours have passed. How could it be? Duong, the one who transferred the class, completed the 5-star class transfer mission. Status: completed. Is it really done? Xin hỏi, chúng ta có thể bắt đầu chuyển chức rồi phải không? She shyly smiled and led the way. Apologies for the rudeness. Please come in. Xiaomian secretly felt lucky that he had already reported his promotion to the Grand Sacrifice. Such talent should be utilized by the church. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. And he's quite handsome. I wonder if I can get his contact information later. Tumat stopped at the main hall and invited him to go upstairs. The temple will automatically verify the completion of the mission, and he agreed without hesitation. Constant energy from above pours down onto Duong's body as the notification appears. Checking the class transfer mission. Kill the common wolf 100%, 100. The fierce wolf elite 10%, 10. The wolf king boss 1%, 1. The check is complete. The class transfer mission is approved. You can feel a source of power flowing through your body. New information updated. Class change aura, a special reward for players who complete the class change mission, with colors and attribute rewards varying depending on the mission level. White aura for completing a 1-star mission increases attributes by 2. Green aura for 2 stars increases by 4. Blue aura for 3 stars increases by 6. Purple aura for 4 stars increases by 10. Just like the 5-star mission, the information is displayed, and only you can receive the top orange aura, increasing basic attributes by 25%. Player Duong has successfully transformed into a demon warrior, completed the 5-star class change mission, activated the orange aura, and increased attributes by 25%. Demon Warrior, a special class of warrior, excels in melee physical skills combined with a variety of magic skills, with immense strength. Upon leveling up and completing the first class of change, it unlocks a cap up to level 40. With 446,000 experience points, the level increases to 34, and 210 attribute points are gained. Please quickly allocate your attribute points. Duong, familiar with him, suddenly radiated a golden energy, and he was amazed. Strength and spirit both at 90, speed at 30, instantly reaching level 34 with an orange aura and a giant fire sword. This is not the information panel that ordinary people at this level would have. That's really cool. Your information has been updated. Duong is level 34, a first-class demon warrior with strength 569, basic attributes 230 plus 339 from equipment, speed 123, basic attributes 105 plus 18 from equipment, basic attributes 165 plus 174 from equipment, receiving mission rewards and a legendary skill book for demon swordsmanship. A legendary demon sword level scroll appears in Duong's hand, with demon energy condensing into a weapon that deals magical damage. The damage from the condensed weapon depends on the strength and mental attributes. Duong tests it out. A surge of power appears in his palm, and the entire space is filled with energy. He marvels. This skill is pretty good. It can be controlled with thoughts, and there's no limit to the appearance. Whether it's direct combat or surprise attacks, both are very effective.
And the most important thing is that skills can be upgraded, which is like owning an heirloom weapon that never disappears and is extremely cost-effective. To Duong secretly rejoiced, no wonder it's a 5-star class transfer mission. The rewards are incredibly rich compared to other missions.
When you reach the second class change, you will definitely choose the 5-star class change mission. Xiaomo happily exclaimed, "Congratulations, you have completed the 5-star mission. From now on, your reputation will be recorded on the Divine Hall, and you will also become a VIP guest of the Divine Hall."
To Duong suddenly remembered,
Right, what are the privileges of a VIP? She smiled professionally.
"Please wait a moment, I will confirm it for you right away." Bak Lin stepped forward and said nothing is a given. She took on the task. "Regarding VIP matters, let me explain."
Hello, my name is Bai Ling, and I am currently serving as a high priest of the Divine Temple in transition.
Xiao Mo respectfully bows and greets. "High Priest, did you come here in person?" She explained. "For a distinguished guest like that, of course I had to personally come to receive him. Please step back." The appearance of this person made Tu Duong remember. "I remember that the High Priest here is equivalent to the person in charge of the transfer temple.
I didn't expect such a great figure to personally come to greet me." Little Mo's heart aches so much it almost cries because she lost the chance to get to know the handsome guy, thinking she could ask for her brother's contact information, but she pretended to be indifferent outwardly.
"Yes, Bai Lin has arranged for you to leave. It's not convenient to discuss here. Please take your time. I will escort you to the VIP discussion room." Tu Duong held her soft hand. Fine then. A portal of destruction appeared above her head, and the two of them were teleported to another room. He wondered to himself, is this space teleportation? Could a level 3 priest of the Divine Temple in this city really have such advanced skills? No wonder everyone says the power of the Divine Temple transfer is beyond imagination. Bai Lin revealed, "I'm not that strong, I just borrow the divine power within the temple. It's the Lord who truly amazes others." According to records, Donglin City has never had a 5-star class transfer before. And even in Tianlin City, the most recent 5-star transfer was recorded 10 years ago. According to To Duong, Tin Tianlin is the upper echelon of Donglin City, with a development level several times higher, and since it takes 10 years for a 5-star transfer to appear, the number of rewards for 5-star transfers might be more than I imagined. She continued, according to the rules of the Divine Temple for class changes, those who have completed a 5-star mission can enjoy the following benefits. 1. The national subsidy will be 10 million yuan per month. Getting the Black Gold identity card of the X-Alliance grants a 20% discount on purchases or transactions. I was amazed and thought, how good are the VIP privileges of the Divine Temple? Ignoring the 10 million yuan subsidy, just having the X-League Black Gold certification card already earns you multiple times that amount. A 20% discount means a 20 million yuan saving on a 100 million purchase, and with an additional 10 million each month, the money just keeps flowing. I didn't expect to receive so many benefits at once. I have to say, the Divine Temple's promotion is really impressive. Bai Lin reminds you that the subsidy and the Black Gold certification card are automatically linked to your ID through the Divine Temple's promotion. You don't need to do it yourself. Additionally, you can choose to join any A-rank guild in this city. You wondered, do I have to join? Bai Ling denies it. No need. Personal ability is limited after all. Joining a guild not only earns experience and other benefits, but also provides team protection. Overall, it's a better choice, isn't it? Tu Duong understood that solo players are very vulnerable to being ganged up on, especially those who level up quickly. But I am very easy to target. My strength is enough to handle peers, but facing higher-level players could be dangerous, so having a guild to protect me isn't a bad idea. And my goal is not limited to Donglin City. Joining a guild is just the first step. I want to use it as a starting point to develop my strength and someday become the king who rules the world. You want to ask for opinions, so which guild can you choose? She suggests that currently there are 2 level A guilds in Donglin City. Based on all the information, I think the most suitable one for you is the Spirit Beast Guild. Hearing this name, Tu Duong's face darkened, and he nervously asked, "Isn't there still another guild? What about that one?" Bak Lin suggested that the other guild is U Van, which is always competing with Lin Thu. Not too weak, but relatively modest. Tu Duong immediately decided without hesitation, so U Van Guild, she wondered why. But I don't want to ask further, I understand, so I'll go prepare to join the U Van Guild right away. But there's something you need to know first. Bak Lin revealed a secret. U Van is an all-female guild, and Tu Duong was shocked to hear this. At the U Van headquarters in Tianling City, Yu Vu is lying on a chair, sighing and bored, nothing interesting to do. She is Lam Yu Vu, level 85, leader of the B-rank U Van Guild. Yu Van took a sip of tea across from her and asked, You're not in your own guild, rushing over to freeload and complain. And this person is Lam Yuvan, level 99, guild leader of level A Yuvan. She said irritably that the affairs of the guild were too troublesome, and she didn't want to get involved. The door opened fully as she stepped in to remind him, but he couldn't just ignore questions and skip work. Even new members joining the guild had to be met. Tweet Tien shyly looked out and greeted everyone, introducing herself as Tweet Tien, a frost mage, and said hello to the guild leader. Yuvu praised, not bad, very adorable. The person passed the test. She was amazed, adorable. Just then, Yuvon received a message. What, a big guy asking what's wrong, did something happen? She reported the news that suddenly a man had come to our guild. Yuvu looked at the system panel in surprise and said, yes. She was worried that now the guild was in chaos. Everyone was discussing the person who suddenly fell from the sky. I asked, but no one answered. A series of messages came in, so I checked the message to see who it was. Turns out it was a male student. A male student, where is the guild leader? Come out and explain a bit. Uvan sent a message asking where the new person was and why they weren't talking. Dung Tuit replied coldly, and Anungu asked if her younger brother was there. Uvu frowned and asked, isn't your guild only allowed to recruit female students? Or did someone below mess up? She said helplessly and bored. No, this person was appointed by the Divine Temple to transfer the title. He has completed the 5-star transfer mission and is recognized as a VIP by the Divine Temple, so he can freely choose an A-grade guild to join. I have no right to refuse. Tweet Teen covered her mouth in shock, completing a 5-star promotion mission. That's incredible. So impressive. I wonder why he didn't choose a spirit beast. Yuvon replied, who knows, let's just leave, to Duong's matter be for now. I'll arrange to meet him, even if he's in the guild. If he causes trouble, I have ways to kick him out. Tweet Teen was surprised when she heard the name To Duong and asked, do you know him? Yes, this new person really is also from Donglin City. She confirmed, I do have a friend named To Duong, but he just got promoted yesterday, so he's probably at the same level as me. Yuvon paid no attention. It seems they just share the same name. Outside, Dung Tweet reports, President, I just received confirmed news that the entire Beast Guild was wiped out in the Black Dragon dungeon. They were stunned. What? She continued, although I don't know exactly what those beasts were up to, but their complete annihilation is certain. When Yuvon heard the Zeus, she pondered, I didn't expect spiritual beasts to turn against us. It seems our plan to stop the transfer of power still needs to be more careful. Dung Tuyet added another piece of news. It seems that Triu Min's weapon has also been lost. I see that in the auction hall there is a Baofeng Chi Hao currently being auctioned. At the moment, only one person is bidding for the entire spiritual realm, and it's definitely someone from the spirit beasts. Guess what I did? She smiled mischievously, so I had to raise the bid really high. She and Dung Tweet's big idea met. That's right, I argued with him for a while, driving the price up to tens of billions, causing the spirit beast to suffer a painful defeat. Uvu smiled brightly and praised Sister Mudung did very well while Trio Min was spitting out a mouthful of saliva, so bitter he burst into tears and punched the air, singing, Long Han Bing Manu, I refuse to play along with you. Loisan is lamenting the loss. This seller is also unreachable. A fee of 1.4 billion for our guild. Yuan believes that the explosion of Chumin's weapon has surely been spread everywhere. This is definitely a deliberate act of competitive sabotage. After hearing that, he kicked Trio Min in the leg and buttocks, stood up and shouted, How long do you want me to kneel, boss? Loisan turned to leave with his gear bought already. Now it's time to discuss the main matter. During the meeting, the level 110 chief, 5 transmission, bloodthirsty warrior from the Tianji Kak Exploration Guild's strategic team, sat in the main seat and spoke, saying our strength was mistaken and ridiculous. He analyzed the situation, stating that we had broken the Long Bi Louis secret realm at least 5 times. Based on that, we compiled this guide, and we have carefully checked every step. There is absolutely no issue, and you definitely followed our instructions step by step. Loisan reports that indeed we all followed the instructions from the celestial mechanism, but the behavior of this singing dragon is truly problematic, completely different from what the instructions described. Of course, I do not doubt your professionalism, but I dare to say that everything I am saying is completely truthful. If not, do you think I would use the entire main force of the guild that was wiped out once to deceive you? How could that possibly happen? As soon as he finished speaking, a level 103 shadow hunter threw a treasured sword into the air, playing with it on his finger and saying, A bunch of trash, the spear is already chewed and in your mouth, yet a level 99 boss still wiped out the entire team. What use are you? Who still dares to cause trouble for our exploration team? Who gave you that nerve? Han coldly reminded this great official. Please watch your words. Watch your, He challenges without a hint of fear. What's the problem? If you're chicken, train more, and if you can't win, don't play. Can you hear me clearly? Chutai interrupted. That's enough. You should also stop talking so much. He slammed the table and said the celestial secrets always value trustworthiness and never sell false information about power. So I will arrange for the exploration team to verify the Hatlong treasure fortress again. If what you say is true, we will take responsibility for all the losses of your spirit beasts. If the evidence is correct, then it can only prove that Leader Lei and your group made a mistake somewhere. It has nothing to do with us. Is that okay to handle it this way? If so, then it's quite troublesome. Tomorrow, the four of us will take the leader of Lei to the secret realm to find out the truth. Is that okay? Level 108, Wuchuan, Baoru, St. Muk, Changkahan obeys the order. Yes. Level 104, the 5-tribe mountain range barrier formation. Zhuangzhen also agrees. Yes. Liu Zi leaned back in his chair and said, I have no comment. Suddenly, a loud singing voice filled the meeting room. They all tensed up, and Loi Sun spoke out. Who? Mr. Tai introduces, There is no need to panic. This is Master Tran Luan from the Heavenly Mechanism Guild headquarters. I am surprised he is the elder of the headquarters. Level 115, the Death Spirit Mage Tran Luan from the Heavenly Mechanism Guild warns, Mr. Tai, perhaps I told you before, if you want to go to the Dragon Protecting Fortress, you should have informed me. He nervously said, Sorry, Master Tron, this time it was mainly our exploration team's logistical support. We didn't mean to bother anyone, he ordered. No need for further explanation. I will go with you tomorrow. Chutai nodded. Yes, I understand. Tran Luan sensed it. Such a pure soul. Each harvest makes my treasure stronger. Even killing it thousands of times is not enough. My dear dragon, I'm here again to kill you. Chutai from afar trembles. I just can't stand this pervert anymore. Loi San secretly thinks, with 5 top masters of the 5 traditions and even a master from the Heavenly Mechanism, such a large team can easily wipe out a level 4 instance. This time, it's definitely a safe bet. If I can kill the Hatlong smoothly, then so be it. If they get wiped out by Hatlong, serves them right. Whether you are truly guides or just pretending, the losses I've suffered are serious, and I will make those self-righteous guides pay the price. Let them fight each other. On that clear, breezy night of the Hatlong exploration team, Tuduang lay on his bed resting, scrolling through the system screen out of boredom. It was all women's channels, endless chatter, and most of it was about him. Luckily, he blocked it quickly, or he might have gone deaf. The notification shows that the diamond tier weapon called Storm Call is only auctioned when someone bids. Curious, I see someone has already placed a bid. Let me check it out. What kind of devil is this? Just as I check, Tuduang is stunned. These two have a grudge and have bid over 10 pages. Series of notifications appeared. A noble spirit prince bid 500 million. The Ice Maiden bid 501 million. 2 noble spirit princes bid 505 million. The Ice Maiden bid 505 million each. 3 noble spirit princes bid 600 million. The Ice Maiden bid 600 million each. And 58 noble spirit princes bid 1.403 billion. Tuduang was shocked. Over 1.4 billion. The display shows a selection screen. According to the assessment, it has exceeded the average highest price by 40%. Do you confirm the sale? You press the water button, and you must admit thanks to the nameless Han Bang Manu for helping you raise the bid. The announcement sounds, confirming the transaction. The deal is successful, and the system detects that you are a Black Gold member of Alliance X. You are exempt from all transaction fees during the auction and receive an additional 5% of the bid amount as a benefit. 1.5015 billion has been transferred to your account, bringing your current balance to 1.5515 billion. The team mistakenly calculated, getting free procedures plus 5% cashback, which equals 10% profit, directly earning 100 million. So relaxed, so comfortable. This is the ultimate enjoyment that high-level members should have. He blinked a little, just resting for a moment, really looking forward to doing it again tomorrow. This feeling of grinding to level up is a bit addictive. After experiencing this kind of pleasure, who would still want to grind monsters and farm items? The new day begins at exactly 7 a.m. that morning. The announcement rings out that the boss mode has been successfully deactivated, and the transfer of the Secret Realm Challenger has been completed. Are you connecting with the 5 S-rank Guild Explorers and the 1 A-rank Guild Spirit Beast? Do you want to proceed? Looking at the information on the screen, Zhuo Yang frowned. But they are an exploration team with a reputation. They are known as Secret Realm Assassins, having conquered countless secret realms and devised strategies. There are many senior elders in the guild who are level 100 or above. They must have cleared this secret realm long ago. This time's sudden visit must be because of the destruction of the Spirit Beast team. Tuduang's figure gradually disappeared, and regardless of your purpose, bringing only 6 people here shows he is absolutely confident and powerful. Then I won't hold back anymore, confirming the connection. Updating notification, confirming boss connection. Connection successful. Tuduang quietly looks forward to it, starting now, my second challenge. Facing the monster in front of him, he thought to himself that the clever monster that had died earlier had already been resurrected. But that was not surprising at all. After all, the Black Dragon Fortress was just a diamond-level secret realm, like in a game where it could be restored. Only secret realms of level Spirit Wine, or higher, could not be restored. What do you want again? Do you know that from the perspective of the Black Dragon? This elf is just like a pretty pet, and after all, why is this elf girl being locked up here? Before I was linked, the Black Dragon could only act according to the rules. Tuduang glanced into the mirror to see if anyone from the exploration team was coming. Tran Luan's image appeared on the screen, with Lei Sun's team led by Zhu Tai below. Tuduang was not surprised at all. There are indeed 5 transmigrators, and the Lin Thu of the Lei Sun team has also arrived. It seems they came back to fix the aftermath of the previous incident. The exploration team's after-sales service is really good. To ensure safety, it's best to scout ahead first and not underestimate the 5-stage cultivators. Tuduang, in the form of a singing dragon, ordered, "You all take the guards outside to deal with the intruders," the monsters responded. "Huh?" He pointed at one of them. "Wait a moment, someone stay behind." He suspiciously pointed at himself and asked, "Me?" "The battle is ongoings on the other side." Someone just slashed out a sword beam and asked, "Nothing unusual is happening here. The internal energy is still accurate. Are the spirit beasts really not lying to Ajiji?" Lu Tu cautiously looked to one side. "What's going on over there? Smoke billowing high into the sky?" They looked up. A murderous aura emanating, monsters pouring down from the mountain peaks, scaring them into fear. "Damn it, so many monsters," the leader of the monsters ordered. Deepquid ordered, "Don't leave a single intruder alive. Kill them all." Loisan pointed straight at them and shouted, "It was the same last time. But this time there are more monsters," Chutai replied. "It's surprising, but this level still isn't enough to threaten our exploration team." He ordered everyone to form up. "I will hold back the elite monsters. Others prioritize killing the smaller ones. Then focus fire on my target, all together, understood." Finally, Uncle Tai activated the Holy Light Blessing combined with the Fierce Strike, unleashing a golden energy wing. The Holy Light radiated out and the monsters fell down, he said, wasting so much time. "Keep moving forward," Tuduang watched and admired. No wonder he's a 5th-tier Grandmaster. His strength is truly like a divine being, descending to test mortal life. And the mysterious mage still hasn't made a move. "This isn't going to be easy. It looks like I have to go into battle myself again." Lili suddenly felt uncomfortable. The monsters below cheered as you soared up. "Is Lord Athos going into battle again? Why do I feel like I've seen Lord Athos go out to fight before? No, it can't be, but there's this strange sense of familiarity." She frowned in confusion, thinking how could this be he went out to fight on his own again? What exactly happened to this singing dragon? It wasn't like this when I was first captured. Loisun followed behind him and said, "No wonder they are the top combat team under the Co-Heaven organization. I think we've seen the strength of the exploration team today, but this situation isn't like what we expected from their skills," Chutai replied. "Truly, once the dungeon is over, we'll be waiting on the other side of the mountain. There are a few small monsters that we can't even handle. And suddenly, the guild that has never failed before, it's ridiculous. Just gather some fresh corpses of the dragon race." Loi San heard this and was displeased. "Master Tron, our guild's strength may not matter much in your eyes, but this time the skill level is truly problematic. As the leader of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, you should be fair." His attitude darkened. "These young ones are brave, daring to question me. And if they say 2 more words, I might add a human specimen to my collection." The oppressive aura makes Loisan terrified. Chutai stands in front of him, protecting him. "Master, please don't joke around like that anymore. You're scaring our guests. Everyone stay calm." He thought to himself, just now he truly wanted me dead in an instant, while Chutai was annoyed. This perverted old man acts without considering the consequences at all. If he really kills the guest, how will he handle the aftermath? Loisan bears this grudge. Keep talking nonsense first, and see if you can still laugh when you see the long dragon. Loisan fell to the ground and looked up at the sky, shouting, "Long." Chutai was surprised. The boss really acted first, huh? After the hour, Trung blocked it. "This is no problem. Our spirit beasts are truly without fire." He ordered the team to form a formation. Lao Trang maintained the mountain range barrier. Lu Tu prepared to change form at any moment. Earlier, the demon prioritized healing. Lu Tu, keeping my health at 30% is enough. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Notification. The Bao Huiet warrior skill increases all attributes and reduces damage received when HP
is below 30%. Tuduang flies over to see who is there, the exploration team. They keep attacking. Multiple damage notifications appear, dealing physical damage of 15,893, 14,519, with successive layers of attacks launching one after another.
Tuduang realized that with this damage, things were not looking good. As expected, only with a talent that reduces damage can even a 5-transmission fake cause high damage. Chutai dodged a tail whip from him. This is the damage reduction of the Black Dragon. We fight slowly. No need to rush. Lu Tu approached from below, hitting the tail to the head at the start. I already knew this in advance. Tuduang secretly thought, do you see why I did that now? Trang Chan only realized when he saw you flying away that the boss was targeting the back line. The former dragon charged towards Kahan, but was promptly blocked by Chu Tai. The pink path, he regretfully thought.
Really regret it. There was a good chance to take out the ones behind. Someone from behind launched a surprise attack. There was an opening behind him. Take my hit, the notification displayed. Attack power, speed, and critical hit rate increased significantly, and all skills gained dark attribute damage effects.
Lu Tu slashed into the back of the Hat Long, killing it. The display showed physical damage of 13,291 and dark damage of 11,784. Gakhan Jiang exclaimed in disbelief. My strongest execution skill can instantly kill even a small boss with hundreds of thousands of HP in an instant. After fighting a diamond-level secret realm boss, this little damage is ridiculous, isn't it? Now it's Tuduang's turn to attack, and it's his chance to strike at the vulnerable person. Go die, his HP and shield value drop sharply to the bottom. There's only 1% of health left, I think. Just a little bit of blood remaining, lucky. But how much longer can they be lucky?
His master falls. Chu Tai quickly calls out, Liu Tu, Trang Tran, come down here. It's too dangerous, right on the bloodline. Luckily, the shield protected you. Old Zhang quickly gives you some medicine.
At this point, Ka Han stared blankly at what was in front of him, as a surge of energy accumulated in Tu Duong's mouth. He was stunned. Could this move really be the destructive earth attack? Chu Tai was shocked. Isn't the big explosion supposed to be released only when HP drops below 70% during the phase transition? How is this possible? A wide-range attack engulfs the entire area. I can feel it. Are they still alive? But this must be the final defensive skill of that barrier master, and with another destructive, earth-breaking move, they will definitely die. They're hiding in a cave, Chu Tai exclaims in confusion. Why isn't the boss playing by the rules? Moreover, it seems to have intelligence, understand tactics, and sees our weaknesses, so stop joking around. This is a diamond-level boss. It should act according to the rules. How can it suddenly act on its own? The notification shows that the final skill of the Barrier Master's Arena reduces 90% of damage for allies inside and restores HP over 10 seconds with a cooldown of 360 seconds. Tran Luan must act. They are indeed a bunch of useless trash, and in the end, I have to step in. He chants a spell, summoning the ancient soul from the endless abyss. Obey my call, and with your power and dominance, destroy this world. Tran Luan, summon yourself. Come out, the evil spirit core, and the appearance of the core makes Tuduang astonished. Could he be a high-level summoner? He has a suspicion that the Lion Spirit Mage is a very rare special class, and it's said that high-level Lion Spirit Mages can even summon boss-level spirits from dungeons. So does this Boneheart have strength comparable to mine? Tran Luan shouted to go. Go destroy your enemy's vehicle. The skeleton immediately attacked Tuduang, and he could feel it. It's really strong. This seemingly weak skeleton has such great power. Tuduang poured all his strength into throwing the skeleton away. Get lost. It hit the ground, then let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a surge of power, the sea of the dead flame. Tuduang immediately spat fire, destroying the Thon Tuk spell, thinking to himself, does the boss really fear me?
Two powerful forces collide, causing a devastating explosion, Lao Shan exclaimed, facing the boss's great summon head-on again.
This time it's truly unprecedented, Uncle Tai thought silently. Although this perverted old man makes people dislike him, his strength is real and genuine. Tuduang's eyes ignite with fire. Its power is indeed formidable, but I haven't used my full strength yet. A blast of fire 10 times more intense than my body erupts, and the heat spreads toward the bone core. The flame suddenly soared up, engulfing the entire area, leaving only a skeleton behind. Tuduang sneered, Is that all you've got? But then its claw suddenly shot out and grabbed him. Tuduang was stunned, thinking it was dead. What? Kot Long is pulling your leg, Tu Duong. This thing can still be revived, Tran Luan ordered. A fresh corpse can be as many as you want. Stand up and fight again. Kot Long, Demon Elsa's, you realize it's indeed a skill of the lion spirit mage. Kot Long's body suddenly rose, attacking Tu Duong and causing 59,418 physical damage. He silently lamented, "It's over." The continuous attacks kept reducing Tu Duong's damage points, leaving him with 81% HP. You realize this damage is much higher than a class changer's. If this keeps up, we might lose. Tu Duong sharply kicks the tail of the creature, soaring into the air, quickly regaining his breath. It's about to catch up. The body of the bone spirit falls, smoke billowing up in a thick cloud. And as I watch it scream below, Tu Duong realizes one thing. This thing. Does it not know how to fly? Tran Luan knows this is its weakness, and with a clever trick, Ma Elsa's the bone spirit uses long-range attacks to counterattack. The core fires a fireball at you, but you dodge nimbly. With this height, even a self-healing person can't easily defend against such an attack. Tran Lun seems to realize Tu Duong's intention. He shouts an order to Kot Long, and Ma Elsa's immediately turns back to protect me. You only waited for this order to fly over and grab the soul core. You're the one who was fooled. Tu Duong throws it down from above. Go now! Kot Long's body is pounding Tran Luan's people. His HP is down to 20%. You're surprised? Is there still so much blood? I thought this kind of low-level mage would be gone with a single hit. Tu Duong glanced at the others still watching the fight. Trang Chen creates a protective shield, quickly retreat to the blood chaos conflict area, and withdraw to a safe zone first. Kahan responds, yes, system display, shared hardship. Sharing half of the teammate's damage, herself receives 50% damage reduction effect. You realize that it's actually Uncle Tai. If he hadn't always helped his teammates just in time, their numbers would have been reduced long ago. Tran Lun noticed that little Lu Tu hadn't returned yet. Uncle Tai, Tran An, and the Grandmaster, stay calm and don't be anxious. I've checked the schedule and there's not much time left. He will definitely come. Tu Duong immediately saw that the rogue Lu Tu was too chaotic earlier and didn't pay attention. It seems he has been missing for a while. Could it be that he went to retrieve the heart of the Flood Dragon? Kahan reports, Captain, Liu Zi has returned. Trang Chan sighs in relief. Good. Loi San is confident. This victory is certain. Seeing the guy run back, you think to yourself, just as expected, but is the joy a bit premature? The monster that Tu Duong was assigned to deal with has appeared, Lord Athos. I am back. It let out a defensive aura. I, the humble servant, have retrieved the heart of the dragon. Luckily, I did not disgrace this mission. You should be proud. Well done. The heart of the dragon's blood radiated a dazzling light. Chu Tai was stunned and exclaimed, how could this be? Tu Duong declared that the petty martial artists were fortunate. I was prepared in advance, and taking the heart of the dragon's blood would lead to victory. As the claw touched the drop dragon heart, he was surprised, and a brilliant light burst out, astonishing Tu Duong. This is the system notification, detecting an unstoppable factor, a diamond-level secret realm, the Dragon Song Fortress, with level transformations, and the secret realm level beginning to upgrade to the Spirit Wine level. The tower outside is shaking, causing panic among everyone. What's happening? An earthquake, High Priest. This fluctuation of spiritual energy is very unusual. What exactly is going on? Bak Lin inside the main hall replied, I sense a powerful aura being born somewhere within the secret realm. I didn't expect even the real world to be affected, looking at the distant pillar of light soaring up. She predicted that a major event is likely about to happen in this world. On their side, Lei Shansheng was stunned. How is this possible? The level of the spirit wine, how could it be like this? I have never heard of a secret realm situation that could level up before. Currently, Tu Duong has leveled up to the Dark Flame Elixir, Athos Spirit Grade. Surprised himself, he didn't expect to level up. A notification indicates that reaching level 100 increases all attributes and unlocks the Spirit Grade skill. You look at the system panel, all attributes have increased significantly, and there is a new skill called Refined Spirit Potion. And the latest update shows that the boss Hak Diemchi Duok Athos, pre-adolescent level 100, HP 6 million, with attributes including dark, demonic, and tribal powers, strength 4,221, speed 1,702, spirit 1,821, and a new skill called Source Spirit, capable of annihilating hell with the formidable power of Hakvium, consolidating into a hellish prison to kill all who dare to resist, dealing 1,000% magic attribute damage. Tu Duong was still amazed, especially by the resurrection ban function.
In this era where as long as your level is high enough, you won't die, this is truly an overpowered skill.
A red warning appears, indicating that the soul of the fake profession will be killed by this skill and cannot be revived, and you can choose whether or not to destroy it. Duong suspiciously asks, how does this system work? The system responds, the host has received the key item, the Dragon Core, so it has been upgraded. The boy suspects, could the Dragon Core be?
This black dragon was originally at a divine level of power, but because of the existence of the Dragon Heart artifact, the special attributes of the black dragon were ignored, leading to the secret realm being downgraded to diamond level, and now that the artifact's special mechanism is gone, the difficulty has naturally increased. Although I still don't quite understand what this pre-adult era means, the situation has already changed.
While lost in thought, Liu Zi ran over, glanced at the guy, and called out, Chu! I searched the entire tomb but couldn't find the dragon heart. Did I get it wrong? The guy froze. That boss! Why does it look like a demon? That's... Looking at the shimmering aura in the black dragon's hand, Liu Zi became even more confused. The dragon heart, why is it here? Chutai shouted to stop him. Don't act on your own. Turn back quickly. Secretly cursing. Does this fool not pay attention to the system's warning? Relying on his extremely fast speed, Lu Tu was confident and relaxed, thinking this idiot could never catch up with me. As he rushed forward, he was blocked by Tu Duong's giant claw and was stomped flat underfoot. Chutai shouted, Lu Tu, system notification. Your teammate has died. Loison, Doi Trung Chu, what should we do now? He thought to himself. The boss of the secret realm Spirit Wine usually requires a team of 10 to 20 people with 5 transformations to be able to defeat the boss. With these people, there's basically no chance, at this point, only remaining. Chutai decided that they couldn't win. Retreat now. Tran Luan was surprised. Chutai, are you planning to run away? He has already fallen far behind. What else can he do? Facing this, rushing in stubbornly is just foolish. Duong quietly judges, making a wise decision, but what does he think about letting a few people go? He rushes forward to chase after them, determined not to leave a single one behind. The glowing gate appears at the foot of the mountain, and Uncle Tai quickly runs over, seeing the gate shifting. It's time to go. Loison felt something rush past him. Seeing Duong blocking in front, they panicked. Should they chase after him? The exit was already blocked. Uncle Tai ordered everyone to gather all the corn quickly, do their best to break through, and rescue as many people as possible. He opened his mouth to breathe fire, unleashing a fierce attack, and the deafening sound echoed loudly. After this blow, they all collapsed on the ground, reporting the situation. The damage from the divine level boss was truly terrible. My strongest defense barrier was broken with just one hit. My mana was also depleted, and if the boss attacks again, we will definitely die. Uncle Tai reminds everyone to quickly put all important items into the otherworldly bag to prevent loss and minimize damage, but there's no hope left now. Tran Luan is stubborn and refuses to admit defeat, claiming he's killed thousands of people before. All of his power is clear in the palm of my hand. Even if he levels up to the divine realm, I can still kill him again. He calls out the sleeping spirits within the moonlit river, using my strength as the space, breaking the limits of life and death to let your existence reappear in this world. The army of vengeful spirits, thousands of souls manifesting, displays a notification introducing the skill to resurrect all creatures about to die on the battlefield to become followers of the caster. The duration is unlimited, but it continuously consumes mana and HP of the caster. He ordered the spirits to go and crush the enemy's forehead while the bone dragon faced him. Duong casually waved his hand and said, Die, you trash. There's a skeleton nearby spewing fire, but I look down on it. Can this little fire even hurt me? My skin isn't even that fragile. The purple flames from the skeleton blaze brightly, and Duong angrily punches it flat into the ground. Then he grabbed the head of the spirit beast and dragged it up, and Tran Luan, witnessing this, held back his words. Finally, he spoke, You damn fool, those who switch roles can't die or be destroyed. Even if you fail this time, I will still eliminate you next time and swallow your soul to feed the spirit lake. Unfortunately, the divine level dungeon cannot be reset. I wanted to eliminate you many more times. These words have angered you, and if you've said such things, do you think I would let you escape that easily? Duong rises into the air, then let me try the new orb on you. The source of spiritual energy descends into the infernal flames below. The flames engulf everything, screams echoing as the spirits he summoned are burned to ashes. Even Tran Luan is consumed by the fire. Too intense, too painful. Next time I swear I will make them suffer 100,000 times worse. Duong said calmly, There won't be a next time. He sensed something ominous and exclaimed, What is this? What's happening? My HP is already 0. Why hasn't the destruction begun? Why isn't my body disintegrating or breaking apart? He revealed that there was no longer a chance for resurrection. And he disappeared. The fire swallowed Tran Luan, and the system announced that you had killed level 110 bloodthirsty warrior Chu Tai. You gained 2,198,763 experience points for killing level 108 tyrannical priest Truong Ka Han, and 1,986,123 experience points for killing level 104 mountain barrier mage Trang Tran. You gained 1,577,633 experience points for killing the level 103 Haunted Hunter Lu Tu, and 1,662,321 experience points for killing the level 115 Mage Tulin Tran Luan. You have gained 2,546,198 experience points, with a total accumulated experience of 9.97 million, reaching level 40 and the second transfer limit. Please complete the class change mission quickly. Other members for excess experience will be lost up to 40%. And your current accumulated experience is 5.59 million. Finally returning to the guild alive, the group looked like they had lost their souls. The door swung open, and Kahan's voice rang out, "I'm back!" Chu Tai anxiously asked, "So what's the situation? Do you have any news about Master Tron?" He reported no. Not even the information about Master Tron in the celestial mechanisms has disappeared entirely. This situation either means he was eliminated, or he is dead. This news hit the other three like a thunderbolt. Chu Tai remembered the terrifying scene, never expected they could bypass such strong protection and force Tran Luan to die. And that singing dragon, Athos the Enchanting, what kind of boss is it really? His whole body trembled. This is no longer a problem we can solve ourselves. First, assess the damage to the spirit beasts, and leave the rest to the headquarters. A wave of fear surged in Chu Tai's heart. Why was only Tran Luan killed? What kind of special mechanism is this, or was that boss deliberately letting us go? At the apartment building where To Duong is staying, the warm sunlight shines down, and he takes a can of soda, tilting it back to drink it all in one gulp. Then he leans back on the sofa, sighing deeply. It's really exhausting. The level of that exploration team is truly beyond the reach of spiritual beasts, wasting so much of his effort. Looking at the equipment list, To Duong felt reassured, but with such diligence there should be matching items. No wonder the S-rank guild drops such items. Vegetables too much. Information displayed on the screen, high-grade spirit wine equipment, Ma Shadow's Frenzy, Spirit Ring, Ma Shadow's Rage and Blood, Diamond Armor, Knight's Armor, Diamond Talisman, Harmonious Spirit's Sacrificial Item, Tools, High-Grade Strength Potion, High-Grade Speed Potion, Epic Skill Scrolls, One-Time Thunder Prison, One-Time Judgment of the Vow, One-Time Perfect Skill Scroll, Icebound Barrier. To Duong glanced at the sword. But if I had to say what attracted him the most, it would definitely be these two items. The information about the sword is displayed, indeed, including the level of the Spirit Potion, the Spear of Betrayal, and the Maelstrom of the Shadow Demon, introduced as part of the 7th assassination of the Shadow Demon. It has taken the lives of countless beings, and the Maelstrom of the Shadow continues. Let it increase the resentment of the souls. The equipment requirements are not limited to any class. Requires 300 Speed attribute, 300 Spirit, level 10, plus 800 Speed attribute, plus 400 Strength. Yuan I Jithan trait. Consumes mana to briefly turn invisible and increases speed by 60%. Vong Min Tiu Ki consumes mana to mark a target. If you attack without being detected, damage increases by 300%. The legendary level skill scroll with 5 stacks, Stormbane Thunder Ring, activates the 5-time stacking skill Stormbane Thunder Ring, capable of stacking 5 times. To Duong was overjoyed, truly feeling lucky. Last time he obtained a diamond-level weapon, and now he even got a divine-grade weapon. Plus, unlike the assist skill Wind Fury, he can equip this one. Moreover, the legendary skill scroll is even better, powerful enough to kill 4th-tier job changers in an instant, and there are no restrictions anymore. It's really terrifying. The display information shows that To Duong, a level 40 demon warrior, can perform a double transfer, and he remembers that his level has also reached 40, so he's a bit regretful about the excess experience points. But To Duong is still unsure whether the sorcerer Lin Tran Luan he killed can be revived, and the notification rings out, confirming that the sorcerer Lin Tran Luan has been completely eliminated. The system's decision for this host is extremely precise. Analysis indicates that the level 30 sorcerer Lin Tran Luan, after obtaining the Dragon Core, has a high chance of killing the host. If the host is killed by other class changers during their boss duty, the host will also die immediately, so the host must handle this very carefully. To Duong let out a sigh of relief. Killing him was definitely the right choice. If I weren't so smart, I might have already died by now. He chuckled to himself, but after this lesson, the exploration team probably won't dare to challenge the door again for a while. Tu Duong wondered, so at this point, I remember that divine-level bosses are called true spiritual creatures and have their own minds, so what happens when I'm not overseeing the Black Dragon? The system replied that when a boss is paired with a successor by the system, the boss's consciousness is automatically eliminated. No matter the level, when the host is not connected, the boss will act according to the established rules. Additionally, if the boss is killed by the host who is also the executor, it will automatically pair with a higher-level boss. You're surprised to take out the dragon heart? Is there even such a thing? This is the rhythm that requires me to forge the dragon, and when it comes to forging the dragon, I can't ignore this equipment. It feels like everything has fallen perfectly into place. The item information is clear, the level unknown. The dragon heart and the brave warrior who received blessings from the goddess has decapitated the ancient dragon. The blood of the dragon echoes everywhere. Forging the dragon's sword and obtaining the old dragon's heart as proof of the dragon's relics. In that chaotic moment, the eyes of the nameless hero seemed to open, and the lost dragon sword disappeared from the world. Only the relic of the Dolong remains, staying with the brave, unlocking a 50% increase in spirit attribute, doubling strength, and bypassing the Dolong's glory trait of the ancient dragon race. Damage to ancient dragons increases by 500%, unlocking the blood soul of the old spirit, with a protective set infected by dragon blood, allowing it to be summoned back to aid in battle, with limited conditions for equipment use. Killing a single ancient dragon restricted the use of the old blood soul. Each one defeated grants a usage, and now there are no uses left. Tu Duong believes that this blood soul is probably partly because of the hero dragon, and obtaining this title must mean he is a very powerful strategist. Being a solo player is even cooler than the 5-element profession. With such a powerful junior brother, who else should I fear? Kill the dragon, change roles, unlock the 1,000 completions. This is definitely the next phase's goal. You open the door and leave. All right, it's time to accept the second mission, heading to the temple. Looking at Bai Lin, the players whisper among themselves, so she's really the temple priestess. She truly asked for help. Is she waiting for someone? Who could be so important to have the temple priestess waiting at the door? Truly admirable. I wish I had a beauty like the priestess waiting for me.
She opened her eyes and exclaimed, "May the spirit of the gods protect you." Bak Lin saw you approaching and immediately asked, "May I ask, heroic lord, how can I assist you?"
Tu Duong was surprised. What does it mean to be a hero? So she knew I would come here? She explained that the live idol broadcast just now emitted guiding rays, which is a signal that a VIP from the temple is approaching. So the whole city of Donglin only has you as a VIP, and the honorifics are a requirement of the temple.
Please don't mind it too much. I feel a bit awkward and can't look directly at you. I see. That's why it feels a little strange. The system has received the 5-star live broadcast mission, second transmission, which requires passing the diamond-level dungeon twice alone and successfully zipping the boss within 3 minutes when encountering it. Usually, the basic approach is to form a team to clear the dungeon at the same level, but this mission demands that only one person can pass the dungeon alone, which seems intentionally difficult, but for me, it's almost like having no conditions at all. Bak Lin praised him highly, saying he indeed accepted the 5-star mission again. Truly a heroic figure. Tu Duong modestly replied, "It's nothing, by the way. Do you have the initial blueprint of the silver level dungeon near Donglin City?" She replied, "Of course I do." Wait a moment. Bai Ling handed you a copy. Brave hero. This is the initial version of the dungeon you requested, which includes not only silver scale level, but also information on the locations and refresh times of bronze and gold level dungeons. Tu Duong politely said thank you. Feeling there was nothing more to do, he decided to withdraw, so I will take my leave first. Bak Lin stopped him. Brave hero, wait a moment. She recounted that not long ago, a terrible incident occurred in a dungeon, where its difficulty suddenly increased, causing a high-ranking professional to go missing. Additionally, players in the low-level wilderness area have been crowded recently, often leading to conflicts and bloodshed over territory. Be careful. Tu Duong replied, "Thank you for the reminder. I will pay attention." Inside, he wondered, with so many low-level dungeons in Dongling City, where could I find 2 silver-grade dungeons? Could someone already be there? Just arrived and saw so many people. Surprised, are there party organizers here? Approaching the red notification in front of him, Tu Duong was curious. Is a silver-level dungeon this crowded? I'm exhausted and out of breath after running to find 7 or 8 dungeons, but I didn't expect to be avoided by others. Is it just bad luck,
or is it because I've been only getting top-tier gear lately? Leading to the plan to uphold human dignity, Yang took out the map to check, and the entrance to the Cave of Suffering was probably ahead. Seeing a group of people waiting at the dungeon entrance, he felt helpless. How could there be so many people, and who are they? You notice someone you recognize standing there. Duong is curious. Tuyet Tin, why is he here? She pleads with the person beside her. Classmate Wang Fei, we got here first, so please don't steal it. Seeing him, Duong was shocked, and there was also Wang Fei again, challenging him. Sorry, little sister Tweet Tien, this dungeon doesn't even have your Yuvu Guild's name marked. If you want to fight for the dungeon, then rely on your strength to take it back. He pondered. Yuvu. Is that the guild sister guild of Yuvan? So close that it's almost too perfect. If they're acquaintances, then maybe waiting a bit longer and then making a move would be easier to talk to. So Duong decided to join this dungeon battle, changing his course. I land and apologize. I didn't plan to stay in this dungeon either. La Son. La Cao. Behind Tuyet Tien is waiting eagerly. This is something our boss values, so hurry and leave now, but of course, if you want to stay and play with us a bit, that's fine too. As he was pretending to be tough, a sword suddenly appeared in front of La Son and Ha Lam, level 61, third job, wandering swordsman from Yuvu Guild, warning them to clean their mouths or he wouldn't be polite about beheading them. The guy stammered, a fake third job, arrogant princess. What is there to fear? We also have fake third job members, right, Lai? Li Tran, level 60, third job, de martial arts, Thansun Guild, coldly said, Uvu sisters, this is not a place for reckless fools. Halam sarcastically, are you an uncivilized monkey or just a brain full of muscles, coming here without understanding who arrived first or second? The arrogant man replied, I only know that fists are the true way. If you want to fight, wait until I call my brothers to come, then don't blame us for hurting those weaklings behind your back. She glanced at her people, most of whom were low-level rookies. Stubbornly fighting this bastard might not end well, but if the others here knew, they'd see whether this bastard can get his way or not. Halam looked at Lai Tran in front of her and hesitated. So should I strike first or not? Duong arrived just in time to step in, and if we're talking about who's stronger with fists, I think I also have a say here. He doesn't know, who are you? Tweet Tien remembered that Duong had last been seen at the teleportation center. Luckily, he was safe and sound. But why did he come here and even provoke the elders on both sides? The princess was furious and asked, why is it always Duong who keeps showing up? And you replied, I should be the one saying that. Everywhere I go, I keep running into your nose. He points to the person behind him and asks how someone so bold could be. Look carefully. This is the third-ranked elder. If the finger is gone, then the person is also dead. Lai Tran threatens, if you're smart, kneel and beg for forgiveness quickly. Maybe I can still spare your life. Halam asked softly if they knew each other, and she confirmed yes, they were former classmates, but she was surprised. Classmates, so maybe he also transferred his position with you. Why is he causing trouble and provoking us? Halam then asked if he mentioned the mission of changing roles earlier. This is the Rybok dungeon. Did you go to the wrong place? Duong denied it. No. The second transfer mission requires clearing the Rybok dungeon. She was stunned, thinking, wait a minute. If this kid really changed class at the same time as little Thayan, then he's only been a level 40 for a few days. How is that possible? The princess consort looked into it and said, are you thinking that your little brat believes he's too awesome? Always pretending to be a big shot like those elders out there, but in reality, a fake soldier pretending like that will only get himself killed. If you've got the guts, show everyone your personal info and see how low your level really is. If not, don't go around acting high and mighty. The kind of tricks you pull are only worthy of kneeling and licking our feet. Duong sneered, level 10 already? If you're below level 2, I wouldn't even bother to fight. But now, the system warns that the death penalty for professions below level 10 will permanently reduce their level by 2. Those below level 2 will die and can not be revived. Wang Fi's fingertips lift towards Duong, who calmly conjures an ice sphere and charges forward, then announces, go soak in the hot springs back at the city. A single slash reduced the queen's HP to 0%, and he was stunned. What? The system displayed you have killed a level 5 mage. Queen gained 100 experience points. Seeing him fall, the crowd hurried over, calling out, Brother Fai! Brother Fai! Li Channi tried to rush forward and throw a punch. Duong stepped back and mockingly said, sneak attack, huh? No honor at all. Han's anger grew even more intense. Kid, you think killing my people will get you off easy? Draws his sword, let's see how skilled you really are. Duong turned to call Halam. That's right, if you want to go up with me, it's fine, then I won't have to do it again. She only waited for that moment to smirk and challenge Han. This kid is pretty bold. Who gave you such courage? Daring to challenge two level 3 fake profession users at the same time is truly arrogant. Even if you are my little sister's friend, I can't easily forgive you, Han coldly replied. I will deal with you soon. Following his words, Lai Chan leapt into the air and plunged his spear downwards. Go to hell. At the same time, Ha Lam also swung her sword towards him. Duong used his incredible speed to handle Han first, leaving Lai Chan amazed at how fast this young man was. Han activates his skills. I don't believe it. Tiger Claw. Fist, a powerful punch straight at Duong's face. Duong uses his sword to block and slightly raises his eyebrows. Then he forces his sword to knock Vang Jia away. Ha Lam launched a back attack with a slash but was blocked by the shield. She quickly realized that their martial ethics as third-tier transmutation users are lacking. The system notification, gold alloy, single-use scroll, crystal barrier, can condense around the user into a shield capable of withstanding a total of 80,000 points of damage. Ha Lam stared in horror at the sword in his hand. His strike barely dented the shield's value. It was definitely an advanced shield scroll, and that weapon, no matter how you looked at it, couldn't be silver. Could it be gold or even platinum? His move just now killed the Ice Mage so quickly that I almost couldn't see clearly, so I was cautious. Who would have thought this kid could fight like that? What exactly is Duong's background? Suddenly, a tremor erupted from the thin, rocky mountain ahead, debris flying everywhere, and Lai Chan roared in fury. Today, kid, don't even think about escaping. I won't let you get away. Duong raised his sword to greet the flames, saying he was in a hurry, but the blazing fire rushed toward him, a hint of joy flickering on his face. You declare, disappear for me. No one remains in front of you, only the dying flames. The system notification. You have killed level 60 martial artist Lai Chan and gained 3,125 experience points. Duong glanced at the person behind him, still wanting to fight. She forced a smile and thought, how could I possibly fight anymore? You think it's okay that the other person is being reasonable, so that's good. After all, we are fellow guild members, and we don't want things to escalate to that level. Ha Lam was surprised. With the guild, could it be? Duong instructed, help me send my apologies to the guild leader and everyone on our side. I reserve the right to enter this dungeon first. Your information is now displayed. Duong, level 40, Demon Warrior, UVN Guild. 2 new notifications have been updated. You have entered the Torturous Cave dungeon, the class change quest has begun and is activating quickly. The Torturous Cave requires levels 20 to 40 and a party of 1 to 8 players. You walk into the Suffering Cave dungeon, level 20 to 40, with a limit of 1 to 8 players. Duong mutters to himself as he goes, saying that except for the Black Dragon Fortress, this is still his first time officially entering a dungeon. This is really new, if I remember correctly. This dungeon setup is the lair of the Earth Spirit. Seeing the monster guarding the path, Duong was suspicious. Is there really only one monster at the entrance? This monster is level 35, a little demon archer of the Earth God. You draw your sword, it's your first time facing a mini-boss in a dungeon, so you're a bit nervous. Just after killing this one, a monster ambushed from behind, and Duong swiftly grabbed its neck to control it. Then he threw it far away, his sword moving in a swift, precise slash. Notification. Level 35. Earth? God Archer, experience plus 549. Level 34. Earth God Butcher, experience plus 537. Duong casually glanced around, but there was still a sneak attack. This dungeon is quite sinister. If not for his quick speed, he would have been hit. You remember fighting Li Jian, and in previous battles, you mostly relied on attribute suppression to win. But if you face a class that reduces your power even more, you'll need to depend on skills to succeed. Duong's palm ignites with a surge of energy, a rare opportunity, so he uses the small monsters here to train his demon blade. As he entered the darker cave, hissing sounds came from the walls, and suddenly 2 monsters jumped down from above to attack. They were knocked away by the shield behind Duong, and his demonic transformation formed a mace in his hand. Duong slammed his truncheon down on the monsters on the ground, causing them to cry out in pain. From the rocky ledges above, the archers aimed their arrows at him. A barrage of arrows shooting down swiftly like lightning, and smoke billowed up thickly. The demon art transforms into a bow, and Duong aims it at the traitors trying to ambush him, firing shot after shot, causing the archers to explode. He knows the current situation isn't looking good, and reacting passively is too frustrating, so watch me pull this train. Duong's steps quicken as he rushes forward without a second's delay.
Behind you are the monsters closing in. You're almost at the boss's location, so decide now and finish it in an instant.
With that, Duong turned around, holding a spear with sharp points on both ends. It transforms into a giant spear, flying forward. Each monster it hits erupts in flames, engulfed by this 40-meter great axe. When the chasing monsters are defeated, I can't help but praise, whether far or near, attacking freely, this skill truly is omnipotent. I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing what new skills this 5-stage transformation will bring. At that moment, a piercing gaze flicked toward Duong. It was the Ice Frost Tiger. A level 40 dungeon boss, replacing its fierce appearance, surprised me quite a bit. The final boss of the underground demon lair dungeon is a tiger. Could it be that the mighty beast has turned into its master? This design is a bit funny.
The mighty tiger sneers and says, "Humans are so stupid, daring to enter my territory. Don't you want to live anymore?"
It started running, but could anyone keep up with my speed? Duong calmly assessed as the tiger prowled behind him. It seems the voiceover is fixed, as expected. Bosses of the spirit level don't have divine will. Using my mouth to test the way I just learned. The tiger's claw is about to strike down. You're surely dead. Its front paw stomps down where Duong is standing. It was hit back by the attack waves, with cuts tearing through its body, while you remained safe and sound. The system announced the defeat of the Silver Dungeon boss, with the Frost Tiger experience gained 6,321, passing 2 Silver Dungeons alone, and killing the boss within 3 minutes after encountering one of the 2. Duong muttered, "I already killed it, no need for 3 minutes," and headed towards the next dungeon. When he saw Halin's group hiding behind the cliff, he was surprised. "Why are they hiding so far away?" "I also don't eat many people," she replied. "Don't worry about us. Just follow your own path." Duong agreed.
"All right, let's go. Halin needs to change her view of you. You finished in just 5 minutes.
This place is still called the Underworld. What kind of monster is this? Shuitian recounts the old story with a sigh. Not long ago we were still in school together, and now it feels like we're no longer in the same world as him. Proceeding to the next dungeon, the system announced the boss kill in the Silver Dungeon. Blood Feud Enemy.
With an experience gain of 6,187, completed alone, passing 2 Silver Dungeons, and killing the boss within 3 minutes of encounter. Both tasks done, the 5-star class transfer mission is now complete.
A series of new notifications appeared, confirming the successful completion of the 5-star class transfer quest. A series of hidden class transfer missions were activated. Duong was surprised that the hidden quest was a good one. New information updated, Phase 1, the key was lost, the introduction quest marked on the map. There is a terrifying beast sleeping there, seemingly guarding something. Extra rewards beyond the standard after completing the mission. Increase all attributes by 5%, a special class feature. Demon Warrior, equipped with legendary skills. Note 1. The hidden class change mission only unlocks after reaching 5-star class change and is unrelated to career development. 2. Sequentially hidden class change missions will be released in new stages after each class change. It is possible to skip the hidden class change quest without affecting the normal class change quest. The time limit is 48 hours. Seeing the options displayed, does he accept the mission? Duong softly smiles. Only 5% of all attributes are already captivating, and there are even legendary skill enhancements. Plus, judging by the mission, it's definitely still in Stage 2.
Is this the reward for the 5-star class change mission? Yes, I'll take it, definitely.
You check the map again. The target area for the mission is the high-level suburbs of Tianlin City.
The average level of monsters is above 40, and the so-called terrifying monsters are probably over level 52.
If the north isn't unlocked, it feels like no one can complete it. Duong draws his sword. Senzo also needs to go unlock this level of divine-grade weaponry. However, it requires exceeding the limit of weapons from diamond level and above. Not only do we need a complete universe-grade protective gem, but we also need a master-level craftsman.
Donglin City doesn't have such a figure. I just remembered, that's right, the branch of the Heavenly Secret Sect seems to be in Tianlin City. I recall they not only sell strategy dungeons, but also intelligence.
Senzo should also visit those defeated subordinates. Moreover, I heard that the Heavenly Mechanism sect is one of the members of the X-Alliance. I wonder how they will react when they see this. Duong looked at the black gold member badge of the X-League on his hand, and upon arriving at Tianlin City and seeing many people already gathered, he was quite surprised. Tianlin City really has so many people buying power, no wonder it's the top organization. A bit nervous indeed. Duong thought to himself that since he just sold someone else's items, officially entering the ranks of the wealthy and powerful, he would feel a little embarrassed. The item information on the system screen shows a complete void spirit crystal that can be embedded into any level equipment, removing level restrictions. Balance, 2.8 billion. Inside, the owner's voice echoes sharply, "Hey, hey, haven't you come to me yet?" Waiting until the flowers are almost withered. The staff at the counter said, "Please stay calm and wait for your turn." Duong stepped inside and exclaimed, "There are so many people." Suddenly, he noticed two familiar people nearby. Duong thought to himself, "Isn't that Chutai and Lu Tu behind them? We've already met again so quickly." The guy behind him asked, "Chuka, can you really not settle your damaged weapon? This is a level spirit grade weapon." Uncle Tai looked annoyed. "This time with Tron Luan's loss, the headquarters has already been generous not to bother us. What more do you want?"
Lu Tu nghe vậy thì tức giận dập bay giọng dỗ phía chuột. "Vậy không phải em lại phải dĩ danh phô bang thèm mấy thằng sau?" Một khối gỗ bay vèo về phía mặt Tô Duong, cậu dỗ ruốc nổ lạnh lùng hỏi, kẻ vô ý thức nào lại ném dỗ dắt lung tung thế?
The man with the waist shouted and stepped forward, questioning if there was an opinion, and Duong challenged him.
Of course there was an opinion. Does a high rank mean you can do whatever you want? Lu Tu grabbed his collar. "A lame chicken at level 40 dares to rush in front of me, let me tell you. I can do whatever I want here. Believe it or not, I could turn you into nothing."
Master Duong still smiled calmly, but he was so angry. "What are you smiling about? Write this down for him."
"Fine. Next time you dare to come to the secret realm to sing long, I will eliminate you completely." "Uncle Tai is getting serious, Lu Tu. Watch your image. It's just a small matter, and this brother of ours shouldn't cling on forever."
Duong adjusts her clothes and responds, "What kind of attitude is this? As a top-tier celestial, to treat guests like this, I am very disappointed."
His tone is full of contempt. "I apologize, but we are a high-level task force, and your current dungeon level cannot be sold by us."
Lu Tu suggests, "Uncle, what's the point in wasting words on this kid? Let me beat him out." The young man arrogantly pulls out a membership card and opens his eyes wide to see what this is. This guy is all talk. Who can be threatened by this torn card? Lu Tu casually tosses the card in Duong's hand, surprising him. Does this fool even know how to recognize quality? The card falls at someone's feet and someone exclaims, "This is it." Seeing the person approaching, Uncle Tai felt something was wrong. "Chief Manager, why are you here?"
Lu Tu was surprised. "Ajia, you finally arrived." The newcomer was a level 120 fake A-level city lord, chief manager of Vinfong City.
He slapped him hard, the sound of the slap ringing out clearly. Liu Tu fell to the ground in shock and asked,
"Brother Guy, what are you doing?" "I am your sister-in-law." Jia Viet handed him back the card with a very polite attitude. "Your Highness Fiv IP, I am the chief manager of Vinfong City."
"Jia Wei, I apologize for my subordinate causing trouble for you." Tuo Yang replied, "It's okay." Inside, he couldn't help but wonder if this was a big shot. Jia Wei asked, "You're so young and already have the black membership card of the X-Alliance. Have you completed the 5-star class transfer mission and gained the VIP privilege of the Divine Temple transfer?" "You confirm, that's correct." He instructed Uncle Tai to treat this distinguished guest well and not to be careless. "Understood," he said respectfully.
"Manager, yes." Lu Tu's face turned pale with shock and he shouted, "Huh?"
Jia Viet pointedly said,
"I'll go ahead, Liu Tu. Follow me. You have to discuss the dungeon run with him next time." And when the guy was dragged by his collar, he felt embarrassed. "Brother-in-law, let go. I can go by myself." Liu Tu just stared him down. "Kid, don't get cocky. Just wait and see," Duong thought to himself. "Next time in the dungeon."
Is the Celestial Secrets Pavilion making a new move again? Uncle Tai has changed his attitude in welcoming guests.
"Esteemed guest, may I ask what you require? What do you request?" "I want to know the background of the master blacksmith at the Celestial Spirit City. Are there any spirit stones available here? The Two Bow Guild has run out. I want to buy a few." He hesitated. "The intelligence is reliable. Spirit stones without restrictions are available, but they are extremely expensive. Take a look." Duong casually snapped his fingers. "If it can be solved with money, I don't see it as a problem."
A bag of gold coins was placed heavily on the ground. He replied, "I understand now. I will call someone, or rather, I will go personally to get the goods. Please wait a moment." You think to yourself, with this attitude, he's becoming quite experienced. Tuo Yang is interested in this place. Vinfong City is the main city in this area. Even its chief manager is so respectful now. "I am increasingly curious about the history of this divine temple. You left the temple with the map in hand, and that master craftsman, who is a top-tier blacksmith, actually hid in such a remote place. It's clear he's hiding something, but..." Duong was casually chatting when someone asked, "Are the exploration team heading to the Dragon Secret again?" The two people talking at the table are debating whether it's real or fake, and someone has already died there.
Yet they still dare to go? The person next to him replied, I only heard others say so, but now everyone is terrified and not responding at all.
He continued, I guess that's right. If it were me, even with 10 billion, I wouldn't go. You're not surprised. Just as I expected, Tran Luan's death has shattered the courage of the exploration team. They probably won't dare to come again for a while, but we still need to quickly tame the dragon to prevent future trouble. Duong stepped into the shop, pushed open the door and greeted, I'm here to see Mr. Ko Duong. Inside, Dung Tuit and An Ngu are already present. Ko Duong, busy working, looks up and asks if they are customers. Duong recognizes their schedules as members of Uvan, greets both of them, and asks if they also came to claim equipment. An Ngu hurriedly ran in front of To Duong and shyly asked, Are you the younger brother who just joined? How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend yet? Do you like the older sister more than me? Her enthusiastic attitude made him react too late. Dung Tuit stepped forward and reached out to her face. She pushed An Ngu back and asked, To Duong, right, this is a level master's shop. With your level, you don't need to come here, just go to a shop on the street. And An Ngu then shouted, What are you doing? To Duong sighed, I've heard similar words twice today. Sometimes I really don't feel like explaining anymore. He drew out a sword. This weapon of mine is worthy of coming here. The heavy hammer in Ko Duong's hand raised high, then struck down with a blazing burst of fire. Dung Tuit kept her eyes on him, so this is the special effect when upgrading a spirit-grade weapon. I've never seen it before. An Ngu marveled at the flickering flames in the air. So beautiful. Dung Tuit glanced at To Duong sitting calmly on the chair and thought, he doesn't look surprised at all, as if he's seen this scene many times before. An Ngu ran over to ask her what she was doing, why she kept staring at To Duong. Could it be that she was looking at us? Dung Tuit was startled and quickly defended herself, saying nonsense. I was just thinking, she teased. So what? Usually she's rarely absent-minded. She's so shy she blushes. Enough already. Their expressions made To Duong feel something was off. Did I choose the wrong guild after all? A few hours later, Duong drew his sword, shining brightly, and finished it. He admired in his heart, truly a master. Just one try and it was done. Unlike last time, when I used up quite a few materials. To Duong reached out to take the sword and asked, Master, how much does it cost? He replied, I've poured my heart into this weapon, so normally I would charge you 1 billion in processing fees. But today I also feel happy and refreshed. I'll waive the fee for you this time. Even for a Grand Master level, that's great. To Duong is very straightforward. I won't take advantage of the old man. Money is easy to earn. Where can I find a Grand Master like you? Just take this 1 billion processing fee. I'll come often in the future. Duong thumbed his chin in admiration. A young man with spirit, so I will accept it and wait for your next visit. Is this really the appearance of the local tyrant? I'm a bit confused now, Dung Tuit doubts. Could it be that he truly is the young master of the S-rank guild outside Tianling City? To Duong decided to directly use the blazing water attribute to enhance his speed and mental attributes, which were limited to 300 points each, and then distribute the remaining attribute points from before. System notification. To Duong, Demon Sword Masterclass, Power 980, Base Attribute 241 plus Gear 739, Speed 1129, Base Attribute 371 plus Gear 818, Spirit 488, Base Attribute 314 plus Gear 174. Spirit Enhancement Elixir increases Spirit Attribute by 50 permanently, Limit 5. Speed Enhancement Elixir increases Speed Attribute by 50 permanently, Limit 5. Ultimate Speed Elixir increases Speed Attribute by 100 permanently, Limit 2. He quietly rejoiced. Now he could stand equal to a 4th-tier powerhouse. To Duong charged straight toward the mountain range, his momentum soaring, and with his appearance, 2 figures beside him dashed forward swiftly. It is level 45 with Fallen Spirits. Level 44, Soul-Bound Earth Soldier, Shadow God. The information shows mana consumption, achieving stealth effect in a short time, and also increasing speed by 60%. You strike both of them at once, causing both falling bodies to be attacked together. To Duong uses the 2-link combo to eliminate them. He silently thought as he landed, the basic dual strike skill of a warrior, thanks to the power of a divine grade weapon, was surprisingly strong. Behind To Duong, countless eyes lurked in the darkness. He decided not to just sweep the edges and break through the old way. An explosion erupted beneath his feet on the mountain. To Duong enters the cave, which is the lair of the terrifying beast. According to the mission setup, its level probably won't be below 50. I wonder how many of my injuries I can withstand. The silent space is terrifying, not a single little monster along the way. The light in front of me shines brightly. I quietly think, it's here. Duong stared at the bright light in front of him, his eyes wide with amazement as he saw it. In the middle was a ferocious beast sleeping soundly. The system notification says the mutated beast hasn't swallowed the piece yet. Level 55, undead species, health, skills, and traits are unknown, which is hard to believe. What kind of demon is this? I can't see any information except the level and name. Looks like I need to buy a high-level ally skill. Duong initiates the attack. I must not underestimate bosses with no clear info like this. Get ready for a fierce battle. A sword thrust directly into its head. A notification appears, displaying a ghostly figure, dealing 52,281 damage, soul mark, consuming magic power, target symbol, initiating attack before being detected, increasing damage by 300%. Seeing it rise, Duong knew immediately that it couldn't be killed quickly. Its mouth spewed out countless energy blades, shooting spikes from the ground, and you jumped high to dodge. Then, Duong spun around and swung his sword down, hitting the monster, which roared in pain. He tightly grips the sword in his hand and charges forward. He decides not to give it a chance to breathe, striking once to weaken its blood supply. System notification. You have killed the mutated beast and swallowed the unknown piece of meat, gaining 4,321 experience points. You received an old lock key item and a rotten piece of meat that cannot be identified. The item information shows an old key with a stained timestamp, resembling a key to open a door, while the rotten meat remains unidentified and all traces of its former power have vanished. Symbolizing decay, it makes it impossible to guess its origin. You wonder, the mission mentioned a lock, but what the hell is this rotten piece of meat? Just by looking at the description, it seems to imply that the previous owner of this piece of meat was incredibly powerful, and even though the energy within has been depleted, it was enough to cause that beast to mutate. Duong temporarily set this aside and decided to focus on the class transfer mission for now, planning to study its effects later. New information displayed, verification complete, class transfer successful, completed 5-star difficulty class change, received the highest level advanced life enhancement, base attributes increased by 25%, 5-star difficulty class change completed. Receiving the Demon Warrior, a unique passive skill, dual strength increase, dual spirit increase, 10% mental attribute boost based on strength, 10% strength attribute boost based on mental attribute, cannot be repeated alternately. Hidden class transfer task confirmed complete. Hidden class transfer mission finished. Bonus reward activated.
5% all attributes increase. Special class authority Demon Warrior confirmed level transfer skill, unlock rank limit, experience calculation adjusted, levels 40 to 58. This terrifying information confirms I have fully completed the pseudo third class transfer. If including equipment attributes, I can now face those spirit beasts directly, winning the second transfer against the fourth. Just thinking about it makes me excited.
The new information panel is displaying the attribute distribution. Completed current attributes as follows,
with a series of stats for strength, speed, and spirit being increased. Duong happily looks at the sword in his hand, with doubled attributes making it even more powerful, plus the soul ring seal.
From now on, even a silver-level boss in a dungeon can't withstand this sword. It's no wonder it's a transcendent level skill. The notification sounds, the Demon Warrior's transcendent skill, dual destructive sword, merging demon power and current weapon into one, consumes half of the demon energy.
Launch a super powerful attack that deals 200% physical damage and 200% mental damage. When you return, Bai Ling comes to congratulate you. Dongjia Dainyan, congratulations on completing the second transmission of next year. The VIP benefits for the day are being updated.
First, 10 million per month will be increased to 50 million. The 2 major black ID cards of the Union will increase from 20% to 30%. He replied, okay, secretly thinking that right now, these benefits are just normal to me. She curiously asked Xie, what are the next plans for the hero? Duong replied that he's been a bit tired lately and plans to rest for 2 days, combining work and relaxation. Bak Lin agrees, that's right, rest is very important. You have plans, but resting doesn't mean wasting the whole day. Sometimes you go to Thien Kokak to buy some things and prepare for the upcoming journey. At the Heavenly Secret Pavilion headquarters in Jia Viet's office, he assigns Chu Tai the task of leading 30 explorers for this secret realm expedition. That should be enough to get through the challenge. Chu Tai confirms, yes, 30 people are enough, but the special mechanism that prevents resurrection is an issue. Jia Viet takes out a bracelet. Rest assured, the headquarters has prepared countermeasures, providing each person with a life jade ring to ensure survival. This is a life jade ring, Chu Tai happily said. Such a precious item. Thank you, manager. Jia Wei concluded, so I leave it to you. If I weren't busy, I'd really want to personally go kill the dragon and work out my muscles. Someone's watching. Wait a minute, this dragon's turn hasn't come for you to handle yet. The office door is full of old folks. Master Tai was startled and turned back to ask, "You are?" seeing Ling Ni stammering, "The young lady. Why are you here?" This person is Lian Ling Ni, a beast language master, level 130, the daughter of the Celestial Lord. She reminded her, "Lady, you are so noble. Why don't you come to greet us?" First, pretending to kneel and bow, her subordinates didn't know the lady had arrived and didn't come to greet her from afar. "Please don't be angry, young lady," she replied. "No need for formalities. I haven't told anyone about this yet, so everyone must keep it a secret." A flash of light appeared, and something shot past. "It's a chair." Lin Ni sat down and said, "From now on, no one is allowed to enter the Hatlong Fortress without my permission. I want to personally collect the Hatlong." He hesitated and dared to ask, "Is this the master's will?" She exuded a fierce aura. "What if it's not my father's will? Do you dare to disobey me?" Faking obedience, no subordinate would dare disobey. "I will now give the orders." Lin Ni turned and left. "Good. Now that you understand, help me prepare the documents on the Hatlong and get an extra room ready. I want to rest for a while." He sighed in relief as he saw her off. Not expecting the young lady to arrive suddenly, he miscalculated. Liu Tuan was stunned behind. She is the daughter of the Masters, the youngest genius of the Global Beast Taming Association. Confirming, no mistake, the Global Beast Tamer Association is a super-level organization equal to Alliance X, seeking rare and precious mythical beasts worldwide, whether they are dungeon bosses or wild elites. They are all targets for their hunt. The young lady has extraordinary talent, and at a young age, she has already joined the Global Beast Tamer Association, and few can stand beside her in the search for this dragon. This time, the young lady secretly came here probably to steal the black dragon from other beast tamers. If successful, she will become the top beast tamer on the continent, and her reputation at the Celestial Secret Pavilion will rise even higher. Master Tai continued, "So don't even think about having any plans. At that time, everyone must follow the orders of the young lady and the deputy boss, especially the final blood-hued dragon must be subdued by the young lady. Don't steal from others, understood? Of course, I will go immediately to get the basic guide on the Kulong for the young lady." He was terrified. I would never dare compete with the master's daughter. When Uncle Tai checked the information, he was shocked. What? It was bought yesterday, and the buyer was Tuduong. Lu Tu was annoyed. "Why that guy? Is he trying to cause trouble again?" Pretending to be a little worried, it's probably just a coincidence he wouldn't know about the young lady's arrival, but why would he care about the level of the Kulong? Uncle Tai hesitated. What should he do? Should he tell him to return the book? He ordered not to, even if it drew attention, but he must not offend the temple's deity lightly. There might still be other ancient dragon documents. Go look for them. At Toduong's house, he went to his usual seat, sat down, and opened the family book to read. A basic guide about ancient dragons. One volume costs 510 gold taels. This secret technique also knows how to trade. Hopefully it has value. Toduong mistakenly identified the species, red dragon, white dragon, yes, the black dragon. Information about the black dragon appears. The Trung race of giant dragons are fierce and bloodthirsty, with a strength progression chart of black dragons through various stages: hatchling, void crystal, juvenile, mature immortal, pinnacle, adult, and legendary. The alien species already know how to enhance their power, wield black flames, and command the might of giant dragons. You're curious and find it strange. Why isn't there any mention of alien abilities reducing damage? With the level of expertise of the celestial mechanisms, they probably wouldn't miss any new information, right? Could it be that the exploration team couldn't see the specific information about the black flame divine wing? Just like when I saw that unidentified monster devouring a piece of meat on the mountain back then. The information notes an exploration, mentioning that under Long Ha they discovered a secret realm with a black dragon. The area of Tay Bap, Lok Tuit City, An Bap Province, Long Ngam Cave, Ki Ao Trung, Hak Long, has already been cleared at the level of Hu Thak dungeon difficulty. The central region has been cleared, including Dark Tomb City in Lingjiang Province, Long Mok Mountain, the pre-ancient Great Wall, and the Black Dragon in the Hak Long Fortress, with a difficulty level of Hui Nuyet. The southeast region, Vinfeng City in Tianlin Province, and the Hak Long Fortress in the pre-ancient Great Wall remain uncleared, with a difficulty level of Tin Dieu. Tuduong flipped through the pages, feeling uneasy. So far, only 3 Hak Long have been found. 2 have already been defeated, leaving only the Hak Long boss he is responsible for. Wait, the news that the Hak Long has been defeated is not accurate. Isn't the pre-Long Wall supposed to be at the level of Tin Dieu? So why is it at the level of Hui Nguyen? Look at its detailed documents. The detailed information shows that the Long Mountain, recorded as a conquest, is a difficult level of mystical brilliance. and the Haklong there was initially identified as a post-long wall. But after the conquest, based on the heart of the dragon, analysis shows its stage is pre-long wall. And through the items dropped after killing and subsequent research, this Haklong accidentally ate the unknown rotten meat, boosting its strength. Note that the unidentified rotten meat is worth a high price for any similar item. The Enko Guild agrees to buy it. The Duong clan couldn't help but rejoice. So this meat has this effect too. This time they truly found a treasure. The Enko sect is willing to pay a high price, indicating its value can make them ignore all costs. Most importantly, at that time I let Haklong eat this piece of meat, directly boosting my strength to the level of the Huin Guit. Even a dozen 5 Transcendence practitioners can't do anything. After eating this fatty meat, my rank could jump straight to the 4th tier, and my path of advancement is now clear. You lean back on the bed, but maybe I can't play like this anymore. The Enko is not stupid, and after suffering such a loss, they definitely won't give it to me again. Now is also the time to kill Haklong and move on to the next boss, but considering all the benefits they've given me, killing them feels a bit wrong. The system reminds that when a boss who has been assigned a role is killed by the master, it will automatically be assigned to become an absolutely loyal subordinate of the master. Duong was stunned upon hearing this news. You sit up suddenly, I'm not hearing things. I can really get a Haklong pet, the system confirms. Yes, this is a normal operation. The host doesn't need to get too excited. Duong rejoices. How could he not be excited? This is a former dragon, majestic, powerful, and domineering. Even among SSS rank guilds like the Global Beast Taming Association, there aren't many who can tame a former dragon as a pet. If I suddenly summon a black dragon pet during a guild battle, the scene would be incredibly exciting. Duong knew this well, but with his current attributes, even using the heart of the dragon on the black dragon wouldn't be enough. How long would it take to kill the black dragon? And if someone challenged him right after the attack, wouldn't that be a waste? Duong gets off the bed, puts on his shoes, and ponders this issue carefully, realizing that right now leveling up mainly depends on boss quests, and if no one challenges him within a certain time, his leveling progress will be halted. Moreover, because of my low level, each dual role costs a lot of experience. If I overuse it when facing exploration teams, next time it won't be good. It seems I need to level up quickly. What if I go explore the wilderness map or high-level dungeons? Duong suddenly remembered the message in the guild. You open the system to check. I remember the ancient forest is also a hidden level with phantom stones. Indeed, a rare opportunity, so I'll go with them. So I sent a 2-word message. Understood. Dung Tuyet and Uvan received it and will send someone. The entire guild erupts in shock. Hey! An Ngu happily sends a message. Finally, the handsome guy has replied. Come on, your protective older sister reminds you to watch your image. Duong Yen replied. An Ngu talks about Mu Dung Tweet every day, but I think she's the one with impure thoughts. An Ngu explained, Don't insult me. My handsome friend and I are just half-siblings with a pure sibling relationship, nothing more. 1-word reply. Sister An Ngu, it's exposed. An Ngu angrily messages. So unfair. You're speechless as continuous messages keep popping up again, and Yuvan has been silent all this time without sending a single message. Finally, she asked, to Duong, are you really sure you want to go fight the Hollow Crystal Secret Realm with us? The monsters inside are too dangerous for you. Are you absolutely certain? Duong replied, I'll go ahead. Everyone can come later. The next day, during the class transfer in the Divine Hall, I saw Lei Shan walk in. A junior asked curiously, Boss, why do you look so bad? He replied, I finally reached level 99 after much effort. Just went to accept the 5-element class change mission, and the result was a giant in the deep forest. Someone hesitated and asked, the difficulty of the giant in the deep forest is not less than the Long Ha Fortress. With our current level, we can't fight it twice. They are talking among themselves. I hear that Yuvan's people are preparing to attack the deep forest of giants. It seems this year's Heavenly Refinement Secret Realm tickets are only for them, and the gap between the two guilds is growing wider. Lei Shan confidently said, Not necessarily. We still have a way to stop Yu Yun from stealing the tickets. They hesitated. Leader, do you mean that? Han smiled with a cruel expression. If I have no other way out, then there's nothing to hold back. Kill them all, so that Yuvan, like us, can taste despair. Information about the Hidden City Secret Realm, the Ancient Forest of Giants, a diamond-level secret realm recommended for players level 90 and above. Tall ancient trees block out the mountain's light, and in the deep forest, the distant roars of giant beasts can be heard. It seems to be warning outsiders that this place is not welcoming them as the countdown begins. 35 minutes. Looking at the people around, Duong comments, there are indeed many people. The ancient forest and Hak Long City are both high-level secret realms. The difficulty is probably comparable. Yuvan chose to challenge now because of that. The Secret Realm Trial, the so-called Secret Realm Trial, is a special mission organized by the Divine Temple of Vinfong City Lord. It is held once a year, and only level A guilds with 5 transformation professionists or higher are eligible to participate in the Secret Realm Trial. Each city has only one entry ticket, and the top 3 guilds in the Secret Realm will receive abundant rewards, including a Divine-grade weapon, 3 Diamond-grade weapons, and various other guild resources. For any guild, it is extremely attractive. As the only 2 level A guilds in Tianling City, Yuvan and the Spirit Beasts are eager to outdo each other, so they hurriedly advance to the 5th transformation to qualify for the Secret Realm Trial. Although the power of the Spirit Beasts is slightly stronger, they were wiped out in the Black Dragon City, and their level and equipment were reduced, putting them at a disadvantage. So now, it's Yuvan's turn, and most of the participants are level B guilds, posing no real threat to them. The current situation has changed a bit. I glanced to the side, but as soon as the Thunder Mountain team arrived, they pushed everyone else away. Low-level profession players, listen up. This diamond-level secret realm is already ours, and the beasts are covered by us. If you don't want to die, get out quickly. Those who hear this are terrified. These are spirit beasts, and you can see that even spirit beasts don't give up easily. The other players are fleeing, and these A-level guilds are just too overbearing. The person next to him quietly reminds him that, haven't you heard that recently, divine beasts have been very unlucky? This clearly seems to be a grudge, and Tuduang is pondering that with the current strength of the divine beasts, fighting in a diamond-level secret realm might be quite difficult. There aren't many level 90 players either, and from their stance it doesn't seem like they're preparing for a dungeon run. Instead, it looks more like they're a team. You're starting to realize their scheme. Are these guys trying to block Yuvan from entering the dungeon, preventing them from fighting it, acting like they don't care? It's just too immoral. Seeing Tuduang still standing there, the level 72 follower spoke up. This kid is deaf or what? Can't he hear our leader talking? I answer, I'm just wandering around, not interested in your business. Do as you please. The guy pushed Tuduang back roughly. Damn it, I told you to move aside. Get out of my way. Tuduang clenched his hand that was resting on his shoulder, then twisted it back forcefully. The follower yelled out, my hand. Tuduang casually threw the guy toward a distant tree, with such force that the follower's body flew straight into the forest. In the end, the follower, trembling with fear, sat beneath the fallen tree, and Loisan cautiously asked, Who are you? And why did you hit him? Tuduang yawned casually and said nothing much, just that the guy wanted to hit me earlier, so I was defending myself. Truong Min, getting angry, asked what kind of attitude that was, claiming he only had a little blood drawn and was defending himself, yet acting so arrogantly. Loisan interrupted, Truong Min, there's no need to say more. Han Thuong Luong, if that guy insulted you, then he's truly in the wrong, but you've already taught him a lesson. So maybe we should just leave it at that. Tuduang agrees, I have no opinion. He then asks in disbelief, President, are you just going to let that kid get away with this? Loisan remains much calmer. To kill a stalker of the 3rd transmission at a moment's notice, they must at least be a 4th-tier professional. We came here to cause trouble for Yuvan. No need to create more chaos. Truong Min is a bit more angry. That's true, but is he one of Yuvan's people? If not, why is he here alone? Loisan replied, maybe not, since those women usually don't associate with men. Tuduang sensed someone approaching, and Yuvan stepped forward to ask, Leader Loi, what do you mean? Han's people didn't do anything wrong. He has no intention of causing trouble. This old hidden Lam is ours first. I hope Chairman Lam goes to another dungeon. You're not happy, so I remind you. Don't joke anymore. Your spirit beasts just lost a team. How can they still have the energy to fight in the Diamond Secret Realm? So that's how it is. I understand. Now you came here to cause trouble. Why did you do such cruel things after your guild was destroyed? Does it benefit you? Can you at least save some face? Or do you want the 2 guilds to fight here? Loisan declares that his main goal is to drag everyone down, preventing you from entering the Secret Realm Trial. Let me say this again. This veteran Lam Tham, today no one will have the chance to fight. Seeing the ice surrounding him, he coldly said, Mo Dung Tuit, her guild leader, hasn't even spoken yet, but she's already made her move. Dung Tuit replied, If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point in wasting words? Loisan declared, Fine, today we'll settle the score and decide life or death, so let's fight to our satisfaction. Tuduang looked on and said, No one is allowed to challenge this dungeon today. You look down on me. What are you trying to do? Dung Tuit was surprised to see you step forward. Tuduang, even more infatuated, dares to challenge Loisan, my brother. This is too much. Observing you myself, The character discussed in the guild has finally taken the stage. Tunan regretfully added, "It would be great if Tiu Tiang were also here." A member took out a notebook. "The first male member of the Yuvan Guild has appeared. I must record this historic moment." Yuvan approached to greet him, finally meeting Yu. Duong politely replied, "Sorry, I haven't registered at the guild yet, but I think this way is more comfortable for everyone," she agreed. "Maybe so." Yuvan silently comments that the transfer to a 5-star Divine Palace beauty with a divine-level weapon and a level S guild successor has too many secrets, but even though Duong is right in front of him, he wonders whether he should speak up or ask at all. Li Dan from Loison is furious even though he's a person. "Mom, I've chased after an Ingu several times, but he didn't even bother to glance at Mom." And now he's eyeing that kid. "I want to kill it," Chow Min said. "Guild leader, this kid really is one of Yuvan. Furthermore, it doesn't sound like an outsider, but an official member." Loi Sun was so furious he gritted his teeth. "Kid, were you messing with us earlier?" Duong calmly replied, "So what if I did? Are you going to hit me?" 2 bright arrows fly in from afar. He grabs one arrow, his face calm and composed. It's the attack and defense. Duong calmly responds that if they come, they should also leave, and then kicks the next arrow back at them. 2 arrows pierce through Jiang Ming's body, causing his allies to panic and shout for the vice president. Seeing his people attacked, Loi Sun's expression darkens. "Kid, you're seeking death." Duong moved in front of Han and said, "I guess I saw through you too. You came here to cause trouble today, right? A beautiful secret like this shouldn't be disturbed. Do you think everyone has time to mess around like you guys? Do you understand that time is money? If I miss the chance to kill the fat cricket, are you willing to take responsibility?" They were stunned. "Killing the fat cricket." "What fat cricket? What does it mean?" Loi Sun replied. "You're already dead." "So what are you talking about? Die?" Duong took out the scroll. "There's no other way. I can only teach you a little lesson." Seeing the skill scroll, Han broke out in a cold sweat in panic. Lao Shan ordered, "Open the defensive barrier and use all the team's damage reduction skills for me." Han is very confident. If he dared to come alone, he's probably stubborn. But no matter how strong he is, he can't break through our strongest defensive barrier. Duong smiled to himself. "So what, then let's continue this afternoon." A giant tornado appears in the space. The strong wind makes Angu uncomfortable and annoyed. She tightly holds her skirt, and when she wears pants, she complains. A powerful elemental attack like this really feels like a natural disaster. Loi Sun was stunned, unable to believe it. This is clearly a legendary level. Tiang directed the tornado at them, then disappeared. The raging storm of lightning and thunder descends fiercely where Lei Shan is standing. A column of energy shoots into the sky, and the wind howls fiercely around. As everything gradually faded away, he announced, "All right, the obstacle has disappeared, so it's time to start the dungeon raid." The guild leader and everyone in the Uvan guild were all terrified, and even Aningu was so scared she fainted. Uvan stammered, How is that possible that the spirit beast was wiped out in an instant?" Dung Tiet continued, "Even a legendary level skill scroll couldn't destroy an A-level guild in a moment." 1-2 took out a notebook and showed the sketch he had just drawn. "Besides the skill scroll, I also used other skills." Everyone look. Eating fish stared in admiration. No wonder she's Li Yizi's younger sister. Her drawing is really beautiful. Dung Tiet could tell that this seems to be pain condensed into magic. Van seems to have found the answer, so that's it. Using a legendary skill to boost magic defense, then unleashing a large amount of epic skills to cause chaos, and finally harvesting enemies with a magic blade. His thinking is so logical. Using Snow Hesitant, it's impossible for a level 58 skill to deal damage to Lei Shan and their group, as I think of his luxurious equipment. They all shared the same thought. This must be the young master of the Super Guild. Duong hesitated and asked, "So, can we enter the dungeon now?" Yuvan agreed and said they would set out immediately. As they entered the dungeon and looked at the tall trees around them, Uvan felt a bit cold and hugged herself with both hands. The tall trees really give off a giant's territory vibe, and the terrain here is complicated. Everyone sticks close and stays alert, and Angu approached to start a conversation. Duong asked if our dungeon run this time would go smoothly. "You guess probably no problem, right?" She is hoping for help, but I wonder if something unexpected like the Longsong Fortress will appear. "You'll have to protect her then." Duong politely said he would do his best. Suddenly, something jumped out from behind the bushes, startling An Engu. A rabbit jumps out and she forces a smile, startled for a moment only to realize it's a baby rabbit. But she is disappointed because what's behind the bush is actually a fierce two-headed beast level 89. UV Ko wielded her sword in one hand and held a shield in the other, striking the dragon directly. Nearby, the bear roared. The fierce and mighty Kunam Bao Hung, level 95, elite. An Ingu and the shepherd shouted out, and on this side, her younger brother saved her. Duong slashed at the bear. Why isn't anyone organizing people to fight the monsters? And Yu explained, high-level young sisters are all rare creatures. Do you understand? I'll take on the mission, so let me handle this side. Watch my health bar carefully. UV Co reports, I'm okay here. Full support is backing up. To Duong, you respond, understood. To Duong realized that these were all 4-turn support skills, boosting power dramatically in an instant. And this bear was also knocked far away by him. You jumped down from above and stabbed it directly in the head, dealing over 100,000 damage with a critical hit. UV Co has finished off the dragon. I'm done here too. Well done. To Duong, with you joining, our chances of winning this time have increased significantly. To Duong modestly, you're too kind. This is also my first time forming a team to clear dungeons. I look forward to your guidance. She agreed no problem, secretly thinking to herself, so this is her first time forming a team. Does that mean she's always played dungeons alone before? Oh my god, I can't figure out his identity more and more. UVC continues fighting the next boss monster. Dung Tet swings her magic staff, releasing icy cold, freezing everything around her. To Duong skillfully handles the two bears with his sword. After finishing them off, the boss monster appears, and they exclaim, finally, the boss is here. Isn't it exciting? Anko said everyone should buy the power of the heavenly mechanism, which should be very effective. Boss, a level 98 chaotic blood giant, a giant tribe. UV was worried, but the spirit beasts in the Black Dragon dungeon had been overturned before, so I was a bit concerned. You say, don't worry, my male intuition tells me this dungeon can't be overturned. She feels strangely confident. But why do his words sound so convincing? UV regains his composure and says, all right, then I'll trust your intuition. They all charged together, each member attacking the boss's weak points. Uncle Tai came to report, manager, according to the earlier report, the spirit beast at UV had a conflict outside the ancient forest. The fake quest asked about the outcome. He reports that the spirit beast has been exterminated. He replies, the more someone goes astray, the easier it is to do something incomprehensible. It was all for nothing. I used to respect them, but now it seems that this year's trial in the Heavenly Spirit City belongs to UV. Uncle Tai reminded me there's also something related to the long-singing secret realm, and the fake event's attitude has become more serious. The long-singing secret realm. Inside the dungeon, UV struck the boss monster with a slash, causing its heavy body to fall back with a loud crash, sending rocks flying everywhere. Cheers of victory erupted. We did it. We won. The announcement shows that the UV Guild successfully cleared the secret realm, and the rewards have been distributed. Guild leader, please distribute them. UV has leveled up to 100 and spoke out. Just now, you actually had a chance to be in the final team, right? But you let me have it instead. To Duong smiled and replied, no need to be polite. Maybe you need the final team's loot more than I do. I am very grateful. Thank you. I owe you a favor. The girls in the team kept rushing over to praise him. To Duong's younger brother is so impressive. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to clear the dungeon so easily. Looking closely, he's really handsome. Let's add him as a friend and keep in touch. Dung Tet couldn't stand it anymore. Enough with these people, these embarrassing ones. Yen Nan reminded him, don't pay attention to them. Looking at the loot, 2 platinum-level items and even some Kim Kwang-level gear fell out. U Van asked with concern if he wanted any equipment. I can help give it to him. Tuo Yang forced a smile and said thank you, but no need. Inside, I was thinking that I already have a bunch of level copper equipment in my storage. Dung Tet happily exclaimed, we've already completed the 5 transformation mission. Now we can get the entry tickets for the secret realm trial. And Ngu excitedly asked, President, shall we have a celebratory meal later? Of course I should congratulate you. She happily asked to Duong, shall we go together? I am excited. Notification? A challenge intrusion has been detected. Is there a connection? To Duong was surprised. What? Someone challenged so quickly, could it be that the exploration team acted first? I hurriedly moved away. Sorry about that, I suddenly had to leave early, so I won't join you for dinner. Returning to Hak Lung's residence, the little monsters are still sleeping. I came back to check who is challenging the dungeon. Seeing the other person, To Duong was surprised there was only one person, and moreover, the appearance matched. He carefully observed the opponent's figure, only one person, and this face belonged to the spirit race. Information about him shows A.K. Lawrence, level 140, mage of the Kung Bin profession, a member of the spirit race. OK sneers at the dirty monsters, a bunch of filthy creatures. just obstacles. Tu Duong carefully concealed himself and observed, knowing that this person's strength should not be underestimated. As before, let the elite monsters go ahead and scout first. AK heard the scream, "I will crush your head, cowardly spirit." In front of him stood a level 98 dragon language priest, a level 96 dog-headed chieftain, and a level 95 blood dragon sorcerer, all offering their blood as sacrifices to Lord Athos, killing all intruders. He laughed again. Athos, is that the name of that stupid black dragon? Just a young black dragon, a half-elf with a few forbidden spells can kill it. A K will cut through all of them with one sword, and for you guys, you're not even half-elves, fresh blood splattering towards AK. He felt disgusted as blood splattered on his face. The blood of these vile monsters. Damn it to hell. If not for the princess, I'd rather die than come to this filthy place. He endured the forest guardian's protection and stood beneath it. Tu Duong was amazed when he saw the image through the mirror. Your level 95 monster affinity was easily killed. This guy is even stronger than some of the explorers. Isn't he a 6th tier profession? 6th tier is still opening up. Fighting him definitely won't end well. This is bad. He suddenly realized a crucial point. Wait a minute. Just now you said it was because of the princess. Could it be her? Maybe I can gather some information from her. Tu Duong thought about Lilith being here. She's still sleeping now. I gently knock on the cage and say, "Hey, don't sleep anymore. Why are you still sleeping? Wake up." Lilith sits up, rubbing her eyes sleepily, and asks, "Who is calling me?" Tu Duong asked, "Are you the princess of the spirit realm?" She nervously pointed at you and said, "You can talk now. So how do you know how to speak?" Tu Duong replied, "You've never asked me either, and isn't your main point a bit off?" Lilith was surprised, of course. The evil dragon usually just sleeps and is completely stupid. Suddenly becoming so smart. How can anyone accept that, she thought to herself, after thinking it through for so many days. Hasn't he already seen everything about my body, and did he do something indecent while I was sleeping? Lilith cried out loudly, her seductive tone, "Don't come near me. Save me." Tu Duong felt confused. Why had the topic suddenly shifted to such a strange direction? Huh? You used your claws to crush the cage, holding her as a threat. I don't have enough patience. Answer my question, or I'll eat you. Tu Duong just intended to scare her for a moment. She tremblingly confessed, "My name is Lilith Severea, the 6th daughter of the noble Queen Severea." Tu Duong was stunned. "Queen Severea, do you know the news? I saw her before at the old dragon governance base." The fairy spirit kingdom, the former dragon kingdom, and the former human kingdom all belong to the SSS level, places with immense strength, among which only the fairy spirit kingdom has a friendly relationship with the human race. The highest ruler of the fairy spirit kingdom is Queen Severea, and it's surprising that this young fairy has such a distinguished background. Tu Duong shows the image of Akka through the mirror. Look, someone is coming to save her. She's happy, really. That's great. Lilith's face turns pale. Why is it this guy? You recognize him, this familiar person, but judging by his expression, he doesn't look happy. She confirms, of course, Akka, Lawrence, him and his family are all trash. Corrupt, I will never forget what he has done, and rather than being saved by him, I would rather be locked up here for life. You eagerly asked what he did to you, Lilith recounted. He is the beast-faced man. At first, I almost was fooled by his appearance, but he actually wanted to drug me and humiliate me. Luckily, I noticed in time and escaped his claws. Tu Duong asked curiously, "Isn't she a spellcaster?" Lilith explained, "The Lorenz family is the top power in spirit realm. Even the Empress can't easily punish them. I am not someone who easily supports others. You understand, it seems there are some old issues behind this, but for now I should take advantage of their conflict." So Tu Duong coldly announced that he was about to hand her over to this Akka guy. Lilith shouted, "No way. I'd rather die than fall into his hands." She warned, "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not asking for her opinion. This guy is Luke Truyen. I think you probably understand better than I do how strong he is. If I don't hand you over, I might not even keep this life. Unless you beg me and tell me his weakness, I will agree." Lilith blushed shyly and begged, "I will tell you his weakness. Please don't let me fall into his hands." Tu Duong thought to himself, although he wanted to diminish her aura, maybe he went a bit too far. "All right, you wide-hipped girl, then I will reluctantly agree. Tell me his weakness." Lilith's family members are born with extremely high spiritual power and exceptional talent in magic, but they all have a fatal flaw. Their bodies are very weak. Even with strength reaching the 5th or 6th level, their physical resilience remains at the 1st level. "You wonder if it's really a true glass cannon. Isn't this too extreme?" she continued, "but precisely because of that,
The Lorenz family members all possess powerful and long-lasting magical shields.
With your current strength, I'm afraid you can't break free, and the more Lilith hears, the more hopeless she becomes. It's still the same outcome. Do I really have to be taken away by that damn emperor and become his slave? That appearance makes you feel discouraged, so you might as well trust me a little. I pondered deeply, but everything she said was the truth. The current strategy is to use the meat to advance, but that will make the dungeon harder. The exploration team will be more cautious, directly affecting the plan to kill the fat bug. So is there no way to have it both ways? You are calculating step by step.
And as you level up, your spirit body will also transform, but this armor is just an external effect. It would be great if I could equip some items that increase actual attributes.
You suddenly realized, wait a minute, the dragon heart equipment isn't supposed to have turned into an item in that black dragon's hand, so does my human form equipment also, Lilith begged, or someone let me go no matter what. I don't want to fall into his hands. But for now, only empty space remains. She was surprised. Where is the dragon? Where did it go? You successfully used the illusion clone to hide yourself, which was just a fleeting idea, but unexpectedly it actually worked. Lilith looked around in panic, thinking, could he have escaped? No way. I was just about to try.
Equipping the bloodthirsty U image on the black dragon, I try to activate the special skill of the equipment, and suddenly I enter the shadow clone state. And not just that. The equipment's attributes, my innate talent, all synergize with the black dragon, especially the effect of the spiritual boost multiplied on the black dragon, as shown by the system information.
Boss, the Black Flame Desire, Athos, the legendary city, level 100, 6 million growth stages. Dark. Attribute. Dragon race. Strength 4,440, speed 1,702, spirit 2,241. You breathe a sigh of relief. Strength and spirit increase several times in an instant. With this, the gap in basic attributes is also compensated. Now that I am confident enough, it's time to go meet the guests. A car on the other side is demanding. Black Dragon Athos, hand over the princess now. If you're willing, I'll keep her safe instead of you. He taunts as he walks, saying nothing. Could it be he's afraid? What a cowardly dragon, making me waste so much effort. A car plays his cards to threaten, raising his hand. If not, I will directly attack the princess and destroy this ruined palace along with your dark dragon. Although the princess might die, manipulating memories works very well on corpses. Later, by using the forbidden recovery spell repeatedly, I could finally have the pure princess. Just thinking about the possibility of teaming up with her made me feel excited beyond control. Die. Hak Long Athos. Forbidden spell magic. To Duong's giant hand strikes down. Your perverted little friend really is a freak, truly overturning my initial impression of the spirit of love. This surprise attack reduced his health to just 6%, and a car's body collapsed to the ground as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. He sat there covered in dirt asking, Hak Long, when exactly did you appear? Why couldn't I sense your aura? And how could you break through my magic barrier with a single strike? No way, it can't be true. You burst into flames. I'm really sorry, but normally I wouldn't be interested in someone like me. From to Duong's mouth, the divine spirit of pure destruction, Hellfire Oat, burst out, burning his body to ashes. A notification appeared showing the death of the Emperor level 140, Demon Digger Kung Din, a car, Laurel, with 12.1 million experience gained. Duong wanted to check these leftover scraps to see what treasures you dropped. Looking at the notification board, you are surprised. The legendary item, the supreme forbidden spell, the item information displayed, the highest level forbidden spell, the 10,000 phenomena extreme. Thunder, casting it will cause heavenly and earthly visions. Unleash endless lightning strikes that deal devastating damage to all enemies within range. A legendary level, the Soul Summoning Stone. U Nguyen Lang Hon, using the Soul Summoning Stone, can summon back 2 level 6 beasts. The soul of U Nguyen Lang Hon will assist in battle. U Nguyen Lang Hon is known as the messenger of the goddess of nature, the guardian deity of the elf race. A legendary level spell, a sealing scroll that protects the natural spiritual realm and can withstand 7 attacks of level 6 skills without breaking. Duong was stunned. The forbidden spell is considered the highest rank among mages, and the power of a legendary level is enough to destroy a city. But ordinary mages basically don't have enough magic power to cast forbidden spells, so most of the time they are just rolling scrolls. That useless Akka really gave me more than I expected. You're annoyed? You should think carefully. At least the staff, robes, and protective gear are of a refined level. Again, not a single piece falls out, thinking that killing him would bring profit, but in reality, it's a loss. Where could I find such a strong and fat one? Lilith is hanging in a distant cage. She sits there sulkily with her knees drawn up, and the evil dragon suddenly disappeared. Did she go alone to challenge Akka? What if he loses then? Am I really worried about him? How could this be? I just can't accept being humiliated by a bastard like Akka. Taduong came back here when he saw Lilith's cage shaking. She curiously asked, "Where did he just go? And where is Akka?" You revealed that you used invisibility to launch a surprise attack. That demon has been burned beyond recognition. Even his soul is gone. She can rest assured now. Lilith thought in amazement that he actually managed to eliminate Akka. Incredible. As far as I remember, only the 7-colored magic can hide your presence. So how does this black dragon know? The mystery keeps getting deeper, Lilith asked when she saw that person's gaze. What are you planning to do? Just keep staring at me. You mentioned something. I remember that the royal family of the Yutin clan all possess strong magic. So why do you have no energy at all? She explained that because I carry the blood of the non-human royal family from ancient times, it not only seals my magical talents, but also significantly shortens my lifespan. Every member of the Demon Love clan must have someone sacrificed to the curse in each generation. This time it's my turn, so I am not valued at all in the clan. He secretly thought, I didn't expect she was also very pitiful. Actually, if I hadn't gotten involved, I probably would have spent my whole life wandering freely. Even the black dragon will eventually be killed by someone. And she will also become a toy of Akka, or another professional assassin. It seems that claiming I have changed her fate is not an exaggeration. Seeing the dragon's claw approaching, Lilith stammered, "What do you want to do?" "I already helped you defeat Akka. You can't just talk without acting." She panicked and covered her head with both hands, shouting. But nothing happened, except that the chains of the cage were cut off. "You announced that she is free now, and no longer trapped in the illusion." Lilith doubted. Why? Taduong replied that the good line had already helped her escape, so she can stay here peacefully, no problem. She will truly be free now, then issued an order for all subordinates to obey. No one is allowed to harm Lilith, and the strange creatures must remember, understood, obey Lord Athos. Lilith was still stunned, wondering why you suddenly treated her so well, what your purpose was, and what you really meant by true freedom. Currently, Taduong is disconnected. She thought he was sleeping, but no. How could he have just fallen asleep so quickly? Returning to the room, you exclaimed happily that this time the harvest was quite abundant, and next time you would face the exploration team more confidently. Suddenly, a ding sound announced a message, and Taduong, curious, saw it was from Lam Yu Van Sao. A series of envelope icons pop up, showing you have 99 unread messages, and you nervously wonder if you've been infected with a virus. A flood of messages asking where you are and why you haven't replied arrives. "I'm really worried about you. I hope next time you won't go suddenly like that. It's best to tell me in advance if there's something good. Do you know you can ask me to draw a sketch for you?" "No, why not? It's usually fine too." Taduong pondered. These girls are too enthusiastic. Taduong sent a message back, apologizing for rushing off today and bothering everyone. "I thought about it, but I still should reply to Lam Yu Van. It's good for her to keep an eye on the others." She responded immediately. "No problem. I know you have your own things to handle. Hopefully we can meet next time. And thank you for your help today." The girls sent a picture of their celebration. I smiled and felt that it was still lively. This is the kind of scene that should be at the guild. Lam Yu Van. This person is really not bad. Very capable. Much better than the Spirit Beast and Exploration team. On the 21st day at the Class Change Tower, seeing you, she happily asked back, "Taduong, you really look good. Are you also changing your profession?" I confirm, yes, I'm going to First Class A. She shyly reports that with the help of the seniors, she finally reached level 20. "By the way, I heard that you and Sister Yuvan went to the Diamond level secret realm. Is that true?" Taduong responded with a nod, saying that he also reached level 60 yesterday and was here to accept the triple class change quest. She looked a bit sad and truly admired him. He was incredibly impressive. At this point, we are no longer on the same level. Deep down, I secretly regret that from now on I can only be left behind by him. Taduong encouraged her. "You're not lazy either. Holding a hidden position with great potential for growth, maybe one day you'll even surpass him." "Does that really happen?" Taduong smiled brightly and replied, "I'm not lying to you. Keep going, and I hope we can fight side by side someday." Tweet Teen regained her composure and nodded firmly. "Yes, I will try my best." She silently praised herself. Despite being so strong, her warmth remained unchanged. Indeed, Taduong is still Taduong. You have now received the 5-star mission, the 3-stage promotion mission, and the promotion to Demon Warrior, demonstrating your mastery of magic and strength. A demon destroys the fortress of the soul of the drunkard. with the mission limit of not using physical damage. Solo level 60 platinum boss dungeon of the ruined fortress, the soul of the drunkard, 2 forces, the wild spiritual mountain range of the Nam-Uyan Earth Dragon. During the mission, no physical damage or magic skills are allowed. Solo defeating the level 60 boss, the Nam-Uyan Earth Dragon, rewards the upgrade to Demon Warrior rank. Ma Spirit's secret technique transfers 300 points of attribute energy and 300 points of divine body attribute at the legendary level. Ma Spirit's secret technique is in passive skill. You realize that this new mission is becoming more intense, and it can give us 2 tasks at once, with so many restrictions. Bai Ling, watching from behind, warned that this time, the brave hero must be very careful. Especially recently, the bloodstains phenomenon has appeared, and Tu Duong suspects bloodstains. She explains that bloodstains are a special phenomenon. By that time, wild beasts and monsters will turn into berserk and bloodthirsty beings, especially in the ruined city, resembling the spirit monsters like the boss of the dungeon, which will be most affected. Additionally, Bai Ling also added that the bloodstains appear without any specific pattern. Only some warning signs are observed in the early morning when they appear, and then professional association members will issue a notice. Please be sure to pay attention, brave hero. You have remembered, I understand. Contrary to her worries, the Tower of the Dead was very confident. No matter how dangerous it was, with her own strength, she could face it without issue. Unfortunately, I can't tell her, so her worries are in vain. This place is a ruined city. A platinum-level secret realm, recommended level 60 or above, once the city of some noble. It is said that this nobleman was driven mad by a hidden secret that corroded his mind, and in one night he slaughtered everyone in the city. Eventually he became a terrifying monstrous spirit, reaching the deepest part of the city, where any monster that descends becomes his next prey. Tulu, lying drunkenly with a flushed face from too much to drink, just woke up from this sleep. Looking at the blood moon above, he almost swore, "Damn it, why did the blood moon come early or late, just on the day I got drunk?" According to the above statement, this ruined city is usually uninhabited, so the problem isn't serious. Tulu went to the warning gate, immediately set up a prohibition alert, then went back to drink. Upon receiving the notification that an attack was underway and operations could not be carried out, he was stunned and suspected that someone who didn't want to live was definitely trying to challenge the Blood Moon dungeon. Not long before, Tuduong had been here, casually messing around.
The little demons have been knocked back. System notification, defeated level 56 Demon Eyes, plus 1,512 experience. Defeated level 55 Demon Eyes, plus 1,511 experience. He remained calm. I told you this Blood Moon dungeon isn't that serious. The 2 demon pupils suddenly burst with energy, making Tuduong feel a chill down his spine. He turned around and was shocked to see them. What the hell is going on? This is level 70, the berserk twin-eyed demon. Now, Tuduong finally realizes what this is. Could this be a mutation? And is this the real effect of the Blood Moon? The claws of the demon twin reach out towards him at an extremely fast speed. Tuduong quickly dodges backward, his speed now much faster. Its mouth full of sharp teeth opens wide. A burst of power shot toward him. Tuduong used his shield to resist. The 2 demon pupils revealed a savage smile. Their heads rush toward the opponent, making you fear your face turns pale. Damn it, don't come any closer. 2 streams of energy shot through that head, turning into 2 tumors with bulging eyes. Then it exploded into the sky, the fluid falling down where Tuduong was standing, and he turned to dodge. The system notified when the fluid reached Tuduong's hand, Lai Chi about 10, Thang Li Chi currently at 90% to 100%. When Thang Li Chi returns to 0 and enters an irreversible frenzy, the host must be careful. He wonders why Tuduong transmitted this critical system state. Seeing the 2 headless demons rushing toward him, he admits his mistake and realizes he truly underestimated the effectiveness of this blood-enhancing technique, as both the attack power and stamina of the monsters have increased, along with the sinister Thang Li Chi system. A flick of the hand kills them. Now I must act carefully. Tuduong sweeps through the area. Wherever he goes, monsters die. The tree in your hand unleashes a burst of firepower into the monster's body. Tuduong continues to deal with another monster floating above. He checked the status bar, Thang Li Ji, at 60% to 100%. Magic power at 20%. Tuduong felt that relying solely on magic attacks was too much, and his magic power recovery couldn't keep up. This spirit level also distracts my focus. How much longer until the boss? While resting, I see towering fingers rising from afar. I'm terrified. It's not over yet, is it? The towering figure that rose up was Tang Thi, a giant at level 82, and Tuduong was at a loss, originally planning to rely on his strength to clear the dungeon.
But now, Tang Thai had just appeared on the stage and was already stunned to see his arm being wrapped in energy. The legendary soul-shifting beast with the Li Min Lang spirit appeared and punched Tang Thai's body. That is the Yu Min Lang Lin, level 125. Tu Duong marveled, killing instantly. No wonder it's a legendary pet helper, completely unmatched in the Platinum secret realm. You say goodbye to that Lang Lin, making it startle. As Tu Duong strokes its chin, seeing it enjoy it, he breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, the resurrection beast has no owner, and with these two super helpers, even PK is manageable. I'm not weak when it comes to real people or exploration teams. You use the power of the Lang Lin, even if it slightly disrupts the game's balance, but sorry, now I'll start leveling the playing field. All right. Tu Duong's footsteps stop at a place. He looks at the large gate in front of him. It seems to be the boss's room, quite easy to find. With a forceful kick, he bursts open the door, revealing a torn room inside where a person in a dress kneels before an ancestral tablet, and a sinister voice echoes, "I have sinned against my ancestors." You're surprised there's still more to the story. It continues, saying, "I have committed too many sins of bloodshed," and today, its furious scream echoes through the room, claiming I've killed even more people. This one is the Blood Invasion, the Devouring Spirit Lord, a level 90 boss, an immortal species. We haven't been up for long when it was already torn apart by Langling. Tu Duong briefly reminded him not to kill directly. Keep the blood bag to supplement the giant sword for me. Looking at this level, they are probably all diamond dungeon bosses. The increase in health is terrifying, and without Langling helping out, we might have been overrun. You strike again, but still not enough strength. To continue upgrading to the perfect 5-attribute class, I need to be stronger. The system notification: defeated level 90 boss, bloodthirsty invasive. Ogre Spirit Queen, gained 98,322 experience points. Equipment dropped, handed over a Bach Kim level Yu Min Spear, a Bach Kim level Queen Fire Ring, the soul core of the Ogre Spirit Queen, and the Ogre Spirit Queen's consciousness. Tu Duong glanced at the item in his hand. The platinum level equipment no longer caught his attention. This artifact is indeed good, but 80 points of spirit are not significant for him now. It might be useful for potion crafting, as it contains a large amount of soul power, which can be used for making medicines or directly increasing mental attributes. The long-term boost of 80 points made Tu Duong realize it was time to leave. All right, it's also time to move on to the next mission. The bloodstains in the sky made the building look even more bizarre, and Lin Ni waiting outside was getting anxious. Has the guy who entered that ruined mansion not finished yet? Lu Tun and Bo said. Maybe it's because there's still a rookie hiding and fleeing. The dilapidated mansion under the effect of the blood mark isn't something ordinary people can handle. Only geniuses like Lok Tu Thu can easily deal with it. She exuded a murderous aura. I don't want to hear these words. Which guild is inside? How many people? And how long ago? Can you tell me right now? The man stammered. About this, Chu Tai said in defense. We already know the time. The dungeon's power has been active for nearly half an hour, but I have asked all the A and B level guilds in Tianlin City. They all say it's not their members attacking, so the current situation is still unclear. Lin Yi thought to herself that the strength of the dilapidated mansion, under the influence of the blood aura, had surpassed the level of gold reinforcement, so even she had to be extremely careful. Logically, the person inside should have been bitten and driven out by the monster long ago. But why hasn't he come out yet? Who is he really? The teleportation gate gradually appeared, and they waited eagerly as the portal responded. The people inside were about to come out. Tu Duong stepped out and sighed, exhausted. And as he looked at the people in front of him, even Chu Tai was surprised to see him. Tu Duong wondered why the exploration team was here. Had his true identity been discovered, and they were waiting for him? Lin Ni was stunned, thinking that there was only one person, and he was so young. Chu Tai was surprised, asking why it was Tu Duong again. Tu Duong calmly asked, "It's late at night and so many of you are gathered here. What are you doing? Is this a small platinum secret realm that so many great gods are visiting?" Tiu Liu sternly questioned, asking if you didn't know today is the blood moon and why you ran into the instance alone, not wanting to live anymore. Tu Duong replied, "This instance is pretty terrifying, but is it really that serious?" He cursed out loud. "Do you even know what punishment I will face if someone dies inside?" Liang Ni stepped forward, silencing him, and stepped back, while Tu Liu looked confused and let out a sound of surprise. She crossed her arms with a cold attitude and asked, "So it's you? You've completed this dungeon alone? Are you sure?" "Yes, I've completed it. Is there a problem?" Xiao Liu was beside her, flattering and saying, "Miss, please, miss." Liang Ni stepped back, capable of defeating the Blood Moon City alone. Her strength is impressive. Give me the crystal core after you defeat the boss. Just tell me how much you want. Why? This statement made Chutai's side freeze in place, sweat pouring down like rain. Lian-san, Liang Ni's bodyguard,
Stepped forward and scolded, "Do you know who you're talking to, kid?"
You agree. I don't know. I'm just asking her. She introduced herself, being rude. Open your eyes and see clearly. Standing in front of you is the youngest genius of the Monster Control Association. Her pride and captivating beauty have enchanted thousands of people, including Lady Locke Liang Ni. Lian-san reminds her of the thorn that dares to refuse the lady's request, and she deserves punishment for this disrespect. Lin Ni slapped her on the head and reminded her not to cause trouble here. Tu Duong thought to himself, she really is the daughter of the Celestial Mechanism Lord, so she has the right to be proud. But she's not really here to target me. You speak first. So may I ask what the young lady has to say? She replied, I actually wanted to find some high-quality food for my spiritual horse, but I didn't expect to be robbed beforehand. And it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. So I have to test your courage. Lian Yi suggests that if you can survive 3 minutes under my Soul Eagle's attack, I will pretend nothing happened. Seeing the eagle swoop down without giving me a choice, Tu Duong shouts, this really leaves no room for debate. Lu Tu happily watches as someone gets into trouble, daring to offend the young lady. This young lady is definitely doomed. Tai Uncle has his own thoughts, not necessarily. He alone might not be able to pass the Blood Page dungeon. Tu Duong is truly only afraid of not reaching the 4th transformation. The griffin flapped its wings, unleashing a gust of wind. Tu Duong's body moved swiftly to dodge each attack. Thinking to himself that this healing beast was not only fast but also capable of long-range attacks, just relying on wind blades wouldn't be enough. Tu Duong pulls out his ultimate sword, really doesn't want to reveal his true strength, but there's no other way. Lu Tu is stunned, feeling something familiar. Could that sword really be? Lap Ung pierced through his body, sensing that something was wrong. Tu Duong stabbed straight into it from behind, dealing only 7.569 points of damage. Lin was shocked. What is this? Lap Ung's body has turned into a cloud of mist, feathers flying everywhere in the air. Tu Duong sneered and asked, It's not even 3 minutes yet. She is angry. She dares to kill my spirit beast. You keep saying that she told you to endure 3 minutes, but never said you couldn't kill it. She's used to bullying others and can't even explain her reasoning clearly. I am very confident inside. If we really fight, with the curse in my hand, I am not afraid of you. The energy of the spiritual being around me radiates fiercely. He nervously thought to himself, she's too powerful. Uncle Tai behind him spoke up, Miss, his identity is special and cannot be challenged. Lin Yi turned back and asked, What is his identity? And the man reported, Yes, young lady. Tu Duong is a VIP-level Divine Palace transmission and a gold member of Union X, and the chief steward advised to handle his relationship carefully. She was surprised, having 2 major identities. Could it be that she also completed the 5 transmissions mission? Tu Duong guessed, so she is also a VIP of the Divine Palace. Lin Ni hesitated, still pondering before heading to the 4th transmission. She wondered why she initially thought she needed the full help of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to barely complete the pre-triad mission, while this man could do it alone with such ease. How was that possible? Tu Duong nodded farewell, indicating she now understood her identity. If there was nothing else, she could leave. No need for farewell. She sneered, swallowing her anger. Lin Yi mounted her horse and rode off, issuing the patrol order. Did she ignore the surprise? What if she just let it go? She scolded, Or what? Are you planning to steal the divine throne and then confront the divine palace? The fool? No, I dare not. I will listen to your warning. But what about your divine secrets? How terrifying. Wait until I subdue the dragon, then see if you still act like this. System notification, the 5 emotions of the 3-stage mission, the promotion to Demon Warrior, proving the dual strength of demons. 1 demon, shattered into soul fragments, has been completed. 2 forces, the wild spirit mountain of the silent earth dragon. Not finished yet. Tu Duong decided to put Lok Lin Yi's matter aside for now, and next we should go kill the earth dragon. After finishing this, we also need to choose the hidden quest we set earlier. At the Wild Spirit Mountain Range, the entrance to the broken and cracked stone layer. The boss, the silent earth dragon, is still alive with 100% health remaining. Uncle Tai nodded and said, Not bad. It seems no one dares to attack this earth dragon. Anyway, the young lady's orders have been given, and since we agreed on a challenge, Liu Tu will handle this small matter first. Lin Yi decided that although its level was very low, it was still a boss of the dragon race in this world, so she would use it for practice first. Just then, the young master appeared, and this young lady, please don't cut in line, there are still others ahead of you. She was so angry she was about to explode, glaring at him with a bullet-like stare. Lu Tu scolded him for being rude. Do you know who you're talking to? Didn't we already make an appointment earlier?
Brother Liu, I am just an ordinary staff member. I have no right to block your way with a divine power. I can only cut in front of you as the system shows. I have no other choice.
To Duong's voice rang out, please give way a little, give way a little. I'm reminding you, don't slow me down. I need to clear the instance. She turned back, looking furious, and Tu Duong was surprised to meet her here. Why is it her? Lu Tu asked angrily.
Why is everyone like this everywhere? Is it really such a bother?
Tu Duong retorted. That should be my words. We've met twice already. I can't help but think you have some scheme against me. Ling Ni scoffed. Don't just assume you're right. Do I need to target someone? Don't think that just because you hold the divine throne, you can do whatever you want. When your heavenly transformation fails, it'll be the day you fall from grace. You raised a question. Thank you for the reminder. My affairs don't need your concern. So may I ask why the young lady came to the low-level boss area of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion to do this? It's not because you're itching to fight over the items, is it?
Master Tai replied, Young lady is preparing to subdue the black flame dagger. This earth dragon is just here to practice. I hope you won't delay young lady's affairs. Tu Duong refused. I'm sorry, this earth dragon is my destined target, so I have no reason to hand it over to her.
Lin Yi challenged. Fine. Then go ahead. But once I conquer Hak Diem Chi Duk, I doubt even the god of reincarnation can save you.
You better take this seriously. Until the matter is settled, stop bragging and wait here patiently until the new boss appears.
Following Tu Duong's lead, he stepped through the portal and disappeared immediately. Lin Ni was left speechless behind him, her spirit trembling with anger. Thinking he was so arrogant and disrespectful, Chu Tai sensed something was wrong. He was acting alone to defeat the boss, and he even told us to wait until he was done. Could it be? Did he really go in alone to take down the boss? Tu Duong stepped into this dungeon, thinking that if Lak Lin Ni wanted to tame the black dragon, with her strength and the help of the expedition team, she might actually succeed. But I also know that people in her position usually hide some tricks, so I need to act faster. Tu Duong hid behind a rock to observe the boss. This is the Nam Uyen Earth Dragon, but honestly it doesn't look much like a dragon, more like a divine beast, and compared to the Black Flame Triad, it's much larger. This one is a level 61 boss, the Wilderness Earth Dragon. He jumped down from above, even though Ling and Ma Dao couldn't use their weapons. With a high-level spirit weapon, it was enough to be intimidating. A sword stabbed into the Tholong's head, dealing 32,000 damage, causing it to swing its arm and knock Tu Duong back, making him feel the defense was too high. But Tu Duong was already used to this scene. Your kind of dragon tactics, he thought, and he dropped onto the Tholong's rising claw, then continued attacking, reducing its health further, preparing to strike its weak point. A sword stabbed straight into the thinnest part where there is no protective mineral, and the Nam Yen Tholong's health dropped to 50%. He was delighted. Well done. Already taking away half its health, a heavy blow. The earth dragon roared, alerting that it was entering a berserk state. It curled into a giant wheel, and Tu Duong was surprised. Earth dragon, you should dodge before being crushed under the wheel, as the dust rises thick in the air. No matter where Tu Duong runs, the long XI keeps chasing him closely. Seriously, it even has a tracking system.
He speeds up, but at this rate there's no chance to escape. He needs to think of a way. This long XA contains a transformation mechanism. When it loses half its health, there must be some trigger to make it stop. Any ideas?
Tu Duong noticed the differently colored stone slab in front of him, made of dull granite, or perhaps a granite wall, which was a clear hint. He carefully glanced back at the earth dragon behind him to see how close it was, as its body surged and fragments of rock flew everywhere. The system alerts that the calm earth dragon is in a dazed state due to a collision, with damage received increased by 20%. Tu Duong raises his sword and steps forward, so I won't hold back anymore. Outside, at the teleportation gate, Lu Tu anxiously asked, "Should we wait here, Chuka?" He replied, "If you have any grievances, go tell young lady." Lin San asked cautiously, "Young lady, should we go back now? Do you really believe he can clear the boss alone?" She sat on the chair and replied calmly, "I really want to see if this Tu Duong can find a way to survive." The notification shows, Tu Duong soloed the Nam Yen Tholong, took 20 minutes and 18 seconds, and ranked first. They were stunned. What? Lu Tu can now believe that the little brat can really solo a boss and even set a record. How is that possible?
Hacha, Chuatai hears a strange sound. What is that?
People's shadows faintly appeared at the teleportation gate. He's here. Tu Duong, wearing the golden armor of the Earth Dragon, was surprised to see them. "Why are you still here? Your body is equipped with the armor, leg armor, and helmet of the Earth Dragon." The tiny, bloated appearance made Lu Tu try to hold back laughter, while the others sprayed glue and couldn't help but burst out laughing happily, and he felt a bit embarrassed, sneering at himself. Tu Duong, exhausted, knew he should have arranged his gear earlier. He didn't expect to be suddenly pushed, and although the attributes of this Tho-Long equipment weren't bad, the outside look was just hideous. "You just point inside. What's so funny about that? If you have any skill, try soloing the test scoreboard at my level." When Tu Duong glances past, Lin Ni speaks up. "I admit you have some skill, but you're just a Tho-Long. What's there to be proud of? You're still far, far from my goal." He calmly said, "So what if I steal Hawk Long's wife in front of you? Isn't that enough?" This provocative remark made her tense up, and Lin Ni gritted her teeth and asked, "What are you joking about? Do you think you are who?" "You remind me my name is Tu Duong, not only a VIP priestess transfer, but also the one who will tame Hawk Long. The system reports that the 5-star transfer mission is complete. The item is being verified, the key is being examined, the confirmation is complete. The bloodline of the peaceful Earth Dragon is verified, and the hidden transfer mission is now unlocked." A series of hidden promotion missions from the Vin Diu bloodline. Tu Duong secretly rejoiced. Here it is, the hidden task. "You read the mission introduction. At the deepest part of the Anmian Mountains, there is an underground prison where no one can reach. It used to be the laboratory of a great mage. Here, he discovers that the power comes from blood. Vin Diu comes from blood, and as far as Tu Duong knows, the Anmian mountain range is at the border of Tianlin City. The monster level is quite a bit higher than the Huangling mountain range, but it's not a problem for me. As for confirming the quest items and the quest name, it seems these objects will be used. Item information appears. The key to the Earth Dragon's bloodline, containing the essence of the Earth Dragon in its blood, is a top-grade alloy material." Tu Duong waved goodbye. "I still have tasks to do. See you later. I need to undergo evolution, then immediately go on a mission." Lin San is leading behind, guiding the way. This young man is truly too arrogant. Uncle Tai asks about the situation. The eldest young lady, "And then what should we do?" She orders you two from now on, monitor Tu Duong closely. Once he prepares to enter the next class change stage, report back to me immediately. The fiery aura radiating from him made both of them panic and quickly obey orders. Yes, Tu Duong is finally finished with his evolution as his armor disappeared. He observes the situation inside. The item information shows the Yen Tho-Long, a platinum-level gear, his energy at 480, physical armor increased by 12%, durability up by 24%, earth element damage reduced by 24%. Skills like rings, shields, and formations are 12% more effective. He forces a smile. Aside from its flaws, the attribute values are decent, and after evolution, it can be used until the 4th transformation. Although based on my current strength, continuing to use the platinum equipment to fight the crystal barrier is a bit risky. Then it's time for the main event as Tu Duong ventures deeper into the Anmian Mountains, where fog covers the area all year round. It is said that countless lives are buried here. Some explorers came to research, but no one has ever returned. Recommended level is 70 to 90. Surrounded by thick fog, Tu Duong brushed it away. The fog was too dense to see clearly around. No wonder it's called the Anmian Mountains. Feeling cold and desolate, her call sounded more like a lament. "You asked the system to show you where the underground dungeon is on the map." Tu Duong is shocked. What's going on? Then it will take some time, and behind him, a pair of red eyes are lurking and watching. Clearly, Tu Duong has noticed them, so better to clear out these remnants quickly. Suddenly, a sword strike split the monster in two before you could do anything. And from the distant fog, a voice called out, "Are you all right, little hero?" Level 75, the summoned Thunder Sword Master stepped forward. "After reaching such a level, you run to the Anmian mountain range. Are you lost?" Tu Duong bowed his head, thanking her for her help, and explained that he was here to complete a mission. She was surprised. Could a level 66 player really have a mission to go to the Anmian mountain range? "Are you not being deceived?" Truong Nguyen introduced himself, saying he was also here to gather materials for a quest, and asked if she wanted to team up. Sister would support him, but she declined, saying her mission couldn't form a team and had to be done alone. Tu Duong walks into the thick fog. "Goodbye for now. I know to be careful myself." Truong Nguyen looks curious. What kind of mysterious mission is that? "You need to go alone to use the North. Sorry, compared to the noble image, I still prefer myself." Tu Duong shouted loudly for Lin Lang to come back and leave, as Lin Lang's color changed from blue to red, shooting forward at high speed with a gun-like acceleration. He frowned and observed, this color. Could it be that the stone's spirit is also affected by bloodshed? For now, it seems like nothing is wrong, but when returning, it's better to go to the temple first to ask. It might be a ticking time bomb. Lin Lang quickly moved to Duong away at an extremely fast speed. Lin Lang's footsteps stop, dust billowing up thickly. He looks at the cave ahead. Finally arrived, the signs are indeed very well hidden. Lin Lang pushes the door open. Tu Duong covers his nose. It smells terrible. Rotting flesh and decay.
Nearby are corpses. He's curious why so many people died, and it seems they all died around the same time, blood drained completely. Perhaps this is the glory of blood?
You kick the iron door open. No monsters in sight. All emotions have already been destroyed. Inside, a formation has been set up, with the boss at its center. Tu Duong reached out and moved toward its head. The boss screamed. It was level 75, a boss infused with the necromancer's lingering obsession. The information introduces a mad wizard who pursued the glory of blood. He died helplessly for a special reason, but after his death, his hatred remained unvanished. Anyone who invades this place uninvited must soak their own blood into the dried, withered embalming. The boss fell silent when Tu Duong suddenly attacked. He stepped on it, shouting something like, "Oh, just die already! Shut up for me!" A notification sounds. You have defeated the boss at your level, absorbing the obsession of the dead wizard, gaining 213,211 experience points. You obtained an item, a note from the mad wizard's experiment. Surprised, you wonder what it is. The information and notes appear in the book. Could that book be a blessing from the Demon Queen? The moment I saw it, my heart started pounding, and I felt suffocated. So this is what it feels like. This is the flow of power, coming from the flow of glory. The experiments on animals have ended. Next was the human experiment, with over 100 people in a nearby village, but only 3 succeeded. That's too few. With 326 test subjects, the success rate was 60%. An additional 860 subjects were added, achieving a 100% success rate. Now it's my turn. I carefully read each word, then closed the notebook and whispered that he had gone mad with experiments on people. But in the end, he still failed.
What does all this mean for me? The sound of a voice echoes, finding the mission item, noting the mad sorcerer's experiment, confirming completion, receiving the reward, the blood blessing ritual.
You remember I said there was no reward, but now it's really happening. The blood blessing ritual. A special ceremony recorded in the mysterious book that grants humans power from blood. Following the glory of the bloodline. How to use it. Standing within the circle of blessings, using the blood essence of a great creature. The blood blessing ritual begins. Tu Duong contemplates. It seems to be a permanent power enhancement. But the crazy wizard also ended up killing himself. Isn't the risk too great? That's not right. The system doesn't have a human flame. Maybe he made a mistake somewhere. You suddenly seem to realize, I understand now, the only way is to say it requires the blood of a powerful monster.
The crazy mage is using human blood, so of course it will fail, but luckily I have the blood of the Earth Dragon Star.
The hidden cases mentioned here are reasonable.
When it comes to powerful creatures, who else dares to compare with the Black Wing? I suddenly had a risky idea. You asked the system, if there are no transmigrants entering the secret realm, can I connect to the boss?
It replied, my lord, as long as the connection can be refreshed, the link can be completed. If someone else enters, it will automatically alert.
I secretly rejoice. That's great. You order Ling Lang and the others to stay here and defend, to prevent outsiders from breaking the magic array.
Then I called the system, and it immediately began the connection. The system updated, understood, connecting with the boss now. Inside the Black Dragon's lair, the sky is a blazing red, and Lilith sighs in frustration. This is so boring. She's waiting, wondering why this Black Dragon said he would set her free, but has only been sleeping all day with no sign of movement. Come to think of it, I've been cornered for so long, only the close-minded Lauren came to rescue me. As expected, no one in the royal family paid attention. The princess cursed, like me. I was lost in thought when the Black Dragon suddenly surged up, scaring her and making me jump. Lilith scolded, "What are you doing? Waking up and acting like a fox?" "You handle it, it's just a habit to growl." I Duong pondered and decided to focus on the main matter. First, you were allowed to pull back the claws from the Black Dragon's person. Lilith was so terrified that her eyes widened and she stared at the golden yellow substance on her claws. I Duong realized it was indeed gold-colored blood. It seems this dragon must possess an extremely noble aura, and if its blood were used in that ritual, the outcome would surely be unimaginable. Lilith turned back and asked, What suddenly happened? Why are you hurting yourself?" Toi Duong casually replied, "Nothing. I just suddenly felt a scent, so I took some blood." Lilith silently chuckled to herself. "Could it be that you dreamed of proposing to the little dragon girl who was rejected?" I thought, annoyed. What the hell is a little dragon girl? Are you kidding me? Could it be that you actually care about me? She blushed and looked away. Who would care about you? I'm just curious. Don't overthink it. You should put the yellow liquid back into the bottle. That amount should be enough. System notification, the blood dragon crimson. Blood has been stored. I, Duong, report that the task is complete, so I will continue sleeping here. Lilith sneers, wanting to sleep again and go dream of meeting the little dragon girl again. Be serious. Stop thinking nonsense, you little tiger. The enemy is coming soon. Wait there. She doesn't understand what I, Duong, mean. What is an enemy? But there was no answer, because you had already gone to sleep. Lilith was annoyed. The guy just woke up and started talking nonsense, then went back to sleep himself. I, Duong, teleported back home, and it seems no one is causing trouble. You entered the formation area then. According to the mission's instructions, you must stand in the center of the divine blood formation. I drew out the vial of essence blood and added the blood of a powerful creature. What happens next is completely unpredictable. You lift the bottle to your lips and tilt your head back to drink it all. Wealth is in the heavens. To hell with it. As soon as you finish drinking, the effect kicks in instantly, and my eyes pop out. You stumble and fall, your body feeling an unbearable discomfort. I, Duong, sighs. It's too hot. My throat, body, head, everything feels like it's melting. The fresh blood is floating in the middle of the process, swirling around you. I silently think that this blood is sticking tightly to my body as if wanting to swallow and assimilate me. Lianlong sensed the danger and growled, wanting to move forward. I shouted to stop it. Stay back. Your face gradually becomes covered in blood. This is only part of the ritual. The weak are unworthy of receiving the blessings of the strong. Only those who are equally strong can grow stronger through painful training. Until my body was wrapped like a cocoon and the cocooning process was complete, the two spiritual wolves slowly approached. Suddenly, rays of light emanated from within me, tearing open the eye area of the cocoon, and the final blessing ritual was finally finished. The cocoon burst open widely, and I felt the power, almost like a complete transformation of my life, even greater than the progress I made in previous ascensions. Now I am strong enough to face a 5th-tier expert. The system notification says that by using the Black Dragon blood essence and completing the Divine Blood Blessing ritual, all attributes have increased by 50%. Having gained the new skill Primal Black Flame, it describes the destructive power of the dark fire held between Athos's wings. Ordinary people only need a little contact to be destroyed, and to Duong feels truly like a fierce blaze. It is simply the embodiment of destruction and absolute power. Transforming into a boss doesn't feel anything. Now that I hold that power in my hand, I truly understand how terrifying the Black Dragon's strength is. For those aspiring to challenge the Black Dragon, they are truly hopeless. To Duong patted the spiritual wolf's head, feeling the terrifying power. The weak must submit to the strong. Animals understand this rule best. He snapped his fingers to test the might of Black Flame, unleashing a devastatingly powerful strike. To Duong was stunned. The power was unbelievably terrifying. He quickly mounted the spirit wolf and left the explosion's center. In the darkness, the silhouettes of two wolves swiftly streak across the sky, and the spirit wolf's footsteps land softly on the ground. To Duong looks around. The blessing of the sacred blood has been buried and can no longer be used again. It's a pity. You need to control your strength better next time. Just as you were about to go back and change your class, suddenly a loud voice called out, "Saving you!" To Duong turned around quickly, hearing a cry for help. That voice sounded so familiar. Could it be the swordsman from before? Trong Ian is now panicking and stepping back. "Hey, don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will kill you." A group of ruffians approaches lecherously. "Beautiful girl, it's dangerous for you to come to this wilderness alone. Let our brothers protect you." She refuses to accept humiliation and raises her sword to defend herself, feeling disgusted. "Do you not fear that fake officials will punish you for your actions? Is there any other way?" The two guys in the group revealed, "Who do you think she is? Try asking the brothers who already have several lives on their hands. We were already blacklisted by the guild and not even allowed into the city walls. Do you think we care about those laws?" Loifo proudly boasted. "I've been fighting in this wilderness for over half a month, and a fat little rescue came right to my door. I never expected to find such a beautiful sister. This is truly a blessing from the heavens. I will serve you all obediently. Maybe my playful nature will earn me some rewards." So she quickly raised her knife to her neck, enduring this humiliation to end her own life. A slash of sword light cut through, severing Loifo's arm, causing him to scream in pain and his eyes to roll back. My hand. To Duong retracted his sword, having long heard about the illegal guilds targeting solo players. "I didn't expect to meet you all today. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Loi Fo angrily orders his men to catch him quickly. I want to cut off his limbs and torture him to death. Tio Tu, you're dead for sure. The guild doesn't want to drag you into this, little kaka. Run now, don't worry about me. You're no match for them. Tu Duong paid no attention to them, these 4 fake professionals. In the past, I might have had to use a legendary item, but now you instantly teleport in front of them. One of them is terrified. How is this kid so fast? A strike knocks them all away. Tu Duong confidently thought, I am no longer who I used to be. Your kick caused the place to explode with a burst of fire. Loi Fo, behind, lunged forward with his sword. Die now. The sword in his hand was already worn out. Loi Fo was stunned. What? He carefully looked at the remaining 1/3 of his sword in his hand, which had shattered after just 1 strike on my platinum-grade weapon. Could that contraption be a divine-grade weapon? Li Pu focused his attention on the boy. This kid is much chubbier than that girl. He must be carrying many valuable treasures on him. None of you are afraid of dying and are rushing in. This is a huge opportunity for us. Who do you think you are? Truly insatiable greed. Aren't you afraid of losing your lives and having no more to steal? Blue flames burst around Tu Duong's body. To deal with you all, I no longer need to hold back. The shopkeeper and the little servant stared in horror as the blue fire burned fiercely, covering the entire area in scorching heat. System notification. You have defeated level 85, receiving 12,530 experience points. You have defeated level 80. Xiaoer Wang received 9,784 experience points. Items obtained: strawberry scented rubber ring, SN binding set, black tight-fitting outfit. Tu Duong thoughtlessly dismissed it, too twisted and worthy of death. Seeing no one around, he sighed. No wonder she is the wing of the beautiful phoenix, displaying such dominance. You walk over and ask Han if she's okay, miss, and why is the energy so overwhelming? Tu Duong replies, it's a personal secret. It can't be revealed. Please understand. She blushed with embarrassment, never expecting you to be so formidable. I really was quite flirtatious in the past. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have destroyed myself by now. You're quite perceptive. A truly strong girl. Zhang Yan suddenly remembered she hadn't asked for your name. Tu Duong replied, I am To Duong. I've heard of your reputation, so you're Tu Duong. I just heard An Yinggu mention you. At that moment, An Yu said, let me tell everyone that Tuo Yang single-handedly defeated the boss. Really impressive. And Rong Shui pulled her back from behind. Hurry up and wake up, old woman. Zhang Yan chuckled to herself. I'm afraid everyone at the banquet yesterday already knows about him, and she thought annoyed, damn that An Yu. Tu Duong asked, do you already have city guards? If nothing else, I'll take my leave first. She replied, thank you. Zhang Yan sighed. Tu Duong indeed is a remarkable person. When he returned to the Divine Temple, a series of notifications appeared. 5 stars, Demon Warrior, Triple Transformation Mission, Demons and Power-Proving Dual Importance. Demons, the giant soul of the Shattered City. The mission status is complete. With the power of the Yen Tho Long from Hoch Lin Son Mak. The mission status is complete. Ties with Tu Duong reveal streams of energy, and the notification continues to display. No, the secret transfer mission. Stage 2, the royal glory comes from blood. The mission has been completed. The check is done, and the transfer ceremony begins, receiving blessings from the Idol of Glory with life force greatly increased. All basic attributes increase by 25%. After completing the 3rd transformation, the level cap is raised to 80. Each level up grants 25 basic attribute points. You glance at your armored arm, check your accumulated experience of 7.2 million, level up from 62 to 72, and receive 300 free attribute points. The system displays a new profession, Unlock. The Demon Warrior's Emiya Spirit Secret Dance has been upgraded, granting 300 strength points, 300 mental attribute points, and a legendary skill, Demon Spirit Secret Dance. A part of the skill review reveals a new passive talent. The complete skill set for Demon Spirit Secret Dance is the Assassin's Technique. Introduction of the skill, a legendary level skill called Demon Breaker, which attacks with magic. If your mental strength exceeds the target's, it instantly disintegrates the attack and doubles the reflected damage. The epic level skill, Demon Spirit Armor, consumes magic power to aid in restoring the armor, reducing incoming magic damage by 30% and increasing all magic output by 30%. Tu Duong is looking forward to it. Finally, the skill review. Updated information received, legendary level, passive skill, Secret Demon Spirit Martial Art, Ultimate Dual Union. Introducing the skill. Every 10 points of strength attribute increase physical attack by 1%. Every 10 points of spirit attribute increase magical attack by 1%, with a total power of 2,480. Basic physical attack is 1,262, plus an additional 1,219 from equipment. Speed, 1,761. Basic attribute 943, plus 818 from equipment. Spirit 1,591. Basic attribute 1,417, plus 174 from equipment. Duong quietly compared, this skill is exactly like the spirit enhancement of the Sang Trung, based on his current attributes. Physical damage increased by 248, magical damage increased by 159. Now, even without using any skills, I can easily crush the Nam Yen Tho Long. Bai Lin stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, brave hero. Your strength has increased another level, but I feel like I'm not quite happy." She said sadly, "The transfer at Donglin only offers a third transfer, so later I will have to go to Thien Lin for the next transfer. Whenever I think about saying goodbye to the brave lord, I feel like my heart is hollow, a feeling I have never experienced before." Suddenly, the statue in front of Bai Lin radiated a glow, causing her to be stunned. What was happening? Could it be an idol of blessing? The beams of light entered her body, he thought to himself. This scene was no different from the blessing of divine blood, except one was a bit strange and the other was sacred light. Bak Lin floats in the air, a golden circle above her head, the notification display indicating the blessing ritual has ended. Bak Lin has advanced to the 5th transformation as the chief priest of the Divine Temple and is beginning her transition to the Celestial Wolf mission. Duong was surprised. She has already advanced to the 5th level. Bak Lin replied, "The temple priest's elevation ceremony is different from the class promotion ritual, and this way she can continue to stay by the hero's side." Which is great. "You lean on the cage to hurt me. I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a bit. This is good enough." Duong calmly replied, "With you by my side, I feel at ease. You hold her and let's go. We'll head to the celestial spirit." The door in front of us is closed. Everyone is confused why it hasn't opened yet. What are they doing? I'm still waiting for my turn. Someone can't wait anymore and shouts, "Who the hell is inside? I'm feeding her. Get out here." The door opens and smoke billows out from inside as the young white spirit steps out. Everyone points and laughs, saying that this little brat has wasted so much of my time. They look closer and see the person in Duong's arms and swear, this isn't the temple's sacrifice. What happened to the temple's sacrifice of the great lord? Why does he look fainted? And this kid was inside alone with the sacrifice for at least half an hour. Could they be inside doing this and that? You find it hard to understand. What nonsense are these people talking about? Duong pushed through the crowd and politely reminded them, if you want to switch places, go to the other side. Please make way. Kwang Tu coldly said, "Stop right there, kid. What did you do to the temple priestess? Confess honestly or get lost?" Duong turned back to glance at him. Step aside. The guy was trembling, his aura truly terrifying. Kwang Tu's legs suddenly gave way. Damn it, just one look almost made me pee my pants. What kind of person is this fiery guy anyway? Someone ran up from behind, calling out Lord Duong. Xiaomian asked around, and suddenly I was nominated to be the new priestess of the city's spirit temple. She said that Lord Balin wants to go to Tianling City. Do you confirm that? Yes. Congratulations on your promotion. She shyly said thank you, but then worried that she might not see Lord Nai and Lord Teti for a long time, which made her a bit sad. Duong replied, "What are you talking about? I'll come back here often, and we can have meals and tea together." Then, Littleface happily waved goodbye, already set out on the road with hopes secretly in his heart. So that means I still have a chance, right? At the city of Tianling, the transfer of the Divine Temple looks even more magnificent, and the Teti welcomes Bak Lin, the noble Dung Jia, respectfully. Bak Lin, the young lady, is entrusted to the old deity for care, and after she wakes up, she will replace the old deity as the new Teti Then Dien of Tianling. Your promotion benefits and job responsibilities will still be handled by her. He politely bows his head and replies, "Yes, it's been hard." He secretly thought that after moving back to Thanlin in the future, he would need to buy a house here, and his grandparents on the other side would also have to settle down properly. Duong pressed the send button on the screen, just sending a message saying that he was going to Thanlin for work, that he was very healthy here, and that he was sending them some money and a letter. "I hope you and the children can have a better life, and I will visit you often." Mr. To, the consultant, just showed Mr. To around the house. He knows this villa has a stunning sea view, full amenities, modern interior, and is absolutely suited to your requirements. Just 9.98 million is enough to move in immediately. I've checked it out, not bad, just a bit too big and a little complicated to handle. A neatly arranged servant appeared, and the staff responded, "Don't worry about that. Just add 1 million more and you can enjoy the service of a professional maid team."
Because you handle daily life so you don't have to worry about those trivial matters anymore. The maids bow respectfully and welcome you back, master.
Duong thumbed his finger in approval, smiled, and quickly went to complete the procedures. After buying the villa, he relaxed lying under the sun, and at mealtime, the maid served him attentively. After eating, he goes to soak in the hot spring to relax. At the end of the day, he lies on the soft bed. Duong enjoyed this feeling. Having money is truly wonderful. Not long ago, I couldn't even imagine my current life. Let's sleep. Tomorrow we'll check on Bok Lin's condition again. Bok Lin over there has also fallen into a deep sleep, with no dreams all night. When she woke up, she rubbed her eyes in confusion and asked, I am the priestess of the temple. You are awake now. I will cook some herbal soup to help your recovery. Bok Lin accepted it and thanked you, High Priest Titi. I feel better now. She expressed that the statue deity hadn't manifested for many years, and this recent manifestation must be related to that new hero. I am also a bit curious about him. Then Gio asked, How do you feel after being with him for so long? Bai Ling replied, The hero is someone who can always create miracles, not only brave and strong, but also with a kind and courageous heart. I believe he can definitely bring a new light to this world. TT replied, You look very reliable, so I can also rest assured to entrust the Heavenly Spirit City to you. Bok Lin warned her grandmother that the red mark has been persistent for days, so the event must be approaching. She also needed to be more careful, then suddenly remembered something. Damn it, how could I have forgotten this? Seeing her run off, Tati called worriedly, Bok Lin, where are you going? She replied, Dongjia Dainyan still doesn't know about the red dress invasion. I have to go warn him. In her heart, Bai Lin silently prays. To Duong, please don't let anything happen. Tati feels that caring will only cause chaos. Could it be that she has feelings for him? To Duong, sleeping soundly on the soft bed, suddenly opened his eyes due to a sense of unease. To Duong ran outside to ask what was happening, when a girl fell to the ground, pointing at the object in front of her, shouting, Monster. Notification displayed, activate rare event red invasion, defeat the invading monsters. Giant axe monster, unknown level, evil demon tribe. Boss, cold-eyed monster staring at you, the destined person. Kill. To Duong, annoyed, disrupts a beautiful dream at night, not knowing others wake up very annoyed, quickly deal with them and go back to sleep. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. It was Lin Ni riding a flying horse, saying, Indeed, the person is the target of the red invasion tonight. To Duong was surprised. It's you, she ordered. Retreat. He's no match for it. This time I will handle it myself. You ask clearly, what does the red invasion really mean? Lin Ni annoyedly interrupts and says, I have no obligation to explain to you if you want to know. Go ask someone else. She secretly transforms into a spirit beast and commands it to go. The fierce beast rushes forward at incredible speed. And the monster's eyes flashed with a fierce red glow, and the clash triggered a violent explosion. I shouted warning, Hey, I just renovated this house, don't mess it up. Bok Lin hurriedly ran over and called out, To Duong, are you okay? To Duong, you surprised me. Bok Lin, why are you here? Seeing her wipe into his arms, To Duong tried to catch her. Be careful. Bok Lin says she just woke up not long ago and noticed the red tide outside the window, then remembered she hadn't told him about the invasion, so she hurried straight here. To Duong sat her down and asked if she could explain the details, and she replied, Of course. Bok Lin recounts everything she knows, that whenever the red tide surges, monsters from an unknown space appear. Their name is the Crimson Phoenix Spirit, and they invade the areas of each warrior with the main goal of killing the warriors, and only warriors can deal damage to them. This event is also called the Red Tide Invasion. The hero killed by the Tin Hong Du Lin cannot be revived, and according to the Divine Chronicles, all red invasions only occur after a hero reaches the third transformation, which I was supposed to introduce to the hero yesterday. To Duong realized, so that's how it is, but this special event happening because of the third transformation. Isn't this scale a bit too large? Bok Lin hesitated. This actually seems to exceed expectations. Lady Lok Lin's target is probably the red core, which can match her strength. It seems this crimson hummingbird spirit has some special trait. To Duong thought to himself, the monster's level suddenly jumped from 3rd to 5th transfer, which normally shouldn't happen, but in fact, its strength level isn't fixed but changes state. Over there, she unleashed a powerful attack on the monster. Lin Ni was shocked and puzzled. How could a 3rd-tier Crimson Phoenix spirit have such great strength? I have to go all out now. He shouted, Stop, stop. If you keep fighting, you'll definitely destroy our house. This guy also targeted me before. I should handle it myself. She's stubborn, only relying on others. If you want to seek death, I don't need to do anything.
Don't cry and beg me to save anyone later.
Duong's body suddenly radiated killing intent, so stand there and watch carefully. The aura of battle like a raging storm mixed with lightning, and the strong wind forced Lin Yi to hold on tightly. Countless streams of power shot towards the monster, and he moved his body in front of it, holding a dark sword with the tip pressed against the monster's neck. A blow that marked the soul's descent. As the monster's own aura burst out, system notifications appeared. Multiple armed axe wielder at level unknown, 40% vitality. Second sister widened her eyes in disbelief. How could a single strike drain 60% of its health? As she fought alongside him, Duong silently thought, as expected, this person's strength varies depending on the target of their hatred. In other words, right now that person is just a third-stage boss. For me, with the current edition of the dual extreme paths even relying solely on strength, I can absolutely crush them. Duong's hand reached out and delivered a punch to the giant body of the axe wielder, sending it flying backward. It heavily crashed to the ground, and he silently lamented that this time, the repair costs had gone up again. The axe wielder, refusing to surrender, got up and roared, rushing towards you with his axe to finish off his opponent in one strike. Duong's arm flickered with dark energy, as if to kill a hero, and it seemed like that arm bulged with muscles, swelling up. A punch knocked away the axe wielder's arm, and the disdainful voice said, "You are completely unworthy." The system displayed, level 75 multi-weapon axe wielder, 0% health. You have successfully extracted the Crimson Phoenix Spirit. Level 75. Multi-armed axe wielder received 114,514 FB, gained 3 red moon orbs. Duong smiled calmly. Red moon invasion is just that. Bak Lin admired as she watched. In an instant he had dealt with the Crimson Eagle. The hero is truly formidable. Lin Ai silently thought that she had also experienced several red moon invasions and had seen others deal with them, but the suddenness and brutality of this man's power, hidden beneath his human appearance, was something she had never seen before. Truly not the feral beast type. She had to leave first, but before going, she sneered once more, thinking that just because it was last month doesn't mean anything. Next time I will definitely make them face me. You find it strange that this person always likes to talk to themselves. Duong handed her a spirit core. This is the item Lak Lin wanted to take. Bak Lin, can you tell me if there's anything special about this one? She replied, of course, this red moon spirit core. Suddenly Bak Lin gasped in horror and softly exclaimed, "Eh," and he frowned suspiciously and asked what happened. The crystal core had turned into a huge spherical mass. Duong was shocked. What is that? His legs buckled beneath him, secretly lamenting that it was over, his body. Before fainting, you saw Bak Lin worriedly calling your name. Duong. The morning sunlight shining through the window woke Duong up. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling empty-headed. This is me. Duong was shocked to find himself sleeping with Bak Lin. She woke up, her eyes hazy, and the brave hero was awake again. He saw himself removing his leg from under the blanket and asked, "What exactly is going on here?" "Why did I sleep in the same bed with you?" Bak Lin recounted. "Don't panic, brave hero. Last night you were affected by the influence of the Crimson Phoenix Spirit. So, I performed the cleansing ritual that day." Duong questioned, "What exactly is the cleansing ritual?" She explained, yes, according to the Divine Temple Regulations, Article 921, during the battle with the Crimson Phoenix Spirit, the hero could become poisoned by its power and, if severely affected, could be transformed into the Crimson Phoenix Spirit. The sacred warrior of the temple has the duty after defeating the Crimson Phoenix Spirit, and banishing it is just part of the ritual that requires a spiritual connection between two people. Since Lord Warrior lost consciousness, I could only bring her back to the room and change her clothes. Last night, you took him to your room and carefully took off his outer clothes. Bai Lin Ai was worried and thought to herself, "That's how it is." I gently pat his head, feeling sorry. There is a wound on her neck. He was worried when he saw her cough. "What's wrong with her?" She replied, "Don't worry too much. Our Divine Temple ritualists have special physiques and can detoxify the Crimson Spirit infection with the temple's support. This type of contamination can be fully cleansed in just 12 days. I sincerely hold her hand and say, please do not force your body if it causes you harm. If you get hurt because of me, I won't be able to rest easy." Bak Lin was surprised by this unexpected development. "Hero, I am Dung Jia. I am Duong Dainyan." She blushed and quickly turned away. Right, I haven't introduced you to the benefits of the 5 stars 3 transformations, yet I will explain everything to you right away." She started speaking continuously to hide her embarrassment. From the 3rd transformation onward, Lord Dung will become a VIP of the Temple of Gods, enjoying benefits such as a monthly bonus of 50 million, increased to 1 billion, and the two great powers of the black gold status in the alliance, from a 30% reduction to 50%. At the same time, they will gain S-level membership in the guild. Bai Lin secretly thought, the benefits have increased 20-fold. It's really impressive. Becoming a divine temple is truly willing to spend a lot of money. For an S-level guild, rushing to join will only attract unnecessary attention. First, you need to have a long-term vision. A long-term plan, she emphasized, is to open the Blood Moon engraving exchange shop. This concept confused him. What exactly is this exchange shop? Lin continues to update her knowledge. The Blood Moon engraving shop, opened by the temple, allows you to exchange Blood Moon engraving cores for many extremely rare items. Devices, even forbidden spells and artifacts can be exchanged. Warriors only need to touch the divine wall to see the items available for trade with Blood Moon engraving in the shop. The girl from before probably wanted to obtain the blood-engraved moon in the invasion of the Blood Realm, so he changed his head and stepped into the forest. Then he eagerly wanted to check, even risking Lock Lin Yi to get it, to see what he could exchange for. The system displays a series of items available in the shop. Level 1, Forbidden Spells, 300 Blood Moon Shards, Level 2, Forbidden Spells, 900 Blood Moon Shards, Divine Weapons, the Water Spirit's Song, a Great Sword, 4,000 Blood Moon Shards, Divine Weapons, the Heart of the Ocean, a Magic Bag, 4,000 Blood Moon Shards, Divine Weapons, the Eternal Gold Spear of the Market, 10,000 Blood Moon Shards, the Sun's Radiance, all rare items, and a curious voice asks, is this Long Fu? This person is Mingri Genhe Tu, a beast tamer at level 128 from Manhwa Kingdom, the Min Nyat family, followed by Vu Tu respectfully replying, yes, young lady. The two companions are discussing whether this time the young lady will have a chance to tame the giant dragon. The old man also contributed, Truong Hai replied, because our Anhua country doesn't have a secret realm of the giant dragon. The alliance also often feels like they want to die, so they can only rely on the Dao Long Fu. Elder Li from the opposite side stepped out to greet them, welcoming everyone to Long Fu, with Elder Li receiving them. This person is Lai Lao, the diplomatic consul of Long Fu. He stepped forward and asked Vu Tu, I heard that Michael Tran Kim Tu Nuong will challenge the savage and ferocious Black Dragon. Are you sure about this? If Michael really dies, it will be a wasted, rare opportunity. She reassured him that Lai Lao didn't need to worry, that we trust the princess's innate talent, and even if your country has the genius beast tamer Lock Lin Yi, she cannot compare to our princess. Lai Lao snorted coldly, truly the spirit of youth, but Vu Tu met her gaze without fear, not daring to hesitate. Hai Tu looked in and asked, Old Li and Vu Tu Thun seem to have a good connection. They could talk right after meeting. She explained, Miss, I am not. You can rely on Old Li, old Mr. Li. This is our first time here, and there are many things we don't know. I hope you can guide us more. In front of Hai Tu's innocent gaze, Old Li silently compared, how does Min Nut teach this young lady? So naive, completely different from that sly old fox. He revealed that the Black Dragon Fortress where Miss Min Nyat will challenge tomorrow is outside Thien Lin City in Vinfang City, so it's better for her to go there herself, as I still have duties and can't accompany her. She waved her hand innocently, saying goodbye to the old master, and Vu Tu sighed as the old man retreated. We just arrived at Long Fu, and they didn't even bother to welcome us directly to Vinfang City. Now I understand. Who told you that Long Fu is a great family? Of course, they wouldn't see a small country like ours as anything important. Hai Tu turned back and pointed at them, scolding, What are you talking about? This is someone else's land. And we are guests, as the old saying in Long Fu goes. Yes, that old man won't stop us from going. Since we made a promise, we shouldn't cause trouble for them, Vu Tu worried. Miss, someone like you will definitely suffer in the future. He thinks it's all because the old master protected him too much, and someone far away is watching every move of He Tu. Lin Yi is curious. Is she the beast Tamer He Tu from Anhua Kwuk? Uncle Tai confirms beside her, yes, she was accepted into the National Beast Tamer Guild at the same time as the young lady, also a genius, and her goal for this trip might also be to sing her heart out. She doesn't care, she's just a little lady from Anhua country who can't cause any trouble. What I care about now is that, Tu Duong, what were the results of the investigation earlier? Yes. And the Wu Yun Guild, where Hua is, only interacted with him once in the Dark Zone, and he completed everything independently, which is truly astonishing. Lin Ni was amazed. What? She remembered his appearance and was increasingly unable to understand him. Just an ordinary guy with a low level, yet each time he did things beyond expectations. If he really manages to conquer Hat Long, how annoying. Am I really afraid of a third-tier cultivator? Hai Tu's subordinate, following behind, reminded her, Major General, we have to go now. She approached the teleportation gate and replied, Let's go back too and prepare to depart tomorrow. As they approached the teleportation gate, Hai-Tu stopped, turned back, and waved friendly to the two of them. Lin Ni froze in place, feeling a bit anxious. Chutai was stunned. We're exposed, even though we used a concealment device. She changed her attitude. We underestimated her. That girl could also be a threat from that time. I have changed my focus and immediately mobilized all the people and horses, gathering at the gates of Black Dragon City in half an hour to attack the secret realm. He issued the order clearly. At Tuduang's house, you are instructing the servants to tidy up. The wall outside is being repaired. You order that the wall also needs some reinforcement while the maids are cleaning up. The system alerts that someone is challenging the secret realm. Do you want to connect with the boss? Tuduang waited patiently, then confirmed the connection. He waved goodbye to the maid, apologizing sincerely, saying he had urgent matters to attend to. Sorry, I have something urgent. Please take care of things here. They were worried, Master. Where are you going? The house repairs are still not finished. Notification. Challenger in the secret realm. Level S Guild. Spy team. 24 people. Tuduang awakens within Hak Long's body. Indeed, a spy team in formation. Seeing Lin Wei leading the team, Tuduang is not surprised. It's her, Lok Lin Wei, she orders, ready to launch. Just help me subdue Hak Long and everyone will be rewarded greatly. Today you must settle this debt of revenge. The money for fixing the house, plus what you did to trouble me before, I'll pay it all back to you, Tuduang said. But this exploration team has a few well-equipped members. Not only more people than last time, but it seems these guys also have battle experience and are well prepared, so they are not easy to deal with. Ting An Monster steps forward to take the mission. The great king need not worry. Let the subordinates handle the intruders. The subordinates will definitely give them one and prevent them from escaping. And those two are the level 98 ones. Boss Tin An Leader, a mutated long-blood warrior with 3 million HP, hidden attribute of the Dragon Clan. Attack 2,871, Speed 902, Spirit 1,186, Innate Skill. Great Dragon Blood reduces 30% physical damage and 30% magic damage. Battlefield Command. It greatly increases damage and attack speed for nearby dragons. Level 99. Boss of the Spirit Eagle, a mutated long-blood warrior with 3 million HP, an innate trait of the Hidden Dragon Clan. Attack 2,900, Speed 10,202, Spirit 1,238, Innate Skill. Great Dragon Blood reduces 30% physical damage and 30% magic damage. Battlefield Command. Decreases incoming physical and magic damage for surrounding Long Clan members. He was surprised and puzzled, wondering why he hadn't met these two before. Lilith stepped forward and said, I still remember that kiss when you suddenly went crazy and hurt yourself. These two turned into this after drinking your blood. Tuduang was shocked and asked if using blood of the dragon also works. She replied, only these two have successfully mutated. There are a few others. Look, the others are stumbling and saying, Greetings, my lord. Sorry. Lilith pointed nervously at the seemingly frightened monsters. Tuduang thought to himself, if even General Longblood couldn't get through, then these two shouldn't be underestimated. They may not be as strong as I am now, but probably equal to when I fought Hot Diem Trigyuk. He agreed, fine, you two go handle the enemies. They saluted and responded, understood. Tuduang glanced at her and asked, What's wrong? You don't look happy. Lilith pouted shyly and turned away. No, it's nothing. She felt a strange sensation in her heart. This team seemed very strong. If they could really defeat Hat Long, why didn't she feel comfortable inside? A bloody battle was unfolding here. Lin Ni's team was fiercely attacking the elite monsters, with Chu Tai leading the charge, marching forward bravely, cautious of sudden dangers. Lin Yi, riding on her horse, reminded him to watch out for what he was worried about. Even if Hat Long advanced to a divine level, the other monsters wouldn't change. He replied, but still advised caution. A warning sounds. Attention. The elite boss leader appears. Seeing the two giant monsters, Uncle Tai is panic-stricken. He just said they appeared. Lin Ni dismisses it. They're just two elite monsters. Quickly eliminate them. He ordered them to spread out and avoid giving the boss any linked skills. One resistant to physical damage, one resistant to magic damage, using counter skills to deal damage, and to monitor their health to prevent the madness mechanic from triggering when low. All attack simultaneously the two elite monsters, as instructed by Chu Tai, aiming their strikes at their vital points, causing one to fall, which he mistook for the glory of Lord Athos. Its body suddenly stood up again, killing the trespassers and frightening them into submission. This stance was even more terrifying than a berserk state. The monsters flying in from the sky realized the boss's aid was too small and feared a trap, so they split up to fight separately and avoid regrouping. Lin Yi calmly snaps her fingers and calls her guardian beasts into battle. 3 mighty beasts protect her back. Lin Yi orders, "Don't panic, fight according to the plan. The small monsters are just small monsters. Pull them away from the boss while the others continue to fight with all their might, and my spirit beast also joins the battle." They regain their composure, clearly with the young lady supporting the fight. There's no mistake. A bird flies over the monster's shoulder, leaving a wound. It's being attacked by 3 mighty beasts and players when 2 swords strike down. Lin Yi warns, "Wait, hold on. Don't kill the boss's health." Uncle Tai below immediately follows the order. Yes, yes. 2 fall down, still maintaining a tough attitude. The intruders are damn enemies. Kill if you want or do whatever you want. Lin Yi stepped down, though she looked human. She was still a dragon. "Let me see if I can tame her." The clever monster angrily resisted. "Damn it, that sneaky human trying to tame me. I absolutely won't." Lin Yi coaxed it. "Become my strength." The clever monster is starting to become dazed. "Who am I?" She is manipulating. "You are my loyal subordinate. Have you forgotten?" It was confused. I am her subordinate, and someone nearby warned me not to let her manipulate me. Wake up now. This action made Tu Duong angry. There's no way that cup rushing into his territory and trying to capture his subordinate. Although from a professional perspective, capturing the dragon race is normal. As the boss now, I can't let her do whatever she wants. You see that rotten meat? It's hard to swallow, but even if she's afraid it's tough to beat my spiritual wine body, it seems that just by swallowing this, she can try to level up. Tu Duong hesitated as he looked at the foul-smelling piece of meat in his hand, feeling disgusted underneath. What kind of monster is this? Wait, you're not going to tell me you're going to swallow it, right? No way, no way. I really haven't dared. I also hesitated so. Tu Duong had no choice but to risk throwing the rotten meat into his mouth, but to win. That's what had to be done. You closed your eyes and swallowed the piece of meat, looking very patient, sweating nervously as you watched. She was curious. So how was it? What did it taste like? Tu Duong described with a flick of the tongue. It was both foul and sticky, and there was a strange, water-like smell. A blazing golden light erupted beneath you, shocking you. It's a surge of intense power shooting out in a torrent. It was so powerful it turned into a pillar of light soaring into the sky, leaving the silver spirit crowd stunned and staring. The 2 monsters realized that the golden hue might be from Athos, and the other one calls out urgently, "Your Majesty." Lin Yi is confused, such a powerful energy emanating from the fortress. What is happening? She stared in shock at that. So that was Hak Long. Hak Long's body appeared before her, looking powerful. The large wings spread across the sky. Lin Yi realized that Hak Long, according to the system notification, was detected as the cause of this mysterious boss secret realm. Hak Diem Chiduk, Hak Long, and Athos are experiencing anomalies. According to the assessment, Boss Hak Diem Chiduk and Hak Long evaluate Athos' strength as increased to the Hui Yue level. Boss Hak Diem Chiduk, Athos, after reaching maturity, is level 150, Hui Yue level. In this secret realm, the level has increased to the lunar eclipse instance. You coldly glance at them, successfully level up, and then the moment of destruction arrives. The appearance of Black Dragon leaves them stunned. What are you joking around with a middle finger? Last time you turned into a divine level, and now you've directly upgraded to a lunar level. What kind of game adjustment is this? Where's the system? Explain the Mao system that just appeared. Chu Tai patted the other person's shoulder. Although I am also very surprised, please stay calm a bit. Kahan turned to ask, "Miss, what should we do now? The boss at the Huyet Moon level is not something we can handle." Lin Ai still hasn't regained her composure. "Just be quiet already. It's only a side quest that appeared unexpectedly. How could Hak Long level Huin Nguyet be possible?" Tu Duong thought to himself, if the story turns out like this and they still call it unlikely, they really don't know their place. Then let me teach her a lesson. Chu Tai shouted in front of her, commanding to deploy defensive spells, all damage reduction skills prepared for. Me. No hesitation, go all out. They concentrated their strength to create a shield, as he said, while a fierce burst of fire erupted from Tu Duong's mouth. The blazing flames soared high into the sky, echoing loudly through the canyon. The fire formed a wall that enveloped the area, radiating intense heat. You land on the ground behind Chu Tai, who is struggling to stand. He is stunned, then immediately orders 10 people to fall back, 6 of them wounded. This is the strength of a boss at the level of the Hin Guyet star. At this moment, Chu Tai felt that luckily we are not completely unprepared. Notification. Life Jade complete. Can restore full health upon sacrifice. Single use. Can be activated manually. He orders get up and prepare to fight. Tu Duong looked down and saw the one-time resurrection item. It seems the exploration team really invested a lot this time. Lin Ni secretly summoned her beasts to form a line. She screams out, now that the boss has just used a big move. There are gaps everywhere. Attack with full force. Countless streams of fire blast toward Toduong, who also retaliates with flames from his mouth, creating a fierce and intense battle scene. The three giant beasts rush towards the black dragon surrounding Toduong, who remains unharmed. Lin Yi, watching from above, is amazed. Does this mean their attacks are completely ineffective? Chutai spoke. The heart of the long dragon has been taken by it, so we can only fight it gradually. That was the original plan. Liu Ji was unwilling, but that was the tactic to deal with the spirit realm level. The problem now is that facing the level of the Hui Nguyen, even just the attribute alone is enough to crush us. How can we deal with it? He knows, that's right, before absolute power, all efforts are useless. Their defensive line is starting to break apart. The boss is activating his skills again, damn it. The damage reduction spell isn't fully activated yet, there's no time to defend. Trang Chan hurriedly activates the barrier, the mountain range. A violent tremor erupts from the ground, splitting the earth apart, while a cloud of smoke rises, blocking the view all around. Ka Han supports Trang Chan, who has fainted. Old Chan has collapsed. Is there any way to recover him or not? Lu Tu is hopeless. What else can I call it? There's no saving anymore, just wait to die. Lin Ni's face turned pale. We just faced him head-on for a moment, and the entire team was wiped out. Why? How is that possible? How can this black dragon be so strong? Chu Tai continues to play the spade card, young lady. Run and escape. We will do our best to hold back the black dragon. She doesn't accept it. Do you want me to run away? I have prepared for so long because today, He clearly saw that from the moment the black dragon ascended, we had no chance to win. The only thing we can do now is minimize the damage as much as possible. Just make sure we return alive. At least we will have an explanation to the masters, please. Lin Yi saw it was too accurate to argue with, so she agreed and left immediately. So I'll leave it to you guys then. Of course, I disagree and want to run away. Today you are the main dish. How can I let you come and go as you please? A person shouted from afar, "Kid, look over here." Qin Thuong glanced briefly, not bothering to greet her mockingly. They are on the road below, no way to catch the young master. You are our opponents. Attack him. At least make some dragon scales fall, even if it costs lives. They are heroes. The fire from the black dragon's mouth burns fiercely. So I will temporarily grant your wish. Ling Ni, accelerate. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Even though I lost, how can I be so humiliated? If this gets out, how can I still be called a genius in front of others? To be honest, is there anyone capable of subjugating a dark dragon of the level of Hui Nguyen? If I can't do it, how could Hit Tu and Toduong possibly manage? Yes, I haven't lost yet. This time I will return safely and immediately find a dragon to tame, then I will still be. Just as she was feeling proud, she fell off her horse and crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Ni was annoyed. Are they fooling around? Even Uncle Tai couldn't hold on for a minute. She braced her mighty beast to protect her, blocking it. The claws of the black dragon swooped in, making Lin Ni's face turn pale with fear. She kept struggling and shouting, "Let me go, let me go." Qin Thuong always says, "It's just a tiny human dreaming of conquering the supreme." How ridiculous. Lin Yi gradually fell into despair as the giant dragon's mouth opened wide. Her reckless horse must pay with its life. She was so terrified she stammered, unable to speak, and tears shot from her eyes like high columns, leaving the boy stunned. What is happening here? Lin Yi burst into tears, tears shooting out like a fountain and falling with a splash like a heavy rain. I just don't want to lose to Toduong and Manhwa. I don't want my father to be disappointed. I just want to prove that I am the most powerful beast tamer. I also want to keep my head. I don't want to be eaten. Toduong was shocked, unable to believe that her inner self was so fragile. You threw Lin Ni down. I can understand her eagerness to fight, but I can't let her go free. Fine, I won't eat her anymore, Toduong exclaimed, then let her set off quickly. He spat fire at Ling Ni, and the system displayed, "You have evolved from the 5-element realm to level 130 Beast Tamer Lok Lin Ni. Experience gained 1,392,221. I calmly say, originally humans and monsters are different. Meeting me is your bad luck. Don't blame me for being ruthless, young lady." The update notification shows a total experience of 31.94 million. Level increased from 72 to 79. Strength from 3,720 to 3,920. Speed from 2,446 to 2,556. Spirit from 2,386 to 2,596, and 175 free attribute points gained, making the whole person feel a surge of power.
To Duong marvels that this is the largest amount of experience he has ever received, even several times more than the last time he fought the Spirit Mage in the 6th transformation.
And this blood essence, crystal enhancement, this immense power seems to be overflowing. But this 32 million experience only raised 7 levels, it seems that in the future. To level up again, I need to gain several times more experience. It seems that in the future, to level up, I will have to fight even stronger monsters and become a professional. Currently, you're level 72. Demon Spirit Secret. To Duong checked the equipment list, the exploration team still dropped quite a few items of platinum and diamond level, but now they no longer interest him. He was shocked to see the shining treasure in his hand, wondering if Lock Lin Ni's loot would surprise him at all. This is a ring that appears, suitable for high-level players. A ring, a spiritualist's artifact, item information displayed, socketed, unlimited stones, equipment restrictions, level restrictions, no attribute limits. Basic mental attribute reaches 1,000 points introduction. A relic left behind by a master of spirituality after their death. Maybe it's the long-awaited spiritual voice. Even though the original owner has passed away, it still whispers within destiny. The basic mental attribute is increased by 600 points, mental resistance by 40%, passive trait eternal meditation. Whispers from the ring can permanently increase the wearer's mental strength by 1% each day, with a maximum cumulative increase of 10%. Active, blessing of a spiritual practitioner. Consume magical power to fully empower the spell against all mental interference in the next hour. The spell will be invalid if the caster's mental strength exceeds 50% of the wearer's. You are amazed to realize that it is a high Nguyen level equipment. Although it is just an accessory, its value and attributes are often not as flashy as weapon gear, but as a high Nguyen level equipment, it is already powerful enough. Just the 2 accompanying attributes, mental attribute increase and mental resistance, are already terrifying enough. To Duong picked up the ring and looked at it, even carefully embedding an unlimited gem, directly bypassing the level limit. I have to thank Lock Lin Ni. You glance cautiously at the distant tornado, which also has a special effect. Could there still be a master? The system shows a level 1 ban spell, Storm Spirit Rage, originating from the fury of the Wind God. He will tear apart anyone brave enough to challenge him. He's overjoyed, and it's a forbidden spell. So from now on I have 2 forbidden spells, truly double the joy. As expected from the daughter of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, always carrying such impressive tools. To Duong happily flapped his wings and flew back. Just need the news of the exploration team's destruction to get out. No one will dare to challenge us in the near future. The life of the Black Demon Wing has reached its end. Lilith stands on the cliff, waiting for you to fly back. She breathes a sigh of relief. As expected, this time she was the winner. He said he would truly give her freedom from now on. So what exactly is going on? To Duong teleports back home. You announce that I am back. The maids are shocked, so the master has returned? You step outside to check the progress and see the perfect wall in front of you. To Duong asks, is it finished already? The maid replied that since the master paid double the price, the workers were working very hard to repair. She asked for a massage to relax her body because she was a bit tired. The maids prepare towels and water, while others massage to Duong's shoulders. They obeyed the order. Yes, master. At this moment, outside, the long mat scene is singing, the space gate appears, and the Heavenly Mechanism Guild members are almost going crazy. What the hell is this? Why do we level up every time we fight? This time we brought in so many people. Even used resurrection tools and still lost. What are we relying on? This dungeon is basically unbeatable. Uncle Tai stepped forward to remind them not to blame anymore. Has anyone seen young Lady Da? Only then did they realize that young Lady Da was nowhere to be found outside. A terrifying image appeared in their minds. Could it be like last time? Chu Tai turned toward the source of the sound, and the crying was coming from behind the rock, where Lin Wai was clutching a pillow and crying uncontrollably. She was too ashamed to show her face. I lost. I clearly prepared well to tame the dragon, but in the end I was so humiliated I wanted to disappear with myself like this. How dare I call myself a genius beast tamer? Uncle Tai cleared his throat loudly. Lin Wai was startled and turned back to ask what he was doing here. He stood behind the rock without stepping out, and his subordinate came to report the damage situation, so she quickly stood up and wiped her tears. There's no need to talk about these things with the boss now. I don't want to hear it anymore, he thought to himself, feeling that the young lady's mood had improved. Chu Tai sincerely advised Lady the sudden level up of the singing dragon is something no one could have predicted. Losing to a boss of the level of the enemy is not shameful. Maybe you should change your target and try to tame another giant dragon. Lin Wai felt enlightened, that's right, after all. To Duong and he too couldn't defeat that enemy-level singing dragon, so as long as she could conquer other dragons first, she would still be the #1 genius beast tamer. In the dragon realm, besides the singing dragon, there is also a red dragon and a silver dragon, with the red dragon being the weakest and the silver dragon quite strong, but both are of the divine level. If I can tame the silver dragon, I will become the strongest beast tamer among those who have conquered the great dragons. She regained her composure and said, "You're not wrong, Chutai. I used to think you were just a rough man, but I didn't expect you to have such insight." Lin Wai declared, "The losses you suffered in this dungeon will be reported to Chutai, and the heavens will compensate for it." Everyone cheered. "Lady Van Tui." "Thank you, Lady Van Tui." Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Who are all of you?" Hai Tu asked as she stepped forward. "Could it be Lock Lin Yi, young lady?" Lin Yi thought to herself. "It's her." Lin Yi admitted, "It was me. You also came to tame the black dragon, and you cheerfully introduced yourself." "Yes, my name is Hai Tu. Nice to meet you." "Meet." Lin Yi brushed past the hand caressing her, "So I wish you good luck." "Hi." Tu's subordinate stepped forward. "That woman really doesn't know Lin Yi, whether right or wrong. She's the young lady of the heavenly secret pavilion. How could she not understand even a little Lin Yi?" Vu Tu chuckled to herself. "I see. She probably failed to tame the black dragon, so she's angry and acting out." Hai Tu angrily smacked her on the head and scolded her. "She's upset already. Don't add fuel to the fire. Hurry up and start the instance." Vu Tu was unwilling. "Miss, why are you helping outsiders?" She, with her swollen head, went to the teleportation gate. "So we need to start the instance first." Seeing the displayed information, Vu Tu was shocked. What information update level, Hui Nuiet secret realm, Hak Long fortress level, Hui Nuiet level negotiation level. 150 or above, the other three were confused, wasn't it? Said to be level Teen Ru, so why did it become level Hui Nuiet? Where did we get this to fight? Are Long Ha playing us? She urged them to contact Lao Li quickly to confirm the situation. Lao Li on the other side is arranging for them. "I already understand the situation. I apologize for the sudden incident." "All right, please rest here in Tianlin for now. I will send someone to take you there while we negotiate and then inform you." Old Tram Ngam wondered if the Black Dragon in Tianlin City had really upgraded from Diamond level to Hui Nuiet level, something that had never happened before, and whether it could be controlled by humans. Of course, only I can handle this, boss, so I'll write a few question marks for this dungeon myself. The Black Dragon Fortress is immersed in a fiery red atmosphere. "I am here," to Duong speaks. "I used to be the one connecting with the Black Dragon boss, sitting and watching challengers on the top of the Lodi, and today I also become a challenger entering the secret realm. I can't describe this feeling. It's truly incredible." Seeing the monsters flying over, he sighed. "We've been warmly welcomed already. This flying blockade looks a bit familiar. The familiar aura emanating from To Duong. Animals. Open your eyes and see clearly who is standing before you." The human in his eyes glowed with a fierce golden light, and that overwhelming aura made the flying dragons stop in their tracks. One of them immediately recognized it. "This is the aura of Lord Athos." They wondered why this human had the aura of Lord Athos, and that flame was undoubtedly Lord Athos's fire. "Tô Duong lạnh lùng dúi chúng gì, cút, dọa cho dầm lô la bày gì, sắp chiến dầu quyết dinh với Hắc Long rồi. Không nên phi sức lên tên tiểu quái này. Sau do Tổ Duong ra lệnh, Vương Nguyệt Linh lặng ra dậy, cạc ngồi ở dậy phong thủ, tranh dẫm tiểu quái huyền cấp diện gần." Then, To Duong, with overwhelming presence, began to confront the boss. Lily was surprised to see the Hak Long wake up. It's awake so quickly, and someone has already challenged it. She looked at the thick dust rising ahead and thought to herself, which unlucky ones have become the spoils of the Hak Long this time? Every time Hak Long would crush and then win. Things have come to this point. I no longer expect to be free. How can the promises of monsters be trusted? At the teleportation gate, Lang Ling was already there, facing an extremely powerful Hak Long. The two exchanged information, Big Brother. What should we do now? We definitely can't fight this dragon, but why does this Hak Long smell like our owner? Could it be that the owner has become its meal? The other one denies it. That's not right. If that were the case, we would have been gone long ago. The black, sharp claws of the Hak Long slashed up, but it hurt itself instead, golden blood splattering everywhere, and Lang Lin was stunned. This dragon has gone mad. To Duong observed this and whispered to himself that the last time he caused self-injury, he had already realized that Hak Long's damage monitoring talent was ineffective on itself. Destroying half its blood should be enough. Any less would affect the explosive device, so he ordered it to listen and wait without taking any action, limiting its healing ability, and commanded all monsters in the dungeon to stop moving, disconnecting. The two eyes glaring at each other, Lang Lin sighed in relief when he saw To Duong's back, knowing that the owner was still alive. You muttered to yourself, "Luckily someone has changed the path of my useless profession. If there were no feelings at all, that would be impossible. Seeing the hole in Hak Long's lower abdomen, Tuduang stepped forward, but a new path has opened, and it's time to move forward. You strike its body, die, then become new members, and go conquer new territories. Hak Diem Tri Ruk, Athos. 2 hours later, Tuduang, exhausted, collapses on the ground. Lang Lin, exhausted, licks his lips, soaked in sweat, his hands trembling from the chopping, still not finished. Hak Long still stands firm, with a few scratches on his body. Tuduang takes out a bottle and drinks from it, finally experiencing the sensation of soul hunting and exploration. If my attributes hadn't been fully boosted, along with the soul rune and the extreme path to the prison increasing damage by 900%, I wouldn't even be able to break through its defense. Black energy surges around Tuduang's body, only a little left, one final breath to complete. Lilith is lost in a sweet dream when a rumbling sound wakes her. It's the voice of Hak Long. When she ran over, she saw a wave of heat emanating, and the group of monsters shouted, "Lord Athos, my body is disintegrating." Lilith couldn't imagine eternal darkness. Could it be that once Hak Long's rage disappeared? Tuduang uất nhìn lên va nổi, da kết thúc rồi. Thân thể khổng lồ của nội da bị lửa lớn thiếu chạy dạ. Hak Diem Chi Wings, Athos, gained 132.1 million experience. The master of the secret realm has been defeated. All monsters in the secret realm are also eliminated. Experience gained, 80.2 million, level increased from 79 to 80, with 40% experience remaining. The leftover experience is 539.6 million. Tuduang marveled at how high the experience was. 3 times more than the combined total of Lachlan Ni's exploration team and the Hu group, truly worthy of a boss at the Hainguit level. Then, a huge, glowing golden sword appeared. He guessed that this was the weapon dropped by the Black Dragon Star, which already looked extraordinary. Your hand clenched tightly around the hilt of the sword, pulling it out with precision. As the sword was drawn, Tuduang was stunned. What was this feeling? The explosive power seems ready to pour out for the person himself. The notification appears. Unique. Longbone Greatsword. Devourer. Athos. In the name of Athos, heir of the ancient Devourer, and in the end, he will walk into the fog of death. Using bones as a sword and blood as a soul, the dead are immortal, and those devoured by death exist forever. The Eater will consume its remains to gain an additional 10% attribute for this equipment. This is a unique trait, Soulmark, and once obtained, it will not be lost. You lift the dragon bone sword, cold air emanating around the bone, and with one strike, the distant mountain split in two. Tuduang marvels, too powerful even though the main attribute rewards are not the top. The important thing is that it is a growth weapon. It kills the dragon and then adds 10% of its attributes to the weapon. It's terrifying enough. It truly is a weapon when defeating the singing dragon drops it, and it has unique attributes. Very rare, extremely powerful. Extremely, you remember, and looks at the description. The blazing flame of DM Tree. This must be the rear base of the so-called UN Ancient Devouring Fake. It's no surprise that it has power comparable to other great dragons at the mature stage while still in development, and it's no wonder it was chosen by the system. I looked at the necklace on my hand and realized I had completed the Dragon Artifact quest. So this must be the Dragon Heart. The system displayed a notification. Dragon Heart sealed and quest completed. Item information refreshed. Unlocking the Dragon's Heart, it is said that the brave man blessed by the goddess beheaded the dragon's head. The dragon blood that was forged into the Dragon Slayer's blade and the removed Dragon Heart were turned into proof of the dragon's death. Until that chaos, the brave, nameless men rested here. The dragon-slaying sword was lost to the world, leaving only the testimony of the Dragon Slayer when he fell asleep. True trait, spirit increased by 50%, power doubled. Special trait, honor of the Dragon Slayer, ignores the talents of dragon tribes and increases damage dealt to dragon creatures by 500%. Activate once to awaken the blood souls of past heroes, contaminating the blood armor with dragon blood to revive their sleeping spirits and aid in battle. The elders marvel, the attributes are too exaggerated, now I can fight bosses on my own. And then the final reward, right? Notification. The first simultaneous boss kill has been completed and a boss owner is being created. The system is complete. The boss's Song of Glory shines brightly. Athos will serve as your companion and fight alongside you. Watching the Hak Long fly over, you pat its head, we meet again. Old friend, though erasing memories is truly cruel, is it a blessing or a curse for you, the one who was supposed to fail previous trials? I hope you won't blame me, Hak Long Athos. You jump onto its head. There's no time for sorrow now. Unleash your power. Hak Long rises over the entire city. Hak Long flapped its wings and flew into the fiery red sky. Lilith on the other side was anxious. Long Tuk had disappeared. It could also be said that Hak Long had been defeated, so who was it? Seeing Hak Long return, she was stunned, and Lilith exclaimed, "How could it be? You weren't supposed to be." Now she finally notices the person on Hak Long's back. I lower my hand and say, "Goodbye, beautiful princess. I've come to save you." Lilith is stunned. Why is there a human on Hak Long's back? She asked in admiration, "Could it be that you have tamed Hak Long?" And you confirmed, "That's not wrong." In Lilith's mind, how is this possible? Hak Long is a brutal existence, the strongest among the ancient dragons. They look down on everything, and even if they die, there's no way to make them submit. There was once a powerful spirit race ancestor who tamed Hak Long, but it ended in failure. Now, this Hak Long is ridden by a young boy at its feet. Who exactly is he? Could he be the legendary dragon slayer hero? I, Duong, remind you, what are you just standing there for? Come up here quickly. Lilith grabs your hand. Okay, Duong instructs. Hold on tight to me and get ready to fly up. She sat behind, clutching your shirt tightly and nodding. Hak Long flapped his wings and soared upward. Lilith screamed in fear. You tried to comfort her. It's okay. Open your eyes. The view is amazing. Hearing that, she finally dared to slightly open her eyes to look at the scene below, a vast area with winding mountains and red earth. She compared it to the feeling of being free once more, a sense of finally breaking free from restraint, feeling completely at ease. Hak Long replied that she would gain true freedom soon, and she wondered in surprise if maybe, after all, he also always longed to escape this place. I didn't expect it would be so difficult. It seems she already told Hak Long something about a misunderstanding. He was surprised, but I still think we shouldn't be too lazy. Duong announced that we're almost at the exit, so let's rush out all at once. Out in the wilderness beyond the secret realm, the guards shouted loudly, "Don't be stupid and slack off there. Hit hard for me after this wave of monsters is defeated. Take a break." The darkening sky made them anxious. Is it going to rain soon? And as Hak Long flew past, the leader stammered, "It's the Q, Long." Its claws hit the ground with a thunderous force, and Hak Long's roar made the players panic. Break out. Run. Run fast. I was surprised. It's so grand and intimidating it feels like he's a villain or something, Lilith thought. His way of speaking sounds a bit like a villain. She asked curiously, "Where do we go next?" He replied, "I can take you back to the Lord's mansion. They should know how to send you back to the spirit realm." She refused. "I don't want to." I asked suspiciously, "Then where do you want to go?" Lilith hesitated shyly and asked, "Can I follow you first?" She couldn't bring herself to say that whoever saves her, she will marry that person. But I feel so embarrassed that I can't bring myself to say it out loud. You see, although in fairy tales, heroes who slay evil dragons always end up living happily ever after with the princess. But my original wish wasn't to save her, and it seems like for now I can't leave yet, so I'll let her come along for now. Lilith, eager to chat, asked, "So I really want to know how you managed to tame that black dragon. Can you tell me?" I refuse to say a word. It's a secret. In Tianling City, everyone here is panicking after hearing the roar of the dragon. Lin Yi frowned. This dragon sound is that black dragon? Uncle Tai doesn't believe it. How could it be? The boss of the dungeon can't come outside. The person from the tomb is asking Miss, "What was that just now?" Hai Tu replied, "A lineage. The city of Tianlin has an ancient dragon to do it." Miss Hao pointed over there and asked if we could go see. The person hiding behind the tree where Hai Tu pointed was just surprised that they could detect his presence. "You little brat also have some tricks up your sleeve. Let's go. The city lord has approved, and he's now heading toward the other side. At the Hak Long fortress, at the entrance to the secret realm." Lilith asked softly, "Are we still not leaving?" I remained calm and patient, waiting a little longer. Hao Huok pointed over there. "They're already here," someone asked. "The sound seems to be coming from this side." Could it be that a world boss has appeared? Pretending to continue, the chaos outside the Hak Long fortress has been ongoing recently. It can't be the boss escaping outside, led by City Lord Nguyen Min from Tianlin City. Seeing the Hak Long, they are stunned. Is it real? Why would the boss appear outside? Duong stepped forward to greet General Ko. "Long time no see. Jia Viet Sok. It's you." Nguyen Min turned to ask, "Do you know him?" He replied, "Only met him once by chance. His name is Duong, a VIP of the Divine Temple Transfer." He politely asked, "My brother, Duong, have you really subdued this Hak Long? And you confirm it, as you see." Nguyen Min frowned. "How is that possible? This is a Hak Long at the level of Hui Nguyet. How could it be subdued by someone else? I don't believe it unless you prove it to me." And the Hak Long let out a deep roar that shook the space. The shock made Nguyen Min almost lose his footing. All right, great deity, quickly retract your divine power." Lilith peeked out from behind the rock and asked, "What are you suddenly doing? You scared me to death." He said, Sorry. Seeing her, he was more shocked. That is the Spirit Lord's phrase in the dungeon. Only by defeating the Black Dragon can he have a very low chance of saving her. Nguyen Min changed his view of the young man in front of him, capable of subduing a level Hak Long Huyen Nguyen. Just how powerful must he be? But he clearly looked no older than 20. Could it be that he is truly a 7th-tier divine elder of the Liet Duong level? Anyway, the elder at that level can't really tell his age just by appearance. No, that's not right. Even in an organization that gathers divine elders like the Global Beast Taming Association, only one person has tamed a giant dragon. So what kind of powerhouse is Tuduong really, and why does this great god want to come to my tiny heavenly spirit city? You force a polite smile and say goodbye, huh? The city lord doesn't need to perform such a grand ceremony. Get up quickly, the announcement rings out, confirming that the host has completed the first phase of the boss mission. The boss has been filtered for the host parasite to the next stage. Please the host parasite handle it quickly. Tuduong secretly rejoiced. So fast, the boss is coming soon. Nguyen Min asked curiously, "Are you the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association?" "I am Nguyen Min, the city lord of Tianlin City." "Sorry for the lack of proper reception. I hope everyone understands." Uncle Tai reminded us, City Lord, we haven't received any reports about the leader's arrival. He thinks, could he be in disguise for some reason? He denies it, but at least the teleportation center would have recorded it. He too suddenly appeared, frightening them to death. She hesitated and then said, "Hello everyone, may I join your conversation? You are someone from Cherry Blossom Country." She parted ways, her eyes shining like stars. "Hello? I am Minyatren Hitu, a beast tamer from Cherry Blossom Country. I would like to ask you for some advice on how to tame the Kulong. Could you share your experience with me?" Tuduong was stunned, this. "Hi, Tu," hit himself on the head for speaking out of turn. "No, that's not right. This is a secret of every beast tamer. I am not a beast tamer." This left her stunned, unable to believe it was happening to her. The other two looked like they had been struck by lightning. They kept asking, "Aren't you a beast tamer? So how did you manage to tame the Black Dragon?"
I've heard that so far only the gentle white dragon has been tamed. No one has ever succeeded in capturing the Black Dragon.
Hak Long is considered by the Global Beast Tamer Association to be the most powerful creature that cannot be tamed, yet it was subdued by someone who is not a beast tamer. If this news spreads, it will surely shake the entire world. Tuduong replied, "I have my own secrets, but I can't tell you. In a moment, I plan to go to Heavenly Spirit City. Please inform Lord Nwai in advance to avoid causing panic among the citizens." Someone asked in surprise, "Are you planning to go directly into the city?" The young man nodded. "Yes, that's right." Nguyen Min agreed immediately. "Under the boss, I will personally arrange the day to announce it to the whole city. Rest assured, the day will come." He quietly noted that after conquering Black Dragon, he still considered avoiding causing panic among the people. No wonder they say that the stronger someone is, the more humble and approachable they are. Only those with half-hearted intentions always act superior. He too hesitated and asked, "Can I tell my master about your matter?" Tuduong wondered, "Your master?" Nguyen Min introduces the Elder. This true Lady Hai Tu Tiu Tu is a member of the Global Beast Taming Association. Her master must be a high-ranking member of the Global Beast Taming Association. He quietly compares. A genius fire girl like Lachlan Y, but with a very different personality. Hai Tu modestly bowed and said, "The Beast Tamer Guildmaster is right. My master is one of the 9 leaders of the guild. Although he is not a beast tamer, just being able to tame the Black Dragon is enough for the guild to willingly accept him within 10 days. I believe my master would also be very eager to become your disciple." Just imagining a group of people surrounding me, asking all sorts of questions. Tuduong was sweating with fear. The head of the Global Beast Taming Association is at least an 8th or even 9th tier beast tamer. A group of beast tamers came to ask me about how to tame dragons. No one could stand that scene. You politely decline. I have to leave first. Let's talk about the guild later. Then he mounted the Black Dragon and flew away immediately afterward. Leaving Miss Hai standing below, staring after the flying dragon, Wei Ming speaks up. "Miss Hai Tu Hak Long has now been tamed. I have reported to the chief steward already. He told you to return to Long City first, and then we will discuss the matters later." She agreed, her tone filled with admiration. "Fine. I wish that someday I could also have a dragon as my mount. That would be perfect." Hak Long gradually flies toward the city of Tianlin. Lin Yi watches it fly past overhead. She saw that familiar face. Lin Y silently thought it was him. So he really managed to tame the Black Dragon? I don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of me. It seems my training process is still far from enough. She wipes away her tears. Just wait. I will definitely become stronger.
After subduing the giant dragon, I will defeat you directly to prove that I am the strongest beast tamer of this new generation.
To Duong, please announce and remind everyone. Attention everyone, the Haklong secret realm in the Fodai within Tianlin City has now been surpassed. Among them, Boss Haklong has been subdued by a venerable elder, so when people see Haklong, they don't need to be afraid. Watching Haklong fly across the sky, everyone marveled at this unique and breathtaking sight. Oh my god, look quickly.
Haklong, damn it.
So cool. The gossip spreads everywhere. I heard it has advanced to the Huinwit level. Even the exploration team was completely wiped out. Who would be so bold as to have a girl riding on Haklong's back? What's there to be so surprised about? The one who can tame the black dragon. Don't tell me it's a girl. Even 10 girls wouldn't be considered rare. In Duong's courtyard, the maidservant is still about to faint. Haklong's shadow suddenly appeared right in front of her, startling her and making everyone exclaim. Sorry for scaring you. The maid breathes a sigh of relief, so it turns out to be the owner. Just look at Haklong's massive figure. You secretly think that actually you don't want to spread rumors everywhere. But anyway, I'm not a beast tamer. I don't have a private beast domain to absorb the flow. It's not that I want to act tough. I was forced into it. Lily peeked out and asked, Is this where you'll be staying? Duong replied, How do you feel? Does it seem suitable? She happily comments. What's there to say it's suitable or not? It's spacious and clean here. I feel very good. As he sat on the back of the black dragon and watched her step down, he immediately gave instructions. Just go inside and choose a room. Someone can call a maid to help. Liu replied, All right, if you're busy, go ahead. You wonder if at first you were worried about how hard it would be to serve. I didn't expect this real princess to be quite friendly, much more than those princess wannabes. You can go to your room now. All right. It's time to deal with the new boss now. Then call the system. Tell me, what is the new boss this time? Announce the gold level. Master, the current boss is a demon from the abyss. Boss. The origin of the king. Divine level. Its power makes Duong tremble in fear. Damn it, divine level. Apart from erectile dysfunction, Huinguiet. The divine blessing. Are you nervous? Thinking about what the divine rank really means? According to the global ranking system, established by the Divine Authority for Promotion, from the year of transition onwards, every 50 levels correspond to one stage of transformation. That is the 6th transition, 7th transition, and the beginning of the next. They are called divine levels, celestial levels, and divine fire levels. It is collectively called the transition phase. Moreover, you must complete the so-called divine trial to ascend to the semi-divine level. Then, only by ascending the divine ladder can one reach the divine level, to Duong Ban Quan. This time I've encountered a god-level boss again. Is this distance too great? Just one black flame wing of divine love was enough to help me undergo a remarkable transformation. So what form will I take this time? You press the confirm connection button. The energy fills the entire room as the system displays the connection status. Please wait for the connection to be successful. In the darkness, a pair of blazing red eyes appear. Boss information displayed. Abyssal depths. Boss, the origin of the king. Divine level, attribute. Power 523,273. Spirit 343,221. Speed 234.958. Resistance.
Physical resistance, 80%. Fire element resistance, 80%.
Water element resistance, 80%. Darkness element resistance, 100%. Light element resistance, 30%. Innate trait, power, ruler of all things. Anything that happens in the abyss cannot escape the control and perception of the One. The power, the original Sin Lord, the immortal Lord. The King of Kings is immortal, as the Lord of original sin. He can resurrect the original Sin Kings infinitely. Cooldown time, 30 days. Power and origin of Abmar. Any Abmar remaining in the abyss can be used for resurrection. The Lord of original sin is the ruler of Abmar, reigning over the deep abyss in the endless darkness. The scent on the throne of the king who rules over the 7 original sins. When you look deep into the abyss, the king of the depths is also watching you. Duong frowned. So this is the level of a god, with hundreds of thousands of attributes, super resistance, and an absurd innate talent, especially the 3rd innate talent. Doesn't that mean to kill me? They have to wipe out the entire Abmar deep zone? Can humans really do that? Is this the level of a god? You remind me, I now understand the boss's abilities. System, tell me more about what makes this Abmar abyss special. The system is reading data and will explain right away. The information reveals that Abmar Deep is not a secret dungeon instance, but a gigantic space similar to a spiritual nation or a giant realm. However, it connects to the human world in a way akin to a secret dungeon. Every nation has a gateway to enter. From the first level, Abmar Deep must be constantly explored, fought, and Abmar must be killed to gain experience and other rewards. This is a paradise for leveling up and hunting treasures, but at the same time, the difficulty of the Abmar Abyss is also very high. Just the level of Abmar on the first floor is already level 40, which means the starting difficulty is comparable to a golden stage dungeon. And as you go deeper, the power of Abmar becomes even stronger. So far, the human exploration record of the Abmar Abyss is the 386th floor. This record is held by the alliance composed of SSS level guilds like the Divine Magic Sect, Holy Temple, and To Duong, according to speculation. NSSS level guild. Indeed, only those this powerful can even come into contact with divine level bosses. Could they be my next opponents? I don't know how far they are from the deepest level of the Abmar Abyss, but that's not the point. This boss is nearly immortal, so I'll be the one to land the first blow. Next time, when will the boss appear again? You're curious, but forget it. Now isn't the time to overthink. The system says the Lord of Original Sin rules over the 7 Original Sin Kings. Are these chairs theirs? Why don't I see anyone? Look closer. There are actually 4 thrones decorated with glowing patterns, while the other 3 are dark, probably destroyed by other fake professions. The remaining chairs are cold and cracked. I activate the innate treasure's power. If that's the case, why not test my second innate ability? Energy surges from that chair, the primal Sin King, the brutal body. A voice filled with astonishment echoes, "It's me. I'm alive again." Notification displayed. Level Liet Duong, the 7 Original Sins boss, Bao Thuk, Tae Dok. Attributes: Health 2,000 units, Power 62,271, Spirit 45,632, Speed 24,313. Tae Dok, seeing the demon ahead, is startled and calls out, "Sovereign!" Han knelt down. "Great Lord, thank you for your grace. It is because I am too weak that I have tarnished your reputation." To Duong thought to himself, only at the level of impotence, a subordinate of the 7 great primordial sins king, does power have to start from the semi-divine level. Could it be that I have resurrected a useless person? Information display. The innate ability of evil, brutality, and the Western poison is in an endless cycle, devouring any creature that is not a demon to satisfy itself and keep growing stronger. At the highest limit, the divine level, the artifact of the brutal king, any target swallowed by the Western poison will permanently lose 2% of their attributes, which will be transferred to the great Lord of Original Sins. He realized, wait a minute, these 2 innate abilities are actually symbols of sin and brutality of the top Original Sin. The Western poison must keep swallowing to become stronger and can also absorb 2% of the attributes of its victims. If that's the divine artifact for the primordial lord, then it's not a big deal. But if it's for my own body, can I just fly away right here? To Duong was about to speak. "Biet Toi Dok, you..." Suddenly a sound echoed. Is someone knocking at the door? "I order you, Biet Tay Dok, to return to your post and wait for my next command. This time, don't let me down." Tay Dok nghe vậy ta nghe theo lệnh vua, nội thầm nghĩ, ngay cả dục vọng và tham lam cũng gia tranh cai giận chết. Ngũi dâu tiền vua quan chứ hồi sinh chinh là ta, hồn nữa con không bị bất cứ trừng phạt nào. Because of the great ruler of the abyss, this shows how much respect and trust there is. I, Biet Tay Dok, swear to make those damn humans pay the price and offer the most abundant gifts to the ruler. The system announced that the full power of the king had been activated, and Biet Tay Dok had returned to the 100th level of the abyss. Looking at the beam of light shooting out, Tuduang thought that level 109 was where Biet Tay Dok previously held his position. I have truly revived myself as the 107th Heavenly King. Tell the system to disconnect. Then, Tuduang returned to his home. He felt that embodying the original Sinner King truly gave him a sense of controlling everything. This absolute power truly corrupts. No wonder so many in ancient times wanted to become emperors. I don't know when I will be able to reach the power of the original Sin Emperor. There was a knocking on the door outside, and the maid's voice was heard. "Master, may I ask if you are inside?" Tuduang replied, "Just a moment, I'll be there now." He stepped out and asked what's going on. She hesitated and said that Nguyen Min, the city lord, came to visit and wanted to meet with you directly. Tuduang followed this maid down the stairs. He had been waiting. Nguyen Min stepped forward to open the gate. "Elder. Tuduang, you have finally arrived. You walk over to shake hands again and ask if the lord has any business." He looks surprised. "Don't you know yet?" Your feat of subjugating the Kulong has spread throughout Longha. No, it should be said to have spread across the entire world, causing a sensation across the global beast-taming community. The dragon is one of the most powerful and brutal species. Taming the black dragon has inadvertently shattered previous claims by the Global Beast Taming Association, marking a historic milestone in the world of beast tamers. However, many senior figures in the summoning circle have raised doubts since they haven't seen it with their own eyes. Therefore, the Global Summoning Society announced it would send one of its top members, currently in Longha, to visit the newly appeared summoning beast, which is also you. To Duong's face paled. How much longer until the leader of the Beast Tamer Association arrives? Yuan Ming Ansheng said it should be soon, probably within 10 minutes at most. You're shocked, unexpectedly causing a stir among the leader of the Global Beast Tamer Association. This is truly a senior expert. You must be careful in your response. At the teleportation center of the Heavenly Spirit Market, Master and Servant Lin Yi are already here. Ling-san, curious. Miss, why don't we take the VIP route? It's too crowded here, she replied. Nothing much, just wanted to change the atmosphere occasionally. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out, but the road was blocked, and the two in front looked surprised. Is something happening over here? It seems like something is coming. Duong Vien is clearing the way. The leader of the Global Beast Tamer Association is an elder, and all the idlers step aside. The Great Rock 109 leaders of the Global Beast Tamer Association step forward and greet everyone. I apologize for the disturbance. The murmurs reveal that he is the leader of the Global Beast Tamer Association, the most advanced beast tamer in the world. It is said that his whereabouts are constantly changing, yet somehow I have managed to meet him here. Lin Yi greeted him, old man. Long time no see. He recognized her as the young girl from the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and didn't expect to meet her here. Then he asked if she also came for that black dragon. She replied, yes, but unfortunately I wasn't skilled enough and was beaten to it, so my title as the #1 genius beast tamer might have to be taken away. The great city advised the young girl not to worry too much about external titles. What truly matters is what you value, right? Lin Yi recounted that the Long Spirit Secret Realm was a special hidden area connected to the Dragon Kingdom, discovered not long ago by the Global Beast Tamer Association. That is the Long Spirit Secret Realm. As long as you can enter, there will be a chance to receive abundant rewards. Since the conditions to enter the Long Spirit Secret Realm are very strict and you need a Kulong Xuan Truk to get in, and currently there is only one person. There is only one ancient dragon seed in the world, belonging to Li Na from the United States, and at that moment, many beast tamers had already begun their journey to tame ancient dragons, and I am one of them. According to my master's research, the stronger the ancient dragon seed in the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm, the greater the benefits and rewards, which is why I want to tame the strongest black dragon.
He understands that the Long Spirit Secret Realm is about to open, and there isn't much time to waste. Judging by your appearance, you've already decided on your target. Lin Yi confirms, I want to challenge the Azure Dragon. Even though its difficulty is lower than the Black Dragon, its potential is still better than the Red Dragon. Daithem has given some guidance, but you shouldn't rush too much since the White Dragon Secret Realm has already been chosen by your Celestial Mechanism sect. Others can't enter either, so why not come with me to meet that mysterious beast-taming genius? Just to learn a bit from it, your master also said so, and after hearing that, Lin Yi hurriedly ran off. That Grandmaster, sorry, I suddenly remembered I have urgent matters to attend to. May I take my leave? He said helplessly. Is this young lady's self-respect also that strong? Fine, tell the old man to go back and inform him. First, let's take the opportunity to meet that mysterious genius. There's strange noise coming from Tu Duong's villa. Wen Min and you go outside the yard, curious, and ask, what's that sound? Could it be the great Than riding a phoenix and flying over? He's here, the boss has arrived. Nguyen Min continued. Indeed, the leader of the Global Beast Taming Association has come. Hak Long, curled up in a corner, was startled by the sound, opening its eyes with glowing yellow pupils. It roared fiercely, creating a strong gust of wind that blew away anyone trying to approach the house. Dai Then, from above, was so happy he couldn't speak. Yen Min below was still shocked. Huh? What's wrong with the old master? Seeing his mount look so weak and fragile, he criticizes it, saying, your creature is quite rude to scare others like that. Never mind. Dai Then steps down, letting the two laugh, and Nguyen Min approaches to introduce himself. Hello, I am Lao, the city lord of Tianlin City. This is the genius beast tamer you wanted to meet. He is the one who tamed Hak Long. He praised him. Truly? Heroes of old all came from noble families,
The ancients were not lying to us. My young brother is still young, but has already tamed the black dragon. Such a genius is truly rare in the world. I humbly bow and reply, Master La, you flatter me. It's just good luck on my part. Da then replied, Little Toe, don't be too modest. Right now, you are the first in the world to tame Hak Long, so you have every reason to be proud. This time, our guild has discussed and decided to invite you to join the Global Beast Tamer Association, and I wonder if you have considered this. Tuduong hesitated, and he continued, Is there really anything difficult to say? He refused because Lao Ta is not a beast tamer, so maybe he cannot join your association. Dai Than calmly said, This is nothing special, just a small matter. Now he finally realized what Tuduong said and exclaimed, Wait a minute, you're not a beast tamer, are you joking? You just point to your information board. Look, I'm really not joking. Tuduong level 80, demon spirit secret martial artist Da Than is shocked. Damn it, warrior. He turned around, asked him to wait a moment, then sent a message to the leader. They have met and truly subdued the black dragon, so why bother going out? Has he agreed to join our guild yet? Landong sent a message saying that our guild is the strongest beast tamer organization in the world, and he has no reason to refuse. Smith also sent his congratulations, wishing Long and your team success and the birth of a genius beast. Tamer, Lai Na responded, It's been a long time. Finally, someone has tamed a giant dragon. Dathak replied, There's an issue. He's not a beast tamer. His profession is a warrior. Seeing everyone in the chat box sending question marks, he felt sympathetic, as he only knew how to do the same. President Carolina replied, How about this? We invite him to join as an honorary member. 9 members have liked this information. Da Chung reports back, To Laude, our guild just discussed and agreed that you can be an honorary member in name and enjoy all the benefits of the guild. You understand. Nothing in this world comes for free, so what do you want me to do? He replied that there's really nothing special needed, just a few lessons on how to tame the Kulong for us, not many in number. Only 10 people. Tuduong frowned, the battle leader and beast tamer along with a guild master. This isn't something to be taken lightly. He pondered deeply, but the benefits of the SSS guild are truly tempting. Missing out would be a real pity. What should I do? Tuduong turned back and said, Lao Lao, I can teach, but the problem is I can't guarantee the content will be useful for you. He replied, It's okay, because Naili Nya, do you know this person? She has also taught in the association. As a result, it was useless because each person's experience is inherently hard to copy, which everyone knows, so it's just a trial, and there's no need to feel any burden. You accept, fine. I agree to join your Global Beast Tamer Association, secretly feeling pleased. If it's personal experience, then I can tell it however I want. As the leader of the Beast Tamers, get ready to listen to my story. Since the game merged with reality, transfer statues appeared everywhere, and the transfer shrine was established. After the decision of the World Union Conference, a central area of the world was divided, which is the Holy City, the owner of the transfer shrine. The supreme overseer of the Holy City's shrine, the great sacrifice of the Holy God, has never left the Holy City, and no one knows his background or strength. She is the Saint Euphemia Vega, the high priest of the Divine Transfer Temple, whose rank is unknown. That person appeared only once 10 years ago, the president of the SSS Level Magic Guild, who completed 9 transfer challenges and successfully advanced to the semi-divine level. The strongest mage on the entire continent, Augustine, tested her strength. He is the SSS Level Magic Circle Guild, the chairman of the transformation type, the destroyer of the primordial element Augustine, level 300, and the explosion of firepower burned so fiercely that it seemed to tear space apart. Thick dust and smoke rose. Even the defensive barrier cast by the great holy high priest could not break through. Since then, no one dared to question the authority of the Divine Transfer Temple. Returning to today, a warning sounded. An abnormal phenomenon appeared in the abyssal demon realm, and the original sins, brutality, and Western poison re-emerged with no clear cause. Euphemia was stunned upon hearing this, and thought to herself that bosses above the spirit level would not respawn after being defeated. This is the unchanging rule of this era. Even the deepest dungeon of the abyss cannot be violated unless there is a new mechanism we have never encountered. The subordinate reports that the divine representative, Euphemia Vega, the third saint priestess of the divine, was born from the blessing seed. She responds that she was born from the pure light. She guides me to witness the descent into the endless darkness of the abyss and to spread the light. Euphemia activated the Death Sight skill, which allows her to see any location in the world without restrictions of distance, space, or time. She saw a pitch-black abyss, truly dark and evil. This must be the deep abyss of demons. Going to that place, Euphemia speculates whether it is the throne of the original Sin King. The deepest level currently reached in the abyss is level 386, where every 100 levels, a king of original sin is encountered. Level 100, Bao Thuk, Western Poison. Level 200, Desire, a 4 Mach Nya. Level 300, Greed, Ma Mon. They should have all been destroyed long ago. But now Bao Thuk unexpectedly revives. This dark, shadowy throne only has 2 statues. Could it be that it is actually him? The abyssal, unfathomable demon with immense power, so deep that even the Sat Tri Nahan cannot see his true form. Euphemia raises her staff, unleashing a brilliant holy light. Demon, reveal your true form before the holy light. From the image within the singing aura, she saw the silhouette of a person. This is a human. Behind, a shout rang out. Who dares to look upon my throne? A powerful burst of energy shot out in a bright arc, she ordered. Get out! This is the Lord of the Western Magic Boss, the original sin, King. Arrogant level, divine level. Euphemia was attacked by the barrier of the royal realm. The Western Tower spread its wings and soared high calmly, looking down at where she stood below. Euphemia opened her eyes wide, activating her senses and dispelling all those images. The Western Tower, which had been blocking the way, was gone. Escaped, huh? The one hiding his head and showing his tail. She turned back to deliver the news. My noble king, please forgive my trespass. I am just a servant returning without permission, merely trying to stop those who dare to look upon the throne. My beloved king, when will I be able to see your face again? Euphemia is collapsing, yet he is a divine-level being. I never expected such a powerful existence among the primordial kings. So, my announcement is that even divine-level primordial kings will have to serve. Who could it be? A flash of divine light swept over. Euphemia looked up. This is the world's announcement. The announcement displays information about the world bosses, the primordial ruler. Appearing in the abyss of evil, the ultimate peace. Defeating the primordial ruler along with the 7 original kings has a chance to drop unique limited divine weapons of the rebel sin system. The person paying close attention to this news is the president of the Global Beast Taming Association, Kaliet Lamna. The second announcement states that this weapon is essential for defeating the primordial lord, and the drop rate increases with the level of class advancement. Wizard Augustine frowns upon hearing this. The third announcement reveals that killing a world boss will unlock a new expansion, the Divine Path, eagerly anticipated. Chairman, the eternal battlefield, the warpath is tightly sealed with the grasp of the mushroom. Everyone nearly exploded with this news. No way. I'm not hearing things. A world boss? This is the first time. I've never heard of it before. Not even a semi-divine boss, and never a world boss level. So, is this primordial sin monarch a divine-level boss? Surely, hearing the name of that new expansion, it's to unlock the 10th class change level. Truly divine level. Backlin assessed, this is really a major event, I secretly thought. And now I've become a world boss. The big city has some matters to attend to, my younger brother. I might have to go ahead first. The chairman called me to attend a training session. Anyway, the registration process is complete. We'll keep in touch if anything comes up. Take it easy, no problem. Just go carefully. Backlin smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Don't worry, everything is under control. I believe in the hero. You think to yourself that the SSS level alliances will definitely start acting soon. Based on the previous situation, defeating the primordial ruler is only a matter of time, and before that happens, I must prepare myself well. Killing the original Sin King might grant the unique limited divine weapon of the rebellious Sin system, but although my devouring long high greatsword is also a limited unique weapon, it still falls far short of this divine weapon of the rebellious Sin system. Anyway, this is the weapon needed to eliminate the original Sin monarch. If I can get one, it will definitely be a great help. Tuduang was considering, after all, if he used the name of the original Sin monarch to destroy the other original Sin kings, would they drop the rebellious weapon system? Tuduang knew that there are only 3 types of anti-sin weapons, unique, limited, and divine durability, with power so absurdly high. Additionally, using my power, I could bring them back to life without any mental burden. It's just that the revival time is a bit long. If I could shorten it, that would be better. Currently, the strongest profession in the world seems to be only at the demigod level. But the next resource is called the Divine Glaive of the Gilded Spirit. It seems that awakening the primordial ruler is mostly connected to a secret relationship with the Divine Glaive. If I can kill the primordial monarch alone, I would have a chance to become a god before anything else. The deceiver must have a consciousness of deception. It's just that the elders have worked hard and struggled to level up. If they knew I just awakened and surpassed them within a month of changing my class, I wonder if they would just faint right there, but for now I still need to focus on completing my mission to transfer the 5 stars first. Augustine, the god of law, the former leader of the Transcendence Society, the destroyer of primal elements, spoke. Such perfect timing, arriving all at once. Carolina, the Global Beast Taming Association, the former leader of the spirit realm, the lord of the Mai region, a bug-like creature, yet surprisingly early riser, which caught me off guard. Does Lord Dao think so too? Dao Zhan, the immortal battlefield, the former transfer guild leader, the extreme tyrant, replied that when it comes to the new version and world bosses, we should take it very seriously. Bakak, holy knight, former transfer guild leader, judgment judge, added that the invitation from the divine high priest indicates this situation is very unusual. The heavy main door was pushed open. Sang looked inside, and the group ahead entered and smiled upon seeing them, quite lively indeed. Whispers and murmurs spread as the SSS level guild elders arrive. Oh my, that's Augustus, the pride of our mages. Miss Carolina, Duangqian, captain of the Holy Knights Bakak. They are watching those screens connected there. Are those the highest leaders of the major countries? I have seen them on TV before. The SSS level guild elders and national leaders have gathered together. It looks like there will be some general entertainment to watch this time. Those who were killed by the original sin, King of Chaos, Baothuk, and Bisisia, suddenly come back to life, mainly due to the appearance of the world-class boss, the original sin monarch. The images are projected on the screen, including pictures of the toxic toxin. She continued, explaining that only by killing the King of Original Sins and obtaining the rebellious weapon line from the idol could the task of destroying the King of Original Sins be completed. Euphemia emphasized that to increase the chances of obtaining the rebellious weapon, the boss defeating must be done by a high star-level transferer. Everyone here is among the top fighting forces in the world today, and only you can accomplish this task. I also hope that all brave warriors will unite to eliminate this evil. Currently, the deepest level of Akmar Deep Abyss is 386, during which the Crusader team has encountered the three kings of original sins, gluttony, lust, and greed. It is reasonable to infer that every additional 100 levels conquered will bring them face-to-face with the next king of original sins. In other words, we still need to conquer level 314 to face the final boss. Master Augustine and General Duangqian are both already at level 372. May I ask, based on your experience, approximately how many levels can be passed through in the deep abyss with each level up? Augustine hesitated, took a sip of wine, and said this. Then he said, roughly about 3 levels. Anything more would be too much for his body. Duangqian Duangqian looked sad. The deeper they go into Akma Deep Abyss, the greater the power gap between each level. With the strength of Augustine and me, we can't challenge many levels at once. Euphemia understood and said, in other words, to reach level 700, we need to increase our levels by at least 100. It seems like this will be a very long process. Based on the analysis, from the experience of killing the original Sin King, one time is enough to raise the average level of the exploration team by many levels. If the Lord of the original sin can revive multiple times, then it might be possible to use this to significantly shorten the level up time and increase the quality of the weapon obtained. The question is, how to distribute the boss's fallen anti-sin weapon. Augustine asked, so it seems you want to be the first to get it, right? Lin Na frowned and glanced at him. If you're being so straightforward, it looks like you're quite bold today. Duangqian snorted dismissively and the others continued, setting aside equipment. The rebellious sin weapon is the key to defeating the primordial lord and also a crucial item for ascension. Everyone has been at the demigod level for so long, but don't tell me you don't want to break through this barrier. The murmurs made Euphemia's face turn grim. Indeed, there are only 7 weapons in total, and even then, it's not guaranteed they will be involved. But with fewer than 7 profession changers, who will be the one to finish and wield the weapon? Is there anyone brave enough not to fear offending? She tightly grips the staff in her hand, channeling energy into it. A bright light erupts, and Euphemia reminds that the cursed weapons are related to divine registration, so the temple will never overlook such transgressions. The enemy is now right in front of us, so please be patient. We will reach a conclusion once the exploration team has confirmed it. The other lady admits fault and apologizes to the high priest, saying we were too hasty. She replied that what you said is the nature of human beings, and I can understand that. On the path, Duang spoke about the crusade team with a purposeful hat, using the guild as a unit to challenge the dark abyss of the abyss. First, it could lead to competition disputes or cause a shortage of personnel. Therefore, I suggest that each country should gather and establish its own holy crusade team of Tamyen, taking turns to carry out the crusade against the original Sin King. As for which ending person can drop the contraband weapon, it depends on their luck. The other woman was surprised, saying using countries as a priority unit was indeed very characteristic of that era. Augustin agreed. Indeed, this will make the number of active personnel more flexible. Lamna added, and it also provides a more comprehensive approach to overall management. Euphemia wondered, what about the relatively weaker countries? He replied, that's not a matter we need to consider. If we want to defeat the king of the original sin, in the end we must rely on our strength to speak out ourselves, whether as an individual, a guild, or a nation. Euphemia announced, I understand, so let's vote according to the general's proposal. After the vote, she spoke up. 80% of those present had supported, and the proposal was approved. Only countries without a profession caster would be eligible to challenge the difficulty level of the secret realm. The Divine Temple will randomly draw from the remaining countries, and the results will be announced after the meeting. This will conclude the first agenda of the meeting, and now the second agenda begins. The hand points to Chairwoman Lin Na. Please give your speech, she responds. So it's finally my turn, huh? Then she says, as we know, the appearance of the Dragon Spirit secret realm has made it possible for the Kulong Chikwuk to invade the human world. In the country with that supergiant space, there are countless powerful bosses, and the experience they provide will be very significant. If we can enter, the level-up efficiency will increase greatly, which will also be very helpful for us in conquering the deep chaos. Augustin points out a detail, but the entry conditions for the Long Lin secret realm are very strict. Only those who have conquered a primordial dragon can enter, and she is the only person in the world to have subdued the giant dragon Lavalia from her global domination guild. But now the situation has changed, hasn't it? She admitted. That's right. You must have heard that in Longha there is a young genius who achieved the feat of conquering the dragon mark, and now he has joined our association as an honorary member. In just 3 hours? Wait a minute. That kid has conquered the dragon claw. Not to mention turning the wind into a giant, he should at least be an official member. But why is he an honorary member? Isn't that a special status reserved for those without a noble beastmaster profession? Lamna smiled and replied, this is exactly what I wanted to say. And there's an even more incredible thing about him. Duong is not a beast tamer at all, but a warrior by profession. Augustin was stunned when he heard this. What? He stood up and argued back. No way, I've tried many times to make that giant dragon submit with strength alone. I've killed countless dragons from the refined level to the fierce level. All of them were slain and refused to surrender. Besides being a beast tamer, how could anyone possibly tame a giant dragon? Impossible. No way. No way. Lamna clenched her fists. If I can't do it, then no one else can either. As the leader of the Divine Law Society, how can she speak such unworthy words? He angrily scolded the old woman. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, why don't you go and tame a dragon yourself? She burst into anger. Who are you calling an old woman? Augustine refused to back down, saying, who are you to talk? Another woman advised, hey, you two, there are still many people watching here. The debate echoed beside them. Each of those ancient dragons would rather die than submit. I have tried everything, but still cannot tame them. Killing the dragon is easy, but conquering it is even easier. That's right. How is that possible? Euphemia was worried. Even the fake professions of the 8th and former transitions here couldn't do this. So how could that young soldier really manage it? Lamna realized, even the Great Sacrifice Priest. She immediately remembered and asked, Honorable Great Sacrifice Priest, could you check the information about that young man Longha through our guild's member list? Before the meeting started, our guild helped him complete the initiation ritual. Euphemia checked Duong's information and confirmed he is indeed a warrior, even just at the 3rd transfer stage, and an honorary member, with his details now displayed. Duong, level 80, a special class warrior with a mysterious martial spirit. Achieved 5-star class changes in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd transitions. The others are extremely shocked, having defeated the Black Flame Wings at the 3rd transition. What exactly is this guy's background? Duchang was just as shocked. Our Longha has now revealed a genius like this. Why haven't I received any reports about him before? Lan Na revealed that we also planned to invite him to the guild to hold a seminar and share his experience in taming the Black Dragon. Even if it's not the same as Vini Le Na's case, maybe this time we will witness an incredible truth. Even if we're not beast tamers, we can tame dragons. It was just that we used the wrong method before. If we find the right path, maybe the era where everyone can tame magical beasts will begin here. Those who hear this start to discuss excitedly. Even non-beast tamers might be able to subdue a giant dragon. Is it true, really? We can also tame a giant dragon as a trophy. If it were normal, I definitely wouldn't believe it. But if this is the words of the president of the Global Beast Tamer Association, Maybe it's true.
3 hours think that if that's true, the Long Spirit secret realm might no longer be reserved for the Global
Beast Tamer Association. Does this matter at all? Lamna is interested. Compared to this small matter, I look forward to seeing a scene where everyone is summoning beasts much more. Augustine pondered deeply. You truly have a broad vision, while I, the old man, am much more pragmatic. I need to hurry to Long Ha to see this young brother of yours. Don't worry, I definitely won't bully the genius of Long Ha. I'll just exchange forbidden spells with him. The side road heard that, and Bokhua immediately got angry. To Duong, who was standing at the forefront of their discussion, just snorted. You take the handkerchief from Bai Ling to wipe your nose. Could it be that this flu virus doesn't care about levels? Even high-level professionists can catch the flu, she worries. This is exactly within my area of ignorance. To Duong reads the notice. Next year's mission involves the Ice Palace of Tri-City in the frost snow of Fu Shui. The mission is introduced at the marked location on the table with a secret passage leading to the Ice Palace of Tri-City. Proceed to the Palace of Triching Ice Fortress to review the mission of Fu Tuibang Suong, the holder of the immense power of Hanbang. The mission owner, this secret realm has a diamond-level difficulty and must be completed alone for the reward. With 1,400 power and exclusive mental attributes, 2 legendary-level active skill books. Mo Lin's secret martial arts, I secretly pondered. I didn't expect it to be diamond difficulty, just like the Hak Long Fortress. I remember Lak Lin Ni failed her 5-star class change mission because of this. They really like to make things difficult for others, but for me now, even a divine level is nothing. Diamond level difficulty is basically a small matter. You walk towards the door, calmly leave, riding on the black dragon. To Duong announces, I'll be back soon after I go. Bach Lin below sends her wishes for good luck and victory. Brave hero at the Ice Palace secret realm, diamond level recommended level 90 or above, curses and shouts echoing. Damn it, what kind of hellish dungeon is this? I'm freezing to death. No wonder this ice sorceress is so hard to fight. I initially thought her physical defense was weak. Even with her ice armor, my sword barely scratches her and can't break her defense, and I'll have to spend a few more months leveling up again, damn it. A strong gust of wind blew past, and the black dragon landed, its single glance enough to scare the players into
standing on end. Duong stepped down and said, Sorry for startling you all. Once you've finished the challenge, please go ahead. It's my turn now. They made way. Thank you, Elder. You're welcome. Some people just freeze in fear.
The remaining guy looked terrified. Oh my God, he almost died from the scare. Isn't this the great elder who was said a few days ago to have subdued the black dragon? I didn't expect to meet him in person. It seems the great elder still plans to conquer the secret realm alone. That's so impressive. He glanced at the icy city. This dungeon is really cold. It's filled with all kinds of monsters. Level 92 ultimate boss, level 89 small snow monsters. Hak Long just needs one breath to wipe out these small and big monsters. They hurriedly knelt in fear, heads bowed so low they didn't dare lift them, begging for mercy, secretly thinking that the boss suppressing the level of the small monsters, even if they changed dungeons, would be the same. Then he spoke. Since you have surrendered, I will not waste any more time on you insignificant little ones. To Duong's heart was excited as he charged into the dragon's den, pulling out the boss for me. He ordered Hak Long to set fire and melt the ice below. This has alarmed my boss. Anyone who dares to destroy my palace will face my wrath. To Duong coldly deals with it. Don't waste my time. The firepower is like a boss's button. The system announces the defeat of the Ice Skeleton Wizard dungeon boss, and the challenge is successful.
You underestimate it, that's all. Too simple.
No challenge at all. Well, anyway, the transfer mission isn't difficult. Waiting until the stage of transmitting the blood might be more interesting.
Outside, watching the screen display the lottery, other players are curious. Some are trying their luck. What a shame.
Someone advises to wait and see. In case they fail, we still have a chance. I suggest you stop waiting.
A great master just entered. He will definitely succeed.
You waiting here is just a waste of time. Turns out it's Dung Tuit and U Van. She was surprised, the great master. He revealed that it was the elder who tamed the black dragon. You know, once he makes his move, there's nothing left for us little guys to do. We're just waiting to see the elder walk out with his aura. Dung Tuit was about to leave, but with no other choice, Anengu pulled her back and said, Don't go. I also want to see the master who tamed the black dragon. She was still lost in her dreams, and if he happens to notice anyone among us, isn't that a chance to rise quickly to fame?
Dung Tuyết tỉnh lại, giữa ba ngày ma vẫn mở mong viện vọng, ngồi chối kia nhắc nhở, da gen dày rồi thi cử cho thèm chụt nữa gì.
Watching these two uncles also waiting to admire the demeanor of the great elder, Augustine arrived here with Duong Qian and sighed that if he had a beautiful woman by his side as a companion, no matter how cold the weather was, he wouldn't feel cold at all. Duong Qian spoke up. You don't need to pay attention to us. When the black dragon stepped out of the secret realm,
The people outside shouted, "The elder has come out, elder! Please sign for me!"
you are captivated by the black dragon's beauty and power. Someone who can control such a creature must surely be a god among men in some great guild. You fall silent when you realize it's someone you know. All three were stunned to Duong. Is it really him? Is he the one who tamed the black dragon? How is that possible? He's only level 80 after all. To Duong greeted casually, it's been a while, and the three of them are stunned and speechless. Yuvan can't believe it. Is it really him? The person who tamed the black dragon is famous throughout the world. You admit it.
That's right, you're here to level up to A,
She replied, originally to help Little Snow gather some materials.
but it seems we'll have to wait for the next refresh.
To Duong checks the information board, all right. Wait a moment while I take a look. Then he hands over the frost hard ice and performs the ritual for Dong Tuet. This is the material just dropped by the boss. I'm giving it to you. She was about to refuse, but how could she accept this? This is very valuable. Just keep it for yourself. We'll wait until the secret realm refreshes. You keep pushing it into my hand. It's fine. I don't need this either. Giving it to you is just right. Dong Tuet hesitated for a moment, but then Ayu, watching from behind, whispered to her, Little Mudung, this handsome younger brother is now a senior expert. So this thing has no value to him. That's right. It really has no value. Just take it. She shyly accepted it. All right. To Duong said casually, everyone doesn't need to be so formal. Even though we haven't known each other long, we've already gone into dungeons together. So just relax. The fisherman praised, that's really good of you to say. What's wrong? What is it? It turns out Augustine is flying right in front of it. Don't mind him. I just want to touch a little. To Duong thought to himself, being able to touch the black dragon without any resistance. Who is this old man? Augustine reassured him. Don't worry, I mean no harm. Then disappeared in an instant. To Duong looked around, unable to find him anymore. Was it space teleportation? And moreover, he had shifted to the opposite space within a limited range, yet he couldn't even clearly see his spellcasting actions. You smile and say to them, the old master's tactics are very clever. If he has let others retreat, he must be looking for me, so may I ask your honorable names? They introduced themselves one by one. Augustine, president of the Divine Magic Circle, the Immortal Battlefield, and Dao Zhan. I was shocked. What is this? These two are the presidents of the top SSS level guilds, the Divine Law of the Gods and the Immortal. Battle Realm, the strongest mage in the world, and the #1 dragon slayer known by everyone, yet they came to approach me, a young novice who just completed a transfer mission. To Duong guessed that since Duanzheng and Augustine are here, they probably want to talk to me about taming the giant dragon, right? They confirmed, yes, that's right. Hurry up, tell me quickly. I am very eager to tame that enormous dragon. Seeing the energy surge like a towering wall, I'm shocked. What kind of terrifying magic is this? I feel like I'm about to run out of breath. Duong Qian patted his shoulder and scolded, You old drunkard. Please withdraw your elemental magic and don't scare our young dragon. Augustine replied, I'm sorry, I was just a bit excited. Duong Qian spoke up. Lamna has already told us about your situation, so this trip is really just to exchange information with you. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any harm. With me here, this drunken old man won't dare to do anything to you. Augustine is not pleased. Don't act like I'm a bad person. I have exchange items, as long as you tell me your experience and tame the dragon. These forbidden spell scrolls will be yours. What do you think? This deal isn't really a loss for us? To Duong was surprised as he threw it out. A forbidden spell scroll. This could be said to be his strongest trump card so far. But, so far, I only have 2 scrolls, and the forbidden spell scroll of the Holy Spirit Law Society president will definitely be much more powerful. However, seeing their disdainful looks and maintaining a calm demeanor, Tu Duong was scared. If the opponents, who are the best experts in the world, discover that I am deceiving them, I will definitely be doomed. Forget it. I can't escape anyway, so if we're going to do this, we might as well go all out. You can exchange the forbidden spell scroll, which is good but will disappear after use, for a skill examination scroll for forbidden spells. Augustine was surprised why you need a level 2 forbidden skill review book for a warrior profession. Aren't you a warrior? Could it be that not only can you break the rules of the beast to mare profession, but also learn and take exams for forbidden spells like a mage? Don't continue the fight. This isn't surprising since the warrior profession also has a dual path of magic and martial arts, so Tu Duong must be of that kind of profession too.
Duong admitted, that's right, my profession is Demon Spirit Mystic Warrior, a type of warrior that can use both magic and martial arts. Augustin took out another item. This is a level 2 forbidden spell scroll, Thunder Destruction of Violence. I can use it to trade with you, but forbidden spells require extremely high mental strength, so you might have to wait a long time before you can learn it. The forbidden spell scroll can directly increase your combat power, so you should think carefully about it. You accept it. I understand I can keep it for later use. Duong activated his eyes to check. The Extreme Thunder of 10,000 Phenomena and the Wind Spirit Mind are both top-tier forbidden spells, already at the 6th transformation. So this level 2 forbidden spell might even kill someone in the 7th transformation? That's a bit too loud. You should have warned me first. But Lord Augustin, there's something I want to remind you of. Your experience in subduing a giant dragon doesn't necessarily guarantee success. The global monster. Taming Association has encountered similar cases before, and I hope you understand that, he said casually. I know.
Augustin creates an invisible soundproof wall and a sphere covering their location. After a few minutes, they realize, so that's how it is. You ask, are you satisfied now? Augustin replies, all right, I will go to the Dragon Gate secret realm to try and find out right away, then teleport away. Duong Qin stayed to chat. At first I was suspicious, but you really know all about the Long Song subaltar and its mechanism. It's truly astonishing, but hard to deny. You secretly thought, since I'm Boss Germa, it seems even a duck can get through a round. Seeing the book hovering in front of him, Tu Duong was stunned. It was a warrior skill book. The ultimate skill of the Tu Dai, the extreme destruction technique, take it with you. Tu Duong remembered hearing that Duong Qian's class was the extreme brutal general, and this skill name probably belonged to him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Dong Qian guessed that after conquering the Great Dragon, he would definitely receive a notification to enter the Spirit Dragon secret realm. This is a secret realm that only those with the new lineage can enter, and currently there are only 2 people in the world. Vivalia may be based on your experience. The others can probably conquer that line. Tu Duong replied, hoping so, and thought to himself that after joining the Global Beast Language Association, he also received the notification about the Spirit Dragon secret realm, which seems to reward more the stronger the line. It seems I need to go kill some dong monsters, and I can probably skip the previous one since my experience is entirely artificially boosted. He added, moreover, after the recent world-class boss event, the experience and drop rates provided by the Abyss of Demonic Depths have increased, and the government has decided to form a team to send talented and promising young people to train there. I've checked your information, and your current class change quests are all completed, with the difficulty of next year, which shows your talent is extremely high, and you definitely have the qualification to participate. Tu Duong is curious about this, but why does it have to be the Abyss of Demonic Darkness? If it's just about accumulating love experience, other places could also be used, right? As for increasing experience and drop rates, that's not the main issue. Path of the battle. Ridge, not bad eyesight. Since you completed the level up last year, you must have experienced the Red Moon invasion, right? Tell me, I've experienced it once before. Is there any connection? Although hundreds of years have passed since the game era began, we still don't understand what the Red Moon is. Even the divine transformation ceremony has never been clearly explained and remains a secret. The only thing we know is that the higher the level of the next transformation, the greater the chance of encountering a Red Moon invasion, and those killed by the Crimson Spirit will also die permanently. In this way, the only goal of the Crimson Moon is to eliminate the most talented and potential people among those who have been promoted. We cannot sit idly and wait to die. We must become stronger, and the monsters in the Abyss of Darkness are very similar to the Crimson Spirit, the most known among the monsters in the world. Therefore, training in the Abyss of Evil is truly equivalent to learning how to fight against that Red Moon Spirit. This is the reason for the training schedule in the Dark Abyss. When Tu Duong realizes it, so that's how it is. You pondered, recalling that the Temple of the Divine Power had a special transfer to exchange those extremely rare artifacts for Red Moon cores, and also arranged for the Divine Altar to absorb the hero's contamination. I wonder if there's a special reason for this, but right now I have no clues at all. Duong Qinthong announced, all right, since the Demon Conquest expedition is about to begin, I'll go ahead first and see you next time. You answer, yes, sir. Take your time, there's no one in sight ahead. Tu Duong was surprised, yet it truly came and went without a trace. This is a 9-star powerhouse. In front of them, I don't feel like I have no chance to fight back. I thought restoring Black Dragon would be enough to stand out among the heroes, but it seems that's still not enough. As for the Dark Demon Tamyen, I also need to speed up my actions and become stronger. Notification, idle stat. Kablu. Mission progress confirmed.
Phew. Cool. 5-star transcension, mission completion at 100%.
Confirmed completion. Proceeding with class change. I swear I must become stronger. The system notifies that I received a blessing idol, my health points increased, and all basic attributes rose by 25%. Completing the 4th transformation unlocks the level cap to 100 and grants 30 basic attribute points per level up. You receive 52.3 million experience points, level up from 80 to 85, and gain 150 free attribute points. You received 400 strength attribute points, 400 spiritual attribute points, a legendary level reward, a mysterious demon spirit skill, an active skill, and your current attributes. Strength, 3,846. Basic attribute, 2,127. Plus, equipment bonus, 1,719. After increasing by 7,692, speed 2,646. Basic attribute 1,328 plus equipment bonus 1,318. Moral 3.907. Basic attributes 2.633 plus equipment bonuses. The Yang Meng team secretly rejoiced, a very practical skill, especially with features similar to Royal Courier Services, which could be used to be particularly helpful in that battle. Display information. Legendary level. Active. Skill. Demon. Martial Spirit consumes a large amount of magic power to create a demon spirit attribute that inherits 50% of the original body's attributes. In battle, you can instantly switch positions with a monster without any cost. The 10-minute limit for the magic spirit's concentration worries me, but it's still not enough after seeing the top experts. Now I crave power more than ever. Bak Lin, standing beside her, congratulates the hero, Your Excellency. Congratulations on completing the class change once again. But why do you seem so unhappy? The Duong smiled reassuringly and said, "It's nothing, just some thoughts." He silently thought that if I want to become stronger quickly, I probably need to plan this in advance. When connected to Akma, the system announces that the boss link is complete, and To Duong declares, "Come here, listen to my aid, and come here, O furious Samael." A beam of light appears and someone is transported here. Samael kneels down. "Supreme Ruler, I have come at your call. Please command me." To Duong places his hand on his head. "In the name of the ruler, I will grant you death and return to the extreme Yin Abyss." Samael asked in shock, "Supreme Sovereign, what did I do wrong that I have to die?" Information about Samael shows he is the original Sin King, with a berserk state, level semi-divine, HB 150 million, strength 232,271, spirit 95,632, speed 124,373. Innate abilities: the 7 deadly sins, berserk state. While the Berserk Samael always deals infinite true damage and causes real damage to all targets, the Berserk state of the King of Sin sacrifices 10% of the blood of any target he kills to be offered to the original Sin Monarch. You calculate that his skill is even more perverse than the Savage Beast, and if he keeps harvesting life, your blood could dangerously accumulate to terrifying levels. Thinking this way, killing him would be a pity, but luckily he can be resurrected. The commanding voice rang out, "Samael, you know I am angry, but for now, play the boss first." Samael bowed his head in loyalty. His subordinate dared not. "If the Lord wants me dead, I will die without a frown. But just thinking about the shameful defeat of the brutal truth that has been resurrected by your supreme power." But my subordinate, who has never tasted defeat, has to leave the stage, so he truly cannot accept it, and this wish of his really cannot be fulfilled. To Duong thought to himself, is this a characteristic of rage? Even though it's clear he has no intention of resisting, is that why I still instinctively feel this anger? If I can revive Baothuk, then of course I can also revive him. Let's return to the mortal darkness together and show our reverence for your power. I promise to grant you a glorious return. Han Tuan commands, your servant understands. Esteemed sovereign, thank you for your patience in explaining to your subordinate. And your servant Samael has been ready to die and dedicate himself to the darkness for a long time, until the day you decide to bring him back again. At night, To Duong is forging a great sword, and he praises, "Well done." The sword pierced through Samael's chest, a large pink hole appearing from within. Samael transformed into streams of satisfied breath, laughing loudly. This is the power of the Supreme Monarch, incredibly strong and unfathomable. You tell him that death is not forever, Samael. Wait in the shadows. He remembers and will obey your wishes. At the Dark Abyss, level 100, the Western Poison is here. Han looked up at the sound and saw Samael appear, and the Western Poison was stunned. What's going on? Fury, why did that guy have to die like that? After I was resurrected, no one dared to challenge me. Could it be that the Supreme Ruler himself killed it? Notification. You have slain the original Sin King, the Furious Samael, and gained 13.4 billion experience points. Leveling up from 805 to 100, I gained 13 billion experience points, with 7.8 billion transferred into my reserve. To Duong felt heartbroken. 13.4 billion experience points. No wonder it's a semi-divine boss. Only 40% left, already over 5 billion points. It's truly heartbreaking. However, the remaining reserve experience is enough for me to level up again, after completing the 5 transmission mission. This feeling of leveling up so easily is even more exciting than that black dragon. Alright, it's time to focus on today's main event. Let's see what cool things this furious Samael has thrown your way, always releasing purple aura towards you. Duong quickly catches the flying object, and a notification appears. The blood and flesh of the original Sin King Samael, which when used, will permanently increase the maximum health by 10 million points, only usable once. The shattered heart of the original Sin King Samael, after using it, the strength attribute will be permanently increased by 10,000 points, only usable once. The demon essence of the original Sin King Samael, an extremely powerful crafting material, can be used as a divine weapon component when in the hands of legendary smiths. The demon core, the source of the demon of the wrathful Sin King Samael, can corrupt with the true power of demons within 400 layers. Duong was stunned. Did I see that wrong? Maximum HP of 10 million and 10,000 strength. Attribute points. These are truly heaven-defying.
The current basic strength attribute is only 2,127 points, while my life value is 53,175. This directly increases my strength by 5 times and my HP by 1,000 times. This is just too freakish. If I had a terrifying health bar like that, then even without connecting to the boss, I would have already become a boss myself. Not to mention 10,000 points of strength with the percentage increase from each class change, plus the effects of the Dragon Heart item.
In that case, I could reach an extremely terrifying level, and by boosting my passive skills, I would be able to crush even the 5-star and 6-star players. Even if I have to crush the Dark Flame power with my own hands, it wouldn't be a problem. It doesn't even have as much health as I do anymore. Besides those two, one of them can be used as a material to forge divine weapons. But to forge divine weapons,
you must at least be a semi-divine blacksmith, right? Now, I wonder how many semi-divine blacksmiths are left in the world, and as for the demon core,
Daojing said that the monster in the abyss of demons is almost identical to the pink spirit beasts we have encountered so far. Fighting the pink spirit beasts would lead to pink contamination, so battling the demons in the deep yen would surely also be corroded by their destructive power. If the dark yen demon is similar to the Scarlet Moon, then behind that bright red door that Scarlet Moon has invaded, there must also be some kind of supreme being similar to the King of Original Sin. Moreover, those who have transformed and died in the Dark Yen Demon can still be revived, but those who have been killed by the Scarlet Bayou Spirit cannot be resurrected. If a supreme ruler truly exists, could it be even more powerful than the primordial ruler? Duong didn't want to get a headache, so he decided to forget about it. These weren't issues he could consider right now. My only goal now is to eliminate the leader of the original Sin Monarch. The rest can wait until I truly become a god. Check the system. Everything is already set. See what equipment has dropped, especially the weapons of the primordial Sin lineage. The item information appears. Divine weapon, armor of the Rage King, restricted equipment, special restrictions. The Destroyer, killed 100,000 diamond-level demons, killed 1,000 refined-level demons, killed 100 lunar-level demons, killed 10 Duong-level demons, introduced armor worn by the Sin King.
Samael's wrath has always belonged to the Rage Demon King, and even within his own body, a fierce desire to destroy everything radiates. His HP increases by 2 million, strength by 5,000, physical resistance by 5,000, recovery by 35%. With a destructive desire in battle, each time he kills 1,000 enemies in succession, all attributes increase by 1% until the battle ends.
The Judong, the extremely furious one. When anger exceeds the limit, suffering will turn into power and destroy everything. Draining 70% of your own health will increase your attribute points by 200%. The effect lasts for 10 minutes, your attributes go crazy, the terrifying effect, and there's no level or attribute limit anymore. It might not be your own gear, but you're annoyed scrolling through the screen. Is that all? Where's my original weapon? Duong accepted the truth. It seems even I am not always that lucky. Forget it. I've gained enough already. I'll wait for next time. System, disconnect the link for me. System reminder. There are still special equipment drops that haven't been confirmed. Are you sure you want to disconnect? Yes or no? Are you suspicious that a special item dropped out? Didn't you see this before? Duong guessed that maybe. He clicked on the special drop box, and a bright glow suddenly burst out where he was standing. The item appears, the divine weapon of rebellion and wrath, the punishment of rage. Detailed information displayed, unique, restricted. Soul Seal cannot be dropped, cannot be traded, cannot be gifted, and can only be used by those linked to the soul. It is the only limited divine weapon dropped after killing the original Sin King, Rage Samael, a weapon of judgment capable of killing the monarch if he defies his will. Limit level, semi-divine tier, attribute restrictions. Power of 50,000, attribute. Additional 20,000 power, 60% reduction in agility. Features: Major Sin, Wrath. All damage dealt by this weapon is converted to true damage. Rebellious Sin. Wrath punishment. Strips the power of wrath from the primal Sin monarch and causes a 10% reduction in all attributes. Judging the sacrificial pawn, after killing the primal Sin monarch, the weapon will return to nothingness, and the bound soul will gain eternal power. Rage and fury shatter. In the end, I finally understand why these rebellious Sin weapons are essential to eliminate the primal Sin monarch. Currently, the strongest top-tier strategy worldwide is using semi-divine powerhouses like Duong Qian or Augustine, but they still fall far short of true gods. Even if they can kill primordial kings like Bao Thuk, they remain too weak against primordial monarch gods. You hold the staff firmly in your hand, but if there are weapons of the rebellious Sin type like this, each weapon can strip away the corresponding power of each primal Sin monarch and reduce all attributes by 10%. With a total of 7 such weapons, all attributes could be reduced by up to 70%. If this method is used, the primordial monarch will only have 30% of their strength left, making them even more vulnerable to defeat. Truly a unique divine weapon for sacrificing soldiers. Another person has been teleported here, Supreme King. Please allow your loyal servant to return to the deepest part of the extreme silence. I will bring you some news. Seeing this, he was surprised. This golden lord belongs to Lucifer the Proud. Seeing the tower. To Duong Tran Tao, she confesses her guilt, begging the king to forgive her impulsiveness. While you were sleeping, I returned to the land of extreme tranquility without permission, hoping to bring you intelligence and still asking for your forgiveness. To Duong wondered, acting on her own without permission. What could all this mean? Could something else have happened here while I was away? Moreover, seeing her expectant face, To Duong was speechless. Could this arrogant king be a bloodthirsty monster? He took the staff, even though he didn't know what had happened. But at this moment, he had to play the role of the supreme wise king. For violations beyond the limits of a servant, a punishment must be meted out. Then they struck Thay Thap, and she cried out. As if that wasn't enough, Thay Thap requested, "Your Excellency, please use even greater force, more brutal to punish me."
Another 2 lashes hit her, the sound of whips cracking echoing loudly. To Duong coldly said, "These 2 whips are to punish your family for crossing the line and to punish your arrogance."
Whether to punish your family or not is up to me, not you. After hearing this, she was so frightened she dared not argue. The tower bowed its head and confessed, clearly a subordinate, acting disrespectfully. "Please forgive my arrogance."
Tell me, what news did your house bring? Iki us. Time back.
She reports, my lord, yesterday, while you were sleeping, the human thieves secretly looked into the depths of this extreme chaos. I believe the only one capable of doing this now is the great divine priest of humanity. To Duong speculated that it seemed to have happened after he finished the second connection. And at that time, the divine palace's transmission of authority announced to the world and declared himself as the world boss. Even powerful experts like Dojan and Augustine could only improve their strength step by step. So she was actually able to directly peek into the deepest part of the silent abyss, which shows that the strength of the great sacrifice divine is already formidable, even to the point that I believe it might have reached the divine realm. To Duong ordered Thay Thap, "I understand now. Go back to your home and calm down." "Lucifer, she's in command. Got it!" Glancing at the position beside her, Ta Thap realized Samael was also dead. No, that must be a gift from the master. Those mortals can't unleash such anger so quickly. She became excited.
"My beloved master, for you, I am willing to die happily."
Looking ahead with no one in sight, To Duong thoughtfully thought, I never expected there to be such a hidden powerhouse in the divine hall of appointment. Their authority might not last long, but for now, none of this concerns me. My current task is to strengthen myself as soon as possible. The next step is to complete the 5 transmissions and officially advance to legend. At this moment, in the Eagle American Federation, after the new hole of the Golden Lake Kulong, a teleportation gate appears and Augustine is feeling discouraged. Strange, I clearly followed Tu Duong's method, so why can't I subdue it? The ancient dragon behind him pleads, "Just kill me." Seeing all the boxes filled, Augustine worries about a single day.
But I have already tried 3 of the ancient dragon secret realms. Almost all of the ancient dragon secret realms in the Eagle Federation have been completed.
Could it be that I have to go to Long Ha to borrow the secret realm? The world notification appears. The first weapon of the original Sin line has been obtained, progressing in the world boss raid.
1 out of 7, he was terrified.
What? Firepower erupted. Augustine was furious. Who is that?
How dare he disobey the rules set by the Divine Temple, or attach that big house to his name?
Who could defeat the king of the primordial sins in a day? Is it Dong Zhan or Carolina Day? If someone disobeys the rules, then they are disrespecting my beloved Theophemia, and also disrespecting my Augustine, no matter who they are. If he dares to disrespect my beloved High Priestess Theophemia, I will make him pay the price. At the capital of Manhwa Kingdom, Tokyo, Lord Tokugawa Sono, the shogun, asked Junichiro, "Are you sure your daughter can conquer the Red Dragon?"
I have heard that the Black Dragon has been conquered by a genius dragon,
so our kingdom of Manhwa cannot fall behind. Lord of the Haitsu family, Junichiro Haitsu, reports to the shogun Tokugawa, although the Black Dragon has been subdued, we have an agreement with the dragons, and they promised to help my daughter conquer a Red Dragon. The Red Dragon is much less dangerous than the Black Dragon, so based on what I know about her, the chance of success is at least 70%. Tokugawa praised very good if that's the case. Then next we should discuss Akma Tom Yen Yen's matter. This time, we have our first chance to challenge the king of the original sin, so we must cherish this opportunity and seize it. He received the world notification that the first weapon of the original sin line has been obtained, and the progress of the Global Boss Cup raid, one of the 7 deadly sins, has fallen. The people below are whispering excitedly, "What just happened? Weren't we supposed to be the first to go, and now they've already acted? And what's more, they've actually dropped the primordial weapon. What kind of damn luck is this? Who the hell is it? Who could be so daring?" He thought of Duong Qian's team, Augustine, Lamna, Tokugawa, but couldn't think of anyone else. Few countries can defeat the king of the original sin in a single day, who ultimately broke the rules set by the Divine Temple.
Is it the American Federation, Long Ha, or Europe?
He stood up, called the head of the department, and said,
"Go to the Holy City. This matter must be clarified."
Inside the Holy City, a voice echoed in the Divine Temple, saying, "Esteemed High Priest, senior elders, high-ranking officials, and SSS-level guild leaders from various countries are heading to the Holy City. It must be because of the recent announcement made to the world. Please make a decision." In Femia, she ordered to open the barrier's passage to let them in. She pondered that, since the creation of the primordial game, under the guidance of the Divine Temple's transmission, conflicts and wars between nations had subsided, and the world could now restore order. This has continued until today. Such betrayal I wished for has not appeared in a very long time. If this incident ultimately leads to a war between nations, the final outcome could significantly weaken the current transmitter's power. Until the threat is clarified, this is definitely not good news. At the roundtable conference happening elsewhere, Tokugawa spoke. "The High Priest of Femia, yesterday under your chairmanship, we reached an agreement that our Hoakwuk envoy, believed to be the first to attack the king of the original sin after 3 days. But now, this opportunity has been stolen by the cowardly villain Volumsi, and our divine artifact has also been taken. In today's meeting, we must catch this thief and demand the return of the item. Please preside over justice." The 3 generals listened and then turned grim, saying nothing. In Femia, as you can see, someone has violated the rules we set yesterday by killing the king of the original sin without permission and stealing the divine weapon. This is not only a challenge to the other nations, but also to those who transfer roles within the temple. She declared, but the Lord of Mercy will be ready to give the guilty a chance to reform. If that person is willing to admit their mistake and return the stolen item, I, the 3rd High Priestess of Femia, in the name of the gods and on behalf of the temple, along with other nations, will not pursue this matter. The 3 people in front remain silent, showing no reaction. At Femia, with a serious tone, in this case, I have no choice but to complete my mission. A brilliant holy light erupts from the staff in her hand. In Femia, I whisper to the idol's guidance, within this holy temple, under the shining light, expose the traitor. If anyone lies, the holy light will vanish before their eyes, so don't think you can escape the gaze of the idol. The people outside looked at each other in surprise and asked if anyone saw the light in her eye. The person next to him replied, "No, even a dog's eyes are almost blind now." Ooh.
Banyas.
Duangqian spoke up. It seems no one is lying. What's going on? Could it be that person is afraid to come? Isn't there still someone who hasn't undergone the divine inspection? Augustine questioned, Duangqian, what are you talking about? Could it be that old man is trying to say something? They glanced at her. So she is the high priestess of Famia? If Famia admits it, fine. I was negligent and didn't include myself in the lie detection. People's suspicion of me is just human nature. The dazzling light burst behind her. Have you all understood now? They admit their mistake. Sorry, High Priestess. We realize our error now. Please retract the light. Augustine forced a smile and respectfully begged the High Priestess to forgive their disrespect, assuring that they trusted him completely from start to finish, and with his strength, there was no need for such petty tricks. He emphasized that if the lie detection spell of the High Priest was flawless, then it meant no one here was lying. So whoever killed the original crime's king must be incredibly powerful to avoid detection by all nations and carry out the murder without anyone noticing, Lamna added. Isn't the highest strategy of all nations present here? As far as I know, some fake divine professions didn't attend the meeting. Maybe it's them. Duangqian replied, possibly, but we have no evidence. Euphemia revealed that my spell is not just a simple lie detection. Even if the target didn't participate in killing the original king, just informing the destroyer would expose the act of betrayal. But in reality, no one has done it. The three of them shared the same thought. Even the high priest was powerless and helpless. So who is this person? She continued, Ladies and gentlemen, this matter is truly strange, but now it has become a fact. We can only keep waiting. Initially, Manhwa was planned to be the first conquered nation, but now the tyrant king has been killed again, and the next king of the original crime is at level 200 of the deep silence. Then he glanced at the silent person, Lord Tokugawa. Do you think Manhwa can continue with the next challenges? He fears that, of course, we want to continue, but we lack the strength. The king of the original crime beyond level 100 is out of our reach. Femia decided that in this case, based on the random draw order, the American Federation would take over Manhwa to continue the mission of the Dark Peace. And of course, since Manhwa is a victim of this incident, the temple will compensate you a sum. Is that acceptable? Augustine agreed. Of course, everything will follow the Grand Priest's arrangements. Tokugawa nodded in agreement. No one else had any objections. Euphemia firmly planted her staff into the ground and spoke loudly. If no one has any objections, this meeting is adjourned. At Tuduang's villa, he quickly puts on his coat and prepares to leave, having gained the rebellious weapon and now full experience points. This trip also earned him many magic stones. Time to switch roles quickly. He obviously also read the world announcement and was stunned. Tuduang felt helpless. So this is the great revelation of the cursed divine weapon, and they actually announced it to the whole world. Luckily, they didn't reveal its identity, or else I would definitely be stopped and questioned. You guessed that this incident will definitely alert the higher-ups above, so I need to be more careful with my actions in the future. First of all, I must never let others know that I am wielding a forbidden weapon. No matter how dangerous the situation is, I can't use it lightly, or the consequences will be severe. The so-called innocent fool is actually guilty, but Hawaii Beach is guilty too. You imagine when Bach Lin levels up, she will be surprised. Oh, noble hero, your leveling speed is too fast. The people behind muttered, this kid is really strange. Yeah, definitely, I'm worried. I'm afraid I need to slow down the class change process. I only have 1 day left to complete the transfer quest. If I accept the 5 class change quest now, everyone will see there's a problem. Additionally, conquering the ancient dragon was a huge feat that drew a lot of attention. If people start thinking it's related to Zbos, then things will get complicated. But waiting around isn't my style. I wonder if there's a way to solve this problem. Xiaolan saw you looking dejected as you stepped out and politely approached. Hello, master. You casually said, are you doing laundry? It's been tough on you. She shyly thanks the owner for his concern. Seeing Xiaolan wash by hand, he raised her hand and asked, I remember there's a washing machine at home, so why do you still have to wash it by hand? That would really hurt your hands a lot. Xiaolan's face turned red. The owner is getting too close. She explained that although a washing machine is convenient, I still prefer to wash by hand because I can clean stubborn stains more thoroughly. Seeing everyone dressed in clean, neat clothes makes me very happy. Seeing Xiaolan look away from me, I stammered, so what? You came up with an idea to wash the dirty things yourself. That's right, just like the villainous gangsters in movies laundering money. Black experience can also turn into white experience. As long as I find a safe place, the owner probably won't think I'm strange, right? Probably not. You're busy pondering, and right now I can think of 2 places. Long Spirit Secret Realm and Acma Deep Abyss. Regarding Longling's secret realm, the current information only indicates that details are still unclear, and the entry requirement is to have a giant dragon, but the specific situation inside is completely unknown. If I can confidently say I have gained a lot of experience from the Dragon Spirit secret realm, it will be hard for others to doubt me. After all, the only people who can enter the Dragon Spirit secret realm now are myself and the beast tamers from the Federation, and the Great Chin also said that young talents will be gathered for training. The more people there are, the more it will be exposed. It's better to choose the Long Spirit secret realm. Additionally, it would be more advantageous for me if the number of entrants could be minimized as much as possible before it opens. Now, in front of me, there is a chance to open the Long Spirit secret realm and someone capable of conquering the Great Dragon. I know there are Lachlan Y, Asahi, and some other talented beast tamers from different countries, but I don't need to deliberately target them. If I become a dragon hunter and analyze all the existing dragons in advance, would that be the end of it? Find Bai Lin for me and help me check the current information on the ancient dragon secret realms in Longha. She responds through the screen, "Please wait a moment, Your Excellency." After searching, she reports, "Your Excellency, here is the current information about the Titan Dragon secret realm in Longha. The Nganlong secret realm is in the southwest of Kuha City, and the Honglong secret realm is in the north of Anlin City, both at the level of the Profound Radiant stage." To Duong nodded and said, "Good. Please help me reserve the Nganlong secret realm." Baklin agrees, "Yes, but there's something strange. Currently, the first 50 people to book the Silver Dragon secret realm are all from the Celestial Mechanism sect." Tuo Yang wasn't surprised at all. As expected, he understood Lachlan Ni's personality. If she couldn't conquer the Black Dragon, she would definitely try to conquer other dragons, and all the booking people are from the Celestial Mechanism sect. Maybe it's just to give her a chance, but unfortunately this time I targeted her, so I can only rely on the Great Lady's support. Do you think, Bai Lin, do VIP members of the Divine Temple get absolute priority in the secret realm? She confirmed, "Yes, as long as the noble hero makes a reservation first, then someone with a higher rank next year can be placed ahead, but I wonder if this will affect the relationship with Thien Kokak." To Duong didn't care, whatever, I just need to focus on booking the spot. Do you agree? Do you really think that Thien Kokak has anything to be afraid of? In the past, the VIP status of the Divine Palace was enough to make everyone afraid. And now I am the one conquering the Dark Line and an honorary member of the Global Beast Taming Association. Add up all these titles, and even if Thienko steals 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Like the king of the original Sin Rage, Samuel's flesh and blood, Samuel's shattered heart. You're much more confident now, and don't forget you still have this in your hand. The aura from Tuduong's body shows over 10 million blood points and nearly 30,000 strength points. Unless the Heavenly Mechanism sect sends people here, I don't mind killing the line and taking out a few unworthy targets along the way. Tuduong hesitated, looking at the two items in his hands. So the question now is, how should I eat these two things? I can't just eat them raw. Maybe I should prepare them, fry, stir fry, or turn them into a dessert. That might work. He was thinking about some delicious dishes like blood and meat stir fry and fiery hot pot, but Tuduong thought these ideas were not feasible at all. He shook his head and sat down. "No way, I don't have any cooking skills. If someone else does it, the risk of secrets leaking is very high, but if I mess it up, I'll ruin it all." Tuduong mentally reassures himself, thinking there's no need to overthink. It's just eating hearts, livers, and raw blood. Then he puts both items in his mouth and eats them all, instantly unleashing a surge of energy that blasts through the door, startling Tiu Lam. Seeing you and the flames in your eyes, she was terrified and shouted out, "Master!" Xiao Lam anxiously ran towards Tuduong's room. She ran away immediately. "No, nothing's wrong. It's good that today is fine." Tuduong breathed a sigh of relief. Almost got caught. Then too, her HB is over 1,000 and nearly 30,000. Strength. Isn't that just standing still, letting them cut you down without frowning, just raising your hand to turn mountains and rivers upside down? The system shows HB at 10,420,000. Strength at 27,760, speed at 4,414, and spirit at 6,236. Tuduong is very confident that even if he faces the fiery demon again, he believes he can kill it. The increase in attributes always brings an addictive feeling of pleasure. Every joint in my body seems to sing happily, urging me to quickly defeat the monster. But first I should meet Lilith before setting out, though I wonder if she's used to my habits or not. Tuduong knocked on her door. "Is Lilith there? I'll go in now." Seeing no response, he stepped inside and found no one there. Where did everyone go? Lilith came out of the bathroom, holding her towel, her face flushed. Realizing this, Lilith quickly wrapped herself in a towel and, to Duong, just as embarrassed, said, "I knocked on the door, I thought." Lilith's hand went up, and he hurriedly turned his face away. "Don't hit my face." She ran away immediately while Tu Duong closed his eyes, too afraid to look. Lilith sat on the bed and asked, "Why are you so worried?" He blushed and thought, "I can't do this. The scene is a bit too CG for the young boys." Tu Duong turned and left. "I apologize for the intrusion. I still have other things to do, so I will be leaving now." Lilith froze as she looked at the door, slammed shut in front of her, then forced a laugh, surprised that the hero was actually so bright. Lilith thought to herself, completely different from the people in the royal court, at the second-tier city of Kyoha. Inside, the golden voice spoke in shock. "What did you just say?" The commander of the celestial mechanism in Kyoha City, Duong-tu, was furious and scolded loudly. "Someone dared to cut in line ahead of me. Who could that person be?" He replied, "Yes, that's right. My subordinate had already arranged everything, but yesterday I suddenly received a special appointment, supposedly from a VIP of the Divine Temple, though I don't know the details. I have a bad feeling about this." VIP of the Divine Temple, Lin Yi guessed. Could it be To Duong? Could it be a coincidence like this? What kind of trouble is he planning? Toru Tsu suggests, "Miss, shall we wait at the Silver Dragon's secret realm? When the VIP of the Divine Palace arrives, we can negotiate with them to see if we can exchange something." She eagerly shouts, "Get out!" Tsu Tsu obeys and leaves. "Understood. I'll go now." Lin Yi knew that if it really was Tu Duong, he had just conquered Kak Long, so she basically couldn't compete with him and could only ask her master for help. She made a call and said, "Hello, master, where are you right now?" The other side replied, "Gone. Just tell me if there's anything." Lin Yi explained everything, saying that she initially planned to go to the hidden realm of the Golden Dragon, but a VIP from the Divine Palace had cut in line. She thought it might be Tu Duong, and asked if the teacher knew him and could help ask him to let her have the Golden Dragon realm. The other side agreed, saying, "All right, let me help you ask about this." While waiting, Lin Yi paced back and forth, and Uncle Tai's man watched her move quickly back and forth. Finally, she received a message, and she joyfully exclaimed the teacher sent a reply, but on the other side they said, "Kid, he won't agree." He replied that he refused, even though he's your teacher. What does he think he's relying on? He's just the leader of the Global Beast Language Association. The teacher responded, "Anyway, he didn't agree. You know, he's very famous now. I heard that even the war god highly regards him, so don't go provoking him easily." Lin Yi thought of the war god. The only person in the world who can be called the war god is Long Ha, the strongest expert. Is Toi Thuong Bao Quen Duong the battle king? Even the battle god considers him a threat. Is Tu Duong's talent really that extraordinary? Uncle Tai looked over and asked, "Miss Dai, what should we do now?" She ran off without a word, making him sniff in frustration. Lin Yi turned around confidently and said, "What are you still standing there for? Let's go. Inside the secret realm of the Silver Dragon. The dragons are all drunk. Tu Duong is here. I thought I might meet the people from the heavenly mechanism, but it seems they are quite sensible. So this is the Silver Dragon boss. In front of you is the boss of the dungeon, the Silver Dragon, a level 106 with a long-lasting aura. You notice it doesn't even have a name, and it doesn't seem like Athos. This dragon has no special bloodline at all." The Silver Dragon glances at the intruder, a faint smoke escaping from its mouth. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of dark, foul breath, a surge of power rushing toward Tu Duong, who used his bone dragon to cut through the force and saw his bone dragon sword return. Tu Duong warns Athos not to interfere. "It's rare to find a good punching bag, so let me test my latest strength." The azure storm erupted into an explosion, shards flying everywhere, but Tu Duong had already teleported at lightning speed, and he was still teasing the Silver Dragon. "Too slow. You hold the bone dragon and approach that dark, gaping mouth, which resembles a beast." A sword strike shatters it into pieces, revealing water stains. Tu Duong casually said with a torn pocket, "This is truly a heaven-defying ability. The surge in health during the counterattack, is that what it is? These attacks are basically just scratching an itch." The Silver Dragon lunged out of the shadows, attacking, claws slashing through the air. A fierce ancient dragon charge shattered the ground beneath them. Tu Duong arrogantly said with a strength of 27,000, he could hold off attacks with one hand, and a giant dragon was no more than a chicken in his grasp. With that, Tu Duong leapt up to face the Nyan Long, spinning around to strike with his sword and send it flying back. The silver dragon reared back in anger as it was continuously attacked. Not giving the silver dragon time to recover, Yang raised his sword and leapt into the air. The sword path, like an ancient shining blade, split him in half. The boy responded with a cracked answer, holding his chopping stance.
System notification. The devouring effect has been activated. The Great Sea Dragon Sword has stolen 10% of the Silver Dragon's attributes.
New information appears. The devouring great sword. C. Athos attributes. Strength 500 to 1000. 123. Spirit 500 to 2721. Speed 500 to 1321. Physical damage resistance ability 10% to 8%. Magic damage resistance 10% to 8%. Mental resistance 10% to 5%. Duong knows well that the Silver Dragon clan has a magic trait, so they have the highest mental attribute. But unfortunately, I killed it before it could unleash its magic. This is the effect of the premium accumulation, the silver-white color corresponding to the silver dragon. I wonder if such traces appear when killing other types of monsters. He glanced curiously at the sword in his hand, unsure of what would happen when this accumulation is filled.
That's really something to look forward to. Duong calls the dragon, Athos, it's time for dinner.
It immediately flew over and landed beside the azure dragon's body to feast, while Yu glanced at the notification board, level capped, so the experience was somewhat wasted, but it didn't have much of its own.
If it's just a normal level up, it might be a bit exciting, but after experiencing the rage wave, that's basically not enough. As for the platinum and diamond equipment, besides selling them for money, they are completely meaningless. Could this be the emptiness after ascending to the Immortal Realm system display? You have gained 70 million experience points. Your experience is full. 40% of the reserved experience has been recovered, and you have received a platinum-level equipment.
Duong quietly considered the attributes of the singing dragon had already increased by about 10%. It would be great if I could also swallow those attributes. Wait a minute. Based on the innate traits of the royal palace of brutality and rage, they can steal attributes and donate blood to me. However, normally they wait in the deep silence. If no one challenges them, they can't seize anything, and thus can't offer anything to the royal palace. The boy hypothesized that if they could leave the deep silence and enter the real world, they would be able to take the initiative to plunder and create items for the royal palace. Isn't it possible to endlessly seize attributes and keep getting stronger through that? As long as the original Sin King can descend into the real world, steal from the crown, and offer sacrifices to the king, then, once I gather all 7 rebellious weapon types, I will become the one who single-handedly defeats world-level bosses and drives the emergence of the crucial primal core for humanity. If that's the case, offering that gift for me is only natural, and an honor for you. After all, in this world, the dead can be resurrected at will. Killing a few people is no big deal. This is just a proper use of the primal essence.
Come on, that's too far-fetched. First of all, the basic question is how the original Sin King can leave the deep silence. Until this issue is resolved, everything else is just empty talk.
Monday, how can we prevent the primordial king from being killed by the strongest expert? If he is killed before absorbing enough primal essence, it would be a huge loss. Master Hat Long has finished eating and drinking, so for now, put this matter aside and think about it later. Now is the time to go to the next Dragon Secret Realm. The announcement appears. The World Channel, Dragon Secret Realm. The Red Dragon Hall in Longha has been conquered by He Tu. Duong is shocked. What did you say? Outside, Hai Tu was stroking the head of the giant dragon. So well behaved, Vu Tu smiled happily.
Tu Thu really did it, Lamvo clapped enthusiastically. Wonderful. This trip we also have a giant dragon. Lao Ra must be very happy to see this. He will definitely reward us well.
Li San glanced at the old man beside him and asked, Old Lai, why are you silent, praising Duong, who only appeared recently, and now Haitu's girl has also subdued the red dragon? Truly the younger generation surpasses the older. Unbeatable. Old Li called out to the girl standing on the dragon's head. Tu Thu He Tu, congratulations on achieving your goal for this trip. Next, we will escort you to Long City and then return to your homeland, Hoa Quoc. She waved goodbye. Thank you, sir. Hai Tu looked regretfully into the distance, but she also felt sad that she hadn't had a chance to interact with the young man who had tamed that singing dragon. He really brought a completely different feeling to everyone. She was hopeful, but now that he has joined the guild, there will definitely be many opportunities to interact in the future. Watching the shadow of the giant dragon fly away, Ling Yi was unconvinced. How could it be? She was so upset she almost cried. Tuo Yang also left, but why did Hai Tu even steal it right in front of her? A series of messages flooded in. Leader Zamatomo Taro happily announced that I just received news my disciple Haitu had successfully tamed the red dragon.
Leader, Chu Kongyo retorted, Zamatomo, old thief, your disciples stole my disciple's dragon.
Leader William Smith sends a message, congratulating that only the beautiful Valia has managed to tame a dragon until now, but now 2 more have done it.
Leader Blandong questioned suspiciously, could opening the dragon spirit secret realm have made conquering dragons easier?
Chairwoman Lamna replied that probably not. Yesterday, Augustine complained to me that he seemed unable to replicate my conquest experience. Core member Valia responded that now there are 2 members who can share their dragon nurturing experience with me. The announcement shows that core member Valia has been banned from chatting by the leader. The spiritual girl is feeling down, everyone is talking about Hitu, and now I don't know what to do. Uncle Tai doesn't know how to comfort her young lady, Lu Tu Than Tum. This trip is going to be a headache. I was quite surprised to hear the news, but she beat me to it, which is really beyond my expectations. So now there's another competitor, and in just a few days the Longling secret realm will open. During this time I can't afford to be idle. I still have some other preparations to make. Watching Augustine's press conference, I assess that the news of the establishment of the Akmar Deep Abyss Crusader Alliance has been officially announced, killing the rage before and made them very cautious. So a strategic plan will be launched soon. The defeated subordinate of the Western Poison definitely won't be able to stop them. Then I truly apologize, Balthuk King. Instead of letting others kill you, it would be better for you to sacrifice yourself for your ruler. Han was terrified at the thought of Lamna's image, but if no one comes, it's okay. If it's another terrifying madwoman like last time, I wouldn't be able to endure it. To Duong transmitted a voice message, Bao Thuk, follow my call and return to the extreme Yin Deep Abyss. He was afraid. This is an order from the Supreme Sovereign. Not long ago, Samael was resurrected by the Supreme Ruler and then executed. Could it be my turn to die this time? He thought that after all, this life was granted by the Supreme Ruler, and compared to dying at the hands of that hateful human, being granted death by the ruler was much better. Tae-Dok has come to report, standing before your city wall. Tae-Dok, I will obey your command to be resurrected. You demand it. Brutal and powerful, the authority of the sovereign can accept the dead to be resurrected. Now, I want to grant you death once more. Do you have any objections? Han bowed his head and knelt, showing loyalty his subordinates dared not. My life is granted by the Supreme Ruler. Now that you want to take it back, I will stand with you absolutely without complaints. I am satisfied with this performance. Commendable? Very good. Thorns wrapped around the body of the Western Poison, causing him intense pain. The system announced that Sabin had killed the King of Original Sin, the Violent Glutton, the Western Poison, and gained 3.7 billion experience points. Experience retained 40%, accumulated experience 2.22 billion. The blood essence of the Original Sin King, the Savage, after use, will permanently increase health by 5 million points and other basic attributes by 2,000 points. Not alone, the King of Original Sin, Savage, the living body of the Western Demon, chooses an object to use. Jiang binds it, allowing it to achieve a ban effect on objects beneath the persistent fog, bound and restricted, unable to move or release skills. Using the artifact, the Demon Lord of the West, the evil spirit of the original, can corrode demonic power up to 100 layers. The horns of the demon of the Western Poison, the King of Sin, are extremely powerful materials that, when in the hands of legendary blacksmiths, can be used to craft divine weapons with barbed wires wrapping around the body of the Western Poison, gradually pulling its soul back. Tu Duong thought to himself, I used to think that the items dropped by the Western Poison, who hasn't completed his evolution, would be much worse than those from Samael, who is at a demigod level. But right now, it doesn't seem to make much difference. They're all just pure gold. But that's not the most important thing. You tapped on the special item that dropped it. Your luck must be really good, huh? This is not something that the Goddess of Luck can explain, but simply her bringing the Goddess of Luck home as a wife, specifically dropping out to see what treasure it is. A beam of light shot out from the screen, startling Tu Duong, revealing the item information display. Divine Weapon, Rebellion of Sin, Punishment of Brutality. Detailed information appears. Divine Weapon, Rebellion of Sin, the Punishment of Brutality, introduced as the only limited divine weapon dropped after killing the original King of Sin. Brutality and Greed, the Rebellion weapons, are judgmental weapons capable of killing monarchs. It is one of the weapons in the Rebellion of Sin set. Limited equipment, semi-divine level, unique, with a soul seal. The soul of the killer will be bound to the King of Original Sin. Violence, greed, it cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted, only used by those with a bound soul. Resistances, HP increased by 50%. Elemental resistance increased by 20%. Durability increased by 30%. Special traits, Great Clan, Savage Reality. When equipped with this weapon, 2% of the attributes of the slain object will be devoured and returned to the equipment. Sin, the punishment of Savage Reality, which seizes the power of Savage Reality from the original Sin ruler and causes a 10% reduction in all attributes. Judgment, the tyrant, after killing the primordial crime ruler, the weapon will return to nothingness, and the bound soul will gain the eternal power of violence. Tamthak praised, it's not just a weapon of the same system, capable of similar punishment as rage, but also able to attain the power of violence, draining 2% of the attributes of the slain, which is definitely an ability beyond that of an ordinary body. However, Tuduang was a bit disappointed, just a little regretful that he could only use it after reaching a demigod level. For now, he couldn't equip it, and leveling up too quickly might raise suspicion. The statue will leave a record, so if the class transfer is done through idle class change, a note will be left. It would be great if there was a way to do it without involving the Divine Temple class transfer. In the Holy Realm at Femia, she is pondering, although the identity of the heretic who stole the first sinful divine weapon remains unclear. Luckily, there has been no intense conflict between nations and major alliances. As long as the decisions of the Round Table can be followed normally and each nation takes turns defeating the original Sin King, this stability can continue. The entrances to the Dark Abyss in various countries have also been guarded. No one is allowed in except the Crusaders of the Silent Forest. This way, it will prevent the chaos that happened before. Every place is guarded very strictly. Even the Bangjia city area has guards. In Femia, she raised her hand and said, "Great holy statue, please listen to my plea." 14%, she was surprised. The invasion level has already reached 14%. Until now, no one has been able to complete the transfer of Femia's breathing space. If next year, after the erosion reaches 50%, and no VIIPs in the Divine Temple during the Divine Proliferation phase, then when the new Primordial Zone appears, the main ruler of this world will still be... She thought of those two words with despair. In Femia, she secretly hopes that if someone can break this situation, it would be so good. This world truly needs a person of real courage. The global announcement appears, informing all profession players that the second weapon of the Moon Sin line has been received and the progress of the World Boss Cup 2 out of 7 is underway. What's going on? Femia orders to notify all guards stationed in the deep abyss of the demon and report immediately if there are any irregularities in the area. According to the report, everything is normal. Looking at the new information on the screen, Femia speculates that the Guardians of the Holy City are all elites, and even the 3 legendary assassin classes cannot quietly pass by them in this situation. If that's the case, then unless... The world is notified that the second weapon of the Heresy line has been received, and the progress of the second of 7 Boss Cup global campaigns is underway. She is tense as a problem has arisen within the demon faction of Tam Yen. Seeing Tuduang's masked face, Femia connects it. Could it be related to the figure she saw at that moment? Tokugawa immediately sent a message asking what's going on and why another divine weapon was stolen. Could it be that the American Federation attacked first and then again? Augustine replied, "Screw that, I'm leaving tomorrow, I'm still drinking now." 3 moments later, I sent a message to the High Priestess, asking what was going on. Why was there still a problem, even though someone from the Divine Temple was guarding Catalina? I do not wish to doubt your authority, but this situation truly feels unnatural. The response from the battlefield. Even if some suspect the Church's officials of stealing, whether out of emotion or reason, we hope the High Priest can give us an acceptable answer. She quietly read everything and then reminded them, "You may have reasons to doubt, but please keep the most basic sense of reason. The Church has never interfered in any conflicts since its founding, and I have never left the Holy City. If the Holy Church truly intended to intervene, then why hide it?" Everyone should clearly understand this. Euphemia hesitated. Indeed, she trusted the High Priest in her heart, but after ruling out all possibilities, was the remaining one also wrong? Euphemia raises her staff emitting holy light. I fear the truth can only be uncovered when we venture into the deepest part of the abyss of darkness. This time, I propose abandoning the initial decision of the Council and directly forming a crusade team from the strongest members of the major guilds to carry out the Deep Silence Crusade immediately. Does anyone object? Everyone agrees. No objections, approval, agreement, she concluded. Then please start choosing and forming a team immediately. This time, we must absolutely not let the original divine artifact fall into their hands again. Tuduang is still exhausted from thinking, and I just remembered there will probably be a world announcement this time. The second divine artifact has been stolen, and the members of the Crusaders of the Deep, likely value it highly. Most importantly, they will come tomorrow. I have suppressed righteousness and rage, but desire and greed still haven't revived. That means the conquest team can go straight to level 500. But all of these are just normal setups, and my existence is the greatest threat to those arrangements. The image of the tower hand appeared in Tuduang's mind. Along with the poison hand, he proposed that if I directly placed the most arrogant tower into Balthuk's domain, who else could surpass his level 100? Augustine's side was carefully listening to the movements. He unleashed the power of lightning elements, the demon from the deep silence, finally returning. All done. Augustine turned back and asked, "Are you ready?" Lamna replied, "Are you going to say more? I've been itching to get started for a long time," Duang Qian declared. "Then, let's go. There's a team behind them." Bahak warned that the first 200 floors have been lost, and this time we must not let the third rebellious weapon fall into the wrong hands. Lamna asked if everyone here is a top expert, so I won't waste words anymore. "Boss of the 300th floor, is anyone interested in leading the fight?" Level 30, Holy Knight Liang, linked account, Holy Knight Mike, steps forward.
Then let me try. I've always been robbed by the seniors before, so I've never fought this silent boss myself.
She agreed. "Fine, then let's see what you've got." Duang Qin shouted excitedly, "Let's go!" Their attack went smoothly, as if it was a walk in the park. The whole group charged forward. Since there were no more guards, they just rushed in together. Taithap has been waiting here for a long time, emanating a dark aura, her voice echoing eerily. "Finally, you've arrived." Mike stops them. "Wait a moment, there are enemies ahead." Lam Na is surprised. "Enemies? Weren't the cruel king already dead?" Duang Qin realizes it's not the king of brutality. The information from Taithap appears. Taithap boss, race, demon, level, unknown, information. "It's unclear," she said coldly. "Weak ant soldiers? Then how dare they step into our king's domain? Are you ready to face death?" Mike charged forward excitedly, but this boss turned out to be a beautiful white-skinned woman, which is quite interesting. Ba khắc phía sau vội ngăn lại, dội ra, dâng hành giọng hấp tấp. Một luồng sức mạnh xẹt qua mũi anh ta. Mike chưa kịp phản ứng, da bị giãn xuất.
System notification. Your teammate Mike has been killed by the tower hand boss.
The tower hand blows a lingering cloud of smoke from his fingertips as someone shouts. Mike hesitated in fear. Killing a knight with just one strike, how could that be possible? As for this boss,
what level has it reached? Someone behind reported that I used a long-range summoning spell, but it was completely ineffective, and those with less strength even fainted.
She was stunned. "What, Augustine is coming out? Leave it to me." The true seal of Forbidden Footprint has been activated, introducing a skill that allows detailed information about the
target to be viewed regardless of level restrictions. The cooldown is 24 hours. Information about Tower of the Pillar, the king of original sins, is displayed. Proud.
Taithap, the divine long-lived, is said to be the leader among the primordial kings, matching the arrogance of the 7 primordial sins. With enough strength to rival the gods, even other primordial kings are in awe of her. Level 400, attributes, strength 452. 1,121, spirit 231,123, speed 213,432, resistance? Everyone is shocked. This is the divine long-lived, sharing the same perception as them before the punishment, forgetting to check the information. Only now do I realize that Taithap's attributes are truly heaven-defying compared to my primal king. Not much weaker, but that was when the primal king was weakened. If we go back to the Golden Age, who knows how powerful she could be? The status bar shows weakened, abnormal state, cannot be removed, attributes greatly reduced, and some skills are unusable. Keep reading, then look at the talent again. The brutality and rage from before were already too extreme.
Even if arrogance is stronger, it's not much more. Detailed information appears. Talent, ability, arrogance.
The tower considers all creatures deemed weak and will not be harmed by any weak beings.
Weak beings, at levels lower than the tower, are any targets, and when they are on par with the tower, their basic attributes are lower than the tower's.
Note that anyone who can kill the original Sin King will be recognized by the tower and not considered weak. The worship of pride, anyone killed by the tower will have their soul mark engraved. Enslaving defeated enemies, these soul marks will be used as offerings to the supreme ruler. Soul marks, enslaving defeated enemies, consume this seal to activate a mandatory order. To Duang Qin Hai, this is unbelievable. This is definitely invincible. Those with lower levels than her are weak, and those with lower attributes than her are also weak, and the weak won't deal damage when attacking her. Please, there are no current experts in the world who have reached the divine level, and if no one could kill the original Sin King before, then her talent can also be considered unbeatable. but her arrogant arrogance is even more excessive. As long as Tay Thap kills the people involved in this crusade, I can control them unconditionally. If top-tier experts like Duong Qian and August Stone are there, it would be a perfect scene. I can't wait. To Duong announced, I have decided, Tay Thap, you will take over Tay Dok 2 and guard the 100th floor of Tam Yen so that those fools who don't know their limits will realize what true strength is. Tay Thap, obey the king's order. Currently, Lamna is commanding the beast, the icy roar, the chimera elements, all secretly protecting Mikey. The snow bear roared and threw a punch. Chimera coordinated the attack to eliminate the western tower. Dao Zheng activated the extreme. Dao Berserk State. Everyone, no need to hold back. Attack with full force. Augustine's eyes sparkled with lightning. Everyone, no need to hold back anymore. Attack with full force now. All of them transformed into a burst of energy shooting upward. And as the dust from the stomped smoke billowed up, Augustine opened his mouth. Has it been destroyed? Before he finished speaking, the other three in Lamna were all knocked back, and they all cried out in worry. Captain, guild leader, the western tower appears. Life point at 100%. She looks down on us. This is how weaklings fight in arena. So death will be yours. The other three can't understand why such unreasonable beings would appear on the 100th floor of the deep abyss. What is this chaos when we have already launched a full-scale attack and not even a drop of blood has been shed? Augustine warns, first, don't rush to think about the current mechanism. Looking at the energy flows, the battle path is worried. It seems the boss is about to use a big attack. Everyone, activate all defensive skills and hold your ground. The Western Tower unleashes a mighty sword of arrogance. O Sovereign, I come to serve you faithfully and offer you a grand feast. Please, accept this. The sword rises like a giant pillar of light descending upon the four of them. She declared, you little demons, die with her. The scream echoed loudly until thick dust and smoke filled the air. Seeing the other three have logged out, they sighed in relief. Only the three of us are left alive. Even the other three have fallen. Isn't his defensive ability also quite high? Duong Cheng hesitated. This skill is really terrifying. The entire group has been completely wiped out. Just us. I see now. Only the three of us here managed to kill the original king, and we must be the ones to finish him off. That's why we survived, while others were immediately killed unconditionally. This must be the truth about this boss's mechanism. Augustine is annoyed. What's the point of knowing now? The gap in strength is so terrifying that we basically can't fight. You see, the Western Tower's sword shot past them. Fortunately, Your Majesty, I did not disgrace my duty. The three beams of light shine straight up into the sky above, while the three battle lines look miserable and covered in dirt and mud. Augustine was surprised. Are there people here? Someone lying on the ground looking dazed, asking what just happened. Who is that guy? Why did I get killed instantly without any reaction? Except for those three great masters, we were all killed instantly, just like the passers-by. There's no difference at all. Why is such a powerful boss appearing secretly on the 100th floor? It must be a divine realm. How can we possibly fight? Linna assessed, a heavy aura of despair. Duong Qian said, this is unavoidable. After all, we just suffered an unprecedented, humiliating defeat. The others have been waiting for a long time. Everyone has returned already. I understand clearly that when she drew her sword, I realized that with our current strength, we basically have no chance to defeat her. This dungeon cannot be beaten. Lamna bitterly realizes that as things stand, we simply cannot obtain the weapon of rebellion, let alone kill the original ruler, and there will be no way to enter the resurrection zone that stretches across the divine realm. Path continues, and this also means that if we cannot complete the final step of ascending to godhood and reach the 10 transmission divine realm, we will never be able to break through the arrogant king. This is truly a cycle of death. Augustine still cannot forget the fear he felt earlier. This is the first enemy, and the great priest Tiza has made me think that absolute invincibility is possible. This arrogant king is truly terrifying. He judged that this was simply the darkest moment of the world. I looked at their exhausted and defeated appearance. You assess that the darkest moment, that's indeed not wrong, but you are mistaken on one point. The final step to ascend to godhood will finally arrive, but the one who will push this leap forward is not you, but me. The dominance of the Western Tower is indeed very convenient. Through these soul seals, I can not only issue mandatory commands, but also sense the location, status, words, and even thoughts of the corresponding person, which is much better than blindly groping on the entire battlefield. Suddenly I felt a strange emotion. How odd. Why is there a positive feeling among all these negative emotions, and even feeling excited? Could this person's mind be broken? Wait, isn't this person's outfit from the Shiva kingdom? That person is at Tohazan, level 320, with the divine relic of the celestial court. Tuduang is familiar with this place. When it comes to the kingdom of Shiva, it always leaves a very strange impression, not only because of its bizarre scenery, but also because during the game era, it maintained a traditional ranking system, which also led to almost total control and extraordinary resources in the hands of the strong. Therefore, the disparity in the strength of pseudo-professions in the kingdom of Shiva is extremely clear, with the number of legendary stage pseudo-professions being almost the smallest among all countries. Tuduang felt a strange sense of excitement, a disastrous failure, but full of joy. This is really interesting. Let me see what he's really thinking. Atto is currently hiding behind a tree observing the road battle group. I didn't expect even the top-tier teams in the world have been overthrown. Good. This is extremely good news. The decline of top-tier professionals has significantly slowed down the progress of world missions. Both Longha and the Eagle Federation will face trouble because of this, and it gives our Shiva Kingdom a chance to surpass Longha, the Eagle Federation, and become a superpower in the world. He believed that as long as he obtained the inheritance of the ancient devouring treasure, Tuduang frowned when he heard this name again. It seemed he had heard of it somewhere before. Yes, it was mentioned in the description of the Great Sword of Long Country. He tapped on the screen to check the information, and a notification appeared. Only the Great Sword of Long Country, the ancient devouring Athos, named after Athos, the heir of the ancient devouring treasure, ultimately reaching the mushroom of death, using fog as a sword, blood as a soul, an immortal bone ring, the ancient devouring remains. Tuduang confirmed, no mistake. According to the description above, the Long Athos is the heir of the ancient devouring treasure. I thought it was just a simple background story, but I didn't expect it actually exists. The scene reveals that the ancient devouring treasure rests here, slain by the anonymous brave man, with the dragon and the demon simultaneously bestowing the crown upon him to celebrate the disappearance of the terrifying shadow. But when the anonymous brave man was betrayed, his body was buried somewhere unknown. His soul was buried in a place beyond harm, and he was waiting for someone to come there. But his name and the ancient devouring treasure will fulfill his revenge, Tuduang speculates. According to his memory, it seems that Amino Hazan, his brother, learned about this from a stone tablet near the Longlin secret realm, but it could make both the fairy and the ancient divine dragon tremble in fear from the shadows so terrifying. So how powerful is the ancient devouring relic really? And the last person to enter the Longlin secret realm hopes to obtain the inheritance of the ancient devouring relic and the anonymous hero's armor. Otto is carefully calculating, and right now, only we two brothers know this secret. While the Cross Crusade is busy, as long as my Vaganu nephew enters the Longlin secret realm first, the inheritance of the ancient devouring treasure will be ours. By then, even a god-level boss won't be our match, and we can easily take the divine weapon of rebellion, killing two birds with one stone. If I remember correctly, those who can enter the Longlin secret realm now come from Longha, the Union of America, and Manhwa country. In the past, I wouldn't dare face them directly to compete. The man glanced toward the battlefield and Lam Na, hesitating, as if after this Longlin secret realm ends, everything will change and the Shiva Kingdom will surpass the United States Federation and Longha completely. So, let's start with those you call geniuses, since that is a different dimension from the real world. After death, there is no way to be reincarnated, just a few more kills, and it will definitely be true death. Otto's dark thoughts were all overheard by Tuduang. You had a plan, poor Otto. First I will take over the role for half a second. Who would have thought that my own voice would be heard so clearly? And then how can I thank you for telling me this? Otto's son Vikanu is a lost beast tamer. With my current strength, I can definitely kill a lost beast tamer without much effort. Tuduang suddenly remembered. She almost forgot about the tower hand. What was she doing again? Seeing the hand tower bowing and holding that pose, I was surprised. She's been like this for so long. Doesn't she get tired? Even though I am now a god, maybe I truly don't have this feeling. She blushed at the thought. After finishing this act, the monarch must have seen her, so she deliberately stayed silent. This isn't good. I might not be able to hold back this excited sound anymore. You are powerless. This body of yours is too low level. Tuo Yang calls out, Hand Tower, come here with me. Hand Tower happily obeys the order. Wind. She moved to stand before you, my lord. I wonder if my subordinate's actions have pleased you. Tuduang praised. You did very well in defeating all external enemies, so I will reward you. As long as I can please you, I am satisfied. I dare not accept your favor lightly. Tuduang raised a stream of light. This is the king's gift. You have no right to refuse. The essence of the divine power suddenly surged into the body of the tower girl, and she could feel it. feeling truly blissful as her entire body was filled with the king's strength. These words made Tuduang hold back his anger. What kind of terrible words are these?
Taithap begged, "Your Majesty, I still want more. Is that possible?" Tuduang ordered, "Wait until the next person makes a contribution. Then talk. Go back now."
She immediately disappeared, obeying the order. You lean on your hand, pretending to be brave in front of the god-level boss. It's really exhausting. She still has that annoying personality, but compared to the usual stuff, the power of this original Sin ruler is truly terrifying. Just a single streak of dark power like that is enough to make the Tower Lord captivated. If this weakened state is lifted, how powerful could I become? Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared in front of Tuduang. What is that? It was she, Euphemia, the high priestess of the divine temple, who caused that commotion. Her eyes closed. Euphemia was shocked to hear the news. The Crusader army, the strongest fighting force on the continent, had been completely annihilated. How could it be like this? She was anxious. The situation was too abnormal. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Euphemia receives the prayer. O idol, your representative, Euphemia Vega, the third holy high priest, prays for your blessing. Holy light shines upon her body as she prays, asking for divine illumination and clear eyes to see the arrival of the endless dark abyss so she can guide and spread the holy light. System notification. Upgraded the predatory eye and true eye skills, introducing the true eye's form blessed by the power of the idol, containing the divine light of the stars, capable of seeing through everything in the world. Euphemia appears right where the demon is sitting, pointing her staff at Tuduang and asking, "That is an incredibly terrifying dark power. Are you the Lord of the Abyss?" You seem to respond with calmness and say that, as the high priest of the temple, you are honored by the divine presence, and you are aware of my plan to form a crusade team to conquer this dark abyssal demon and complete the power of the world. I know very well about that. Did those rats get wiped out by my western tower just now? Is that why you're here? Her eyes flashed with coldness. So, how should I greet you then? The evil eye's beam shot towards Euphemia, and she remembered that last time she used the Eye of Death. He seemed to still be asleep, but this time he had awakened. Could this be the reason for Tam Yen's sudden change? And moreover, the feeling it gives is completely different from before. Deeper and darker, even the true eye cannot see through it. This guy is definitely a being above the level of a god. She knew she was no match, so she tore through time and space to leave, first retreating and then returning to conquer with her team and develop countermeasures. Tuduang raised the dark orb in his hand, thinking that she could go wherever she wanted, whenever she wanted. The dark power surges around Euphemia's body, binding her tightly so she can't break free. Duong thought, if I could kill the strongest high priest of the divine temple, I wonder what kind of equipment I would get. But unfortunately, all the experience points are wasted. But she transformed into a beam of light, breaking free from her bonds, and Tuduang was stunned. What is that? Now I realize that it's not easy to catch her, the highest priest of the divine temple, the strongest and most mysterious on the continent. Looking ahead, a space-time portal is opening, and Tuduang is bringing her through. This is Euphemia teleporting back to the temple, escaping the danger just in time. She is panting heavily. That was really dangerous, too terrifying to believe. Euphemia stood up, wiped the sweat from her face. Luckily, the power of the temple had suppressed her injuries, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Behind her, J.A., the high priestess of the temple, worriedly asked, "Are the high priestess okay?" She asked how I was doing. "I'm fine, just a little exhausted. How is the assault team doing?" J.A. reported that they have regrouped and are heading toward the holy city. Knowing that, Euphemia immediately left. "All right, I'll go back to my room to tidy up a bit. Just wait here and let me know if anyone comes." Matt Hadam has been monitoring the situation here and reporting to Tuduang, who was surprised. Surprisingly, through Euphemia's energy, it has spread back to the source. This is the holy city. The great goddess Euphemia is just a character seen only in books and news. People say she has never left the holy city. It now seems that it's not that she doesn't want to leave the holy city, but that she can't leave. Otherwise, with her strength, she would be fully capable of competing with the Western Tower. Tuduang thought about the possibility that if she was also in the expedition team and was killed by the Western Tower, she could carve a soul seal and control her. This would be very helpful to her. What a pity. But my dark power can now infiltrate the real world without being detected. It seems that the divine authority's power isn't as strong as I previously thought. It must be said that currently, the transfer of titles for fake professions around the world is recorded by idols. It is no surprise that this holy statue is the center gathering of global idols. so maybe I can use my dark power to corrode the holy statue and change the data inside it. Then perhaps no one will be able to detect my special level up anymore. Duong decided to test the energy emitted from the eye. A few minutes later, looking at the Yuanxi statue, he felt discouraged, thinking it was completely useless. As soon as the dark power entered, it faced strong resistance, leaving me completely isolated. It's only fortunate that I didn't give any warning, otherwise I would have faced a huge mess. Duong focused on Xayah, then tried to control the others. Let's see if it works. He shot a beam of crimson light from his eye directly into Xayah's head, causing a sharp pain to spread through her. Xayah felt something invading her body and mind. Don't do it. She had transformed into the evil demon Xayah, level 130. Demon race, demon, second demon, singing dark curses, her coquettish voice echoing, "Where is my master? I want to serve again." You're the one witnessing this scene and still shocked. What's going on here? A sudden surge in power is understandable. But why has the race changed like this, and how can your dark power turn humans into demons? That thing. Duong hesitated. Is she now considered a monster or just an imposter class, as the statue suddenly radiates energy? You're amazed. Does the idol profession react? A beam of light shoots up from the top of the divine temple into the sky. The top of the building is surrounded by a glowing circle, and from the distant plains, the image of a beam of light remained clear. There are also beams of light like that from all over the world. The announcement rings out, revealing the world update. Factions, alliances, and the primordial power-based conquest of the original Sin monarchs who have invaded the fake professions, created the first evil god sacrifice, and opened a new faction. Currently, when entering the dark abyss, the fake professions are completely corroded by demonic power and will no longer lose their reason, but will transform into the demon faction. Fake professions within the demon faction can change their roles through the evil demon sacrifice and upgrade their rank from current demon rank to divine rank, turning hostile. Fighting between different factions will no longer require referees. New areas open, the Dark Demon City. New idols, demon races, world missions, armies descending, preventing humans from killing the primordial monarchs. Before the monarchs recover from their weakened state, completing world missions between the human and demon factions will lead to different world paths. This news leaves everyone stunned. The new update introduces a new faction, the demon faction. What does this mean? The Yuvan Guild is also in an uproar, and Yu Vu comments that this mission seems quite sinister. Isn't it obvious that it's humans killing each other? Dung Tweet worries that no one truly wants to become a demon, right? I don't want that to happen. Yuvan replied, "It's hard to say. There are many people in this world willing to do anything for power, especially those in leadership positions." And Ngu said, "Probably not. Those elders already have 2 kinds of sin weapons, so completing the human faction's mission isn't difficult anymore. Basically, there's no need to switch to the demon faction." Yu Vu speculates that this is probably simply a way to give those who have been completely consumed by demonic power a chance to survive so they don't become crazy monsters. Lost in madness, Yuvan concludes that this update doesn't seem to have much impact, but opening a portal to the demon kingdom, I wonder what changes it will bring. But that's not what we're concerned about. For now, we should focus on leveling up. Upstairs, Nguyen Min is discussing with Uncle Tai about this unprecedented major event. Acting General Manager, what do you think? He is helpless. This matter has gone beyond our control. The only thing we can do now is to stabilize the people's minds as much as possible before Than Tan issues the order. Nguyen Min wondered, what do you think? Will those half-gods really move? Our informant there said that someone else has already obtained the rebellious weapon. Uncle Tai believes that if that really happens, then this is the worst situation possible. Hopefully it won't happen, or else this update's mission will be forever impossible to complete. At Than Tan, his eyes kept watching the statue, silently thinking how surprising it was that his ordinary effort had caused such a dramatic event. But right now, only the Western Tower was guarding the 100th floor in deep silence, so they couldn't break through, and they were also negotiating to kill the original king. This kind of world-level mission is simply hell-level difficulty for people now. In such a situation, many would surely think that completing a world-level task is impossible. In this way, joining the demon worship could become a very tempting choice. After all, switching to demon worship now wouldn't make me lose my mind. Without having to complete a world-level mission to receive a long-term God-class transfer quest, not many people could resist this temptation. Through soul sealing, I feel that the top 7 ancient powerhouses in the world are contemplating this matter. This was actually a strike from the Western Tower. I never expected there to be such an unbelievable performance. It's really interesting. Duong suddenly remembered, that's right. In that case, I can completely accept the class transfer mission by opening the demon god statue. This way, I can avoid the monitoring of the transfer temple and also directly and perfectly solve the problem of rapid level up.
After leveling up and collecting all 7 cursed weapons, I can still kill the first Primal Lord as before. I hesitated, but wait, if I use the cursed weapons to seize the Primal Lord's power, then if I kill another resurrection system of the Primal Lord, will he still retain his power?
Looking at the notification, the original Sin Lord boss is very special. The one who holds the original Sin power is called the original Sin Lord. Therefore, after the host completes the first kill, they will become the new original Sin Lord, and at that point, this system will find a higher level boss for the host to temporarily replace them. The truth is revealed, so that's how it is. A boss with a higher rank than the original sinner?
This far exceeds my imagination. What kind of rebellious existence could that be?
Euphemia has already acted. Why did the demon clan appear in the temple? Quickly capture her. Her people are already chasing after her. Looking at Raya, you realize you've been discovered, but I didn't plan to stay here either. She sees someone approaching and is happy. The master is here, is that right? The holy ring in Euphemia's hand glows brightly. Don't even think about escaping. The holy ring is coming down. Raya has disappeared. Those people can't find her and start searching, but she's no longer there. Hurry and look again. She must still be nearby. Euphemia reminds them, no need to search anymore. They've already left. Everyone return to your positions. She feels that the aura just now must have been that of the original ruler. Could it be that he followed her strength all the way here? I was too reckless. The power and uniqueness of the original ruler far surpass my expectations. What should I do with this situation? I keep thinking. This isn't escape, it's just a strategic retreat. Rhea, lying on her mistress's lap, says that the owner is both strong and handsome, and Nuo Ra really wants to give him a little demon. She is speechless. Her movements attract Duong to bring her away, and now the demon city appears before her, with lightning streaks descending from the sky. You're so big. Is this the demon castle mentioned in the notice? Some people are shocked to see their own form. Damn it, I just woke up and already turned into a demon. If the great ruler doesn't free us, you're still just a walking corpse. Aside from looking uglier, you don't feel any different than before. What demon? This is basically super cool. Duong annoyedly announces, it's too noisy. If you are the first little demon priest, then go maintain order. Rhea receives the order. Understood. I will obey my master's will. Watching Rhea command the others from the center, I knew that these impostors dared to infiltrate the deep abyss of the demons, and they must have some strength. If a single demon priestess were left alone, she wouldn't be able to handle them. Back in the throne space, he issued the order that it was time to meet the new original Sin King, Dual Knight. Listen to my command. Dual Knight. Queen Livia, the supreme ruler, knelt on one knee respectfully and said, Livia comes at your call. She secretly envied that lowly servant from the Western Tower, who had been loved by the ruler many times. But now it was finally her turn, and she had to perform well so the ruler would forget about that servant. Duong ordered, I will appoint you as the first high priest of the demon god. You will govern the priests of the demon god, control the demon temple, manage this new power well, and serve me. Livia accepted the order. Understood. Unfortunately, you go now. Through the screen, Duong saw Livia's progress, building infrastructure so quickly, impressive. After I kill the original Sin Monarch, these personnel and infrastructure will keep working for me. Kind of like playing a farming simulation game. Not bad at all. She works efficiently, move faster, don't dawdle. Remember that the great king has granted you a new life, and you must be loyal to him for life. Understood? All obey orders. Yes, Rhea flattered. No wonder she's a noble. Once she makes her move, these people will become obedient immediately. She reminds them that unless these apostates taste some suffering, they still won't know their place. You should learn from this as well, Livia thought to herself. The ruler has entrusted me with such an important task. This is amazing. As for the Western Tower, just stay obediently at the 100th floor gate. I will be behind to take good care of the ruler instead of you. Notification. You have been appointed as the great priest of the evil demon and will soon receive knowledge about the Red Moon. Please cooperate with the ruler to resist the Red Moon's invasion of this world. Livia looked at the system screen in confusion. What is this? Why did it suddenly appear? I've never seen it before. She grabbed a monster and asked, Hey, do you see this? What is it? The man replied, Your Majesty the Queen is very ambitious. I haven't seen anything. This monster vaguely guesses the meaning. You mean the Red Moon, right? It seems I've heard about this somewhere before. Yes, I've heard that those who complete the 5-star class transfer mission might encounter this, but I don't know if that's true. Livia observed the idol in front of her. Could it be that this demon god statue emitted this?
It seems I can only go ask the sovereign. She clasped her hands and respectfully said, I, Livia, loyal to you, wish to see your majesty. There was no response. Could it be that the supreme commander has fallen asleep again?
Seeing no response, Livia understood that sometimes the supreme commander would fall into such states. No matter how much we call him, we can't wake him up. It's so frustrating. I wonder when he will recover to his peak and lead us to counterattack the human world again. At Than City, during the meeting, the atmosphere was eerily tense. Euphemia spoke up, thanking everyone for attending,
and due to recent special circumstances, I apologize for summoning you all here. Augustine reminded her. Lord Titi, there's no need to be so formal. We all understand the reason you called us, so just get straight to the point.
She agrees. Very well, I won't say more. I believe everyone has received the information about the world update. Among them, the conversion to the fallen evil demon and opening the passage to the demon kingdom are the two main topics of discussion today. First of all, no matter what, I hope everyone will not join the evil demon ruins. It is completely an act of betraying humanity, and the final result will only be eternal damnation. The other two were discussing when they heard this, and honestly, there was a time I was truly shocked. The person next to him agreed. I understand you. Just the Western Tower is already an insurmountable mountain, and when you think about what's behind her, it's even more terrifying than the Lord of Original Sin. Taking on this task is simply impossible. Better to surrender to the enemy. 3 hours later, the final battle left a deep darkness in everyone's hearts. And then suddenly, updating the version information in this situation was like seeing the flaws in everyone's minds. This is truly the emotion of a demon. Lamna calmly said there's no need to be so secretive. Isn't there still an alliance route? He shrugged. Yes, that's exactly the main reason why people's hearts remain so calm now. Otherwise, the rebellion would have broken out long ago. Euphemia waited for them to finish speaking before continuing. The entrance to the fairy kingdom is always one way, so humans cannot enter the fairy kingdom without permission. If we can complete the alliance mission and open the way into the fairy realm this time, it will definitely bring us great benefits. The path of battle is clear, but to accomplish this mission, we must first get past the Western Tower, and we cannot fight against a divine-level enemy. But does the fairy kingdom truly possess divine-level powers, or could we try to ask for their support? The Western Tower is the strongest primordial king. Only by defeating her can we mean to defeat all the other primordial kings. And once we gather the 5 divine weapons of sin, and also acquire the 2 weapons from that mysterious god, they probably won't refuse to cooperate with us. After all, his goal is to kill the Sin King. We agree on this point. Lin Nam and the others agree. I have no objections. I agree, and the other 3 also agree. I do too. However, we should establish contact with the Elven Kingdom as soon as possible. Anyway, time waits for no one. Most people are still observing, and some may want to be the first to take the risk and turn into a fallen demon. I anticipated this, so I had already made an agreement with the Elven Kingdom. Looking at the magic staff in Euphemia's hand, I draw a circle. Then Alan appeared. Everyone marveled. No wonder he is the High Priest. This is Alan Lauren, level 160, 6-star, Kung Din Mage. He introduced himself, saying hello to you humans. I am Alan Lauren, the eldest son of the prestigious Lauren family. I hope you will remember me well. The person next to him advises to speak softly. I heard that Lauren is a major family in the Elf Kingdom. If you insult them, you'll face the consequences. Euphemia inquired respectfully, Prince Lauren, thank you to the Elven Kingdom for responding to our request. I wonder what Her Majesty the Queen thinks about this. Alan licked his lips with a smug look. She is indeed the High Priestess of the Human A, truly deserving her reputation. What a remarkable figure. Euphemia was displeased by these rude words. Seeing Augustine's eyes flash with sparks, Lamna nervously advised, calm down, calm down. Alan took out the authority orb, then I will read the decree of Her Royal Highness to respond to the requests of our human friends. The Fairy Kingdom is willing to help and assist humans in destroying the original monarch, but there are also corresponding conditions. He clearly stated that first, apart from the fairy race, no humans are allowed to participate in the Dragon Spirit secret realm. Second, send someone to find the whereabouts of the demon princess Lilith and bring her back to the Elf Kingdom. Third, the transfer of divine power will grant 60% of the current Red Moon spirit cores to the Elf Temple. Lamna listened and then snorted, frowning in thought, remembering that in Euphemia the words were just as harsh, with curses ringing out. Damn it, the lion cubs are already grown up, so why don't they let us enter the Long Spirit secret realm? Who do you think you are? If you want to find someone, go find them yourself.
You elves have great powers, but still can't find anyone.
Today, I will go to the demon temple to surrender to the enemy, then come back to kill you, you shameless bastard.
Auto Objects, do you want to keep the treasure of the Dragon Spirit secret realm for yourself?
I, the kingdom of Shiva, will be the first to disagree, he thought to himself. It took great effort for Bigano to tame the dragon. The legacy of the eternal ancient treasure must not fall into others' hands. The staff in Femya's hand strikes the ground, radiating a clear light, orderly. Alan regretfully says, "Are human organizations and cultivations still so concerning?"
What do you think? Your Excellency the High Priestess, she replied, the temple transfer does not oppose the second and third conditions, but the first condition concerns the core interests of the groups in many countries.
Therefore, I still hope you will reconsider a bit, he asked. To enter the dragon spirit's secret realm, one must tame a great dragon. How many countries currently have the right to enter the gate? Femya replied. Long Ha, the Federation of America,
The United Kingdom and the Siwa Nation all have their own dragon tamers.
The relevant information has already been passed on. Alan scrolls through the screen. Let me check.
He makes the final demand, so here's the deal. The others can enter, but those who tame the black dragon are not allowed to proceed.
Furthermore, you also have to send the person who tamed the black dragon to our elf kingdom, and Duan Zhen was the first to oppose, punching his fist hard onto the table.
Duan Zhen asked cautiously, "What does this mean? Is this request aimed at Long Ha?"
He challenges. Targeting, I think you're wrong. The elf kingdom doesn't aim at any human nation.
In my eyes, all of you are equal. There is no difference. As for the reason, I don't need to tell you.
You just think about whether you agree or not.
Tokugawa advised Lord Duongqian, although I don't know why, but the fairy kingdom must have its reasons.
Your people in Long Ha have no words, sacrificing a little to help others achieve their goals compared to having a strong ally from the elf kingdom, right?
Otto added, Lord Duongqian, this concerns all of humanity. Your people in Long Ha should make a small sacrifice. This is not a request from us to you, but from our elf allies. Do you really want to lose their help over this? If you impose your morals and because of your actions, we cannot receive help from the fairy allies or defeat the world boss, forcing us to turn to dark magic, then Long Ha will be the sinner of all mankind. Lamna asked unhappily, Isn't that a bit too much?
Augustine commented, a perfect villainous face. Where are you going, old Dong? Seeing Dongcheng in front of him,
Tokugawa stammered, Lord Dongcheng, what are you looking at me for? My face has nothing.
I threw a punch straight at his face,
sending him flying forward. And as I saw Duongqian nearby, Otto was terrified. What do you want to do? I punched hard into his back, my voice cold. What Long Ha wants to do has not yet been your turn to teach us, you two useless fools.
Duongqian clasped his hands and told Euphemia that although we don't know why the fairy kingdom made that decision,
this is a major event involving all of humanity, and Long Ha must take responsibility and be prepared for losses. But someone may not come to Long Lin's secret realm, but absolutely cannot hand over the fairy kingdom. After saying that, he left. That's all. I have other matters to attend to, so I bid farewell now.
Tokugawa is still trembling. Damn, your strike was heavy. It hurt so much.
Otto is no better. He's a traitor, pathbreaker, long hero. Just wait for me. I'll report this enemy soon. Yes, let's start with your genius Long Ha first. This scene was all seen by Toduong, the fairy kingdom, Anhwa kingdom, Shiva kingdom. Are they targeting me? This is really close to me.
The fiery aura emanating from each person made the maid frightened. Sir, what's wrong with you? Toduong turned back and smiled casually as if nothing had happened. It's okay. Let's continue the massage. My shoulders still hurt a bit. The maids then massaged Toduong's body, and he blamed himself for not being careful enough to reveal his kingly aura. I should control myself better in daily life to avoid attracting others' attention. But upon reflection, something doesn't seem right. I can understand the attitude of the kingdom of Anhwa and the Shiva kingdom. But why is the spirit realm deliberately targeting me? It seems like they don't know Lilith's background. Maybe they want to avenge Aka Chang, but the problem is, no one knows about the relationship between the Black Dragon and me, and they can't possibly blame me just because I killed the Black Dragon. I don't want to overthink it. I'll ask Lilith later. Lilith, after hearing the story, awkwardly said, You mean Aka? No way. Those guys are not interested in avenging Han at all. On the contrary, if Han dies, it would be better for everyone else. Toduong was curious. Why was that? She replied, Even the elves are not united. They are always fighting for power, pretending to be polite in front of each other, but in reality,
both sides are doing bad things behind each other's backs. You're tired of it. Is this palace intrigue?
Toduong pondered that if it had nothing to do with Aka, then the answer could only point to the Black Dragon itself. No, To be precise, it would be aimed at the one who once brought them fear and endless darkness. The ancient devourer, out of fear of the ancient devourer, they are extremely determined and cautious with any black dragon. If that's the case, then their request makes sense. The Long Spirit Secret Realm also contains the inheritance of the ancient devourer and the anonymous hero. To prevent the so-called revenge inheritance from falling into the wrong hands, the elves naturally do not want anyone else to know about it. And those exploring the Long Spirit Secret Realm would never mention themselves or the taming of the black dragon. To prevent the inheritance of the ancient devourer and the nameless hero from falling into the wrong hands, the spirit tribes naturally did not want outsiders to participate in exploring the Long Spirit Secret Realm, but later they felt more at ease, showing they were confident they would grasp the inheritance. It's just a pity that I won't let you achieve your wishes. Tuduang asked, so they said they wanted to find you and bring you back. Lilith shook her head repeatedly. Refusing to go or come back, she swore she would never return. Remember, you promised not to kick me out of the house. You must keep your word. I never want to go back there again. Tuduang replied, Of course I won't chase you away. Don't cry anymore. He gently pats her head and comforts her, secretly thinking that these royal spirit elves probably have no good intentions towards the princess carrying the original emperor's child. Even my conscience won't allow me to send her back to that hellhole. Lilith revealed herself to everyone before the black dragon was subdued. Once the royal fairy clan announces Lilith's appearance, someone will inevitably recognize her. I have to get her to a safe place first or prepare other countermeasures. A notification appears and Dongjian sends you a message. Do you want to read it? You know, we have to perform really well first. Tuduang, I came here to tell you something. I hope you can stay calm. For this dragon spirit secret realm, you might not be allowed to participate. You look very scared. Why is that? I clearly tamed the black dragon. Why can't I participate then? Dongqian replied, This is the request from the spirit realm kingdom. They even want us to hand you over. Tuduang was shocked. What? Did you agree to them? He frowned. Of course not. Although the conquest progress is currently stalled, we can't refuse due to the overall situation, but only within reasonable limits. The matter of handing you over, both me and Longha's nation after you, we will not agree. You feel very touched, and although you knew this in advance, Duong Qian's attitude still moved you to tears. He pats your shoulder and says, Don't worry. Although you can't participate in the Long Spirit Secret Realm this time, the country will definitely compensate you, and will never let our new genius of Longha suffer a loss. Tuduang accepts. All right, I trust you. Then I saw him off as he left, and Duong Qianshen walked carefully. You miscalculated. According to the schedule, tomorrow is the day the Long Spirit Secret Realm opens. Do you know if the two 9-turn experts from Manhwa Kingdom and Shiva Kingdom are ready for the surprise I have prepared for them? At the Asuka residence in Manhwa Kingdom, next to the Red Dragon, Hitu Than Tho laments that the boy who tamed the Black Dragon cannot participate in the Secret Realm tomorrow, which is really unfortunate. Vudai wanted to seize this opportunity to get to know him better. Luckily, he didn't come. I don't want to fight with such violent people. On the side of Shiva Kingdom, Atto was earnestly persuading, Biganu, this is both your chance and our Shiva people's chance as we enter the Secret Kingdom. Use the stone tablet to suppress the remaining dragons. If necessary, Biganu calmly says, just go ahead and kill them. I will do it, Uncle Atto, and I am really looking forward to tomorrow. The one who tamed that black dragon can't come, so that's even better. In the sky, the dragon riders flying by amazed everyone. Look, those are the dragon knights from the Love Spirit Kingdom, but there are actually 6 of them. Isn't this team too strong? These spirits aren't as friendly as they seem on the outside. I'm starting to feel worried. Eric, the 3rd prince of the Fairy Kingdom, level 220, transmutation. The Dragon Knight from the Love Realm frowned in displeasure and said, I didn't expect that recently. 3 more humans have tamed dragons, which really exceeds the data. Alan, the dragon beside him, replied, only the devil knows what they have done, but it's nothing major. After this Dragon Spirit Secret Realm ends, they won't have any more dragon messengers. Eric warned, don't rush. Once we conquer the human world, your Lauren family will surely be able to take over a vast territory. Humans reproduce quickly like animals, so there will be no shortage of women for the players then. Linya watched their actions in the sky. Haitu rode on the red dragon, eagerly looking around. He was impatient. I can't wait until then. After we go inside, I want to satisfy my craving first. Linya spoke up. My impression of the elves is a bit disappointing. He too added that my instincts tell me to stay away from them. Tokugawa approached and advised not to worry, just keep everything normal for now. Linya reminds you, but remember, don't be stubborn when facing danger. Survival is more important than anything else. Do you understand? The Beganu side is discussing, this fairy kingdom is truly too arrogant, yet they brought so many people with them. This is for the battlefield defense, only God knows if he will finish his words or not. He left immediately. Uncle, I'm leaving now. I hear a warning from behind. Do it well and show them how mighty our Shiva kingdom is.
Eric's side flies past high too. Beautiful girl, do you want to join my team later? Ato's side. The demon barrier is shining brightly, Ra secretly thought. 6 fat sheep from the fairy kingdom are truly an unexpected surprise. They probably think they are invincible in the secret realm, but how do they know we already have a shield that can tame the dragon? If we help them, we can get 8 dragons. What could be better than that?
Really, it's amazing. I just can't help but feel excited. The ground suddenly exploded with power. Otto only swore, yet he directly used forbidden spells and even killed people from the fairy kingdom. Looking at the person in the sky, it's falling apart. Has he gone mad? Augustine raised his staff, electricity emanating from it as the staff struck down with 2 powerful forces. Another explosion erupted, and flames covered the area. Duong thought to himself, being able to control a 9-realm powerhouse is truly a special feeling. Fight well for me, Grand Mage Augustine. Your hand is holding a floating sphere projecting an image of him. Duong mounts the black dragon and flies away. As for you, I will test your bloodline. Your eyes blaze with ambition, devouring everything. The fire element erupts fiercely in the space, with Augustine's shadow standing out in the middle. Tokugawa hurried over. Crazy, Augustine is out of control. We have to stop him. He reminded Otto, get up, we must fight together. Otto's eyes flash with deadly intent. He rushes forward with his sword, but luckily he was stopped in time. Tokugawa swore, damn it, you're also infected. Crazy. As soon as he finished speaking, one of his eyes turned red, and he activated the coercive command. So Tokugawa lost his mind and swung his sword at Otto, killing him, as countless shining blades appeared in the air. From above, lightning crackled down, and both of them attacked the guy simultaneously. I secretly hope the forced order will only last for a minute. During this time, please help me create chaos, and I will leave beforehand. When the control is lifted, Augustine stands frozen there, confused and wondering what on earth just happened. Looking at the battlefield he created, no one survived. Augustine was worried. This time, it's a big mess. Someone shouted out, what exactly just happened? Why did our bodies and minds suddenly lose control? Otto realizes that we have definitely been controlled by someone in some way. Tokugawa is stunned. What? I am sure that my intuition as a priest cannot be wrong. Someone is secretly manipulating us. And Augustine is also affected. So somehow they managed to control all of us without anyone knowing who could it be. Did you all see that? The 2 others confirmed. I saw it too. Are you saying that Long Ha is behind this? He doesn't know, I'm not sure, but at least I can be certain it's not Dao Zheng. I understand him. He never breaks his word, let alone resort to such threatening tactics. The most important thing is that Dojiang is a fake warrior profession. So how could he control the people we fight against? That kind of coercive power, only those with mental strength far beyond ours could possibly wield it. Otto didn't argue. It was indeed as Tokugawa guessed. But if not Duong Qian, then who else could it be? Could it be To Zwing? He sneered. Are you joking? That kid is just a low-level profession with 5 transformations. How could he possibly control a half-god like us? Tokugawa realized he had spoken out of turn. I was just speaking casually. Augustine noticed that ever since the start of the fierce demon suppression campaign, strange things kept happening. It's truly very strange. He temporarily set this aside and decided to forget it, as there are more important matters to deal with than overthinking. Just now, because of being suppressed, we killed the Royal Guard team of the Spirit King dynasty. They must have been resurrected in the Divine Palace of the Spirit Realm dynasty. And probably soon, the Spirit Realm dynasty will learn this news. At that point, it could very well affect our relationship. Anyway, since the Longling secret realm is currently closed, we can't interrogate Tazwang. We should still take the initiative to contact the Spirit Realm Palace and see what they have to say. The 2 behind agree. I agree. I have no objections. In the Longling secret realm, energy columns pierced through the mountain peaks and burst into flames. When the Red Dragon Rider asked if she was afraid, could it be that this secret realm harbors monsters? Even the dragon's fierce, Beganuth silently thought, this must be the aura of the ancient devouring treasure left behind. Although many years have passed, this fear still remains in the blood and soul of the other dragons. Eric flew alongside her and spoke. Young lady, I see you're having some trouble, or would you like to ride the dragon with me? Are you refusing? No, you don't need to, Eric called from behind. Alan, it's really you. Are you planning to finish the job directly on the creature? Han raises the dragon fang. Only the dragon fang of the great can suppress the ancient fear that devours the bloodline of the dragon. Humans don't have this, so can a beast tamer easily control the dragon without it? The small crystal in Piganu's hand glows brightly. You all are too confident too soon. Wait until I use the crystal to control your dragons, then I will swallow you all in one go. The rumbling sound makes Lina shocked. Could the boss have arrived? Yuzi denies it. No, that's not right. This growl is...
She was stunned. It's him. There's still another dragon singing. They are shocked. What? Tuduong was counting silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like this will be quite a grand feast. Piganu sensed the fear of the water dragon he was riding. Why is the blue water dragon scared now? Even the protective talisman has no effect. Is this black water dragon truly that sinister?
Eric shouted, "What's going on? Weren't we agreed that the black dragons weren't allowed into the secret realm?"
Alan Ngianjiang said humans are truly an untrustworthy, shameless, and despicable species. A water dragon flew over, and someone reported, "Your Highness the Prince, the water dragons are panicking and unable to fight. He's too brave. What is he afraid of?" The man controlling the black dragon is just a detached consciousness of the 5 divine veins. Defeat him for me, and I will handle the black dragon. The tornado swept them away, Tuduong said. Then die. You just slashed with your sword, but it's you guys who got slaughtered. The system displays, you have slain the level 152. Spirit Knight Agus, the level 147 Spirit Knight, Karen, the level 148 Spirit Mage Mihaim, and the level 150 Spirit Guardian Havoc, gaining 520 experience. Alan is stunned. No way, within a blink of an eye, he has already killed 4 of our top experts.
Eric continued, I can't even see his speed when he strikes anymore. How can a 5th-ranked human have such power?
He's holding a treasure in his hand. This human is extremely dangerous. If we want to kill him, we must use our trump card.
At this moment, a huge mouth opened wide. Eric was tightly bitten inside, struggling desperately. Damn it, what is this thing? Let me out, you bastard, let me out. Alan knew he was no match. Even Eric was powerless. I have to run now. But his body was struck down by flames, collapsing onto the ground in pain. In front of him, Tuduong's face was grim as he was stepped on. Alan shouted, Do you know what you're doing? I am the one. Tuduong coldly declared that anyone who insults him would face revenge 100 times worse. Even if they were a god, he would kill them to show. Someone shouted for them to stop, but fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the group of ancient dragons advanced, with the arrogant one saying, Kid, don't be so cocky. What we did earlier was just a warning, but this time we will definitely take your dog's life. You smirk, mockingly, just resurrected and already rushing to sacrifice yourself again. You turtle, lucky to die. A stream of flames shot out from the ancient dragon's mouth. That he-guy must have been burned to death, right? Lai Na wondered why these old dragons of the elves suddenly became so full of energy. It's clear that just now she was very downhearted. Haitu reminded her to look into their eyes. She realized that the dragon's eyes were completely different from before. They must have used some kind of magic to control the dragon's mind, and this kind of magic has extremely severe side effects. Yet even this skill was used. Those elves really intend to kill the forest. From behind, Alan flies toward the main gate, killing 2. That guy, Ha-Hey, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Alan looks down at the scene below, where smoke billows thickly. Suddenly, a surge of power shoots up, startling him. What is this? The group of old dragons hurriedly moved aside. No way, don't come here. They've all been hit by firepower. The shadow of the black dragon appeared below. A monster suddenly shot up and asked, Where are you taking me? The black dragon soared high, obviously to eliminate all hidden dangers. Haitu looked up and saw it had disappeared. Lai Na assessed that facing this kind of attack, not only did she not get hurt, but she also easily counterattacked. It seems the people of the Spirit Realm Kingdom are in big trouble. The 2 dragons stood still, someone secretly thought. They're scared stiff. Piganu's blue dragon hid behind a tree, thinking to himself, the people of the Spirit Realm Kingdom were wiped out in an instant. Is this Tuduong still human? If we fight head-on, there's no chance to win. I can only look for an opportunity to strike from the shadows. Alan is furious. Why is it like this? Am I really going to die again? That guy is not even human. After dying twice, we've fallen too far behind in levels, and we can't beat him anymore. He pulls out the scroll. There's no other way. The entrance to the secret realm is sealed. Use the scroll to return to the city. Suddenly, a surge of power rushes through. The scroll was torn. Alan froze. What? Tuduong chased after him, wanting to run. Huh. Have you asked if I agreed yet? You stand on the back of the singing dragon, swinging your sword at him while Eric inside the fallen monster screams for help.
Hurry and save me, come on, Duong reminds him. Don't waste your strength anymore. If even he is lost, we won't escape.
So what can you do now? Alan forced a smile, trying to negotiate. What exactly do you want to do?
We can negotiate. What do you want? I agree to everything.
Duong calmly says, so what? Then I'll say, I want your life. Seeing his face turn pale with fear, you remind him again, scared now. Wasn't it you who wanted to kill me just now? You were arrogant and forced Long Ha to surrender me, so why were you so arrogant at first and now so humble? Alan admits his mistake, realizing that we failed to recognize Mount Tai before. Now we truly understand our error, so please, Elder, have mercy and forgive us. Duong reminds him, it's too late. I've already experienced your faces in Akka. Do you really think I'll let you survive and go back? The man was stunned. What? It was you who handed over Akka. You declare that I will keep killing, and killing you until your levels drop to 0 and you can no longer be resurrected. To Duong's insane intent, Alan was filled with fear. Another sword swung out, blood spilling everywhere.
The Dragon Knights desperately beg, but they turn away because you humans are supposed to form an alliance with our spirits. The alliance will never be established. You cannot kill the world boss, advance the world mission, or unlock the divine tier class transfer.
Don't you care at all about this ending? Duong raises the dragon bone high. Really? It's nothing at all. A sword strike tears the space in half. The system announces that you have completely slain the level 1 Spirit Knight Agus. You have completely killed the level 1 Spirit Warrior Karen. You have completely killed the level 1 Spirit Mage Behem. You have completely killed the level 1 Spirit Elf Archer Havoc. He glances at Eric, who was just released by the monster. Only he remains now. Even as he was dying, he still refused to admit defeat. You are a despicable coward. You only know how to use deceitful tricks. Let me go, and we'll settle this with a fight to determine the winner. Not in a formal duel. Duong waves his hand to call Eric over. Fine, I will let you die in a clear and fair way. He pulls out a talisman weapon, the violent wind, which you chose yourself. The lightning wind slash descends. You will die, that human. The storm of violent wind gathers around Eric like a raging gale, accompanied by a whirlwind of aura, destroying everything in its path. He initially feels triumphant. You're alive. I see the faint shadow of Duong appearing. Eric was stunned. What? How can you still be alive? The display shows Duong's health at 90%. He is praised. The attack from the 5 transformation is indeed impressive, much stronger than the silver core. Eric is dissatisfied. His full force attack only took away 10% of its health. No way. How could this happen? You're not a 5 transformation class. No, you're fundamentally not human. You're a boss disguised as a person. I'll give you one more hit. Congratulations, you got it right. A series of notifications keep repeating. You have killed the 220 Eric Link-Up Spirit Knight. Big A hides behind the corner of the tree, trembling with fear. No way. This guy is too terrifying now. Even a surprise attack can't hurt him at all. I must go back and tell Uncle and Dad to go there themselves. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Duong standing in front of him. The system announced that you have completely killed the level 1 beast, Tamer Baganu. Hai-Tu is running down with Lai Nha. She is stunned, realizing that the recent notification from the dungeon is true. But everyone is already dead. Lai Nha questions. Those low-level link spirits can just be ignored. But why did you want to kill Baganu as well? He explained. Because the Shiva Kingdom has secretly planned to kill us all here. I only killed him before he could do anything. It was purely an act of self-defense. Duong added that Long Lin's secret realm is not a sacred training ground. It hides dangers that are hard for both of them to imagine, so it's best for both of them to stay here. Don't run around randomly or I can't guarantee what unexpected trouble you might encounter. After saying that, Long flew away and Hai-Tu looked up, waiting to meet again later. Bye. Duong was calculating, having just killed 6 Spirit Link elites, 1 Transcendent, 1 6th Transcendent, and 4 5th Transcendent, plus Baganu's 6th Transcendent and the 7th stage line, totaling over 30 million experience points. If it were before, I would still be a bit excited, but compared to the experience I accumulated earlier, it's barely a feather. The items and tools dropped are valuable but temporarily unusable. So, I'll set them aside. System notification, unique giant cactus sword, devourer, addis, attributes, strength 500 plus 5,000, spirit 500 plus 5,000, speed 500 plus 5,000, resistance, endurance. You hold up the bone core to examine it. The thorny sword has also grown, but why does its value increase so evenly? The reward for devouring the 7th head dragon should be more than this, right?
The system notification reminds you to evolve by killing a resilient Yang dragon to complete the evolution process and raise the devouring attribute limit to 20,000.
Duong was surprised to realize he had reached the upper limit of the initial consumption stage. This mission just got a bit more difficult, but for now, he's not in a hurry.
You tell the black dragon to fly in the direction where that light is pointing, which is the place of the eternal devouring treasure. The foggy millet village obstructs. To Duong's view, the fog is real. He can't see anything. In your hand is the dragon-destroying heart, the light inside it shining brightly. To Duong commands, luckily I still have the dragon-destroying heart to guide me. Athos, charge forward for me. As the black dragon emerged from the fog, he shouted out, "It's out!" But before long, he was stunned to see what lay before him. A true dragon form appeared. Could this be the real body of the eternal devouring treasure itself? He was overjoyed, never expected it to be so huge. The black dragon Athos looked even smaller in comparison.
Truly astonishing, and yet this is the remains of an unknown hero. Someone capable of killing this terrifying monster must be incredibly defying the heavens, perhaps a divine grade or even higher.
Seeing the black dragon roar, Duong felt that even you are excited. Then let's witness the continuation of this story together. If the black dragon can sit still, I was stunned. What? Duong guessed that perhaps this canyon has a no-flying rule. Around the black dragon, the smoke swirled, and he noticed it was gathering again. Right in front of him was the enormous skeleton of a dragon bone. He hesitated, wondering if this was the arm of the eternal consuming treasure, or if he should follow this path to reach the top, like some kind of ritual, which was quite fascinating. The eyes of the dragon bones flashed with a prominent purple light amidst the thick smoke, and Duong found himself surrounded by a swarm of dragon bones. Could these be the dragons I killed before? Yet they all came back to life. Could there be a death spirit sorcerer nearby? From their mouth, they hold a glowing energy sphere. A swirling smoke vortex like a tornado engulfs a blazing flame. I look at the long bone in my hand and feel satisfied. Could this also be a challenge from the great devouring treasure and the anonymous hero? Then, Duong made his first move, leaping off his position and soaring into the sky to prepare for a wide-area attack. The pile of dragon bones all looked up in unison, watching Duong as countless sword strikes cut down, turning their bodies into fragments. But the healing energy is connecting those bones again. I knew it. It will definitely be restored.
Duong slung his sword onto his shoulder and swung again. Come on, this isn't the first time I've killed a thorny vine. No matter how many times it comes back to life, I will keep killing it for you to see.
The strike shattered the bones of the dragon's skeleton, and Duong shouted out. In the end, the black dragon roared once more, and below, the white dragon bones piled into a mountain. I smirked coldly. Although I'm still not entirely sure what this challenge meant, I finished it anyway, and it really cost me a lot. Duong rides the black dragon to continue the journey, as if climbing straight up a mountain. Looking ahead, there's a vortex, and he's curious. What could it be this time? That's when Duong's body was sucked in by the whirlpool. He clung to the cliff and let out a breath of relief. That was clever. But not long after, Duong was stunned and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Haklong's body is being invaded by a stream of black energy, appearing to be in pain, with footsteps softly approaching the edge of the mountain where you are holding on. And Duong forces a faint smile, wondering if these kinds of battles truly are endless alliances. The opponent thrust their sword down, and I quickly dodged to the side, gripping the edge of the mountain with one hand as their gaze flicks over and shifts towards me. A chase has begun, with continuous strikes from them while I desperately evade.
You had the chance to leap to the top as their sword swept past, and Duong dodged just in time. Finally finding an opening, you are watching such a narrow spot with no room to fly and an assassin ready to finish you off.
This is truly a deadly trap full of malice. It reminds me of a legendary game developer from the UK. Duong calls the dragon bone up. The black dragon I barely tamed is going crazy again. I'm so angry. Whether you're an ancient devouring beast or an unknown hero, today you won't leave in pieces.
The opponent hesitated, then said, Flames, check qualification. It passed the test. The dragon chant on the other side is gradually being reborn, energy surging around the deity.
You're surprised. Athos's body is gradually regenerating. Could it be through continuous burning to gauge the bloodline's strength?
If he can't endure it, he might die completely? Keep going, Athos. You must hold on.
Duong turned to ask, And you? Could you be that anonymous hero? The other person replied, Who are you? I am Duong from Long Ha. The opponent repeated the question. Who are you? Duong feels uneasy. What does this mean? 2 questions. Who are you? Next, could it be that he has already seen through my identity, sensed that I am also a primordial monarch? No way. Seeing the sword in that person's hand, he sensed something ominous. As he saw the shadow in front of him, Tuduang jerked away, so fast. This is bad. A blazing red energy shot up into the sky, with shock waves spreading outward. His body wavered, about to fall to the ground, but Tuduang felt strange. No pain like he expected. Not even his life point decreased. What is happening? The person in front suddenly interrupted and shouted, "Repair failed. You are you. I will leap up." Although the situation is a bit unclear, but I will defeat you first. The opponent's body was extremely agile and dodged the attack, then struck back with a sword. Tuduang used Dragon Bone to block. They moved so quickly from their original positions that not even a shadow remained. Countless sword slashes flashed past, and Tuduang, caught off guard, saw the approaching strike with a look of horror on his face. However, you clenched the opponent's sword with your teeth, holding on to their weapon, and then swung your sword to counterattack. You pulled the sword from your mouth, and surprisingly, after being enhanced to the extreme, even your teeth became stronger. Ahead lies a village shrouded in thick smoke obscuring the view. I know, but winning won't be easy anyway. After all, he's a legendary hero. But now, he has also lost his weapon, and his fighting power has greatly diminished. Defeating him is only a matter of time. So go ahead. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground, shocking Tuduang, and the realization dawned. He is... So it turns out to be like this. He gives you the sword, this sword, I send it to you. The blazing red sword is now in Tuduang's hand. Before disappearing, he turned into a bridge. Go Zed, glorious, go. You don't even know who that person is. Zed, glorious, that person is Iker. If they are related to the legend of the anonymous hero, could that be it? The system notification indicates a new user detected, checking and repairing resistance, detecting error. Error's success, binding seal, number, and unclear effect. The repairer is unlocking the weapon's features. The item information displayed shows a superlative, crimson flying sword with a damaged seal. The ownerless item piques your curiosity as you wonder why all the information is unknown, what level of superlative it is, and whether it surpasses divine weapons in rank while checking its resistance. And the repairer, what kind of strange thing is this? New information appears. Superlative, flying red sword, repair, consumes a red moon core, initiates repair attack, adds 152 energy. Tuduang is shocked, consumes another red moon core, initiates repair attack again. A red core appears in his hand. Tuduang presses the button on the screen to try it out. As the spiritual threads from the pink sword wrapped around the red moon core, a notification appeared, adding 153 energy points, a red moon core, and Tuduang was surprised to see it as just an extra energy point. A rumbling sound echoed, and he was overjoyed. It was Athos's voice. Seeing it in front of him, Tuduang realized that you had also completed the transmission. So where did those faint flames go? I remember this kind of trait reminds me of a lich wizard, so the black dragon will turn into a lich wizard. Or rather, it should be called an ancient dragon, undead, right? The black dragon and the group of dragon bones soared into the sky and left. And as I thought about that scene, I realized that if Athos keeps swallowing elite boss monsters, then I would have a powerful undead army, not just an ordinary necromancer, but the Lich King of the Wu Yu. This transfer is quite formidable. Among the dragon bones, numbers like 43, 53, 54, 145 began to appear, and I wondered when these numbers showed up. They weren't there before. Wait, could it be related to the Faihong sword? A surge of energy erupted around the body of the dragon bone number 42, and Tuduang just swung his sword once. Let's see what happens. Activate repair. The dragon bone dissipated, and only a blazing glow remained here, leaving him stunned. Reminder: this repair will increase the level of pink essence pollution by 0%. Additional energy, 111. The Yang organ nervously gazes at the pink sword, as this action directly destroys the rules, allowing even undead creatures to be resurrected and killed instantly. This is way too perverse. But why does it say the same thing twice with 0% both times, as if reaching 100% wouldn't cost anything? Before, the nameless hero also tried repairing himself, but it didn't work. Could there be something special about my body? Maybe it's related to the system. You ask the system if it has any ideas. The master doesn't respond. The Yang clan sets this aside and shows no reaction. Just forget it and leave it for now.
Athos has received the inheritance, and I also received this divine weapon of chaos, although I didn't gain any experience points from the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm this time. The harvest has already exceeded my expectations. However, the Red Moon Core is currently too rare, and the only way to obtain it is through the random event of the Red Moon Invasion. The Divine Electric Transmission might be able to provide more information,
so I need to find someone who can get information from the Divine Electric. But for now, I must leave here first.
The magic gate is opening, with 2 ancient dragons guarding beside it. Hui Tu sniffed at the energy pillar in the distance. Has the exit already been opened? Lina worries. Why suddenly now? Hui Tu reminds her, Lina, you go ahead. I will wait here. She asks again, wait here for Toduang U. Suddenly, both ancient dragons trembled uncontrollably. Lina was curious, what's going on? Hui Tu knows it must be him. He's turned back. The black dragon flies over from afar. Hui's aura radiates outward, and he orders them to move in order. Athos, the black dragon, approached the 2 dragons and let out a sound, then fell silent, and they immediately shut up. Lina saw that the 2 of them were stiff and unmoving, so she wondered why they couldn't move. Hui Tu observed that the form of the Hak Long had grown much larger. Could it be that it received a new power inside the secret realm? Tuduang stepped down from the guest, saying, it's been hard on both of you. Now that the secret realm has been opened, you can go outside.
And of course, I hope that neither of you will tell anyone about what happened here. Doing so would be best for both me and yourselves. Lina hesitated, but Hui Tu agreed, so rest assured, we promise not to reveal what transpired here.
She expressed her admiration because I could see from her eyes that I'm a good person. I wanted to talk to him more, but it seems there won't be a chance this time.
Hearing this, you froze for a moment. The gate opened, and Hui Tu waved goodbye. See you next time.
Tuduang acknowledged the compliment, so in her eyes, I am considered a good person. Perhaps that's true. A truly perceptive girl. The situation outside is a bit complicated. I absolutely can't go out like this. I need to think of a way. He remembers Raya's appearance, and based on his hypothesis, the world has opened a faction mission. If humans have become demons, then demons can also join the human faction in some new way. Senzen needs to confirm this first. The system immediately activates the core mission and returns to the demon castle to observe this strange place. Tuduang chuckled. This deep sleep demon world is getting more and more lively. The information displayed, the one-way entry feature of the Deep Silence demon realm has been removed, and demons within it can now leave freely. Having stepped out into the outside world, you confirmed your suspicion, and indeed it was as you had predicted. If it's just an ordinary demon, leaving the abyss would be like giving humans experience. But what if it's the king of all sins? Tuduang summoned Taithap. Obey my call. Taithap appears. Your servant has come here as commanded. My great king, I can feel your power restoring, and your glory will finally be rebuilt.
Tuduang asked, Taithap, can you pass through the Gate of Silence right now? She wasn't sure. Your Majesty, I need to try first.
Tuduang ordered, go now. At the quiet plains in northern Siberia, at the dark gate, minus 30 degrees Celsius, the 2 guards here complain. How much longer do we have to stay in this miserable place? Even if demons come, they will just freeze into ice. Tayo Tower stepped forward and realized that her power had diminished while the 2 guards were escorting someone. They were terrified that it was a demon, and they could now leave the outside world. The man beside them urged, hurry and inform the High Priestess. Taya Thap was tired of listening, and with a flicker, 2 red beams shot past and struck the heads of these 2 men, her shadow walking alone on the icy road. Taithap stops, but has confirmed she can pass through the dark portal. It's time to return and report to the commanding officers. When Tuduang receives the news, he is surprised even though she can enter the dark portal, her strength has weakened. Is it only on par with a demigod, you think? Perhaps because the extended version of the Guy God Tower hasn't been released yet, so the world can't yet accept the appearance of the Guy God. But even so, the attributes and strength of the Western Tower far surpass those of other demigod transmission priests. But there are only about 6 or 7 of those who pass on the sheep semi-divinity outside the Long Spirit's secret realm, so killing them would be as easy as flipping your hand. Tuduang ordered, I want you to go across the world and punish those who disrespect my name. She received the order immediately, and her subordinates obeyed. Tuduang showed his image, then bring someone here. While I am asleep, that person will be my representative, and seeing that person is like seeing me. The Western Tower was stunned to see the image, a human being not long ago on the teleportation formation over there. Augustin is questioning Duang Qian. You broke the pact? Explain why. Tuduang entered the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Moreover, why after his appearance did we start fighting each other and even attack our own Spirit Alliance allies? Duang Qian also felt confused. I have nothing to explain, and I don't know why this happened. Augustine was speechless. Lord Aeslian declared that the honor of the Royal Guard team cannot be tarnished, and later when that person goes out, I will personally bring him back to the Spirit Realm Palace for questioning. And you also have to come with me to the Royal Palace to explain yourself. For now, you have time to think about your reasons. Dong Qian replied coldly. Want to interrogate me? Then you'll have to see if you have the guts for it. He threatened that if you keep being stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Lai Na returned with the news that we are back, and Haitu also sensed something unusual. Why do everyone look so serious? Tokugawa seems uneasy. So where are the two of us and where is I, Duong? Augustine asked Li Na. And what about the others from the spirit realm? Where did they go? They reported the news, Haitu added. From the moment we entered, we were separated. Only Lai Na and I were transported to the same place. But then we got lost. You lied convincingly. As a result, not only did we fail to find the treasure, but we also lost our lives, and before we even knew what had happened, a flash of light appeared. We were transported back to the entrance of the secret realm, and then we found the entrance was already open, so we just went outside. Maybe the others will come out later too. That's just what she said, Tokugawa stammered. Is that right? Then it's really unfortunate. Eslian thought to herself, if what she said was true, then someone must have successfully inherited this legendary secret realm. So the others must have been transported back to the entrance of the secret realm like them, too. But why haven't they come out yet? Could something unexpected have happened? He grabbed both of you and me and we're going back to the spirit realm kingdom for questioning. Tokugawa stopped him. What do you think you're doing? Augustine stepped forward to protect them. These two girls are ours. It's not your turn to interfere. Eslian pointed at them and warned, if you keep blocking me, don't even think about forming an alliance with us anymore.
If anything happens to the third prince and young Master Trong of the Laurel family, just wait and see. Ato Senval, Lord Augustine, Lord Tokugawa, please consider the overall situation before the talents who are still immature.
We, the ones who must complete the world's mission and unlock the divine profession, are the hope for the future.
Imagine what would happen if we lost our fairy allies. When the original Sin Ruler arrives, who among you can stop him? Those two hesitate. That's the issue.
Eslian is pleased with his performance. It seems like he's the one ready to form an alliance. I will report his sincerity to the Queen of the Shiva Kingdom, right? Otto confirms. That's right. You two are thinking the same. The treacherous little man with a really thick skin. A dark, narrow water gap appeared in the sky. The gap began to widen, and Augustine felt that this aura was Tay Thap stepping out of the time-space crack. Augustine was amazed. The king of pride, Eslian, wondered how she could escape from the abyssal demon's grasp. She contemptuously said, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you bunch of amateurs. Augustine initiates the attack, but her aura has weakened significantly. A forbidden spell of investigation, recorded truthfully. Information about her shows she is a demigod, the king of arrogance, West Tower with hidden level, health points, attack power, defense, and speed. He believes that although her abilities are still unclear, there is no doubt that her strength has dropped to the level of a demigod. Augustine calls out, let's put aside our quarrels and defeat her together. This is an opportunity like never before. The Western Tower announces that struggling is useless. Everyone charge together. Augustine orders the front line, assigning the mission to him. Others support me and the front line. The boss's trait is that if we don't kill the original king, we can't hurt her? Do you all understand? Attack together, he said. So that's how it is. Then I will rely on everyone. Otto is calculating, so let's try to help them first, and if it doesn't work, we run away. The notification displays. Humanitarian warrior. Nearby allied units gain a 20% increase in physical attack and recover 1% health per second for 30 seconds. Spirit Beast Boost Effect increases allied units' magic attack and defense by 15%, with an additional maximum of 10% health points. Augustine swings his staff to unleash a divine strike of 10,000 phenomena and thunder, then launches the ultimate destruction spell, with a barrage of attacks rushing toward the Western Tower, the sky filled with blazing energy. She was stunned. I actually got hurt? Augustine's magic staff. Good, it works. This guy is not invincible. Keep trying. Kill her. The Western Tower is truly a pitiful bunch of ants. Although they brought me some surprises, with such minimal damage, they think they can defeat me. A black hole appears. She screams everyone into it now. The system displays the Dark Seal Domain, a unique skill of the Western Tower that can pull all enemies within a 500-meter radius into this space, reducing their overall attributes by 50%. The people being pulled in shouted loudly, "What is this? We're about to be sucked in." Augustine was confused, wondering why the three of them weren't affected, and then Li Na and Haitu ran over, calling out Lord Tokugawa, Master Augustine, while Duong Qian was still safe behind. A powerful attack suddenly struck from behind Li Na and Duong Qian. Tozhuang stepped forward and activated the soul mark. I give the order. Duong Qian was shocked by this scene. Initially confused, then he pulled those two away and flew off. Follow me. He too was still stunned, huh? Looking at them disappear beyond the crack in time and space, he breathes a sigh of relief. That means he can delay a little longer. Path of War. God, take your time, I won't see you off. Zhuang's gaze shifts toward the western tower. It seems it's about to happen there too. She doubts, is this person really the representative the king mentioned, but why does he seem so weak?
Tay thấp nhẹ nhàng buộc xuống dách, cô ta nói tôi thực sự không biết, tại sao quân vương lại chọn người làm người vai diễn, những nỗi người la một con kiến cũng không quá dàng, cậu dập qua loa cổ lệ vậy. Thô Doan liếc cổ ta nhắc nhở bấy giờ, tay thấp hay bộ dĩ sư kiêu ngạo của mình, tối cánh cổ giúp tội dĩ dọn một người.
Tower Commander, understood. My heart is filled with mixed feelings. Just now, in that moment, I once again sensed the breath of the monarch. No, it must have been just an illusion.
A shadow swiftly flies toward your villa, causing the vase in her hand to fall to the ground. Lilith falls to the yard in panic and screams, "Ah, this is—"
A stream of black aura forming into black claws grabbing her. Come with me. The dark aura quickly receded, with Tozhuang standing nearby watching as the space gate closed, restoring peace to the villa. Augustine sat defeated on the ground, once again failing. Tokugawa Bikuan said, "The gap is too great. We really can't win." Suddenly, Augustine remembered something important from earlier before he was pulled in. He quickly asked, "Did any of you see Du Jiang?" Tokugawa replied, "No." Atto revealed, just before being pulled into that dark space, "I saw Du Jiang, and he was not affected at all," as if the Western Tower never considered him an enemy from the very beginning. Augustine was stunned and asked Atto what he meant. The man slowly shook his head and said, "Well, I actually have a not-so-great hypothesis that maybe Duong Qian and Long Ha betrayed humanity and teamed up with Akma." Atto coldly said, "Augustine, master, I know you've always been a good friend of Du Jiang, but what time is it to still be covering for him? I believe many people here have witnessed that just like I did, right? Keep pretending to manipulate and think about this. When we waited outside the Long Spirit's secret realm, weren't we already unknowingly killing each other? That power is truly inexplicable. Who currently has the ability to control us without us realizing it? This definitely isn't something humans can do, unless with Akma's help. And in the end, who benefits? To Duong, who was originally forbidden from entering, has now successfully entered the Long Spirit's secret realm. The one who gains is to Duong, the Long Xia. Augustine can't argue with that. It's true. The power can control me without my knowledge. Such power is definitely beyond what a half-god can possess. Tokugawa loudly refuted, "No, that's not right." He warned not only about Dojan but also about Huizi from our country, and Lina from the U.S. Federation. Could they all be colluding with Akma? He secretly swore. Damn, those two girls are too weak. I almost forgot about that. He quickly made up a reason, saying Daojan wanted to seize the Longling's secret realm, so he kept them here. Tokugawa was easily deceived, and that possibility is real. Atto silently thought that although he didn't know what had happened to Dojiang, he was the only one who had died less than us, and our gap in skill and strength was only growing, so we had to find a way to deal with him. Moreover, Piganu's life or death was still uncertain, and only those two little girls knew what had happened inside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. As long as we can ignite the conflict between them and Du Qi, there is still a chance to uncover the secret of the secret realm about the bag. My plan to build the Shiva kingdom must not be broken again. He emphasized, everyone should consider that Duong Qian's behavior is extremely suspicious. He must have a problem, and some agreed. Although hard to believe, it is indeed possible. He concluded, "This is urgent, so let's go find Duong Qian now." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported right behind him, and Duong Qian's fist aimed straight at his face. He knocked Atto back, "And if anyone dares to slander me, I won't hesitate to send you back to be resurrected right here." Augustine demanded, "Daojan, you must give us an explanation. Why weren't you pulled into the barrier of the Western Tower, and why did you suddenly disappear? Where exactly did you go just now?" Daojang replied, "I have nothing to explain. If you really suspect me, just go to the Holy City and ask the Grand Templar to judge." Lainya stepped forward to testify earlier Dao Zhengshen had taken us straight to the border of Ha, then immediately returned, and Hai Tu added, "That uncle was very strange at that time, as if he was controlled by something." Augustine quietly thought that if Duong Qian dared to actively suggest going to the Holy City, then his chances of colluding with Akma Tam Uyen were low, since everyone knew that the Grand Priest could detect lies. Tokugawa wondered if the young To Duong from Long Ha was colluding with Akma Tam Uyen, as both believed that he was the mastermind. But that image was also immediately dismissed by them. They found their own thoughts ridiculous. How could someone who just reached the 4th level of cultivation have any real strength? Augustine decided that if that was the case, then let's go to the Holy City and have the Grand Priest decide, including the matter related to the Love Spirit Kingdom. Otto was punched so hard his face was swollen and bruised, and he swore to make Duan Zheng pay the price. They have arrived at the Holy City, and upon hearing the news, Euphemia asked everyone, "Are you all sure you haven't conspired with Akmate Muyin? If it really is like that, then when everyone was being controlled, you didn't realize at all, right?" The group confirmed this. When a light appeared beside Duang Qian, they believed it. So it turns out what Duang Qian said was true. No wonder he was so confident. Not even a hint of fluctuation. She spoke up. "If none of you have any issues, then what about the two of them? Based on what they have recounted, are you sure they haven't lied about anything that happened in the Longling secret realm?" Above Li Nya and Hai Tu, beams of light appeared, but then vanished. They sighed quietly. "It's over. I didn't expect
The great Taiti Saint to still possess this power. To Duong, it's not that I didn't help you hide it, but the great Taiti is truly formidable."
Augustine accused Li Na. "How dare you lie to me?" Tokugawa scolded his own nephew. "Hai Tu, what are you hiding? If you don't tell the truth, even if your father pleads, I won't forgive you." Duong's thoughts. Could these things really be related to Duong? He went to ask from Yuan, Bailing, and Shuexian, and I also investigated his background, questioning his classmates, the gang he used to join, and even his Tetitan Dien. Their opinions of To Duong vary. Some see him as a genius, powerful, calm, and not at all a cruel or vicious person. No matter what the reason is, if he is truly involved in the secret alliance, he has nothing to do with me and the two girls. If in the end, To Duong is really connected to the secret alliance, then how should I feel about him? Destroy him or what? Euphemia reminds them that if lies are now being exposed, all their secrets are meaningless, and even the things they didn't think needed hiding could backfire. "If you don't want to speak here, then follow me to the confession room so I can decide. Lai Na is negotiating with her."
If the Grand Inquisitor can detect lies, then perhaps those things can also be uncovered. Hui Tu suggested, "Sister Lena, let's tell the story."
She begged, "Your Excellency, please let us into the confession room and we will tell everything that happened today." Euphemia agreed to lead them into the confession room. All right. Before leaving, both of them turned to look at Otto at the same time, leaving him puzzled. A few minutes later, Euphemia and the others left the torture room, pointing the staff at him. "Otto Hazan, did you ever plan to incite Piganu of the Shiba Kingdom to kill everyone involved in the secret realm?" Otto's mind was panicked. "What?" He stammers. Me. Are you terrified inside? What's going on?" "How did the Grand Minister find out about this? Could it be those two girls? Could they have already caught Piganu?" "No, that can't be true. She exposed the crime, according to Hizai and Li Na. At the Dragon Spirit secret realm, To Duong uncovered Piganu's plan and killed him. Neither of them participated, so now we need to determine whether To Duong is guilty or Piganu is guilty. So that means you, Otto Hazan, are guilty. Then you just need to answer my question. Is it yes or no? Just move on. How did he kill Piganu Lug Chuyen? That doesn't matter. The problem here is, Ato, you damn bastard, how dare you plot behind my back?" The man tried to deny it, but the light suddenly shone brightly. Then it went out. Femia immediately knew that everything seemed to have been clarified. But the title of Great Judge is temporarily entrusted to Don Qian. Otto Hazan of the Shiba Kingdom is sentenced to 3 death penalties. He will be imprisoned in the Holy City, awaiting execution, and he kneels down in despair. Why is it like this? Duang Qian erupts in flames. "Otto, it seems that neither I nor the 2 participants from Anhua Kingdom and Lianban Wangmai have any issues. This is completely just you trying to blame To Duong for all this, right? You're even stubborn, Dao Zhan. Don't falsely accuse him."
Although I had such intentions, I did not collude with the evil demons secretly favoring him. Besides, To Duong is not entirely innocent.
He killed the spirit. There was also a Yuanzi spirit inside. If I am guilty, then To Duong is guilty, and Long Ha, you are guilty too. Your crime is obstructing the formation of the Spirit Alliance. This is even more terrifying than my crime. You are the ones who betrayed us. He threw a punch at him and killed him, you bastard. The power from that punch sent Otto flying far away. He revives again, breathing heavily. Duang Qian continues to beat Otto. It's not over yet. He was burned to ashes by the firepower in his hand. When Otto was resurrected, Duang Qian reminded him to go to the prison and wait for the final judgment. He sneered, "Duang, just wait and see what I do." As he finished speaking, 2 sharp needles appeared on Otto's neck. He knows that the truth has now been exposed. Soon, the Shiva Kingdom will have to face the consequences. The only thing to do now is find a way to turn the tide. To Duong has killed the prince. Organized Shiva to join Tam Yen, join the demon faction, and help me take revenge. Boom! Atto seized the opportunity to send a message. A small beam of light appeared. Tuduang saw this and was speechless. Shiva's kingdom wants to join the demon side? What are they thinking, throwing themselves right into the fire? Seeing him locked up, Tuduang was very happy. Atto, even though he had planned everything out, how could he have guessed that I am the true lord of the dark abyss? Your moves are getting narrower and narrower. If the Shiva kingdom joins the demon side, I can torment them at will. I will happily accept this grand celebration, and you can just blame me. After all, everything is your own doing, so don't blame me for anything. As for the fairy kingdom, apart from Lilith, all the fairies I've met are extremely proud, each considering themselves a noble race, always looking down on others with arrogance. If I didn't know better, I would think they all had strength like the Western Tower, which is why they act so crazily. But they are just a race that once had divine power, waiting for me to ascend to the primordial monarch and complete the divine registration. At that moment, those arrogant spirits will finally realize who the true ruler is. By then, capturing a spirit race slave won't matter, since the meeting is almost over. It's time to get down to business. I look up at the demon god statue earlier, because of the dragon spirit secret realm and the fear of the holy city noticing the abnormality. I haven't been able to level up for a long time. Now that I no longer have to worry, I can fully unleash my power against the demonic side, your majesty, the demon god. Livia looked on curiously as he stepped forward. Why would the Supreme Commander choose someone so weak as him as a messenger? It's truly baffling to everyone. He reminded her, you don't need to ask too much, just follow orders. She frowned, suppressing her irritation. Livia agreed silently, realizing that the decision of the military leader was truly beyond our control, so it's better to establish a good relationship with the representative. Damn it, why did the Western Tower accept the representative's mission? I can do that too. I'm confident I can. The system's level check shows 100, reaching the 4-star limit, starting the 5-star transition, the promotion mission to 5 stars, the 5-star transition promotion mission, and the 6-star transition promotion mission. You're excited. This process is no different from the second profession temple, so it means I can also set up VIP status for the Akma Holy Palace. While Tuduang was analyzing the process in his mind, he had already figured it out. First, let Akma achieve a powerful strength by completing the 5-star class transfer mission in the Akma Holy Palace. If nothing unexpected happens, they will likely encounter the Scarlet Moon Devourer, and then they will have to kill the demon and the Crimson Phoenix to obtain the Scarlet Moon Spirit Core. Then I will take on the identity of the original Sin Lord and force them to hand over those Red Moon Spirit Cores. Why are those Red Moon Spirit Cores so rare? Isn't that because too few people have completed the 5-star class transfer mission? If I can use some tricks to mass-produce 5-star class transfers, I could gather a large amount of Red Moon Spirit Cores, not to mention endless resources. And the energy conflict issue of the Bukten sword also gets resolved, and by harnessing the power of cultivation. Isn't it possible to face gods and kill gods, face Buddhas and kill Buddhas? Perfect. The system reminds you that the 5-star transmission promotion mission doubles the harvest and introduces the task. 1 batch of 10 evil transmission profession characters, 2 batches of 10 non-evil transmission profession characters will complete the mission as a reward. 1 profession advances to Demon Spirit Mysterious Martial Artist, harvesting demon spirits. 2 stages of legendary promotion. Lifespan and basic attribute changes increase by 50%. 3 new skills are added, and an additional 1,000 free attribute points are allocated. You rub your chin in thought, still saying that the fewer words there are, the bigger the problem. This mission seems difficult, but in reality it's not easy at all. It will only get harder over time, and those who can complete this 5 transmission task are considered truly chosen. But if you want to advance from the 4th transformation to kill the 5th transmission, it's not an easy task at all. This will further widen the gap, and among those chosen, truly destined individuals will emerge. I feel confident, and as for myself, killing a 5th tier is as easy as waiting for my hand. So first I'll take a walk in the deep abyss of demons, and then casually complete the first task. At the Shiva Kingdom, amidst the divine temple crowds, Amino is pacing back and forth. Why is there still no news? I'm so worried I might die. As long as Piganu can obtain the inheritance of the ancient devourer, no one will be able to stop the rise of the Shiva Kingdom in the future. Then we can surpass Longha, the American Federation, and become the strongest nation in the world. It might not even be necessary to form alliances with the spirits. Just killing the primordial ruler can activate the world mission. A loud rumbling sound echoed. He rejoiced. There's news. Let's see. When he received the news, Amino's smile faded. What Piganu failed, and he was even killed. How could this be possible? His whole body trembled uncontrollably. How could this happen? Piganu was the son he was most proud of. Its innate beast-taming talent is even higher than mine. Once it matures, there will definitely be hope to fully awaken the ancient transformation. But why? Why could a 4-transformation beastman kill his talented son? He clenched his fist and stood firm, trying to reassure himself. Stay calm. The truth has been exposed, and surely his brother will come out of this with minor injuries. The Divine Temple transfer will arrive very soon. I need to make a decision immediately. Amino considers that joining Akma means betraying humanity. Once started, there's no turning back. But Paganu cannot die in vain, especially now. He bit his lip and said in a low voice, "These are F3 people." In the Holy City, Euphemia announced that Otto had been captured and imprisoned. Next, let's discuss the young man named Toduong, Augustine said. With Toduong's 4-stage strength, defeating Paganu in 6 stages is hard to believe. But what about the lost elven Prince Eric? Isn't this all too unbelievable? Laina, swear what I said is the truth. Please believe me. He denied it. Not that I don't believe. After all, it was confirmed by the Grand Priest. But this whole thing is really too unbelievable. What exactly happened back then? Tell me the details. She recounted that, at that time, Toduong seemed to have used a type of artifact to control Eric, something we had never seen before. Eric was clearly still conscious but unable to move, use artifacts, or even any skills, and the duration of the paralysis was still uncertain. At least it hadn't been lifted yet, based on what we could see. Another asked Lamna, "It seems like a form of restraint, but when a lower-ranked professional faces a higher-ranked one, whether it's damage or control time, it should be significantly reduced." She agreed, understanding that level suppression is common knowledge among professionals, which is also why few want to challenge opponents of higher levels. Du Cheng believes that no matter what method Toduong used, at least it was a counterattack and not an unjustified attack, so I think he is not guilty. Tokugawa affirmed that it might not be a crime for us, but for the Fairy Kingdom, it definitely is. The murmurs echoed, yes, Toduong didn't do anything wrong after all, it was justified self-defense. But does the Fairy Kingdom think that way? One of their princes has just died in the Dragon Spirit secret realm. If we don't give them an explanation, how will our allies act in the future? Outside the door, someone hurriedly rushes in. Something's wrong with the High Priest. "Euphemia, what's got you so panicked?" she whispered to herself. She slammed her staff into the ground, declaring the situation urgent, and the meeting was temporarily adjourned. Otto incited Amino to rally Shiva and join the Akma faction. At the quiet entrance in Shiva's land, the guards had been defeated. They are lying motionless on the ground, no longer moving. Amino, the one who caused all this, is thinking to himself. If we cannot become the strongest through inheritance, then join the Akma faction and come back to take revenge when we are stronger. The great original ruler will protect us and give us enough time to grow. He declared, "Wait until we return from the depths of silence, and the river of water will flood your kingdom." At that moment, Asala arrived to report, "Lord Amino, how are things going?" He reported that the current number of transferred individuals has reached 20,000, all of whom are professionals at the legendary stage, entering the depths of the secret realm in an orderly manner to maintain a certain infection rate. So far, more than 1,000 people have completed the Akma transformation and are heading to Akma City. After completing the Akma transformation, the attack no longer initiates offensives, and someone hurriedly runs over from a distance. God of War. Amino. Danger is imminent. The people from the Divine Temple have arrived and have already captured quite a few. Many of the temple's followers have been persuaded and no longer want to go into the depths. Amino was stunned when they heard this and exclaimed, "What?" He asked, "Are there still any laymen or Chachia moving now?" The other side replied that 70% of Lady Lamon has been moved and 60% of the Chachia have already been relocated. Amino ordered that if that's the case, Lady Lamon's people will be moved first, and the remaining Chachia who haven't been transferred will lead the rebels to stop the Divine Temple's transfer, delaying the process. Both of them agreed. Understood. The man was so angry he thought Nghia Jiang couldn't stop the temple's transfer. It seems they can only give up some Chachia. Amino swore that he would return sooner or later and take everything back. For now, he had to hide in the deep silence first at the dark and quiet level 20 of Akma, where they had all transformed into Akma and gathered here, happily chatting with each other. That's so relaxing. After changing my class to Akma, my basic attributes have increased by 4%. The person next to him replied, "You only increased by 4%. I've already gone up by 6%. The two people in front are chatting. I wonder what Akma City will look like. Do you think there are any treasures in Akma City? The accomplices replied, "If there is such a thing, then I definitely have to enjoy it." They are exchanging information about me with each other. I heard that the temple officials have allied with Long Ha to target our Shiva kingdom. Those damn Long Ha people are probably just jealous of our rapid growth.
It's okay, once we become stronger, we can strike it back under the leadership of the powerful primordial lords. At that time, we must eliminate Long Ha first.
I heard that the Spirit Realm Kingdom has a very good impression of our Shiva kingdom. Once we form the alliance, our Shiva kingdom will surely hold a very high status, as footsteps echo and a person steps out from the shadows. This one, seeing half of To Duong's face with the other half hidden in darkness, asked, "Who are you?" You can guess. This guy makes a move, dares to threaten me, die for me now. A burst of bright energy shoots towards To Duong. The explosion erupts violently, heat spreading everywhere. Yet your blood still remains at 100%. To Duong said, "Everyone stay calm. I am a guide from Akma City, and I am here to lead the new professionals to Akma City." They all looked at the guide in amazement. You smiled innocently and said, "Yes, I am one of the first professionals to switch to running Akma. So I was assigned this task by the Akma deity to guide newcomers to Akma City. So the one giving orders is actually like that. Then you lead us there. Lead us. To Duong will go ahead and lead the way. All right, follow me. Lead them to the statue. This is the city of Akma." As Akma develops, more cities will be built around here. This place can be compared to the Divine Temple Transfer City in the current world, featuring the Akma statue and serving as the only resurrection point for current Akma professions. After you die, you can also be resurrected here. This guy, Tam Tak Ken, not bad, not bad. Akma secretly thinks this place is more interesting than I imagined. Looking at To Duong's back, he asked, "Kid, are you a Hua person? A Bong Tu, or someone from Long Ha?" He turned around to answer, "Me, I'm from Long Ha." The two behind me said one after the other, "So you're a friend from Long Ha. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." "Oh, right. Are there any rules in Akma City that are similar to the rules in the real world? For example, professionals cannot attack each other." To Duong looked thoughtful and said yes. If they attack each other in Akma City, they will be punished by the Akma Grand Priest. I heard the punishment is extremely terrifying. Han worries, so what about outside the city of Akma? In the deep silence, there probably aren't such restrictions, right? You smile and confirm, yes, there are no such restrictions in the deep silence. It's a place where the strong bully the weak. A sudden pressure makes the whole group stunned. One of them asks, "What are you doing?" To Duong is cleaning his sword, ready to kill the dog. They immediately bring the person over, sweat pouring down in tense anticipation. A slash of the sword cuts through the head of one of them. The remaining angry ones ask, "Kid, are you messing with us? Kill him." To Duong silently acts instead of speaking, his sword shining brightly as he smiles contentedly, watching everything unfold exactly as planned. There's only one left, trembling and stammering. "Are you crazy or what? Don't you fear the punishment from High Priest Akma?" To Duong replied, "Attacking within Akma City will surely lead to the death penalty, and the High Priest Akma must also abide by the law." He raised his sword, but here I am the rule. With a single slash, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The remaining ones hurriedly fled. "Quickly go, run now, and report this to Lord Amino." To Duong hovered above, declaring that he had arrived, so everyone stay put, as the entire space echoed with their desperate cries. The system updates the current mission progress. Kill the 5 Akma professional users of the 5th transmission and kill non-Akma professional users as well. To Duong knows well that with the number of people in the Shiva kingdom, he can complete the transmission mission. So he continues to move forward, determined to finish the 5 transmission promotion within a day. In To Duong's hand is a purple flame full of vitality, which he throws backward, and the flame bursts outward. To Duong leaves, continuing his mission, determined to complete the 5-level transmission within a day. As the flames gradually died out, Livia approached and thought to herself, "The envoy chosen by the monarch is not so simple. He is only at the 4th transformation, but can kill a 6th transformation. What is the purpose of the military leader in choosing him? Could it be that he helps the leader awaken faster? But with a weakling like him, is it enough to get the job done?" In a place shrouded in darkness among sharp, jagged stones, the atmosphere is heavy and oppressive. Inside are already the corpses. The system notification states that the task of spreading the 5 transmissions and killing 10 people responsible for the 5 transmissions of the evil demon has been completed. To Duong sheathes his sword, and the next step is to kill 10 people responsible for the 5 transmissions, who are not demons. He opens the system screen to check the information. He secretly thought that there are probably still many layman nobles who haven't undergone transformation in the shallow depths of deep silence. After death, they will be reborn in the Divine Temple to receive their royal authority in the Shiva kingdom. If these people go around spreading rumors that are unfavorable to me, then it's troublesome. If I want to complete this mission successfully, I still have to keep a close watch on the corpse. To Duong sensed someone was watching him and turned around. Livia, you're here, right? She stepped out, yet she can still sense me. You do have some strength. What do you want from me? My brother smiled, seeing Livia's somewhat hesitant attitude. Duong points his sword at the opponent and, as the representative, orders her to command the evil professionals in the demon city to go to the shallow levels of the deep silence to kill 10 untransformed Lamon noblemen.
The tip of the sword was an inch from Livia's forehead, making her tremble with fear. Livia obeyed the order, yes, but she was still annoyed inside. How could a weak representative give me orders? Yet since it was an imperial command, she would follow it for now. The ones transforming are checking the notifications on the screen. They are whispering among themselves. Looks like the mission is already assigned, and it seems our boss doesn't like those new layman women. Come on, brothers, let's show the newcomers a little color. One of the demons is killing those who have joined. Han Huang asked nervously what they were doing, saying, weren't they already part of the demon faction? A demon replied, I'm really sorry, but please go die for us. Across the roof of the divine palace, beams of light shoot up. The resurrected, angry, talk among themselves. Those demons are crazy. Now we have to break through the divine palace's defenses and change the guard once again. Then, how can we get into the deep tranquility, which is surely heavily guarded? How could we possibly reach it? A cunning officer suggested, so why not use a few people as living shields? The others support those ideas. The soldiers inside the temple definitely won't dare to kill innocent hostages casually. The civilians are just expendable. They are sacrifices for us to return to the deep peace. Then they must have felt a sense of honor. After they finished speaking, countless sword strikes cut through, and their heads were severed from their bodies, blood splattering everywhere. I walk out slowly, feeling a bit guilty myself, but now it seems that killing you was entirely for the greater good and not to harm the people. You glance at the resurrected masters in the distance, then continue repeating the same actions on the assembly line. An hour later, the system announced the promotion mission to the 5th class. Kill 10 5th-class demon-eligible professionals and 10 5th-class non-demon professionals. The area was filled with corpses. He sighed in relief, it's done. Duong carefully read the information board. The promotion mission has been completed, and the hidden class change mission has been unlocked and is now concealed. The third list of this dark song introduces a mission after the Blessing Festival, using fresh blood, a powerful force that brings deadly temptation. Those pursuing power will fall into the dark abyss, striving for greater authority beyond the mission's goal. Reach level 60 in the deep silence, and defeat the primordial demon boss alone, hearing its deep roar in the silence. Collect the boss's core that drops, which contains a fragment of the primal Sin King's wrathful power, and bring it to the demon idol to complete the fusion process. You cheerfully exclaim, this is great! An additional hidden quest has finally appeared. Duong compares, this time it's quite similar to the previous hidden class change quest, which involved the blood essence of the Silent Earth Dragon. So, I replaced it with the blood essence of the Black Dragon, using the power of rage this time. Then, I wonder how incredible the effect would be if I could fuse with the primordial darkness of the original Sin Monarch. Duong walks towards the door. Let's go. First, we need to deal with that deep-voiced scream guy. The people behind are gradually becoming transparent. In a dark swamp, a giant cactus stands. Hak Long descends, and an abyssal demon recognizes him. It's a great dragon, not someone to mess with. Hurry up and run! Hak Long speeds forward like a flying altar. The system alerts. The boss is a primordial demon, the deep yelping, level 150, sitting right in front. The primordial demon was surprised. Who are you to dare challenge Taka alone? Duong, carrying his dragonbone sword, stepped down. Forget the introduction. I'm in a hurry. Come here quickly. It feels insulted and unaware of its limits, and someone will pay for its arrogance and recklessness. A streak of sword light shot up suddenly, and 5 minutes later, the primal demonic entity collapsed to the ground. No way. I can't be defeated, you calmly said. Compared to the golden dragon, I can withstand attacks much better, but that's all there is to it. Duong walks over with his sword and ends it like that. He risked his life to unleash a wave of power, and the opponent fell dead. The demon lord was proud and laughed. You didn't expect it, did you, that I still have one last trump card hidden? This is a true damage attack that ignores defense. So you're definitely dead. As the smoke gradually clears, Duong's shadow appears. Has the noise been enough? He was stunned that you survived that attack. Your health is still at 98%. You ask, do you understand that the smoke and dust are harmless? Your health is still at 98%. The primordial shadow oppressor cries bitter tears. Damn it, am I the boss, or is the newcomer the boss? Duong decisively slashed with a blazing sword, confidently affirming this is obviously me. Amid the battlefield of wreckage and the blood of the giant monster lying on the cracked ground,
To Duong's shadow appears full of mystery. This is the soul of the Demon King mentioned in the hidden quest. If it were before, I might have felt excited. You with your cold gaze calmly hold the glowing gem in your hand, but unfortunately it no longer catches my eye. To Duong pondered and continued, to obtain the true essence of the Lord of Original Sin, you must venture into the abyss of ultimate silence.
But for now I still can't enter, so I can only grant the power of the Original Sin King to them so they can pass it on to me later.
Returning to the City of Evil, everyone is still building. The Demon Lord's private estate.
Lilith runs toward Tu Duong. Tu Duong, you're finally back, so this is where we are?
This is the Demon Lord's city in the Demon Abyss. Lilith opened her eyes wide in surprise, her cheeks flushing with confusion and suspicion. In the Demon Abyss, how could a human be here? Tu Duong smiled confidently, pointing behind the two maids, the reason being a bit complicated. Basically, I heard that the Lin Kuok authorities have started hunting her again, so I took her to a new place. Don't worry, with me here it's very safe. They will take care of your daily needs. If anything happens, just let me know. After a moment of inner struggle, she let go of her hands and sat back against the chair, looking down at Vijriyan.
All right, since you said so, I believe you.
Standing in the quiet room, Lilith gently grasped Tu Duong's shirt. But sometimes I really wonder if Tu Duong is truly human because everything she does is too unbelievable. Her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Lilith lowered her head slightly to hide her confusion. I mean no harm, whether you're human or demon. I don't care. With a gentle smile and concern on her face, Tu Duong pats Lilith's head softly and says, "You're so silly.
Of course I'm human. I just need to do a few things that only non-human beings can do."
The scene shifts to the Spirit Realm Palace. Knight Chang Tasi. Isn't he the one who came to the human world to escort Prince Eric and everyone else? At the end of the long path leading to the main hall, a figure is kneeling before the dazzling throne, and a person sitting there asks why they have returned at this time. The queen's face appears full of authority as she stares intently at the knight, as Leon knelt in a guilty posture, sweating profusely and trembling all over. The queen has fallen? Prince Eric couldn't return from the secret realm, and her anger has erupted. She's so furious. What did you say happened to my son Eric? Step forward with a serious expression and speak, Knight Truong. And what about young Master Alan? Leon knelt on the ground, recalling the terrifying figure with purple wings that suddenly appeared.
I don't know the exact situation. At that time I was negotiating with the humans outside the secret realm.
Suddenly attacked by the arrogant king, the truth can only be asked of those humans. You can't hold back your anger, Queen of the Vuong Truong. Chaos immediately erupts. Useless to keep people here anymore. With a calm expression, he tries to soothe the atmosphere and begs your majesty to suppress your anger. Although the Knight Truong is guilty, the urgent matter is to investigate the serious crimes of the human race first. With a sinister smile and cold eyes, she tilted her head and ordered, "Yes, great mage of the secret arts. Go to the human world and give those cowardly, dirty, and foolish people an explanation. If not, before the demon race destroys our world, my chief of the palace and the spirit leader will make them slaves." They all responded in unison, obeying the order, "Your Majesty the Queen," returning to the divine palace. Euphemia stood silently, deep in thought. Pandora's box of the country Serva has finally been opened. When other nations see Serva joining the abyss of evil and gaining many benefits, who can guarantee they won't follow suit? By then, the world would be in chaos, and no one could resist the invasion of the Red Moon. She closed her eyes tightly as if contemplating something. Euphemia stands alone in the vast hall, holding a long, commanding scepter, when a voice echoes. "High Priest, someone from the spirit realm has arrived, waiting outside the city walls so quickly." A step is approaching, causing everything around to freeze in place, showing its dominance. It advances arrogantly and immediately speaks out, "Humans, have you prepared to pay for your foolishness? The leaders threaten and warn that I don't have time for long talks if you don't produce Prince Eric and Lord Alan. Otherwise I will turn from a merchant into your enslaver." He turns his head, his eyes turning cold, "And we will not hesitate to transform from a traitor into your oppressors." Mrs. Kak and Lamna immediately spoke out together. "What are you saying? What do you mean? Please pay attention to your words, Lord Carlo Lawrence." Euphemia's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of sarcasm. "From what I know, even if the Divine Spirit Temple opens the divine level promotion, the closest person to reaching that level was 200 years ago. That 200 years, I fear the divine leveler has already passed away, and since we are both a godless race, are you too confident?" The others fell silent, then calmly spoke, and what they said was also true. "But we still have a semi-divine level powerhouse of 500, along with two others above 450. Carlo Lawrence was sent to transfer, a level 453 spirit elf secret mage.
Unfortunately, I am one of them.
As soon as he finished speaking, their faces changed all at once, and the atmosphere in the hall froze like ice. Duong Qin clenched his fists tightly, slammed them on the table, and angrily said, "So what if it is just a level suppression? As long as you're not at the god level, you can be defeated. The weak can overcome the strong. My resolve has created countless legends in history. If you don't want to ally with us to fight against the abyssal demons, and instead want to invade the human world, then go ahead and try." Hearing those words, they only sneered dismissively, their contempt clear. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold and dangerous, if it was only a suppression at the level of true cultivation. It's true you can create great achievements, but what if I say that we possess 2 divine weapons and are fully equipped? They remained silent and still, standing like statues, and I continued, "Very well, it seems you also know what's right." They continued to weigh their options carefully, and I heard Sergeant Tassi mention a kingdom called Sova, showing much more sincerity than any of you. Who among you is the representative of Sova? Ophaemia still maintained a calm demeanor, analyzing calmly, then Sova was no longer part of the human world. They have fallen into evil and chosen the depths of the demon realm. He thought your human race was united. If so, then look carefully at those facing you with cold eyes. Who among you is truly willing to form an alliance and hand over the enemy here? Amid the tense atmosphere, Tokugawa suddenly spoke up, bowing deeply and respectfully to the Lord. "I know who the culprit is. It's Tuduong of Longha." After hearing this, Duong Qian stood up abruptly, glaring fiercely at him. Tokugawa, the observer. Tokugawa continued to speak, explaining that he is the representative of Longha and the highest-ranking person here. Surely, he refused the resolution from Tuduong based on his own strength. Standing before the tall figures, he remained steady and said, "Tell me where Tuduong is. I cannot reveal it." Feeling insulted by the stubbornness, he still used his magic power, shouting loudly, "Do you want to die? Gather the Oku spell." Ophaemia turned around, her eyes determined as she boldly challenged anyone who dares to try. The others sensed something and immediately turned back, thinking to themselves, "Damn it, I heard there are still survivors from the secret realm, and they are the ones." Tokugawa pointed straight at the others with a triumphant expression and asked them, they would surely reveal to Duong's guilt. Hearing these baseless words, the young master froze in the hall, facing the giant shadow of the traitor, Lord Tokugawa. Augustin clenched his fists tightly on the table, his eyes darkening with contemplation. Lord Augustin. Standing proudly in the middle, he declared confidently, "If no one knows where Tuduong is, then I will. Bring the 2 who entered this secret realm for questioning. This is not a problem, High Priest Ophaemia." A hint of compassion and worry flickered in the young priest's eyes, as once they arrive in the spirit nation, things could become unpredictable. "Tuduong, what should I do now?" At that moment, right above the holy temple, a space portal suddenly appeared, emerging from a mysterious purple-black energy vortex, and Livia gradually revealed herself, continuing to speak, "This is the holy city of the human world." Appearing with authority in the vast void, Livia sneers mockingly, sometimes killing, sometimes saving. This great practitioner truly knows how to command others. Tuduong sat on the throne, witnessing everything firsthand, and not long ago he coldly said, "So the Fairy Queen actually wants to enslave humanity," half a smile on his face. Tuduong, standing with his back turned and looking confident as the ruler of the abyss, he can't let that happen. Sitting majestically on his throne, he orders Livia, who is standing right beside him, to teach that arrogant one a lesson and bring those 2 girls back. Understood. Tuduong's face shows a confident smile, with a half-smile full of hidden meaning, and with the special power of the Dual King, I am really looking forward to it. Inside the Divine Palace, everyone gradually leaves, while Tokugawa is still flattering. "Akiko, when you arrive at the Fairy Palace, tell him everything about Tuduong. This is the time to repay the country's kindness to him, so remember not to make the king and queen angry, or you will become a traitor to our nation. Understood?" Hearing his words, Haitu's sadness was evident, remembering how much he once cared, but now he was so indifferent. "Tokugawa, you're crossing the line?" Infemia, she watched the group leave with a look of disappointment and contempt. Tokugawa turned his head back, his gaze full of cunning and scheming. As long as he flattered this great spirit official to satisfy him, those words meant nothing. They stood tall and cold and said, "Fine, I still need to go back and report to the queen of the underworld. I like people who understand things like you, so I allow you to follow me to the spirit world. There I will help you level up a few ranks. Thank you, sir." And he used magic to take Hitu and Lai Na away for a while, with magical bindings. Then the group left, heading out into the sunlight shining everywhere. Halfway there, Tokugawa suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, If Don Qian still refuses to hand over the one who killed Prince Eric,
What will you do? They clasped their hands behind their back, turned to look at him with a cold, indifferent expression, kill him and replace him with someone else to punish.
with a triumphant attitude, Tokugawa secretly sneered to himself, "You're doomed, Duong Qian." Just as he finished speaking, Ka suddenly stopped, catching him off guard and crashing into his back. From beneath the ground, both Kak and Tokugawa looked up at the clear blue sky where a figure was floating among the clouds. Who could that be? Suddenly, his face twisted in shock, eyes wide open, sweat streaming down his forehead, showing surprise and unease. I can't see her information, but instinct tells me that this woman is intoxicating. One hand reaching forward to cast magic. The swirling energies around her create a terrifying pressure, extremely dangerous, activating her cloak. Livia looked down with a triumphant and disdainful gaze, struggling in vain. From now on, all your powers are mine. She unleashed a web of energy that encased the entire battlefield, and at the same time, a system notification appeared. Great sin. Envy. Livia seizes everything and steals her opponent's abilities for her own use. During the theft, the opponents cannot use their original skills, and the duration is 10 minutes.
The judgment condition for lower-tier allies than Livia is unconditional. For same-tier allies, it will be based on the attribute level.
The bystanders are stunned and can't believe their power is gradually fading away. She looks at the skill on her hand and smirks with a contemptuous smile.
All of them are useless skills,
Not a single one has any effect. Watch me improve your useless curse. From above, Livia unleashes a massive burst of fiery energy that engulfs the entire space, obliterating the meaning, the curse, and the great silence in a fiery annihilation. The skill nearly touches their faces, yet they remain in disbelief, showing clear horror. This is my skill, so how can you be even more powerful and stronger than mine? The attack grows stronger and stronger. He refuses to give up and quickly uses his skill, the divine magic, the forbidden spell, the angelic core orb. But at this moment, they only noticed the body, the failed ultimate attack. How could this be? He was destroyed by his own skill.
Tokugawa, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly fled in despair. Help! Help! There's a monster! Someone, please come save me!
Livia tilted her head with a cold expression, extended her clawed hand forward, then suddenly ran wild. Try this. Then she continued using her skills, her divine power, her forbidden spell, and the wind god's curse. Haitu and Li Na stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the terrifying scene unfolding before them. Junde said, "This is also too frightening." She broke out in a cold sweat, her face showing clear panic and helplessness. What should we do now? They stand alone on the land of chaos, surrounded by Livia's enormous energy pressure, facing a towering black energy pillar that suddenly appeared right in the middle. Livia suddenly appeared and called out, "Follow me!" And from a distance, Euphemia sensed something. A tremendous power suddenly erupted, and then the auras of Loren and Tokugawa disappeared almost immediately, returning to the divine temple. Tokugawa knelt on the ground, exhausted and trembling after barely escaping Livia's trap. What just happened? With his face still covered in dirt, stains, and sweat, he began recounting the terrifying encounter. Not long after he and I set out, we met an unidentified woman. She not only conceals skills tightly, but also uses Your Excellency's power to kill us almost instantly. Euphemia's eyes widened in shock as she faced an overwhelming source of energy beyond her understanding. This kind of power is definitely not something a half-god of the fifth transformation could unleash. Could there be a primordial king coming to the human world? She asked further, "Where are Haitu and Lai Na? Strange. Why can't I see them? He and I were killed on the spot, so they couldn't have survived." Euphemia paused, reflecting on the events of the past. The withered eyes looked into the distance. Wait a moment. The last time Haitu and Lai Na were outside the Longling secret realm, they weren't killed by the Western Tower. It was us before. They all thought it was Asta's doing. They wanted to protect the peace by collaborating with Tam Yen, but now Asta is sealed inside the Thanthan prison. And once again, they were not killed by the King of Original Sin. And the confusion was evident, sweat pouring down his forehead. Tokugawa hesitated before asking, "Could your Majesty's meaning be?" Suddenly, Duong's figure appeared in her mind. It could only be him, the center of everything, Duong. Could it be that the original Sin King's actions were carried out under his command? Livia is watching Haitu and Lai Na from behind with a thoughtful and puzzled expression. She really can't understand what the military representative is thinking anymore. Why did he bring so many women here? Finally, they are standing in front of the Devil City, with its towering spires reaching into the sky. Could this place really be the Devil City? You brought us here. What exactly do you want? Suddenly, the door slowly opens, accompanied by a calm voice saying, "There's no need to be tense." The large door suddenly swung open from behind, and Tuduong calmly stepped out to greet them. "Long time no see." Facing everyone's surprise, he offered a gentle smile and politely greeted, "Hello to both of you." Both girls were stunned, sweat beading on their faces as they saw Tuduong standing before them. "Tuduong, why are you here?" He then turned to give an order to Livia. "Livia, you can go ahead now, understood." Then he stood between the two of them and said that he couldn't explain why he was here for now, but having them here would be very safe. He too was still in shock, staring intently at Tuduong as if she couldn't believe her eyes. To Duong, he turned his face calmly and asked, "What's going on?" Hitty lowered her head, her eyes filled with sadness and confusion as she didn't know where to start her story. No, nothing at all. In her mind, the speculations kept rising. This city is the demon city deep within the shadows, the stronghold of the demon race, fundamentally in conflict with humans. If Tuduong is here, could it be that he is also a member of the demons? He too stood silently, lost in thought, until Tuduong suddenly called her name to break the silence. Demon girl. Tuduong smiled knowingly and explained that the reason he saved her from that spirit was because she chose to trust and help him. Moreover, she said she could see from his eyes that he was a good person, and his face suddenly became contemplative, his eyes filled with thought. So now, a majestic ancient castle appears, with sharp spires reaching into the gloomy sky, evoking a sense of loneliness and pressure. What about now? What about now, here? Do you still think I am a good person? At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet, and they looked at each other with worry and shock before hesitantly speaking up about this. Hai-Tu pursed her lips tightly, a tension rising in her heart. She clasped her hands in front of her and softly said, "I still believe in you, to be precise. I hope to believe in you. You must have your reasons for doing this." Hearing these words, Tuduong smiled contentedly, a look of relief clearly showing, "Then that's great. Thank you." Li Nya sighs in relief. It seems she's passed the test. Even the original king has to listen to him. If she insults him, she'll definitely die. But seeing Hai-Tu happily thanking Tuduong, Li Na secretly feels confused. That girl Maki, does she really think that? I should just forget it. Tuduong is kind and saved us from the spirits. He's my benefactor. That's enough. Then he led the two of them to find a place to stay first. Everyone stay here for now, and after the storm outside passes, I will take the two of you back. Agreed? As night falls, the house gradually falls silent and still. Sitting on the large bed, Lai Li crosses her arms and turns away with a bored look. He's brought two more beauties home again. Is he planning to set up a harem here? Tuduong steps closer, intending to lift her chin. So you're jealous, huh? There's no way. Lai buried her face in the pillow, pouting as she complained. Since you came here, you've always been busy and never really spent time with me. I wouldn't mind if you brought other girls here, but I just want you to spend a little time with me. You shrug with a look of helplessness and resignation. If it's come to this, what else can I do? The door is firmly shut, so tonight I will serve you well. The oil lamps burn brightly, then gradually fade in the quiet night. Tuduong sits on a chair, chin resting on his hand in deep thought. After obtaining the primal dark power of the original sinner tomorrow, he will be able to complete the 5 transmissions. Based on his previous experience, he feels confident he can directly reach the markup and begin the 6 transmissions task. His face shows careful thought and caution. Everything in the deep silence, demon realm is progressing as planned, but the spirit world remains a hidden danger. Maybe I should wait until the power of the primordial lord's reign ends, then revive Rage and let him go explore the situation first. Then, Tuduong stood up from his seat, still lost in thought. If the strategy of the elves is less than I imagined, I can completely let the primordial kings take over the elf world first, and once I kill the primordial monarch, I will become the ruler of all 3 factions at once. The human and demon factions can coexist peacefully, but the elves can only become slaves. Standing by the window, he gazed into the distance, secretly hoping to see their surprised faces after witnessing the gift from Tem Yen. Suddenly, he remembered something. Yes, he almost forgot about the people from the Shiva kingdom. Almost all the nobles must have been transferred here, especially that guy Aminoto. Tuduong carries his belongings and walks decisively. As a civilized man with a sense of retribution, it's finally time to make him pay. The scene shifts to early morning at the temple. Euphemia's mind is filled with thoughts. All clues point to Tuduong. Could it be that he truly has a connection to the Lord of Deep Silence? Then she ordered to check Tuduong's transfer records. Standing in front of the giant statue,
Euphemia carefully examined the displayed information panel. Doing a 5-star transfer might be a bit challenging for ordinary geniuses.
But if Tuduang really is the incarnation of the Dark Lord, completing this 5-star class change mission would be very easy. Did the priestess who was responsible for his class change before know anything? The scene shifts to the celestial spirit city, where the divine transfer temple is bathed in a beam of light from above enveloping Bai Lin. Could this be the sacred statue undergoing a transformation, something I've never seen before? And then it suddenly disappears, along with the surrounding light. Euphemia appeared and spoke. Bak Lin, I am Euphemia, the 3rd-generation high priest of the Holy Spirit, this time in the name of the idol. Amidst the hazy space with white feathers falling, she issued a command. Tell me everything related to Tuduang. She sat on the ground with a stunned expression and said, Tuduang. Standing before Euphemia, Bak Lin spoke. So even the high priestess knows about Tuduang, all right? I will tell you in detail about his heroic deeds. As soon as she finished listening, her usual dignified expression vanished instantly. Her eyes widened in shock, and a look of embarrassment appeared clearly on her face. Remembering her past, Bak Lin's eyes shone with admiration, along with a hint of shyness on her blushing cheeks. I met him in the Eastern Spirit City. At that time, Tuduang was just an ordinary warrior, but who could have imagined he would achieve such great feats and legendary accomplishments in the future? In Euphemia, she half closed her eyes, as if listening with intense focus. Bak Lin was still recounting the glorious achievements of Tuduang, each promotion to ensure a perfect year, defeating the Crimson Phoenix of Donglin and conquering the Black Dragon. She gently lowered her gaze, her face still slightly shy, captivating even the most noble of heiresses.
After finishing a long speech, Bai Lin's cheeks flushed with excitement. This is everything I know about Tuduang. Are you satisfied?
Suddenly, the surroundings are filled with question marks as she keeps calling Euphemia. The high priestess, tightly gripping her staff and staring straight ahead in silence. This look of longing is completely like someone in love, which is truly heartbreaking. Euphemia turns back with a serious expression and asks whether there are any secrets between her and Tuduang that haven't been revealed, but she believes there are no secrets to hide. Bak Lin's face suddenly flushed like fire, sweat pouring down as fleeting images of intimacy with Tuduang appeared in her mind. We. Immediately, Euphemia raised her hand to her forehead, her expression clearly showing exhaustion and tangled thoughts.
It's okay. If I meet Tuduang again next time, I can tell him that I really want to talk to him.
Yes. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously, reassuring herself, hoping she was overthinking.
I slowly looked at the giant stone statue, my heart heavy, and after the Lorens were killed, the spirits might change their attitude because of this. Even I no longer see a clear path to the future.
O Lord, please grant blessings to humanity so they can safely get through this ordeal. Returning to the demon command, Shiva's group gathers in the warehouse yard chatting about spring. Have the great officials heard? The demons are hunting our Shiva people. There must be a misunderstanding here. I want the divine god to ask the high priest for an explanation. Suddenly, a giant demon approaches. Could that be Amino?
That's right. May I ask what is going on? The giant demon's claw with sharp talons is reaching out to grab him.
The demon grabbed his collar and pressed his fang-filled face against Amino, claiming to be Demon Lord Amino Hazan of the Great Temple, who disrespected the king and was sentenced to death. Shiva's group was extremely alarmed and shouted, "Wait, there must be some misunderstanding. The divine official Amino would never dare to be disrespectful to the great sovereign, I swear."
I have never said anything disrespectful to the great sovereign. Have you all misunderstood something?
The face of the demon statue with sharp teeth. The demon looks directly at him. This is exactly the will of the great ruler.
If anyone has any objections, come and speak directly to the ruler.
The demon stands tall, threatening Amino sitting on the ground, while ordering the soldiers to take them away. Seeing this, the others are worried. What should we do about this? The scene shifts to the holy judge transforming into an evil spirit. Livia loudly commands, "Bring the disrespectful traitor to the king here, surrounded by giant demons." Amino kept pleading desperately. "I really didn't do it. Please believe me. I hate those damn humans the most. Just give us a chance, and we will become the bravest demon warriors." Before he could finish speaking, a demon slammed him to the ground, kneeling with one knee and pressing Amino's head firmly to the floor. Lord Livia, the offender Amino, has already been brought here. Livia stood tall and proud, her cold gaze fixed on him, trembling at her feet. Such a tiny insect. How dare he disrespect the sovereign, great high priest? I swear I have done no act of blasphemy against the ruler. She glared at me with a fierce look, almost threatening, leaning close to me and speaking with satisfaction. Then, Livia lightly lifted Amino into the air, causing him to crash into the corner of the wall before stopping. At this moment, Tuduang rises from his seat, seemingly confused as to why he has been sentenced to death for blasphemy. Lift your head and you'll find the answer. His pale face clearly shows a mix of anger and fear, sweat pouring down as he struggles to get up and look. Amino's eyes widened in shock, trembling with fear. Tuduang, why are you... How can this be? Tuduang stood upright and calmly introduced himself. Is this the first time we've met? Let me introduce myself. I am Tuduang from Long Ha, currently the representative of the Dark Lord of the Silent Abyss, the original ruler, which can also be understood as the Prince of the Dark Lord of the Silent Abyss. I hold Amino's chin tightly, forcing him to face my cold gaze directly. You and your brother Atta once planned to kill everyone in the Spirit Dragon secret realm, including me. Tuduang sat down to eye level with Amino lying helpless on the floor, making a cold remark. After your plan was exposed, your entire nation fled to the demon realm. That was a very clever move. Amino's face showed a look of extreme horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. How do you know these secrets? Could it be that you've been watching me all along, you? He turned around and coldly continued speaking. When you plan against others, have you ever thought that one day you might have to face the consequences yourself? First, you should go see your son, and Atta will follow you to hell very soon. His eyes were full of confusion and fear. Then Amino, full of anger, decided to launch a deadly strike at Tuduang. You are the devil. I have to risk everything to fight you, and poison will be used. Faced with a relentless attack, Livia delivered a powerful sweep that cut everything apart, chaotic and ruthless. Executing an assassination of the military envoy, piling crime upon crime, this skill is also quite suitable for torturing others. Then just enjoy it at your leisure. His screams kept echoing as the snakes opened their mouths wide, seemingly ready to swallow him whole. A short while later, Amino's body was bitten to pieces by the snakes until it disappeared. This is what you get for your own actions. Enough. Take him out and let him die quickly. Understood. Tuduang coldly ordered that the Akma professionals from the Shiva kingdom be classified as lower clan members, becoming slaves to be commanded at her will. Standing solemnly in the grand hall, he pondered deeply. Shiva's kingdom had been dealt with. Now it was the turn of the realm of the spirits. With a piercing gaze full of fury and threat, he looked into the distance. And there was also the clown Tokugawa jumping around. Everyone would pay the price. At the Spirit King's peak, a soldier looked delighted that the traitor had just returned. He wiped the wound on his body and wondered who that damn woman was, with such incredible strength. She definitely wasn't something the strongest humans in the world could achieve. Thinking carefully about her appearance and posture, could it be that Akma is a creature from the silent depths? She muttered to herself as she entered, wondering how she would explain this to the queen. She would definitely lose her temper. Under a giant tree, there is a throne. The queen, resting her chin on her hand, asks firmly, Grand Minister Baifap, so you have returned. Where is the assassin who killed Prince Eric? Suddenly, he knelt down and bowed his head to the floor. Your Majesty, the one who killed Prince Eric has been found. He is a young dragon-human hybrid named Tuduang from the human world, and also the one who tamed the other dragon. The nearby spirits looked surprised. How could someone tame the other dragon, you? Another person muttered, the black dragon is a dangerous sign. It must be killed. What will Her Majesty the Queen do about this? The Queen's hand crushed the armrest of the throne. She tried to control her anger. Where is that person named Tuduang now? The scouts report, Your Majesty, that there are 2 survivors from the Spirit Dragon's secret realm who might know the truth. However, on their way to be escorted back, a powerful demon attacked, and all of our forces were defeated and killed. The fate of the 2 survivors remains unknown, and the Queen Mother narrows her eyes coldly. They keep chanting, and the power of that Deep Yen demon is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, it must be at the king level of the original sin. The fairy comments, what, even the great mage was killed, and this Deep Yen demon is so strong, huh? Another person interrupts. The most important thing is that the primordial king can truly leave the abyss and enter the human world. If that's the case, then they can use the human world as a stepping stone to enter the fairy realm, right? A cautious elder spirit bows his head. Your Majesty the Queen, based on what the Grand Mystic said, the power of the Dark Abyss demon seal might have already exceeded our imagination. I suggest that while we continue searching for the killer of Prince Eric, we should accelerate the formation of an alliance with humans and address the threat from the Dark Abyss first. Suddenly, the surrounding space became chaotic, and the gods agreed. So did I. The Queen sighed. If everyone agreed, then in the name of the natural divine goddess,
I would temporarily set aside personal grudges and form an alliance with humans to jointly attack the Dark Abyss. However, she warned with a sharp gaze that the death of Prince Eric must also be investigated, and the blood of the culprit must be taken to be sacrificed to the royal bloodline. Based on the name of the natural divine goddess, I vow to honor the queen and summon the extraterrestrial.
And in the Kulong Kingdom, the black dragon had long been extinct, but until now, no black dragon had ever carried the bloodline of the eternal devouring treasure. She chuckled softly, thinking that perhaps the humans who tamed the black dragon couldn't have coincidentally obtained the bloodline of the eternal devouring treasure so easily. Switching to Duong's location, his voice sounds satisfied. As soon as the connection is re-established, it feels like the strength he had lost for so long has returned, and unexpectedly, it makes him feel so joyful. Just wait. It won't be long before I become as powerful as this, but in the end, all power must belong to myself. Otherwise, everything is just an illusion. Just wait. It won't be long before I become that powerful too. A glowing sphere appears in his hand. With the appearance of the Western Tower and Livia, whether human or demon, they will surely remain highly alert for a long time. Neither side will act recklessly anymore, and during this period, this is the perfect time for me to quickly improve my strength.
Perhaps I can overcome the restrictions of this divine weapons mission and turn it into a powerful tool in my hands. The system now displays information. Divine weapon, regal armor of wrath, equipment restrictions, special restrictions. The destroyer killed 10,000 diamond demons, 1,000 brilliant demons, 100 Huin Guiet demons, 10 solar demons. Attributes: health plus 200, strength plus 5,000, physical resistance plus 5,000, overall power plus 35%.
Passive, destructive desire. In battle, every 1,000 enemies defeated consecutively will increase all attributes by 1% until the end of the fight. Active, extreme rage. When the rage exceeds the limit, the destroyer will receive a 200% attribute boost. The duration is 10 minutes, Duong silently thought. 10,000 diamond demons, 1,000 brilliant demons, 100 Huin Guiet demons, and 10 sun demons. That's not a small number, even for a semi-divine being. Killing them all would take a lot of time and energy. He raised his hand, but with the power of the primordial sovereign, a blink was enough. Duong clenched his fist, full of authority and dominance.
The wicked demons outside the castle are excitedly watching your figure appear in the sky. It's the Supreme King. The Supreme King is watching us.
Duong clenched his fists and sacrificed your lives for me. The system now shows you have slain the primordial demon Tindu at level 143, gaining 1.92 million experience.
You have slain the primordial demon Hui Ngui at level 178, gaining 18.32 million experience.
You have slain the primordial demon Liet Duong level 232, with a total of 110 million experience. Total experience gained is 5.3 billion after deducting 40%. Remaining experience. So the total accumulated experience now stands at 13.28 billion. You seem very satisfied. What do you call effective? This is true effectiveness. It really is amazing. Divine power unleashed. Beautiful. The ancient scripts are intertwined with each other. Duong marvels.
Perfect. Give the order. West Tower, come to me. She bowed her head respectfully. My lord, please give your instructions.
You give her a black magic orb and hand it to my representative. Western Tower replied, I obey your command. Duong glanced at her. What do you think of my representative?
The Western Tower bowed and replied, the representative is chosen by the upper army, and their choice is not something we can judge.
Duong silently thought, as expected, she dares not show herself to be superior to me.
Her manner of dealing with others is truly worlds apart. At that moment, Livia's voice rang out, Your Majesty, I have an important matter to report. Please allow Thukha to meet with you.
You seem surprised, someone resisting the Red Moon invasion.
And Livia steps in, yes. This information came suddenly and also leaves the subordinate confused. What exactly is this zealot of the Red Moon?
Duong silently watched them, thinking to himself that it seems the demons had never faced the Red Moon invasion before.
Otherwise, the Western Tower and Livia wouldn't be so unaware of the Red Moon. But if the Divine Temple side already has a complete system related to the Red Moon, then I can just bring it over directly from this side. You speak up, the so-called Red Moon, actually.
Suddenly he paused. Wait a minute. Could this be a transition to another place? A bright red door appears? The demons look at it in surprise. What is this blinding red light transitioning to the surface? Hundreds of people are panicking and fleeing the Red Moon. The Red Moon has already appeared. A flash of light suddenly appeared in front of Livia and Tay Thap. Tay Thap looked puzzled. What's going on? A blazing red gate appears before them. It slowly opens, and a level 100 demon steps out, its crimson aura flickering chaotically. Taethap raised its hand with a contemptuous look, and a weak magic attack shot towards it. However, the magic attack passed right through the demon. Taethap was stunned. What? Livia was furious. What is she doing? She can't even handle this illusion. Get out of the way. Let me do it. She raised her hand. Dozens of lightning bolts shot towards the demon. Immediately after, Livia also adjusted herself. Her attack nullified. No, this guy doesn't seem to be from our dimension at all, so he basically doesn't feel our hits. Duong secretly observed, even the boss captain's attack was ineffective. It seems the legend of the pink dueling crystal can be defeated by a hero who isn't old. What should I do to deal with the hero fathered by the Demon King? He raised his hand. A mass of red magic gradually appeared. A dark power. That demon suddenly froze, then was quickly pulled into the fiery red door. The Western Tower exclaimed in shock. My king, dozens of beams of light being drawn into the portal. Suddenly it explodes. Dozens of beams of light shoot out, and from the gate earlier, an eye gradually appears. The crimson eye, Duong calmly faces it. This time I am not like before. He suddenly realized he was standing in a blazing red space, with skeletons beneath his feet. Is this the world inside the door, or some kind of mental illusion? Duong immediately became alert, gazing at the eye and gathering his strength to confront this terrifying pressure. Yet even as the king of the deep silence, he felt a hint of tension, and suddenly the eye lit up with a radiant crimson glow. Duong knelt down, furious as he slammed his fist on the floor, but he could still completely suppress his own pride. He cast a magic attack. Just a mental illusion spell. Break it for me. The illusion shatters, and Duong quietly guesses that it's over, an unexpectedly fruitful harvest. I never thought there would be someone stronger than the original sovereign in this world. Could this be the reason why the Divine Palace has become so wary of the Red Moon? What world will I be led to behind that endless door? The Western Tower exclaimed in panic. The king was just affected by the soul of the new day, and Livia was just as worried. Could the upper troops be contaminated by that crimson essence? Duong coldly replied, Nothing. Just keep moving forward for now. I will show you some knowledge about the Red Moon. The surrounding forging tools are creating a strange blue flame. Soon the Western Tower will hold the sword. The Red Moon infiltrates. The Crimson Spirit is fleeing. The Red Moon core, and Livia is covering her face. The amount of information is a bit too much for her subordinates to process at once. Duong said, instead of just thinking, practical experience can explain things more clearly. I just used my power to observe the entire deep silence and test that red power. Indeed, piercing through the darkness of the deep silence means that now, the demon profession people have completed their mission perfectly and can also trigger the Red Moon invasion event. Livia asked again, Your Majesty's meaning is you order Livia, the high priestess of the evil demon, also the one spreading the story of the Red Moon. If that crimson door appears, then kill the heretics who step out of it and offer me the Red Moon's spiritual hack. Anyone who offers 1,000 Red Moon spiritual hack will be granted a spark of primal power. She also respectfully responded, obeying the king's command. Duong silently understood that this world was too vast to imagine. Perhaps the true origin of sin was not the end of his journey. One day he would definitely surpass the existence of the Crimson Spirit and uncover the greatest secret of this world. The scene shifts to another place. Euphemia looks worried. Less than half a month since the last Red Moon, and it has appeared again. A series of events involving the Abyssal World boss and the Spirit Realm keep unfolding. She knelt and prayed before the giant statue. Lord, please let your devout fighters know when the true Savior will appear and lead us out of that hopeless future. She sobs, I just had a nightmare. In the dream I saw a dark red moon opening its bloody mouth to swallow you. I don't want that. Duong gently strokes her head. You don't trust me at all, so why don't I dream of stabbing that red moon instead? Lilith shook her head. I only worry about you. You are the only one I can rely on. Without waiting for the West Tower to appear, it seems the representative is very busy. Duong, standing coldly in front of Lilith, seems a bit busy now and might be even busier later. So if anything happens, just tell me quickly. Taethap pulls out a dirty magic orb saying that Kun Thuong asked me to deliver this to you. Take it. Duong helplessly watched her disappear instantly, vanish without stopping for a moment. It seems she has a very bad impression of me. Another one excitedly jumps to 10 spirit stones. The pink moon core is mine. I will use this to exchange for the origin of the superior. Did you hear that? I am about to become a god. Suddenly a ray of light shone through, and the demon was cut into 3 pieces. with the western tower disdainfully looking down. That despicable thing, yet it dared to target the King of Honor. She holds the pink moonstone in her hand. Honestly, why did the upper army choose that person as their representative? He's as weak as an ant, so that's understandable, but he's still obsessed with lust. It truly is a disgrace to the honor of the Lord. The western tower gazes into the crystal stone with a proud heart. The Lord commands that anyone who offers 1,000 pink moon crystals will receive a reward of the Lord's original divine energy. I will try even harder and definitely fill myself with the Lord's power. She throws it into the red gate. Tathap's eyes gleam with excitement. Now let's kill. Dozens of crystals converged into the red gate. The western tower gritted her teeth and smiled with satisfaction, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Another monster emerges from inside the gate. Its voice echoes, "Your arrogant crime will be sacrificed under the moon." The demon lord fully steps out, his crimson aura ethereal, his extreme sun mantra a fake, divine endurance. Taya Tower looks furious, her heretical words full of nonsense, yet they dare to judge my original sin in the face of my arrogance. "You worthless trash, no different from dust." Then a black arrow appeared in her hand. Tathap shot it high, the arrow slicing through the wind to pierce the back of the demon lord. He calmly pulled it out, that arrogant aura not worth mentioning. The demon lord clenched the arrow tightly, shattering it into pieces. Whether you're a person or this fleeting world, you will ultimately be overwhelmed by the red moon's dominance. He cast a spell, the crimson blood wave. A blazing red wave filled with countless eyes appeared. Tathap stared in shock at them. The demon king coldly said, "This is the fate of those who oppose the crimson moon." Tathap quickly formed a black magic sphere. She soared into the sky, opening her domain, a beam of light enveloping the space, and the demon lord was stunned. This was already a space barrier, and it was so vast. The western tower looked contemptuous. These self-righteous insects should experience true terror. A magical attack strikes through the body of the demon lord, a grave sin and arrogance, and the red beams are quickly sucked into the portal. Seconds later, the portal shatters and Tathap coldly promises that's all, until suddenly she is startled to realize she just coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tathap gradually descended to the ground. Just as the upper army had said, the enemy within the crimson mist is at the same level as the target, so they can also cause harm to me, but I don't know who the target of that monster from 100 years ago was. Could it have fallen into the royal throne, destroying the crimson mist spirit? The extreme heat worshipper, divine level, obtained the red moon spirit core. 8,000. Tathap surprisedly threw out 8,000 stones, enough to exchange for 8 streams of original power from the superior. She smiled. This time she must fill the superior with even more than before. I can't wait any longer. Suddenly she froze. When did this crimson blood stick to my hand? Why can't I wash it off no matter how hard I try? There are no side effects so far. Next time I'll ask Jianjun Shang about it. Switching to To Duong, he raises a red orb. All right, proceeding to complete the transfer mission. A red circle quickly surrounds him. The system is checking the mission, and the mission is complete. Reward for completing the mission. Level up the demon spirit's secret dance profession and the fake harvest demon spirit. The higher the level on the calendar, the more harvest value you gain. You can also spend harvest value to enter the harvest status screen. Harvest dummy increases all attributes by 20%, reduces mana consumption by 80%, and deals 200% more damage. It consumes 1 harvest value point per second. Rise to the legendary stage and break through the life layer. Increase 50 basic attributes. 3. Updated profession skills gaining an additional 1,000 free attribute points. To Duong quickly leveled up. Not knowing when he had accumulated so much experience, it seems he can level up again in one go next time. The system now shows that level up is complete, with the level cap increased to 150. Currently, there are 13.28 billion experience points stored, and 4.6 billion were spent to raise the level from 100 to 150. To Duong, a hybrid of the Trung race and humans. Level 150. Profession: Demon Spirit Harvester. Power: 26,421. Speed: 13,644. Spirit: 14,766. Resistance: Durability. To Duong muttered. Currently, my mental attributes have also surpassed the requirements of the Forbidden Book given by Al Gilzison, but with my current strength, most enemies can be defeated with normal attacks. The system now detects that the hidden mission, the Song of Shadows, has been completed, confirming the fusion is finished, and begins the merging. A black magic vortex spun around him. To Duong stared in shock at his hand. the fusion process proceeding smoothly beyond expectations, with no pain at all like during the blood blessing ritual earlier. Could it be that because I connected with the primordial monarch multiple times, I have gained compatibility? Suddenly, you sense a surge of magic, a violent burst of aura. Tuo Yang is shocked. This is Livia outside the tower, astonished. Could this aura be the descent of the supreme army, hundreds of demons kneeling in worship? Long live the demon king! A wave of pressure covered the sky. Lai Na looked out the window with a wary expression, sensing an enemy attack. Hai Tu replied uncertainly, but just now a sudden surge of intense pressure erupted. I will try it first, and then He Tu looked surprised. Why is it him? To Duong. The system now unlocks the false demon soul harvest mode, a distant form, releasing the combined dark singing power, absorbing the power within it, lasting for 5 minutes. Currently in use, the primal power of the Lord of Sins, including execution, deprivation, and the authority of the 7 great sins. You smile contentedly. Originally, this ability should only be obtained after destroying the primal Lord of Sins, but it was unlocked early, even if it only lasts 5 minutes. It's enough to handle most situations. This is truly the reward of a great leader. You are merely a puppet pretending to wield the power of the upper army, causing the inhabitants of the abyss to kneel and worship. Don't forget, you are just a puppet. Tuduong turns and chuckles softly. A puppet indeed. I need to correct your perception a bit. He quickly uses the new harvesting skill. You all just use your bodies to feel this power. The round magic orbs attack Livia and Tay Thap. Immediately, the two of them collapsed to the ground. Junjun from Tay Thap asked angrily, I didn't expect you to dare to repeatedly abuse the power of the upper army. Livia also gritted her teeth in fury. We must teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a pink light shot out from them. Tay Thap was shocked. My arrogant power is gone. Livia frowned. So is my strength. How can this be possible? Tuduong replied coldly, the proxy is not just an executor of the command of the Supreme, but a representative of the divine authority of the Supreme. Do you understand now? She quickly interrupted her thoughts. No, this can't be. If the Emperor really descended, how could he regard such a fragile fairy girl so highly? Tay Thap faced Tuduong and began to speak. I acknowledge your strength, but the proxy is still just a proxy. We can follow your orders, but please also be mindful of your position regarding the value and dignity of the military leader. I will absolutely not tolerate otherwise. Tuduong warned, remember that whether you have power or not, to me you are still weak. Tay Thap turned away. Before leaving, she turned her head back and told you. I hope you are worthy of this power, Livia continued. We will be watching over you. Watching the two of them gradually walk away, Tuduong chuckled. Tay Thap. Oh, Tay Thap, you are becoming more and more arrogant, and I am even happier. Tuduong looked at the system's blue screen. The current dark primal essence fusion enough to withstand 4 disconnection states. There are still 3 more times, and with his 5-line body strength, absorbing 1 dark primal essence is already the limit. Perhaps the 6-line transmission can be improved further. You step to the edge, then let's see the 5-star mission of the 6th inheritance. The system now shows the 6-star mission. The trial of the Demon Lord at level 90 in the Abyss is the territory of the Demon Lord Lavik. In the depths, the big fish devours the small fish. Only the strong can own their territory, killing the boss. Hui Nguyen Sai, the Demon Lord Lavik, alone proves my strength. Tuduong chuckled, fighting solo against boss Hui Nguyen Sai, which is almost impossible for others, but I've been used to it for a long time. You look at the flickering blue magic on your left hand. I'm very curious. If I use my brutal power to swallow and grow it, I wonder how much attribute increase I could gain. By the way, let's test the power of this new ability. The scene shifts to the 91st floor of the Abyss, where To Duong in his dragon horse form is hurriedly flying away. You land in front of the stairs. A demon sneers with a toothy smile. According to the rules of the Abyss, recently issued by Lady Livia, the last 10 levels of every 100 levels of the Abyss are allocated for demon nobles to develop. Lavik the Demon Lord, level 195 of the Huin Guiat GA rank. Who are you to break the rules and dare to defy Livia? Aren't you afraid of her wrath? Tuduong stepped forward coldly. Is Livia still issuing these rules, planning to develop and expand the demon wing after becoming a demon? What a ruthless ambition. He laughed loudly because no matter who his subordinate was, the basic rule of the Abyss was, the strong eat the weak, the powerful survive, and the weak die. Dozens of sharp spikes shot toward Tuduong, who immediately shifted into a semi-demon state. Tuduong coldly said, well then, are you ready to die? The system announced, a major offense, arrogance. the condemned as weak and unable to harm themselves. Tu Duong sneered, "The weak don't even have the right to challenge me." The demon stammered, his lips trembling on the ground.
Is the great master really a noble person? I am blind. Please have mercy.
Tu Duong pointed the sword at Han and said, "I want to use you for a new strength experiment recently. Do as I say. No disobedience." Vich hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Following the command of the day, I am willing to die without hesitation. Tu Duong orders, arrogance has been tested already. Now try the Tam Lam. The system appears, a major sin. Greed destroys one of your own equipment or items. Receiving an item or equipment of the same level from the target. Insatiable greed, never satisfied, like an endless abyss.
Bad, yes, I will end this day. I still have many more Huin Guyet Dai gear.
Tu Duong took out a dagger, but I don't need it. My sharp spirit dagger is a bit outdated, so I might as well use it for a test. He shouted, "Great greed!" The dagger in his hand shattered. The system now shows a demonic roar-type shield with level and refined spirit effects, immune to any control skills,
with damage taken reduced by 50%. Tu Duong looks quite satisfied. Well done, although it doesn't deal damage. Its effects are already quite twisted.
One key is to use this skill to strip the opponent completely, as long as they are on par, creating a confrontation between body and spirit with the naked.
You chuckle. Finally, it's a major sin of laziness.
The system now creates a zone around the body where all equipment and skills are disabled. Laziness is the only constant. A pink barrier surrounds you and the demon.
To test later, Lovick respectfully bows and pleads, "Great sage, may I ask if you are satisfied with my performance?"
Tu Duong nodded faintly. "Well done. Now only one last thing remains." He pretended to be obedient. "Please, give the order," unexpectedly. Tu Duong swung a powerful strike, and a stream of magic shot straight ahead, inviting the young master to offer his head. Blood is splattered on the floor, and the scene shifts to the fairy castle. The queen frowns, implying that Lilith is also in Tu Duong's hands. According to the spy in the human world, Lilith Princess was indeed seen entering and leaving Tu Duong's residence, but she has recently disappeared, most likely hidden away by him. The queen became extremely furious. This human named Tu Duong not only unilaterally tamed the black dragon regarded as a threat, brutally killed my son Eric, but now also dares to abduct my beloved daughter Lilith, a crime beyond forgiveness. She stood up and sentenced all 3 crimes, under the name of the divine goddess of nature and the fairy royal family, ordering the destruction of Tu Duong. Anyone who sees him, kill him without hesitation until his life is completely ended. Dozens of fairies agreed and shouted, "Kill." The queen continued to give orders. "Secret Magic Grand Master, I command you to go to the human world once again to negotiate an alliance. Immediately start attacking the abyss. This time temporarily entrust the divine weapon of the royal branch of the sacred tree protected by the goddess to the user, who will use the divine weapon with 2 effects. First, strike fear into the ignorant humans to show them the power we possess, far beyond their imagination. Second, if the Deep Abyss King attacks again, kill him on the spot and take the scepter granted to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the gods will surely reveal the divine radiance of the goddess and the glory of the royal family throughout the ignorant human world and the filthy depths. Let the weak humans know that only by submitting to us is their only salvation." The queen ordered after school the secret divine technique. "Follow me, yes." Scene shifts to another place. They walk together to a water pond. The queen reaches out and places something into a branch. The trees are surprised. Here it is. The queen interrupted, using her blood as a guide to hunt down the cursed princess. "For that useless fool isn't worth the king's blood." A powerful light erupted from the scepter, and she glanced at it. "Only those of the royal bloodline can wield divine weapons. I have used primal blood to activate it for you. Now you can truly unleash its full power. Please accept the staff. Just holding it makes my magic fluctuate uncontrollably. The power of divine weapons is truly formidable." The queen created a drop of golden magic and then dripped it onto him. "One more thing. Help me find Lilith. Follow the guidance of primal blood. You will definitely find her." "Yes, sir. Understood." When he leaves, the queen turns toward the water lake. "Marita, what have you finally discovered?" "Why are you so stubborn about trying to find my cursed daughter, even risking the precious primal blood?" The girl lies down on a sturdy branch. "Big sister, this is guidance from the gods. Soon." "Tai will understand soon, Marita Sevilla, High Priestess of the Spirits. This will be the top priority for the continued existence of the royal court." The scene shifts back inside the spirit tower, where a subordinate reports, "Lords, the order to eliminate Tu Duong has been given, and action can be taken at any time."
He replied, "All right, this time is our chance to get the confession. No mistakes like last time." Yes, Duduong saw that they used a magic circle to spy on us.
He looks annoyed. The order to eliminate them really is relentless. I wonder how many red moon cores are needed
To use the divine spirit sword to wipe out the demigods. Duduong is worried, but this time they specifically mentioned Lilith. Have they already found her location, or do they have other methods to pinpoint her?
I'm curious. If the elves reveal their location, I wonder how they would react. Images of those people flash through to Duong's mind, and he sadly wonders if he will be considered a traitor, secretly collaborating with Akma. But he didn't think much about it anymore. It doesn't matter. History will only judge heroes by victory or defeat.
Once I kill the original ruler, all doubts will disappear. The system reminds you that you have arrived in front of the statue and are checking the legacy mission. The transfer mission after the legacy trial to settle in Akma has been completed. To Duong's side, in just two days from the 4th transfer to the 6th legacy, with this pace, the system should award him the ultimate supreme prize.
The notification shows that the Level 6 transmission mission has been completed, with the current experience vault holding 8.13 billion points and the level increase to 173 grants, 2,000 free attribute points, with effects on passive skills and restrictions on certain fire-type skills. To Duong's stats have been updated to Strength 43,551, Speed 21,386, and Spirit 31,109, with Resistance and Endurance nearly catching up. The Ruthless King, I really am starting to resemble a true boss more and more. The sneaky watching made Tu Duong narrow his eyes and glance over. You remind her she really likes spying on others? What's going on with Livia? Did she peek out from behind the pillar? No, it's nothing. I wonder how his strength could improve so quickly.
I no longer feel like he's just an ant anymore. Tuo Yang is intrigued. Even the original Sinner King was terrified. This feeling isn't so bad.
You leave, so now it's time to move on to the next stage. A giant hand reaches out from the darkness.
Belia has been revived. I have received the king's summons. May I ask if there is anything you wish to instruct?
The attribute table displays detailed information. The God King, originally lazy, Belia the demigod, is long gone. Health points, 300 million. Power, 332,271. Spirit, 315,632. Speed, 94,313.
Resistance. Achieved innate talent to escort.
The great crime of laziness. Belia activates her power to create a lazy zone around herself. Skills and items within the zone are ineffective. The king's lazy Belia will take 2% of the target's resistance ability upon killing them as a sacrificial offering to the ruler. The core is shattered, not necessarily the top boss on level 600. Its attributes in every aspect are much stronger than the rage path. You ask Belia, I will sacrifice your life and grant you a long sleep in death until I call you back. Does your house object? She agreed without hesitation, her laziness symbolizing constancy and stability, while death is absolute peace, and her subordinate is ready to sacrifice their life. Belia still maintained that sorrowful expression and continued to speak, obeying the king's orders. Tears of Tu Duong flickered as he conjured a sphere of darkness. I acknowledge that your loyalty will not be in vain. Stay in the void and wait for the next reincarnation. It turns into a spear and flies toward her, gradually forming a cocoon of dark energy around Belia's body. As the dark energies wrap around her face, a notification appears. You have killed the lazy king, semi-divine armor, Belia, and gained 181 million experience points. You have leveled up. Current level is 198. Allah. A series of notifications rang out. The demon Belia, the lazy king, can cause humans to become contaminated with the corruption of the abyssal demon at level 600. Belia's unchanging nature, the lazy king, increases 50 million health points, 50,000 physical resistance, and 50,000 magic resistance. The silver-white body of Belia, the lazy king, in the hands of an artisan of a matching level can be used to create a divine great armor, eternal wall, semi-divine curse, contaminating all damage for 1 minute, but unable to release skills. Tu Duong mistakenly thought that these items were originally given to those who killed the original Sin King to strengthen their bodies and prepare for killing the original Sin Monarch. In the end, all the rewards from the different core parts of the Deep Abyss expedition team were used on himself. Looking at the special item dropping on the system screen, he was stunned. This is the heaven-defying divine weapon. Tu Duong remained silent upon receiving this notification, shrugged, and thought to himself, it's the 3rd time now, having to report to the world again, hoping their spirits won't collapse. The system displays the divine weapon, Chaos. Sin, the sin of the fire of rebellion, introduced as the only special divine weapon dropped after killing the original Sin King. The Fire of Rebellion, Belir, corresponds to the Fire of Rebellion of the 7 original sins, representing the Sin of Defiance, a weapon used to judge the killing of the monarch and one of the weapons of the Chaos Sin lineage. Limited equipment, level restrictions, immortal vendor, unique sealed soul seal, bound to the soul of the one who killed the original king. Luanyak, Belir cannot be dropped, traded, or given to others, and can only be used by the bound soul. Passive for combat targets, temporarily reduces 30% of their abilities and 20% of their health. The Great Sin trait of Belir creates a domain of Belir fire around it, nullifying all skills and items before the mana is depleted, with Belir's firepower debuffing the primordial Sin ruler's Belir fire authority. All attributes are reduced by 10%. After judging the king's killer, the weapon will return to nothingness, and the bound soul will gain the eternal power of Luanyak. You revert to your original form and look at the army in front of you to speak. The special ability of the 7 great cursed weapons is fundamentally the same, forming an army of destruction with power comparable to. If I gather all 7 of these cursed weapons, it means I will become a one-person army. Then continue to connect with Akma to secretly send orders to the Western Tower. Taithap, Livia, listen to my command and report the progress of collecting the Red Moonstone. The 2 of them teleport over, Livia respectfully, and my subordinates have arrived at your call. Tu Duong asked, "What is the current status of the battle after I ordered you to collect the Hong Yui spirit stones?" Livia took out a pile of spirit cores as high as a small mountain to report, bowing to the superior. The Akma Cathedral has collected 2,310 spirit stones, and the people are willing to offer them to you. Tu Duong praised, "Not bad, you've done well." She happily said being able to share the burden with the Lord is the greatest honor for a subordinate. Then she smugly glanced at the calm Western Tower beside her. Now it was her turn to report. "Your Majesty, I followed your orders and killed the heretic who stepped out from behind the Crimson Gate. These 8,000 red moon spirit cores are the spoils of victory. Countless fiery red cores fall to the ground, gradually piling up, and the Tower of the West bows and says, 'I humbly offer them to you.'" Seeing the mountain of spirit cores twice as tall as her own, Livia was stunned. 8,000 units of essence. Tu Duong clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress his joy. "Taithap, well done. You truly deserve to be the leader of the 7 sins." Hearing this, Taithap sneered arrogantly at the envious person beside him. "You shoot a stream of aura towards her. As agreed, I will grant you both the power of the origin. Take it." The aura penetrates into Taithap's lower abdomen, and they are so elated they moan with pleasure. Both of them blushed with satisfaction, grateful for the generous gift from the Lord, feeling truly comfortable, and they shared the same thought, wanting the Lord to fill them up quickly. Tu Duong was speechless, as if choked. "You collected all those spirit orbs. Now you have 10,310 crimson moon spirit orbs." After absorbing them, Tu Duong was stunned as he looked at what was before him. Because there are 2 numbers displayed above their heads, Livia is 31,932, and Taithap is 6,210. He is surprised. This is the power of the Phoenix Sword. After increasing the number of pink moon cores, you can also see the higher level indicators. 31,932 and 6,210, which are truly impressive numbers. Comparing them, the amount of pink moon cores needed to destroy the clown troop in the fairy kingdom must be much lower than these figures. I am looking forward to it more and more. You step down from your throne, approaching forward, and Taithap is stunned. Why is the king personally leaving the throne? Tu Duong speaks. "Come and see the gift that makes the proud king tremble in fear." Your hand touches her head and she remains confused. "Your Majesty, this is..." Tu Duong signals her to be silent with his finger to his lips. No movement. Your familiar aura radiates a fierce red aura. The Western Tower is terrified. This is it. Tu Duong has become more real, just as I predicted. As the Crimson Fury grows stronger, the after-effects of the Crimson contamination after battle will become more severe. Even the Western Tower couldn't escape, and could only suppress it with overwhelming strength. You absorbed all the Crimson madness from her. Is the Crimson energy this immense? Then let me use it. Every ache in Tu Duong's hand is filled with raging red energy as he unleashes a giant sphere full of power. Then, Tu Duong clenched his fist tightly. Everything suddenly stopped, and the giant sphere shattered, dropping countless spirit orbs. The Western Tower gawked as the spirit orbs piled up into a heap before him. Is this the contaminated mutation into the Crimson Moon Core? The ruler reminds you, holding the bright red core in your hand, that if your house gets contaminated in the future, don't endure it. This ruler will help you eliminate it. Watching. To Duong's figure disappear into the distance, she bowed her head and replied, "Understood." Tay Thap's face turned red. "Your Majesty, you are truly warm-hearted. Being able to serve you faithfully is the greatest luck for Tay Thap." You return to the throne, now with nearly 13,000 red moon spirit orbs, your hand clutching the flying sword radiating brilliant lightning. Tu Duong glanced at the sword in his hand. Perhaps it was time to test his sword. Tokugawa came to welcome him, the second prince of the royal family, and warmly greeted him. Andel did not know who he was. Let me introduce him, the owner of Manhwa Kingdom, Tokugawa. He expressed that no matter what requests you have this time, the kingdom of Manhwa will definitely support you with all its strength. He promised that everything the great god promised us before, we will not forget. Tokugawa was pleased and thanked the Lord sincerely. He thought to himself that since their last meeting, Long Ha had been resisting Anhuaquoc with all their might, relying on their top global rank to do as they pleased. Just wait and see. After you help me level up, I will definitely repay you double. Duong Qian stared at them intently, a murderous intent radiating from him, while Andel paid close attention to him, with the others remaining still. People usually think he's just a useless guy, but having an insider is better than nothing. Andel asked coldly. "You are Duong Qian, Mr. Lanlong. What do you want?" He ordered condescendingly, "Can Long Ha and the others escape the alliance meeting?" The Long Ha people, upon hearing this, still stubbornly refused to back down. Tam Sung angrily pointed in his face and shouted, "You bastard, dare to say that again? This person is Lam Tam Sung, Invincible Battlefield, Vice Chairman, Level 354, Profession, Holy Path Warrior. The magic gates surged, fierce and aggressive, just a small human, yet daring to disrespect the second prince. A huge burst of power shot toward Tam Sung. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold on. He's really strong." Dao Qian saw his men get hit like that and called out worriedly, "Tam Sung." He was struck by that blow. He turned to question sharply, precisely asking what your Ling Kwok intended, and he replied, "I came to express our sincere intention to establish the alliance, so I specially arranged for the second prince to join the delegation. However, since the one who murdered Prince Eric and kidnapped Princess Lilith is from Long Ha, to prevent the second prince from recalling his brother's tragic death, only representatives from Long Ha can withdraw from the alliance meeting. Anel directly demands, but if you are willing to forgive because of the killer of my brother, then I can also show mercy and not eliminate you." Duong Qian realizes their plan. On the surface, they want to expel us from the alliance, but in reality, they want us to surrender the To Duong. However, to deal with a young man who has just undergone a quadruple transformation, is it really necessary to go to such lengths? The envoy of the Spirit Clan will only arrive at the Holy Temple for the meeting. After all, representatives of Long Ha have been expelled from the Holy City. At this moment, in the divine palace of the Holy City, Euphemia approaches the statue, and the entire vast space falls into silence. She looked up with a worried expression. Euphemia pointed her staff forward, channeling holy light to heal. Tam Sung outside, having received the healing energy, bowed towards the temple, thanking the high priestess. At the same time, a surge of power shot towards the sword. He dismissively raised his staff to set the formation again, as two streams of energy prepared to clash in the sky. The fierce explosion erupted in a blinding flash, radiating intense heat, and even the enemies suffered some injuries from this strike. Euphemia reminds him that communication goes both ways, and that the envoy should pay attention to his words and actions. He dares not be arrogant and thanks the high priestess for her guidance, admitting he was indeed reckless. She wondered to herself, could she compete with the sacred tree blessed by the goddess? No. It might even be stronger, because the foundation of the Divine Temple's ordination cannot be underestimated. My team has already left, but for what comes next, I still hope the High Priest can handle it properly first, or this unfortunate second prince might not be able to form a contract with the Alliance. In the meeting room, Euphemia asked him what he thought about the demands of the spirits. He replied, "I think the issue lies with Tu Duong. The importance they place on the spirits is truly immense." Dong Zheng felt an incomprehensible height of emotion. If it was just because of the death of a prince of the spirits, it wouldn't be enough to mobilize such a large army. Euphemia agreed. "I share the same suspicion about Tu Duong. I also have a hypothesis about Tu Duong. Just as the world notification appears, the third divine artifact, the sinful sword, has been received, and the current progress of the crusade against the original Sin Monarch is 3 out of 7. Duong Qian stood up in shock. Who exactly is the culprit? Euphemia realized. So it was like that, he exclaimed in surprise. Lord Date, you had the data all along. She revealed that this person is very likely to be Tu Duong. Duong Qian was tense and couldn't believe his own hands. What? Euphemia turned on the screen to replay the past events and spoke, recalling the intelligence she had received so far, even if it was a mysterious mind control. Then the sudden appearance of the original king and the fact that the two girls survived. Behind all these events, there is the shadow of Tu Duong. During a visit to Otto, Euphemia initially thought that all of this was Otto's trick, but after he was sealed, everything still spiraled out of control. Furthermore, since the battle at Long Spirit's secret realm, Tu Duong has had no news, and now Asumi, Haitu, and Lamna are also missing. Could there be some connection between them in all of this? In the end, this really makes everyone suspicious. Duong Qian revealed that I also used to doubt it, but after all, Tu Duong is just a transcendent. How could he have done these things? Euphemia raised the question, what if Tu Duong is the Lord of Tam Yen? He suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. This cannot be true. She calmly shook her head. I initially thought the same, but after investigation, I basically ruled out that possibility. Duong Qian obviously hasn't processed this news. Please don't joke about such things. Euphemia remained firm in his thoughts, but still, he had an extremely complicated relationship with the deep silence. There was even a possibility that he had the privilege of bearing the original sin of the king. After all, if someone could command the original sin monarch to kill at will, obtaining the rebellious divine weapon would naturally become as easy as flipping a hand. The initial image appears on the desk in the classroom. She continues speaking. Meanwhile, the power of the divine temple is spreading across the world. So logically, there should be some clues. However, among the corrupted divine artifacts that have been revealed so far, we still haven't received any news about them. Euphemia stood up, her voice pausing for a moment. Unless the one who obtains the divine weapon and commits the ultimate sin is fundamentally not from the current world but from the deep silence.
Do you remember that you previously said the evil relics also fell into Tu Duong's hands? Is that based on this point? But I don't understand, if you think Tu Duong is not the Lord of the Deep Silence, then why can he command the original Sin King?
Euphemia replied, This is only my speculation. The current chain of evidence cannot form a closed, logical loop. But the attitude of the Spirit Realm Kingdom has confirmed my suspicion on a different level. He fell silent, needing more time to carefully consider these matters. Duong Qian also agreed. That's right. They seem to really value Tu Duong as if he is holding a secret they must know. He suddenly remembered something important. Yes, the secret realm. Long Lin, Euphemia confirms. Yes, everything started from there, I suspect. Tu Duong must have received some kind of inheritance in the secret realm, which then established a connection between him and the dark secret, allowing him to gain a superlative identity. Afterwards, he used this identity to control the original sinners, obtained the divine weapon of sin, and manipulated them to attack the Tokugawa group, while also rescuing the two girls who knew his secret. Logically, this makes perfect sense. Don't sigh, Your Majesty is right. After all, I am a survivor of the Western Tower attack. But if that's the case, why doesn't he usually communicate with us? She thinks that I guess he must have his own difficulties, and I also hope to meet him in person. Euphemia silently resolved that this time she had to get clear answers, returning to the main issue. But for now, advancing the world mission remained the top priority. If she wanted to conquer Tam Uyen, she could not do without the power of the Spirit Realm Kingdom. Duong interrupted. The Grand Priest didn't need to say much. Duongmo already had a plan in mind. He decided that the Long Ha would withdraw from this joint expedition, but that didn't mean we would give up on the campaign against Tam Yen. We still believe that even without the help of any external forces, we will rely on our own strength to help the original king and seize the divine weapon of rebellion. We, the Long Ha people, never give up. After leaving the meeting room, he immediately left. Brothers, let's go. Euphemia watched the figures of the Long Ha descend and admired them. Is this the spirit of the Long Ha people? Wishing everyone good luck and strength? Then turning to Tokugawa, who just arrived, and saying that Mr. Duong and everyone else have already left. Aren't you going to inform the people of the Spirit Kingdom? He replied. Yes. I will contact them immediately. The people of the Spirit Kingdom have arrived at the Round Table Conference. And Dio said, I heard that those people from Long Ha have been dealt with. You did well, Great Priestess Ophelia. Ophelia reminded. Then shall we start the meeting? He leans back, puts his feet on the table. Always nagging about something. So annoying. Just keep quiet and listen to my conditions. The spies thought only when the queen is absent does this kid's true nature come out. Lamna frowned in annoyance. That arrogant brat, Euphemia agreed. So please, Second Prince, what are your conditions? And Deo spoke first. Since humans have already asked our spirits for aid, when it comes to dividing the spoils of war, the spirits will receive 6 parts and you 4 parts, she agreed. and we have no objections. The second condition of Ga is that 3 of the remaining 4 cursed divine weapons will belong to us. What is this about? Lamna couldn't hold back. This is going a bit too far. The other 3 slammed their fists on the table.
The cursed divine weapons are related to the final boss raid strategy. Are you planning some conspiracy to swallow it all alone?
Ga remains calm and says, "What's so outrageous about this? Don't forget that the 3 cursed divine weapons have already been revealed. So with what you have, that makes a total of 4 cursed divine weapons. Isn't that a bit too much?" She's not convinced. This is clearly forced and unjustified. Even Augustine objects, and we don't even know where those 3 divine weapons are, so what's with the arrogance? Andel shrugged. That's none of my business. Whoever received them, it's still your human problem, so go find them yourselves. Their attitude made the 3 of them angry, but they couldn't say anything. Onlookers whispered anxiously. These spirits couldn't be allowed to act like that. But if they refused, they wouldn't help. Even the strongest groups had failed before, so relying only on us, we couldn't conquer Tom Yen on our own.
If the world mission fails, we will all be doomed. After this debate, the humans finally agreed to the demands of the fairy kingdom, and the alliance between humans and fairies was officially established.
It is expected that in about a month, the first joint attack will officially begin to conquer Tom Yen at Longdo City, the capital of Longha, a bustling and lively place, with a gate in the center from which people emerge. That is the team from the Spirit Kingdom. Andel covers his mouth in surprise. This is Longha A's capital. It's so lively it's almost irritating. A child pointed at them. "Mom, look, they are spirits." Launton ran over. "Spirit Big Brother. Hello, everyone." Andel and the others coldly glanced at her, then unleashed a burst of power, causing the girl to cough blood and fall back. The worried mother rushes to her child. "Is your daughter all right? What are you doing?" A cold guard says, "I heard that Longha is the most honorable nation in the world. But how dare you lowly commoners look directly at the second prince?" Andel stepped in front of them, "You lowly commoners," and quickly knelt down. Tuduang watched this scene in silence. He frowns and says, "Let's go, West Tower, West Tower." Taya, where are you going?" Tuduang slings his red sword over his shoulder and walks into the chaos, killing dogs. Over at Andel's side, his actions sparked criticism from those around him. "Where do you remnants of feudalism come from? Daring to cause chaos in Longha when in fact you are the ones who should kneel and beg for forgiveness." This dog-like creature. He coldly turned back and signaled to the guard, who understood and sneered. "Fools who don't know their limits. A sword strike was aimed at the one who just spoke, and I will show you what true strength really is." The guard sneers. "See? This is the fate of you little ants." Seeing the other person fall, the mother held her child tightly and begged, "Please don't kill us. My daughter hasn't reached level 5 yet and can't be revived. I beg you to spare us." The mother closed her eyes tightly, trembling with fear. From the sky, a beam of light appeared, accompanied by the clash of steel and a fierce shout. At the same time, a blast of fire shot down, causing the entire space to explode. But only the mother and daughter were protected by a shield. Duang Qiang ordered Tam Sung to arrange for the civilians to evacuate. He angrily turned and asked, "So it was you who injured the common people and caused chaos?" That guard, despite being full of wounds, still refused to admit it. So what now? In response, a powerful fist of destruction shattered everything, as a raging crimson torrent seemed to swallow the guard's entire body, and a stream of fire shot out to engulf him in flames. Down in the pit, where the man is lying, a green light flickers. And Dui is furious as he questions him. "Duang Qian, is this how your lord treats guests?" Duang Qian speaks with reason. "He who respects me afoot, I will respect him afoot. Does your recent action show respect for Longha?" He looked down on us and paid no attention. "Etiquette is how we, the noble class, communicate. To us, you are just common folk." "Do you really need to make such a fuss, Your Highness? Remember, at Longha, everyone is equal. There are no commoners or nobles. It is you who are targeting us in Than City. Now you come to Longha without reason. What is your true purpose? You mockingly ask if we dare to accuse, but Tuduang from your Longha has 3 charges against him. First, unilaterally capturing Hak Long without the approval of the spirit royalty, harboring deep-seated intentions. Second, killing Prince Eric and a group of talented noble spirits from the Spirit Clan in the Long Lin secret realm. Third, capturing Princess Spirit Lilith, so Her Majesty the Queen issued an order to kill Tuduang. Now you know why we are here, right? Someone just couldn't hold back anymore. It's so disgraceful. Capturing Hak Long was all thanks to Tuduang's own ability. Why do you still need the approval of your fairy royal family and have to bow your heads? He replied that Hak Long is a vicious creature considered a seed of disaster by the royal family. Once discovered, it must be killed on the spot, and moreover, who are you to be so bold as to speak to me? This person is speechless, so don't interrupt if you're here to find. To Duong, you'll only be disappointed and go back
Because no one knows where he is right now. You don't need to surrender anyone, just release all of Long Ha's territory and we'll start searching from Long Dao.
Tam Sung feels that these people are looking down on Long Ha, the capital of Long Ha itself.
How can outsiders like you casually ransack this place? This is fundamentally a disgrace and an insult to the entire nation.
He raises his holy staff, trying to stop me.
Let's see if you have the ability to do that. Dao Zhan is determined to fight to the death, unyielding and unashamed. If that's the case, then let's fight.
The divine trait of the ultimate path,
With a divine power intensity of level 8, greatly enhances the most prominent attribute among the basic attributes tenfold during the effect.
he throws a punch filled with power, the ultimate dragon god destruction fist. The holy staff dispersed and channeled that power. He grew stronger, protected by the goddess. They know that after using it this afternoon, there will be openings all around him. Branches of wood spread out from the top of the staff, and the sacred tree punishes. All the sharp branches pierced through Duong Qian's body. He spat blood and was in pain from being impaled. Seeing him fall, the two people beside rushed over. Dao Qianshen, the hero. The power of divine weaponry surpasses your mortal imagination. Surrender obediently and give up. Suddenly, black feathers fall, and he looks up. Doubts arose in their hearts, and someone's sinister feeling emerged. In the sky, the Tower Master appeared with a commanding presence, frightening the crowd below into panic.
That's right, that's the arrogant Tower Master, and Deo hides behind the secretive ministers, protecting him as he reassures. Don't worry, Prince Andio. The divine weapon is here. There's no need to fear her. I secretly thought I had received intelligence earlier.
Once the original Sinner King appears in the world, his strength will drop from divine to semi-divine. And if combined with divine weapons, he might even be killed. He should be the strongest here. Duongqin was stunned, but it was Thay Thap. Why did she appear here now? Is she here to kill us or to eliminate those demons? He couldn't see clearly who was beside the Tower Master and the person next to her, as if some power was hiding their identity. Could it be that all the attention is indeed on the Tower Master, which is more advantageous for his plans? Duong quietly calculated that the attack range had been reduced to about 1 meter. If they were too defensive, it would be hard to ensure they wouldn't be hit. For now, this situation is good. You order all the elves into the domain and leave that second prince to me. Thay Thap, do you obey? If this is the will of the great military leader, a dark sphere is expanding loudly, covering the central area, deploying the domain. And Deo looked confused.
What are the great divine secrets and the commanding knights, Tassi and the guards? Where have you all gone? Tuo Yang appeared in front of him. Don't waste your energy. Your subordinates are fighting the Western Pagoda for now. They can't come out because you are wearing a full suit, hiding your aura, so he didn't recognize who you are.
I am the second prince of the spirit realm. What do you want? Duong didn't say anything and rushed forward. Andeo used a bamboo shield to block. Don't come over here. Information displayed, the divine bamboo shield opened the barrier, able to withstand a full-force attack during the 8 phases. He gathered strength into his fist to give him a small gift, punching Andeo's face, causing him to vomit blood, his whole body flying far away, pain echoing loudly. Duong grabbed Andeo's hair and pulled him up, now battered and bruised, then delivered a straight punch to his stomach, the pain piercing to the brain, leaving him unable to move, resigned to his fate. And Dio demands that they kill him, and he will be resurrected in the Spirit Palace, after which the army of spirits will flatten Tam Yen, ensuring you all will never be reborn. Dung Dung points his hand at Tam Sung and your heart as well. I will report to the queen to destroy your nation completely. The man listens angrily. This damn guy. Duong raises the crimson sword.
Too bad you won't have that chance anymore. You mentioned someone, just like your big brother Eric. Hearing this, he realizes you are. The sword is swung down. Information display. Control activated.
Spending 250 energy points, and Deo Severea, the second prince of the elves, is now erased from the world, completely exiled and forever vanished. An astonished commotion erupts around. That elf has disappeared, not even a breath left. What exactly just happened moments ago?
Tam Sung was just as surprised, hearing that earlier he had been so focused on the appearance of the Western Tower that he didn't notice this mysterious man, who clearly showed no signs of any powerful aura at all. Could it be that he is truly one of the original kings?
Tam Sung looked up at Duong's cold gaze. Is the world of the Western Tower disappearing? He observes as the fading world gradually disappears. It seems the outcome has been decided.
The western tower silently watches from above, clutching her chest and softly crying out in pain.
At this moment, they approached again,
Laughing loudly as they walked. The strongest UN Lord is only this powerful.
If a mere half-god can compare to the noble spirit weapon, then how can they match the divine spirit? After saying that, he turned to the side. Your Highness. Andeo, rest assured, I told you there is divine weaponry.
The others were confused when they couldn't see Andeo. Your Highness, Andeo. Now he finally realizes that the aura of Prince Andeo has completely disappeared. Luckily, what did you do to the second prince, Your Highness? Tuo Yang just waves his hand at them. It's just killing a dog. There's no need to be so amazed. Next, it's your turn.
They immediately turned to listen without saying anything. Then after a while, he began to laugh coldly, his laughter growing louder and louder, until at one point they stared straight at To Duong, laughing maniacally, then suddenly fell silent, clutching his staff tightly, raising it forward. They all screamed, passing through. The staff pierced through, and streams of magic shot through several nearby people. The magic lines from the staff just pierced through them, and their bodies immediately dried out into skeletons.
Kak spoke slowly and calmly. After all, Prince Andeo is already dead, so I don't have to worry about accidentally hurting him anymore.
Then he raised his staff high, unleashing the power within it. Those struck by the magic scattered in panic. I will use the fools who dare oppose our cause to sacrifice and turn you into nourishment for the divine weapon. Tam Sung, while helping the wounded, shouted loudly, Damn it! Everyone run now! The despair on Taethap's face disappeared. She smiled softly, her eyes shining. She immediately launched her weapon downward. Heretic! Our battle is not over yet. Seeing this, they all narrow their eyes and say coldly, The trap has already been set. The western tower, from the very beginning, you have been my only target. He places his hand on his back. A bright light shines through, unleashing his power. Then once again, the high-level powers surged, this time with even greater force. The western tower barely had time to react to the previous attack. What was that? A series of tentacles rushes forward, wrapping tightly around her arms and legs, leaving her unable to move. Taethap struggles to break free, but is hurt by the stream of energy shot out from the tentacles. The villains sneer confidently, saying, Go die, king of original sins, and become nourishment for the young tree. But as soon as they finish speaking, they notice something rushing rapidly toward them, causing them to startle. That is Tu Duong, with sharp eyes fixed on Kak like a hunter targeting prey. The onlookers watch him with contempt, underestimating his strength as he observes Kak for a moment before raising his hand and giving a gentle snap. From the direction of Tu Duong rushing forward, the surrounding air suddenly swirled and cut again, but Tu Duong dodged smoothly. The streams of magic and tentacles from Ka still clung to him relentlessly, so Tu Duong gracefully leapt high and directly charged toward the gathering magic. He sliced through it cleanly and then continued swinging his sword at Kak, who dodged by, slipping to the side. He sneered contemptuously, Stupid. Tu Duong just barely smirked and thrust his sword forward. You're the real fool. Magic erupts throughout the space, the sound of swords slicing through the air, the roar of demonic pressure effects in a dominant state, immune to all control skills and reduced damage by 50%. Tu Duong directly pierces the barrier of the enemies who calmly say, You think you can do anything just with you. But before he could finish speaking, he froze when he saw Tu Duong's sword shatter the barrier. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to snatch the staff from Kak's hand. Tu Duong raised his staff, grinning triumphantly, body energy returning to his hand, and then he left without hesitation. The tentacles wrapping around Taethap also disappeared. Her anger and pain were lifted. Could it be that the love spirit was already gone? Taethap quietly landed beside Tu Duong and asked softly, What exactly did the person do just now? Tu Duong coldly glanced at her. You don't need to know about this. It's over here. Let's go. Taethap widened his eyes at Tu Duong, his cheeks flushed, clutching his body energy. Just one step away from becoming a divine spirit. Even he must fight hard. Tu Duong turned and said as he walked away, yet he had only just met and already tried to kill him. This basically can't be explained with normal reasoning. Is this really the representative of King Tu Duong, or am I increasingly unable to see through him? Taethap also slowly followed behind Tu Duong. Then someone called out, Please wait a moment. Duong Qian, wielding the triple-edged spear, said gratefully, Thank you for stepping in to help, so you can actually command the strongest primal king. Who are you exactly? Tu Duong stopped and stood still not turning his head. After a few seconds, he remained silent without replying. Duong Qian, with wolf-like eyes, looked at Tu Duong's back, stammering, Is it really you? In another place, the annoyed-looking woman mutters to herself. If Andel and the Lauren's anger has disappeared, that simply can't be true.
That is Queen Creed! She shouted loudly. What exactly has happened?
She sat down immediately and muttered to herself. Why didn't they revive at the temple? What is happening at the temple? Where are the others from the envoy?
Cẩn thận dừng bên cạnh lắp bắp, thuộc hạ sẽ di hỏi ngay à. Nữ vương Creed liếc nhìn rồi khẽ nói, phè vật.
Queen Creed irritably rested her chin on her hand. Could it be that, just like last time, she was completely drained by that damn To Duong again? How is that possible? The Laurens are wielding divine weapons. How could a human kill him? My thoughts are interrupted as 3 soldiers rush in. Your Highness, we are returning. Queen Creed looked at them coldly and spoke. What happened? Tell me quickly, and do not miss a single word. The 3 wounded soldiers recounted the events. After the Holy Alliance meeting, the gods arrived at the human kingdom Long Ha and encountered the Western Tower and a mysterious figure.
Although the Lord had subdued the Western Tower, that mysterious character killed the second prince.
Because the great Lord wanted to unleash the power of the divine weapon, he sacrificed the gods. And after that, the gods no longer knew what had happened. She then changed her appearance to make herself unrecognizable. She gradually lost patience, stood up and shouted loudly enough, "Get out, all of you!" The soldiers bowed their heads low, trembling with fear. Yes, ma'am. Queen Creed furrowed her brow in thought. Whoever can appear alongside the Western Tower cannot be a weak existence. So who could that be? She then glanced and ordered, Marita, prepare to beg the sacred tree for an omen. Marita quickly replied, understood. After a moment, Queen Creed and Marita both approached a large tree trunk and placed their hands on it. Marita begins to earnestly beg, offering the blood of the royal spirit as a sacrifice, pleading for the holy tree to reveal its glorious guidance, to show the scene before the Laurens perished. The giant tree suddenly erupts violently. The sacred tree is actually trembling. What did the ancient soul finally see? A loud explosion echoes as a blinding light erupts from the sacred tree, spreading to the branches and revealing a symbol, illuminating the vast temple. Both of them raised their hands to cover their faces, trying to look towards the sacred tree to hear the prophecy. Then they were both stunned when they saw a tall figure with an unclear face defeating Kak. That image disappeared, Queen Creed whispered softly. That was indeed the prophecy of the sacred tree. Marita nodded slightly. Yes, the meaning of the prophecy is very clear. We must kill that mysterious man at all costs. Queen Creed immediately fell into deep thought, but that person's face remained hidden. How can I find them? No need to worry. The prophecy has merged with their breath and soul to create a spiritual mark. As long as someone bearing this spiritual mark of heresy sees him, no matter how well they disguise themselves, they cannot escape the sensing of the spiritual mark. She sighed, turned away, and her divine will was the highest priority. She immediately ordered a temporary suspension of all contact with humans and to mobilize all forces to attack the hidden one, determined to find and kill the mysterious man. Marita clenched her fists and looked sharply, her fury rising fiercely. But that didn't mean I was done with you all. Those humans, sooner or later I will avenge Andel and Eric. Meanwhile, admiring the divine staff of sacred branches blessed by the goddess of nature, it is said to be made from the first branch of sacred wood that sprouted under her blessing. It is used to strike and punish those who disrespect the gods, restricted to royal bloodline spirits, with a spirit attribute of plus 5,000, plus 200% mental resistance, plus 1,000% mana recovery speed, plus 200% elemental magic power, with the blessing of the goddess. Immediately deploy a divine shield to block incoming damage. While inside the shield, you will be immune to all effects from the domain, mental effects, or skills below divine level 2. The sacred tree of punishment, with its branches extending numerous punishment thorns that pierce through the target and drain their strength simultaneously. On the wounds, holy spores are added to prevent healing and further drain the target's power. The holy tree spores absorb 1% of the target's health and 1% of their mana with each step. Blessing of royal blood consumes royal blood from the spirit clan to enhance the effect of the holy tree scene. Covering the punishment thorns with holy aura, providing 50% armor break and 50% resistance. I don't know how long it has been since the battle with the others. Now the sky is darkening. Tuduong gazes at the staff and marvels. Truly worthy of the divine weapon that the elf kingdom prides itself on, its effect is indeed heavenly. Even the Western Tower cannot deal damage to the others. Your eyes become more passionate, and although this restriction is a bit complicated, if the Lorraine can use it, it means there's still a way to solve the problem. Then, Tuduong stood up slowly and decided to go ask Lilith. Lilith looked at the staff with excitement. It's beautiful, but why does it feel so familiar to me? To Duong asked curiously. Even your own divine weapon you've never seen before. She slightly curled her lips and stole something. Do you really want to do something so shameful? I'm the one stealing directly. Lilith couldn't help but marvel. You've actually killed the Lorraine, that's really impressive. To Duong raises his head proudly but tries to stay calm. I want to ask you if there is a way to remove the limitations of this divine weapon. Lilith then turns her gaze back to the staff. Previously, I read in the ancient texts that it requires the blood of royalty to activate its power.
She casually brushed her finger over the magic staff, but accidentally pricked herself on a sharp thorn. Tozang quickly ran over and took Lilith's hand. Are you all right?
Lilith immediately softened her voice and said, I'm fine, look quickly. To Duong looked at the floating drops of blood around the thorn. Could this be the effect of the so-called cursed bloodline, that even divine weapons can be corroded by it, attributes included? Mental strength plus 4,500, mental resistance plus 180%, mana recovery plus 900%, elemental magic power plus 180%. He sighed bitterly, thinking to himself that even the attributes decreased by about 10%, which was really unfortunate. Lilith rubbed her hands together and softly said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. To Duong patted her head and said, It's okay. Even without this divine weapon, I will still protect you. Lilith's cheeks immediately flushed. To Duong. To Duong at this moment looked tense as he gazed outside. And as for unlocking the divine weapon, just wait until I enslave the spirits. Then I will make them tell me directly. A few days later, in the deep silence of level 99, the peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a loud explosion. To Duong stands to one side, coldly striking at them. Level 199. After a while, he stands amidst the scattered monster corpses, breathes a sigh of relief, and finally is close to reaching level 200. It also means that the targets defeated by the pink sword will no longer grant experience points. Otherwise, Lauren's experience alone would be completely enough. He looked at the scene that just appeared, the Fairy Queen woman, ready to put aside her son's assassination to establish herself. It's very likely that she has obtained some important information, so we must be extremely cautious. While Tu Duong was calmly looking at the screen, a shadow floated up behind him. It moved very quietly, almost inaudible, but Tu Duong remained composed and focused with his sword. But just as the monster charged at him, Tu Duong turned his back and slashed across its body. He glanced at the quickly defeated monster, smiled faintly. The final one is done. Tu Duong is level 200. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled and rocks fell from the walls. Tu Duong stayed alert. What's going on? At that moment, a global announcement was broadcast worldwide, stating that the primordial Lord Boss had recovered 1/3 of its strength. Please seize the opportunity and complete the reconnaissance mission. The Duong team stood silently after hearing the announcement, as the primordial Lord had recovered 1/3 of his power. Could my level up also be affecting the world's mission? If I happen to level up too quickly by accident, will the speed increase directly? I walk around while looking around, but for now I am still within a controllable range, so I will go back and complete the failed mission first. I wonder how much 1/3 of the original Sin Lord's strength would increase. It's so exciting to think about. Thinking that way, Tu Duong suddenly became excited, swung his sword, and a space crack appeared. Tu Duong shot his sword through the crack, creating a large hole that tore through space. The sword floats in midair, pressing against the space crack to prevent it from closing. Tu Duong quickly brushes past and disappears into the void, leaving neither the sword nor the crack behind. Meanwhile, at Long Ha, in the Duong residence, where Duong Qian's group and Tam Sung are resting, Duong Qian lies on the hospital bed, slowly opening his eyes with a tired expression. Tam Sung quickly ran to the bedside. Chairman, you're awake now? I was really worried you'd stay in this coma forever, Duong Qian softly asked. An, didn't you already go on the dungeon run? An ran to him, holding him tightly. Hearing that something happened to Dad, she hurried back. Seeing that Dad is safe and sound, she was very worried. Duong Qian gently pats her head and reassures her that everything is fine, while An cries loudly, Yes, sir! Duong Qian then turns to Tam Sung and asks how long he has been unconscious, and what about the West Tower and the mysterious man. Tam Sung quickly replied, You have been unconscious for nearly half a day, and those two left immediately after you fainted, and we couldn't stop them. Duong Qian silently recalled chasing after To Duong, regretting he couldn't identify the man, but he had a gut feeling that the mysterious man who killed the Lorraine was the missing To Duong. A woman holding a folder steps in and says, Chairman, while you were unconscious, 2 important events occurred. Duong Qian immediately recognizes her, Vice Chairman Tron. Please, go ahead. Deputy President Tron gently adjusted her glasses and slowly recounted that Prince Shi's spiritual message suddenly arrived, saying they would temporarily abandon the pursuit of Tu Duong, distance themselves from Long Ha, and focus all their strength on conquering Tam Uyen. At the same time, a new world announcement was issued stating that Lord Yuan Toi had recovered 1/3 of his power, and her tone was steady as she explained the situation. A group of powerful experts from the Eagle America Federation, Manhwa Nation, Bangtu Nation, East Bering North Siberia, and other countries have arrived in the world of Tinlin and begun leveling up in preparation for the invasion of Tam Uyen Tam Sung, became excited and shouted loudly.
Clearly, a prince and a high official have just died, and I was wondering if they sent a large army as well. What else is happening?
Deputy Chairman Tran simply replied, "Who knows, maybe it's related to the changes in the Yuan Toi monarch." Duong Qian frowned in thought. Is that all? To make the surrounding spiritual beings change their attitude by 180 degrees? It must be directly related to their interests. "Your master said nothing," Vice President Tran spoke up. "Sir, the royal spirit beings are showing sincerity. They have specially prepared 3 high-level demi-human spirit realms for us, more than 1 for the Federation of US. May I ask, what should we do next?" Duan Zheng remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. After a while, Tam Sung, the one who always talks, said he didn't bother going and didn't need their favors.
I spat at those mixed blood spirits, and he angrily shouted, full of arrogance, only relying on divine energy and looking down on us.
Now that the divine energy is gone, they will come to target us again. Chairman, please do not agree with them. Duan Zheng shook his head, struggling to get off the bed. No, at this moment we must prioritize the big picture. Everyone prepare to move out. Let's also go to the spirit world. An quickly helped him up. Dad, you were just badly injured by them. Duan Zheng quietly took his coat from the rack and said, "Our main goal now isn't the spirits, but the hidden yen. After we deal with the hidden yen." He just walked away, putting his coat on, his voice full of determination, then turned back to find the spirits to settle the score. Hearing that, no one said anything more and followed him to a place under construction. Duong Qiang looked at the tall brick mountains, this communication portal still usable. Wu, Tam Sung followed behind him. The construction was completed and the technical team worked very diligently.
Furthermore, the repairs to other public works have also been arranged. Duan Zheng nodded slightly.
And An stopped glaring around, truly a destructive power that is terrifying. This is the power of a 9-revolution expert.
No, this is the might of a divine spirit artifact.
Duong Chin thuồng yếu nhìn con gai. Khi nói chuyện này, ba từng nổi muốn con gặp Tổ Duong. Nhưng ai ngờ cậu ta lại làm nhiều chuyện như vậy rồi ngồi cũng già biến mất. Con cậu ấy cũng không lắm gì phạm tội cả. That's just pure self-defense. And An hurriedly went to his side. Dad still really likes speaking for him. What kind of ability does that Duong have to make Dad C so obsessed with him? Duong Qian stroked his chin and pondered. Is that so? He stroked his chin and said, maybe he could help you destroy those charming spirits. And An flicked her hair and walked away. Who would believe that? Meanwhile, as Tu Duong just transformed back, he was checking his level 200, reaching the limit of the 6th transformation, and the mission to transfer consciousness was being announced. Except the 7th transformation mission, next year, the Great Line Feast of the Demon Lord, who is at the 191st layer in the Deep Silence, is about to hold a line feast. Please hunt down a giant line-level Duong, take its line heart, and prepare for the Great Line Feast of the Demon Lord. Quite clever, the Great Sword of Long Quoc. I also need to kill a giant-level Duong before I can unlock more, so it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Still, I have other concerns, but without Bai Lin's help, I can't find the location of the former dragon secret realm in the human world, and the others are only in the former dragon country. He thought of the tall stone gate, and the only teleportation portal leading to the Dragon Kingdom was inside the spirit realm, so to get there he first had to pass through the human world's teleportation gate. After some contemplation, Tu Duong came up with a plan. The guards of the spirit realm are only at the 6th or 7th level of transcendence, so it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking that way, he froze in place, calculating his next moves. Tu Duong looked ahead, smiling confidently, because after all, he would eventually dominate the spirit world, so it was perfectly reasonable to observe first. You look at Hak Long in front of you. Unfortunately, I initially planned to treat you to a really good meal, but you're too eye-catching. If others discover my true identity, it would be troublesome, so I can only refrain from bringing anyone to the Dragon Kingdom. Hak Long bowed his head, and Tu Duong reached out to gently stroke his nose in reassurance, but Hak Long suddenly jerked upright and roared, causing Tu Duong to stumble back in shock. A surge of electricity coursed through Hak Long's body, and for a moment his figure shone with an unnatural light. But then he vanished, leaving a tattoo of a flowing line on the back of Tuduang's right hand. Tuduang scolded it for not saying earlier that it could turn into this, teasing it for being itchy.
Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Tuduang appeared in his boss form, the Demon Lord of Darkness, level, divine rank attribute, power. 723,273, spirit 543,221, speed 434,958.
Who are you sitting on?
Nyanya said, your power has indeed increased a lot after recovering a third. If it were its strength during the Golden Age, it would indeed be unimaginable. But more importantly now, the power of the Lord of Original Sin has been updated, using a portion of his primal darkness power to resurrect the infinite primal king. Tuduang looked at the electronic panel in front of him, no longer limited by time. As long as he had enough primal darkness power, he could revive the primal king. This is truly a major change. It shows that Bao Thuk consumes 10% of the original dark power. Bao No consumes 7%, and Loi Biang consumes 4%. He smirks quietly in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Then this must be incredibly great news. Tuduang pressed the middle option, so let's fulfill the original promise and revive Samael. King Bao No, the primordial darkness power has consumed 1/7 of its essence to revive Samael. A loud explosion echoes as lightning surrounds the throne. Samael appears, kneels on one knee, grateful to the Lord for his mercy. Samael vows to serve until death. Tuduang nodded and said, Samael, I order you to follow my people. Tuduang, follow his command and attack the fairy kingdom. Samael looked directly at him and said in a deep voice, obeying the order, my lord. A few days later, at the corridor connecting the human world with the fairy realm, a long line of people was waiting to pass through. Tokugawa rode up but was stopped. He asked, Who are you? They replied, We are from Manhwa country, invited by the envoy to enter the secret realm of the fairy kingdom for advancement. Please, let us through. The soldier checks his electronic tablet, waits a moment, then says, Let me check first. Tokugawa urges, Hurry up a bit. The longer we wait, the more anxious Tokugawa becomes. Why did the spirits suddenly overlook their disagreement with Long Ha and allow them to join the alliance to attack the deep abyss? In this way, how can our Manhwa nation take advantage of this instance to surpass Long Ha? How can we step on the path of victory? The officer suddenly pointed his spear at him and shouted, What are you guys doing? I am a guest of your lord. The soldiers ignored him and moved forward. Who cares about him? It's the person behind him. Tokugawa kept his eyes on what was behind. Behind him were Tuduang with his hood pulled up, and Samael in human form walking together. The soldiers charging with spears stopped, their energy displaying extraordinary power. Who are they? Samael moved to the back. The envoy, give the order. Tuduang replied. I initially wanted to disguise as a human to infiltrate, but it seems that won't be so easy. Tuduang grinned fiercely and confidently. If that's the case, then no more sneaking around. Just crush them directly, Samael. Samael was waiting for this, his eyes shining brightly, obeying the order, and in an instant he transformed back into his monstrous form. He roared and vanished like a gust of wind, leaving everyone present stunned. While the soldiers were still in shock, Samael appeared behind them, with golden signals flashing everywhere, a deafening ringing echoing through the space. Warning, warning. Samael glanced back, the alert still ringing, confirming that a boss had appeared. Based on the energy signs, it was the original Sin King boss. Tokugawa rode forward, warning everyone that it was the original Sin King. Let's go. The others also started to panic and run quickly, because why is the silent boss appearing here? But they hadn't run far, before an invisible force cut through them. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams and cries of pain echoed. Something was swiftly passing by and slashing through them. It's Samael, and although he's huge, his speed is something no one can perceive, so fast that you can't even see him. Tokugawa and his men are also running hard, big brother. Shouldn't we help those people? Tokugawa is too big, talking nonsense. They're just low-level minions to level up. So how can they compare to my rank with the person? Tuduang watched him from afar, annoyed, and said, and yet he abandoned his comrades and ran away. Truly shameless. Samael, chasing after those two. At once, he received the order. Ignoring everyone else and heading straight for Tokugawa, they all asked in unison, What? Samael said nothing, rushing forward directly, pressing the soldier's head to the ground before he could react. Then he grabbed his head, lifting it straight into the sky, the screams still echoing loudly. Samael opened his mouth to bite the soldier.
He screamed desperately, "Don't! The furious King Samael has killed Zamabetaro 7 times, level 276, and offered him as a sacrifice to the furious king with a maximum blood limit of 50,000. Tuduang calmly sat and watched the map. The blood of the 10,000 men not insignificant, but accumulated it all the same. Samael laughed loudly, becoming more and more insane. Killing, killing, killing. Then Samael created a spear in his hand and shot it at Tokugawa, blood boiling in his veins. Tokugawa had no choice but to raise his hand and risk it all, activating the divine shield. The spear was blocked by Tokugawa's shield, which created a barrier capable of absorbing 100,000 points of damage. Their weapons clashed, and the sound of shattering glass echoed from the shield. Just a second later, the shield shattered into 100 fragments, and Samael's spear pierced through it. Seizing the opportunity, Tokugawa slipped behind Samael, wielding divine power, shadow to form, able to jump between shadows for a short time. The next attack emerging from the shadow will deal 400% damage. His eyes fixate on Samael, slowly drawing his sword, with a poetic aura of fading flowers and waning moon. Then Tokugawa charged forward, swinging his blade around Samael's body, and succeeded. Samael roared, but it was not a cry of pain, but of fury. Tokugawa broke out in cold sweat, trembling as he looked at him. What? What? Samael didn't hesitate any longer, reaching out directly to grab Tokugawa, causing him to cry out in pain. Samael clenched his fists tightly, blood pouring from Tokugawa's eyes and nose, then spreading across his body. Samael frantically grabbed Tokugawa's legs, dragging him across the ground, killing. Tuduang stepped beside him and softly said, "Stop, Samael. You are giving orders. We still have important work to do, so don't waste time here." Samael, though a bit disappointed, still obeyed. Yes, I understand the order." Then he threw Tokugawa into the air, his body being shattered into 1,000 pieces. King Baono ordered Samael to kill Tokugawa Muneo with 302 transfer types and offered him as a sacrifice, with a maximum blood volume increase of 230,000. Tuduang looked at the attribute table with satisfaction, counting the miscellaneous creatures he had just slain. His blood now nearly 600,000, and his total blood volume exceeded 700,000. Truly a remarkable feat. He stepped forward, pointed at the space gate. "In the royal city, there are people selling the king's army. You should go now." Samael obeyed the order and flew into the gate. On the other side of the gate in the fairy realm, many people were gathering around it. They started to discuss excitedly, "Isn't someone supposed to come to the secret realm today? Why haven't they arrived yet? Only heaven knows. But in my opinion, those lowly creatures are not even worth it." As soon as he finished speaking, there was movement inside the portal. "Look, here they come, contrary to their expectations." Samael burst out and roared, rebelling against the king, killing the stunned soldiers. "What is going on?" Tuduang did not follow Samael, but stopped. "I hope you spirits will like this meeting gift." He smiled slightly with satisfaction, carving Tasi's soul seal just enough to monitor the entire process. In the palace, the courtiers gathered around to discuss. The queen was overthrown, and the gods made a proposal. "Why don't we bring humans to the Dragon Kingdom to eliminate the giant dragons, so it could help them level up without using our resources?" No. If humans are allowed into the dragon realm, and if they master blood enhancement magic and spiritual magic, they would pose an even greater threat to us. Those rare divine powers are worth more than all of this. Queen Creed remained silent as they continued. Divine power is inherently hard to acquire, but humans have a remarkable ability to learn. If only Queen Creed would stop and think, these things are ultimately insignificant. What truly matters is that mysterious masked figure. But her train of thought was interrupted by a hurried voice. "Your Majesty the Queen, Your Majesty the Queen, it's a disaster. I just received news." The soldier ran over, panting, and said, "The barrier corridor has been attacked by King Yuan Toi." Queen Creed stood up abruptly, shockingly asking again, "What do you mean, the King of Original Sin?" She shouted excitedly, issuing orders Royal Guard team immediately go and investigate the priest. The others immediately knelt down in obedience, and a cold sweat broke out on Queen Creed's forehead as she wondered why the King of Original Sin wasn't attacking humans, but instead came here. Outside the palace, Samael had turned everything into a sea of flames, and the corrupt army of insects insulted the king. Everyone must die. People fled in chaos, and it was the King of Original Sin. Hurry and run away. Samael grabs a soldier, roars, and offers another sacrifice, as strange beams of light suddenly shoot up into the sky from the palace. The royal guards fly in front of Samael, obeying the queen's order to kill the original Sinner King. Samael sneered contemptuously at them, sneering, relying only on your weak bugs. One furious person charged forward with a divine-breaking sword that would break through your defenses. But Samael only used one hand to block the attack, laughing mockingly. He tightly held the other's sword, growling in anger, his other hand clenched into 5 fists, punching straight into the soldier's stomach, causing him to spurt blood instantly. How could this be?
Samael roared, "Is there anyone else?" His roar so loud it made the ground tremble. The others behind him warned each other to keep their distance. His damage seemed to bypass defenses, elemental seals, and their spirits were faltering. Samael was about to move forward when he sensed a strange magic emanating from behind him, causing him to halt. The 5 members of the Royal Guard team combined their powers, forming a massive magic stream aimed at Samael. A fireball sped towards Samael's back, but he remained motionless, unmoving. A loud explosion shook the entire space, accompanied by a blazing sea of flames. Samael stands amidst the sea of fire, calmly brushing it away with his power without being affected. Unaware of this, the others rejoice, thinking their magic is working, and continue to attack him to kill him. The smoke from the sea of fire just cleared, and Samael's figure had vanished into the void. He appeared behind them, slashing them in half with his claws. "You've successfully provoked me." He suddenly plunged his claws straight into his own chest without hesitation, blood pouring out from the wound. As Samael carelessly let his bleeding chest, then tore out his heart and opened his sharp jaws. Samael stared at it intently, then calmly dropped it into his mouth and swallowed the heart whole. Lightning engulfed Samael, he roared, ending his rage, destroying everything, the Rage King devouring his own heart, using fiery fury to consume all things. All stats increase significantly, with fire damage attacks causing massive harm, and health points will not drop below 10% for 3 minutes. Then Samael charges into the middle, tearing apart a soldier with both hands, insulting the king, using rage to punish while others watch in shock, wondering what he is doing. They began to panic, shouting wildly to stop him, not letting him get near the summit. Samael calmly passed by, reaching out his claws to strike and kill. In just a moment, dozens of people had been killed and wounded by him, and Samael charged forward headlong. The others looked up at Samael's bloodied tree, gasping in shock. What's going on? Why isn't the boss's blood decreasing anymore? The other members of the Royal Guard team raised their weapons, but there was even a bloodlock mechanism, truly terrifying, so they all focused on controlling skills to slow its advance. They shouted in unison, "Trap him," and suddenly vines from nowhere wrapped around Samael's limbs. Samael let it wrap around him and then smiled, using wood and fire magic, utter madness. He simply waved his hand, and the vines broke apart. "Wait until time is almost up. I will burn all life and swallow the entire royal city." So this is when Queen Cried appears at the palace causing chaos. You still haven't had enough yet. She closed her eyes, and behind her back was a giant god, staring intently at Samael. That god raised his hand above Samael, releasing a wave of magic, wind, and dispersing it. Samael looked around in shock. What is this?" Queen Crid looked at him coldly and said slowly before disappearing. Samael was engulfed by the diminishing power, still trying to speak to the divine, still unable to complete his mission. "I am sorry, Your Majesty." The overwhelming power of Queen Crid gradually consumes Samael, who is helpless and unable to resist. After a moment, the force recedes and Samael slowly disappears into the void, leaving no trace behind. The soldiers all knelt down, powerless subordinates unable to stop the original Sin King. "Please, Your Majesty, punish them." Queen Crid turned and walked away. "Stand up, this is not your fault, Amalia. Go clean up properly, understood." A soldier hands Eslayan Samael's book, which contains no evil spirit artifacts, just some high-quality materials. Eslayan ponders silently. Keep it safe, don't throw it away. The worry is clear on his face. What did that previous king say to insult the monarch? What exactly was it? Our Spirit Realm Kingdom has never had any dealings with the Shadow Abyss. The scene shifts to a tower mining site of the Spirit Realm Kingdom, where workers are extracting some materials. A spirit is shouting loudly, urging them to hurry up and not to be lazy. Oho sitting on the balcony, holding a glass in one hand as he observes the situation below and says, "I really didn't see this curtain coming. I never expected the Lord of Original Sin to suddenly appear inside the royal city." The more he spoke, the more he looked pensive and said it was all because of the incompetent guards who only know how to laze around all day and couldn't even guard the teleportation gate properly. He looked down at some townspeople of the Teenlin holding their loved ones' coffins and crying. Kay continued calmly, confident that they were just weak commoners. Being protected by a level like the royal city was already a great honor,
But has anyone heard about the recent unrest in the city center? CA then raised his glass politely to him and replied, "It seems there's a new sect called the Original Sin Sect, and they even claim to believe in the king of original sin. Truly foolish. They'll be purged soon before causing any chaos." At that moment, a maid brought in some items for them. The person sitting opposite listened to CA's words, then burst out laughing and said, "That's right.
So I dedicate this to the great Queen Creed." Kea also agreed with him and replied, "For the Queen." The maid bringing in the items overheard the conversation, but showed no reaction, only slightly furrowing her brows and pressing her lips lightly.
The aristocrats are truly despicable. They basically don't see us as human beings.
Someone else there also reached out and said, "We have to fight to survive every day. Why do they get to enjoy everything without paying anything?" Just as they were discussing, the maid returned and immediately spoke up. "You're not wrong."
The girl stepped forward and continued speaking. "The noble royal family has committed great sins but feels no remorse. They rely on the gods' protection, indulge in brutality, harsh punishments, and pleasures." The girl then took off her wig to reveal her white hair. Her name is Glories. She raised her hand to remove her leather glasses, instantly revealing her true eye color. Her eyes are two colors, blue and red. Glories raised her hand to her forehead and said, "If the gods protect those evil beings, then the gods are just evil gods." Another person then approached Glories and asked how we could punish those aristocrats. Glories stood in the center of the circle, raised her hands, and explained to everyone that those evil aristocrats are protected by evil gods and beyond the reach of ordinary people. Someone who heard her say that then came up with an idea, so we also need to find the power of equal gods to rely on judgment and cast divine punishment. Glories frowned upon hearing this and also agreed, "That's right. Only the deep-seated ruler who holds the authority over original sins can bring punishment to them." The fairy folk started to murmur after hearing her. "What? The primordial ruler is the one who holds the original sin? But the original sin king destroyed our homeland, so the ruler himself is the true evil. Even if we manage to seize the evil king and the evil gods, what do we gain from it?" Glories, hearing everyone's words, then calmly spoke out, "Challenges always come with suffering. If you cannot overcome them, how can you change your fate? Moreover, the original sin ruler himself bears the sin, and the time that attributes all sins to the gods is actually evil, but in reality they are benevolent gods. The original sin ruler is a benevolent god. It turns out everything is just a test." After finishing her words, Glories drew out her sharp dagger and held it up, looking at the flowing blood before continuing, "The blood of the king leads to sin," and she clenched her fist tighter. Her eyes were determined as she spoke again. "The evil gods will face punishment for their great sins." Everyone here heard her say that and immediately stood up, raising their hands in support and saying that the king's blood leads to sin and that the evil gods will face punishment for their great sins. The group then dispersed, and Glories also left. Glories then raised her hands in front of her, closed her eyes, looked up, and said the ruler bears the guilt alone, her whole body now glowing. Glories stood there praying, hoping that this day would bring salvation to us. Her shadow now seemed not to be her, but like someone with an additional mirror on her head. Cut to the scene at the entrance to the fairy kingdom, now a desolate ruin. A figure in a long cloak sits high above, gazing down and speaking, reminiscent of the memories of Knight Tassie. Although the path between the fairy world and the kingdom is unrestricted, the defenses remain very strict.
Tuduong is high above, frowning as he looks down, thinking to himself that there are 6, 7, 8, 0, and 2 scouts hiding in the shadows, making a total of 9 lizard-type demons.
"I'm not afraid of fighting head-on, but if we get detected, it'll be complicated." After thinking, Tuduong stood up and said,
"Then let's not leave anymore, just fight directly."
Tuduong is now surrounded by a black aura that only reveals his eyes. This state of his is called the blissful state. After preparing everything, only a bright light remained where Tuduong stood. A guard suddenly spoke. "What? Where did the enemy come from?" A bright beam suddenly attacked the guards, blood splattering instantly. Tuduong's figure then appeared, wearing red armor and a pair of red horns on his head.
After eliminating the guards, Tuduong calmly steps through the teleportation gate, consumes the soul seal, automatically returns to his post after rebirth, and erases the memory of his death. When he arrives in the land of the dragon, he takes off his hat and says, "This is the kingdom of the giant dragon." In front of him now is an incredibly majestic scene, a vast plain stretching out, with giant dragons soaring through the clear blue sky. Tuduong couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly magnificent." Haklung now imprints its mark on Tuduong's hand and crawls out in a tiny form. He looks down at it and smiles. "Life is truly amazing. You must have smelled something familiar from home, right?"
Hak Long looks very satisfied right now. It only lets out a single sound of agreement. Immediately after, Tuduong raised his arm and called out, "Come out!" Ah, Hak Long heard and flew out, excitedly growling. Hak Long was now freely soaring in the sky of his homeland, and Tuduong called after him, "Go see if there's any luck nearby." Tuduong, standing below, quickly drew his sword and subdued a red dragon, then stood on its head. Tuduong jumped down as the red dragon now lay obediently on the ground. Then the skeletal dragons appeared, surrounded by sacred flames as the two dragons looked down, and Tuduong was enveloped in a blue, water-like flame. A lightning bolt suddenly struck the ground, exploding and carving a long scar, with Tuduong's body still crackling with residual electricity. You immediately said, "The electric shock made my whole body numb. This massage combo is pretty good, but it's made all my hair stand up, so how do you plan to compensate for that?" In front of you now is a black serpent emitting blue electric sparks. It looks at you and asks, "Why are humans like you here?" It just happened that Tuduong was holding his sword and rushing straight at the serpent, running and answering, "Nothing is a reason. It's just a mission." At this moment, a sharp black claw appeared. It was Hak Long returning and immediately swung its claw. A strike slammed the demon down to the ground before it roared, and upon seeing Hak Long do that, it immediately spoke. Both of them quickly moved toward the hole in the muddy ground, and it even spat out a mouthful of blood. After defeating the dragon, Tuduong glanced behind him and said to the black dragon, "Let's eat together." Both of them immediately moved toward the mound on the blood-colored ground, and its mother spat out a mouthful of blood. After defeating the serpent, Tuduong glanced behind him and said to Hak Long, "Let's eat together." Both of them immediately moved to the mound of earth to eat the serpent, and after eating, Tuduong's belly was even rounder. You lie on your back for a moment and say this thunder dragon has a really big heart. I can feel the compatibility with the thunder element, and my power has increased significantly, just a little more, and I can learn that thunder spell. Hak Long is also lying underneath, acting as a pillow for Tuduong. Its face is happy as it lets out a soft sound, and Tuduong, lying on its belly, speaks again, saying it's the 10th one. The devouring trait of the Dragon Bone Greatsword has once again reached its limit. If I want to continue developing, I need to kill a dragon of the king level. A low-level divine servant demon is not something I can handle right now, so I need to slow down a bit. Tuduong propped his head with his hands, opened the system to check the mission information. Next year, the hidden mission will be revealed, and the divine dragon Saint Liek will introduce the task. The mighty divine dragon saint possesses unique sacred traits as they are born kings of the dragons. Furthermore, the young divine dragon once accidentally swallowed an unknown entity, which led to its exile from the family to the desolate land area. The mission target is to kill the level 350 Liet Duong Divine Dragon Doalak. After reading this, Tuduong frowned. A bead of sweat appeared on his face, and he muttered to himself, "I remember that the ordinary dragon is, even when it was a young dragon, it was already a diamond tough, and after going through many stages of development, it would eventually reach Liet Duong Tough when fully grown. Even Hak Long, who possesses the bloodline of the ancient devourer, was only Liet Duong Tough as a juvenile. Yet this divine dragon was actually Liet Duong Tough, 2 stages higher than Atos. You're not jealous, are you?" Tuduong gently stroked Hak Long's head, frowning with a hint of sadness, thinking to himself that even this divine dragon must have encountered something strange to retreat. Could it be that rotten piece of meat? If that thing could also fall down, then after comforting Hak Long, Tuduong moved forward and said, "Let's go to the Huangye land and see." Hak Long immediately became excited and soared into the sky. This place even lacks ancient trees. It's truly a forbidden zone for life. Hak Long at this moment also lowered its head close to the ground to observe, then it let out a roar. Tuduong, who was kneeling and watching below, asked, "So, this is the first time I've seen you like this." He raised his hand to his lips with a thoughtful expression, contemplating inwardly that if he wanted to fight a fully grown ancient dragon of the Liet Duong level, Hak Long's energy drain might not be enough and could even provoke the beast. Thinking this, Tuduong retracted Hak Long back into the mark on his hand and told it, "Go back first, I will handle this dragon myself." As Tuduong finished speaking, a dragon with dozens of horns and glowing red eyes appeared through the thick fog. It was the fallen level 350 ancient divine dragon, Liet Duong Dai, with 14 million health points, 68,210 strength, 82,021 spirit, and 15,043 agility. Seeing the dragon in front of him and its information, Tuduong frowned and muttered to himself, "It's really big, more than twice as large as Hak Long. With this stats and attributes, can I really fight it?" At this moment, Tuduong also opened his status window, looked at it, smirked slightly, and muttered to himself, "With this kind of agility,
Why do I feel like I'm the real boss, even though its health is nearly 5 times less than mine?
But someone like me still acts very cautiously. Behind Tuduong, a stream of purple light of power swirls around his back and left arm, while on his right hand is a stream of golden light. He is now in Harvester's state.
All attributes increase by 20%. Mana consumption decreases by 80%. Damage increases by 200%. And the cost per harvest point is reduced to 1 point, with 781 harvest points accumulated. This form represents the decadent power wielded by the 7 great original sins. Tuduong looked down at his arm and said, "If it's a level-up fight, it's better to use all your strength."
Rapid attack for quick victory. These 2 of Tuduong's powers are called the Extreme Dual Cultivation.
Each 10 points of basic strength increase physical damage by 1.5%. Each 10 points of basic soul increase magic damage by 1.5%. The Dragon Heart bypasses the Kulong clan's innate talent, dealing 500% more damage to Kulong creatures. At this moment, Liet Duong seems to have touched Tuduong in his eyes, and he looks a bit like a human. But just after that, Liet Duong was already ready to fight, let out a roar, then spun around and used its tail to launch a series of attacks. Immediately, Tuduong caught the dragon's tail with his bare hands, then grinned triumphantly and loudly said to it, "Stay strong, big guy." As soon as he finished speaking, Tuduong grabbed its tail, jumped onto its back, and threw it far away. Liet Duong immediately landed firmly on the ground unharmed. At this moment, the dragon rushes forward, opening its mouth to gather its purple light energy to attack. Tuduong, this move is called Death Breath, Holy. Tuduong, seeing this, raises his hands to the sky to attract the dark energy streams and then says, "Release, second seal, wound flame prison." Now, a large chain emitting a bright glow appears in Tuduong's hand. He throws the chain towards the dragon, and it immediately binds Liet Duong Dai's massive body, a move called Restraint. Immediately after binding the dragon, Yang jumps onto it, holding a sword in his hand and wearing a black mask. He swings the sword to attack the dragon, unleashing the final devastating blow. The dragon turned to look back, and immediately its body kept losing health, all 3 hits reducing 170 points each. Tuduong was now standing and turning around, his continuous slashes causing the dragon to explode. Tuduong now cast a cold glance and remarked that the ancient dragon boss, Liet Duong Dai, has 1,400 health points. Even so, being almost slain like this proves that my damage is indeed somewhat terrifyingly exaggerated. Next, I will use the destructive power of the savage reality. You muttered to yourself, still not dead completely. Immediately after, the dragon of Liet Duong soared into the sky, its shadow reflecting down and covering a large area. Tuduong looked up and was both amazed and exclaimed. The dragon before him now had a changed face, with only one enormous eye remaining. It looked down at Tuduong and roared, its roar beyond words. Tuduong wanted to check its status window, but all the stats were hidden at this moment. Created beings are newly born, with level, race, attributes, health, strength, and spirit. Here, the master cannot know any of this information. The dragon's horns now stretched long, and its eyes on its forehead glowed purple, its body mottled with green and black patches, and Tuduong couldn't help but comment on its appearance. It looks even more disgusting than before, and the information is still unclear. What exactly is this thing? The dragon now leans down, exhaling a cold breath, its eyes fixed intently on Tuduong. Immediately afterward, it shot out sharp objects toward Yang. Yang quickly jumped away just in time, causing the earth and rocks to explode from the dragon's attack. He thought to himself, that was quick. At this moment, deep blue circles of stone appeared beneath the ground. The sharp claws of the dragon suddenly shot up from the ground, grabbing Tuduong and preventing him from escaping. Immediately he was restrained, unable to move, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Both your mouth and the person are now being tightly clenched. Tuduong suddenly releases dark smoke and laughs loudly. Immediately, the dragon's legs break into pieces and fall to the ground, while Tuduong is dressed in black, his face covered, with red horns on his head. The dragon, seeing that you have escaped, opened its mouth to breathe a green flame at you, and Tuduong quickly leapt back instinctively. The area burned by the dragon's fire sank in and turned green. Tuduong now rushes toward the dragon, and as he says, "Is that all your attack has? Now it's my turn." With that, Tuduong swings his sword with full force, his eyes suddenly blazing with fire, and this move is called the 9 layers of the Swords of Death. The powerful purple strikes kept hitting the dragon's body, causing it to spew a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Tuduong immediately said, "Flame of War, Eternal Prison." Right after that, a huge explosion occurred at the place where the dragon was.
After the smoke cleared, the dragon was still unharmed, just looking down and growling. Seeing that it was still intact, Tuduang exclaimed in shock, "No way I used the ultimate move, the forbidden spell, and only managed to take a quarter of its health." The dragon then opened its mouth and roared, releasing purple lightning, with sound waves continuously emanating. Tuduang heard the sound and immediately raised his hand to his forehead, frowning, and said, "What is that sound? It's causing my brain to panic." Receiving a special attack. Sand value only 10% strength. Spirit and agility all decrease by 10%. Seeing this, Tuduang shouted loudly, "What?" At this moment he stood frozen in place and thought, "Isn't the value Sun a trait only of the legendary Si-Thun-Hu monster? Does this mutated dragon have any connection to Si-Thun-Hu?" The sharp claws of the dragon also seized the opportunity to strike directly at Tuduang, who quickly raised his sword to his forehead and was only knocked back. Tuduang looked at the dragon and said, "Now, we can't keep delaying anymore. In terms of military points, the sound isn't inferior, but the side effects of this madness will kill me. The battle must be resolved before the state of corruption and the harvesting clone end." Immediately, Tuduang raised his hand, with black flames flickering on his fingertips. Tuduang resolutely said, "Do it again, flame prison of the wound." Immediately, a circle of fire surrounded the dragon, and pillars of flame began to rise around it, as the dragon lifted its head to look up. Tuduang then charged at the dragon, swinging his sword, and a bolt of lightning shot toward it, saying that he was close to achieving elemental lightning harmony. "Eat my dinner. You used fire combined with lightning, the flames now blazing fiercely. Curse spell, destructive thunder and lightning." Tuduang rushed towards the dragon, his eyes sparking with electricity, and said, "Full power. I'll take your life." Immediately, Tuduang launched a series of attacks on the dragon, preventing it from counterattacking. He kept slashing at the dragon before landing on the ground, then he gasped for breath, exhausted and drained, while the dragon remained unharmed. The system now displays that the fallen creature has just been born. Level and 15% health. Tuduang sees this and encourages himself. Just a little more, just a little more. The dragon now charges at Tuduang, its mouth wide open, and Tuduang points his sword directly at it. A surge of orange energy wraps around his sword, and Tuduang speaks to the dragon. "Looks like you want to finish me off in one go, huh? Your turn now, Athos. Unleash the power of the fallen soul." Immediately, the dragon soul was released, along with bone dragons and countless wandering spirits flying behind. Tuduang, with his sword on his shoulder, looked confident. The bone dragons he had subdued now opened their mouths, gathering their strength into a blue fireball. They immediately unleashed their earth-shattering power to attack the dragon, which quickly interlocks its horns to form a shield to block the assault. Tuduang, seeing this, opens a bottle of medicine and says, "It's over now. This potion is a high-level mana recovery elixir, instantly restoring 50% of your magic points with a 60-second cooldown." After using it, Tuduang raised his sword high and charged at the dragon, swinging his blade to strike it down, blood splattering everywhere. The dragon collapsed after Tuduang's attack, and the system immediately displayed that a fallen newborn creature had been slain, awarding 130 million experience points, 15 million gold, and a mysterious piece of rotten meat as loot. Tuduang landed after attacking the dragon and said, "Finally we won. It's been a long time since I fought so fiercely." Seeing the rotten meat drop, he straightened up and said, "Why is it this thing?" He picks up the piece of rotten meat in one hand and puts the other into his inventory, then looks at the meat in his hand and says, "The rotten meat and the one he ate earlier after being killed, is there any difference between these two?" Suddenly, the two pieces of meat began to glow and merge together, and Tuduang exclaimed, "What's happening? It seems like this rotten meat is resonating." Immediately, the two pieces of meat fused into a larger one, and Tuduang, feeling a bit disappointed, said it doesn't seem to have changed anything. What's going on? At this moment, Tuduang lifted his head to observe the increasing concentration of energy gathering around him. He wondered if the previous battle had attracted a true expert from the Dragon Clan. Tuduang immediately ordered Athos to retreat, and as soon as he heard, the dragon quickly spread its wings and flew away. A moment later, a golden foot landed, and seeing no one, the dragon said, "You're too late." The golden dragon looked at the dragon that Tuduang had just knocked down on the ground and assessed it. Truly terrifying. Who could have killed this strange creature? The golden dragon wondered. If someone can't kill it, can kill it. Their strength must be quite formidable. It looked around and then said no. This remaining anger is him. He didn't want to believe what he was saying and kept thinking to deny it in his mind. No, this can't be true. A figure emerges from the portal of destruction, dressed in a fully covered cloak, and the guard immediately asks who it is. It is Tuduong, who raises his dragon-marked arm and tells Hak Long that the nature of the black dragon in the fairy kingdom is quite special.
So this time, you should rest for a bit first, Athos. As soon as Tuduong finished speaking, a blue flame burst behind him. Hak Long also appeared, and Tuduong ordered to release all the Dragon Vong Kot gates, targeting the Elven royal city. Hearing Tuduong's words, Hak Long immediately released the undead dragons, and as they emerged, they roared loudly with continuous lightning strikes in the sky. They quickly attacked the Spirit Kingdom's city. The newly arrived spirit was terrified when it saw the dragons screaming and fleeing, calling for help and running away. At this moment, a spirit commander finished placing a large stone and ordered the soldiers outside. "Guard team, stop it quickly, pull them back." The soldiers outside responded immediately.
"This lightning is too terrifying, I can't hold it off." The commander cursed loudly upon hearing this. "You bunch of useless trash, get up and move now." A fairy is kneeling on the ground.
Surrounded by dead spirits, his mouth foaming as he shouted loudly, "This is too painful! Poison! There's poison!" Another with rolling eyes clenched his teeth and said,
"Everyone get out of the toxic area and quickly purify the air." Just then, someone rushed in from the back and chopped the undead dragon into pieces.
The person now appearing is Islian. As soon as he finished the strike, the undead dragon was restored, its body pieces reconnected.
Eslian saw this and immediately cursed, "Damn it, these undead creatures, they just won't die."
Eslian then looked back, glancing at his subordinates, and said,
"Quickly, find the area and locate that bastard. There must be a death spirit mage nearby to revive them, and send scouts immediately."
His subordinates immediately responded upon receiving the order. Understood. Tuduong watched the chaotic scene before him from afar and commented, "Not bad reaction speed. It seems to be the elite of the royal star system." He then reached out his hand, looked at the black dragon mark on his palm, and said the light of the dragon veil is gradually fading. "It seems the power of the black dragon is running out, and this gift must come to an end here. Maybe it will be permanent next time." Just then, Tuduong felt as if someone had appeared, and he immediately cast a hostile, scrutinizing gaze. Knowing someone was there, Tuduong immediately turned around and asked who it was. Glories slowly approached him and reached out her hand saying, "Don't be tense. I mean, no harm." Seeing the girl in front of him ask again who she was, Glories furrowed her brows as she looked at him. Tuduong thought to himself that he completely couldn't sense her aura. Glories didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked back, "You come from the dark abyss, right?" Hearing her words, Tuduong, realizing his identity had been exposed, furrowed his brows and looked on. After a moment, he cautiously replied, "So what?" Hearing you say that, Glories took out something glowing from her hand and asked, "Can you help me with something?" She stepped closer to Tuduong and pleaded, "Please help me deliver this letter to the dark demon of the deep."
"What right do I have to help you? If this is a weapon used by the spirits against the dark devil, then wouldn't I also be an accomplice of yours?"
"But if you refuse, I will wait for the next demon to come here." Hearing her words, he asked again, "Who is the recipient?" Glories listened to his question and then straightforwardly replied, "The sovereign original sin, the supreme king of the dark elves," and at that moment, a gigantic shadow appeared behind her. At this moment, the large shadow behind Glories spoke up, asking him so. "Are you still suspicious?" Tuduong, hearing her, immediately responded, "If that's the case, why don't you go to the dark demon realm yourself? With your strength, you can definitely get there." Glories, standing with her hands clasped behind her back, then gestured with her hands and said, "I have no real strength at all, just an ordinary spirit." Seeing her pretend like that, Tuduong smirked inwardly and thought if she calls this no strength, then perhaps the West Tower Livia and others are also quite ordinary. For some reason, I can't leave here, so everything related to the outside world can only be handled by others. It was like that before, and it's still the same now. Tuduong paused and frowned in thought upon hearing her words. He couldn't leave in such a hurry, which was strange since the world's passageways are now fully open. Even gods can pass through. Previously, he was restrained by some force, but what exactly is that power? Tuduong closed his eyes and responded, "All right, I hope I can help you and that you won't deceive me." Hearing that, he turned his head and glanced, then asked, "What about you?" Glories saw him ask like that and just smiled calmly. "Your Highness need not worry. Please return to the demon realm quickly." Tuduong just said a final word and then disappeared. "Fine. Farewell." The fallen dragon soared straight into the sky, and Glories muttered to herself, "The fallen dragon, so many distant memories." Eslian and his subordinates have arrived here, but there's no one in sight, so they start to call out.
It must be here. Where is everyone? It's obvious it's from here. Transition scene, now inside the Fairy Kingdom's palace. Marita is walking with the queen. She suddenly speaks. Your Majesty. Grit just took her staff and said, Marita, do you know what those ancient dragon remnants really mean? Marita lowered her head respectfully and replied, The only one capable of controlling the ancient fallen dragon is the one who brought disaster and fear to the fairy world and the ancient dragon kingdom. Its true name has been lost long ago, and both fairies and dragons call it the Ancient Devourer. Grit, hearing what Marita said, clenched her teeth and with a fierce expression asked, Has that legendary being truly returned? Transition scene, Queen Grit and Marita have arrived in front of the sacred tree. As Grit stepped up, she furrowed her brows and glanced at Marita, asking how long until the god's birthday. Marita, just ascending the stairs, heard this and quickly responded, In 3 months, Your Majesty. After hearing that, she stood before the holy tree, furrowing her brow and contemplating some matters. Grit thought to herself that earlier, to understand why the Lauren and divine weapons disappeared, Marita had connected with the holy tree. Besides hearing the prophecy about the insane slaughter, she also received news about the god's birth date. The queen now raised one hand toward the holy tree, with the other hand placed on her chest, and Grit began to sense the holy tree before speaking. The gods will be born and reborn from the sacred tree, leading the spirit world to cleanse the sins of the silent Dark Lord. At this moment, the queen again pursed her lips into a smile and continued speaking. For hundreds of years, the gods have not disappeared, but have remained asleep within the sacred tree. Once they awaken, the spirits will become the rulers of the 3 worlds. Both the kingdom and the human world are atheistic, and in the end they will have to submit. As she said this, a twisted smile appeared on her face. Marita, hearing the queen speak like that, looked a bit worried and asked, But, Your Majesty, what exactly does purifying the demon suppression in the divine realm mean? Grit, hearing her question, turned back, furrowing her brows at Marita, and replied, You both understand clearly that the gods have been resurrected to eliminate the existence that made the tree fear and caused disappearances. Holding her staff, she continued walking and speaking. Humans absolutely cannot be eradicated. The original sins of the ruler within 3 months, and creating divine beings, is impossible. After 3 months, the final glory will arrive. The dark curse will end. The human world and even the eternal devouring of the ancient village will all tremble before the glory of the gods. The scene shifts to a place where a teleportation gate appears. Tuduong is quickly running toward the gate, but seeing no one around, he pauses to assess the situation. There used to be guards here when he first arrived, but now they've suddenly disappeared. Could it be her doing? No time to think more. Tuduong quickly entered the teleportation gate without hesitation and said, If the current situation doesn't seem like a trap, then I'll leave first and talk later. Tuduong stepped into the teleportation gate and quickly arrived at his destination. As he was inside the gate, he suddenly frowned at what he saw. After stepping outside, he found himself in a different city, with a helicopter flying in the sky and numerous surveillance planes overhead. He raised his hand to his eye and observed. Tuduong now speaks. These defenses are only for surveillance. Stopping the demons is simply not feasible. If I hadn't stopped the Western Tower and the others, the human world would have collapsed long ago. After saying that, Tuduong quickly moved away silently. After a while of moving, Tuduong is now at the entrance of the dark demon lair. In his hand is the sigil artifact he asked to be taken from Deglorious, which suddenly begins to glow. Before he could do anything, the mark suddenly flew out of his hand and shot straight ahead. Seeing this, Tuduong frowned, pursed his lips, and muttered, This letter, why is it moving on its own? But Tuduong didn't have time and just said, Forget it, the job transfer is very important. After finishing the task, he said, then immediately went to the transfer place, took out the lineage's heart and held it up to speak. System, due to the failed transfer mission. The system immediately displayed a notification. Checking the failed transfer task, the transfer mission failed. Next year, the bloodline banquet of the Demon Lord has been completed. The life level has increased, gaining a 50% boost to basic attributes. Tuduong's entire body was now glowing with light from behind, accompanied by a few sparks of electricity. The system continued to display the rewards. 5,000 free attribute points, level cap unlocked from 200 to 250, experience stored consumed, and his level increased from 200 to 202. Seeing the system display like that, Tuduong reached up to brush his hair, sighed softly, and muttered to himself, 300 million experience points only increased him by 2 levels. If he wanted to reach full level, it would probably take a lot of time. But since awakening until level 202 of the transfer was achieved in less than a month, this speed is really impressive, isn't it? Duong was still daydreaming when the system sent a notification to him. Passive, double spirit increase. Convert 15% of strength to spirit. Convert 25% of strength to spirit.
Convert 15% of spirit to strength. Convert 25% of spirit to strength. Passive, dual cultivation of extreme Dao, saving 10 points of strength, increases damage by 1.5%. 2.5%. Saving 10 points of spirit increases damage by 1.5%. 2.5%.
Duong's level is 202, with the class of a demon spirit harvester specializing in blood attribute. 7,542 strength, 72,134 spirit, 54,212 agility, 32,121 resistance, and stamina. Seeing his stats have also increased. At this moment, Duong clenched his fist with a satisfied look, thinking that the damage limit for 10 times in the 6th transformation has been increased to 20 times. The true attribute without equipment surpasses even Duong Dai Bao Thuk. If I add in the equipment, I can use all my firepower to take down the 8 transformations. Thinking of this, Duong encouraged himself. It's almost here, the 8th transformation, the rescue transformation, and soon the original ruler of sin will arrive. And at this moment, the system is still displaying that the quest item is being checked and the check is complete. The hidden quest has been completed, and immediately golden beams of light appeared to inform you.
The voice of the divine blasphemer. Myr is now a Lagdine.
Duong was stunned and exclaimed upon seeing that the hidden skill was the voice of a divine servant. The system continues to display that the quest item is being checked and the check is complete. The hidden mission is complete. Unlocking the divine blasphemy skill, the sacrilegious one. At this moment, I pointed Duong to the rotten piece of meat in your storage. The rotten meat's properties are unknown, and the system is still displaying information. The blasphemous sword has a powerful blood-corrosive ability that causes blood corruption to the target, loses 2% of health every second, has a powerful ability to corrupt and erode the mind, inflicts mental corruption on the target, causing a 1% decrease in mental strength every second. New ability, the Defiling Form. Link yourself to the cursed sword. To enter the corrupted form, the effect is that the target's blood doubles. The 2 effects of the cursed sword. Doubling the effect, the target's blood will temporarily be lost and not transferred to the user. Every 3 seconds, the corrupt form consumes 1% of mental energy. When the mental energy runs out, it will be impossible to escape the corrupt form. Duong's upper body now has an additional bone armor, and his whole body radiates power. Duong is still holding a red cursed sword in his hand, and his eyes have turned red. Duong now looked at the sword in his hand, examined it once, then muttered to himself. According to his current burst strategy, he could potentially directly steal 95% of the target. In comparison, losing 2% of your health per second is nothing and can even delay your opponent. But as time goes on and the target becomes more resilient or resistant, the impact of each percentage of health lost becomes more significant. Duong's words made his face show a somewhat awkward expression, with a bead of sweat on his cheek. Duong continued speaking, but the problem is that what is lost is the mental energy. If the mental energy drops to 0, it's like the attribute being leveled to 0, and at that point, you will definitely become a madman with no reason left. This is really terrifying. This kind of blasphemous form must be used with caution. And now you've already retracted your bone armor and sword, then said, so which unlucky guy should I find to test this pain sword on? The scene shifts to a dark corner of the deep silence, on the 56th floor, where a man is holding the head of a half-spider girl in his hands and says with a sneer, "Stand still, stop for me, or I'll kill you right now." The spider girl, despite hearing his threats, still struggled and said, "Let me go, you perverted bastard." He pushed her against the wall, his twisted face clearly visible now. He licks his lips and continues speaking. Wandering in Tam Yen for so long, now in her spider form, she looks pretty good. Coincidentally, at this moment, Duong passes by and, seeing this bullying scene, immediately equips his 2-cast armor. Holding the sword in his hand, Duong said, "I really didn't expect these crazy people to be so perverted." The man glared sharply at Duong upon hearing that. But before he could react, you rushed forward and pierced his shoulder with a sword. He only managed to cry out in pain before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Duong's eyes are bloodshot now, with blood splattered on his cheek. He looks at him coldly and says, "Try using your eyebrows to test the effectiveness of the slashing sword." Duong nhìn tên diễn trên mặt dạch rồi nói với hắn, "Dùng giày va chạy dị, tạo cho mày 1 phút dễ trốn thoát. Cô gái nhìn thấy cậu giúp mình thì vợ cũng vui mừng." The demon beast lying on the ground heard Duong's words, then turned to look at him and thought, what kind of monster is this? I can't detect his aura at all. He immediately charged forward at full speed, still thinking to himself that this guy was too strong.
I can't fight him. I can only run. He kept running along the road, constantly taking out potion bottles to drink, with empty bottles scattered all over the street.
He kept running and muttering to himself, "Damn it, what is happening? My blood keeps flowing out. My mental energy is also decreasing,
Healing potion quickly. Come on, this bleeding can't last much longer, and what is this thing that keeps draining my mental energy?
His face was covered with blue veins, eyes wide open. He clutched his head and shouted, "My head is about to explode. Let's see what happens immediately." Shiva collapsed to the ground, and red tentacles grew again from his wounds. These tentacles grow wildly and wriggle at his wound. Soon after, the Shiva man stands up again, his body covered in numerous blood-red tentacles, while To Duong and the lone spider watched this scene from afar. He then approached from behind, observed for a moment, and assessed that besides losing his mind and becoming insane, he would also turn into a monster like this, which was quite terrifying. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword down and split the guy in half, causing the Shiva body to immediately melt into a pile of muddy sludge. To Duong looked at this and muttered to himself, "What is going on after being killed? Isn't it that an evil profession person will be resurrected at the demon god? Kurma's statue, could it be that after being defiled even the right to be reborn is lost?" To Duong knew very well that in this game world dying early is no longer the end of life.
After a professional dies, they are transported to the sacred temple to be resurrected, and experience points as well as levels are lost as a price. As for true death, I have truly experienced it 3 times. 2 people burned to death by the flames of Athos's dark line of prophecy have been confirmed not to be revived, erased by the adjustment.
After leaving the Black Line Fortress, I sealed Hak Long's technique, which on one hand made it harder for Hak Long to eliminate enemies behind me, and on the other hand helped me avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, I am the only one who tamed Hak Long. Hak Long flew away with you into the sky. To Duong looked at the sword in his hand, and the power of this cursed sword was to alter the structure of life through mental curses, making it no longer beneficial to any faction, which could lead to its true destruction. If there are enemies that cannot be fought normally, using the cursed sword is not a bad option at all. There's even a chance to wield dual swords together. "You went somewhere again this time?" He replied that he went to the Dragon Kingdom and also visited the Spirit Realm. She was surprised and asked, "So you weren't detected? That's really dangerous." To Duong reassures him, "It's okay, I was very careful on the way." "Oh, right." He asked casually, "Are there many people with silver hair in my spirit realm?" Lilith, pouring tea, was surprised. "People with silver hair are rare. I don't think I've ever met one before." To Duong continued, "What about eye color?" "Like a shade of blue," she replied. "Only royal bloodline spirits have that eye color. The stronger the royal bloodline, the more vivid the green, and to achieve that blue, only the queen and the high priestess can have it." To Duong quietly pondered, her royal bloodline and the demeanor of that girl truly exuded nobility. He glanced at Lilith across from him, and when it came to elegance, Lilith was also a genuine princess, especially in her posture while drinking tea, absolutely perfect and graceful. To Duong just complimented her when she suddenly spat out the hot tea she just drank. Too hot, he grimaced, now 9 parts full instead of 10. To Duong waved goodbye and returned to his room. He walks down the corridor, the maids bowing respectfully, his lonely figure in the quiet, deserted hallway, stopping in front of an open gate. He activated the connection, and his body gradually disappeared. To Duong linked himself to the body of the Dark Abyss demon sitting on the throne. He eagerly looked at what was in his hand. Now it was time to see what secrets this letter truly held. The beams of light converged into a single point and then took form into a person. To Duong was stunned. Forming a tangled entity, the spirit bowed respectfully. "The great lord of Ta Muyen, the ruler who controls original sins, just as I expected, you truly are a true god." A true god. She introduces herself as Glories, the connecting deity between the human world and the spirit realm. The overseer of growth and nature. To Duong recognizes Severea. This is the royal family name of the spirit realm, and the name Glories. She asks you, "Please help me, kill Glories." To Duong is curious. The ghost in the Longlin secret realm also mentioned it, according to what is written on the mysterious stone tablet. Could it be that this spirit god Glories betrayed him? You remember that shadow and his request before he disappeared. She is pleading, "I have come here to seek your help. I beg for your great power to help me kill another self of mine." To Duong was stunned by this rather abrupt request. Glories recounts that the supreme monarch, as a true god, descended from the other world into this world. You must understand that beyond chaos and disorder, there are also evil gods like calamity, misfortune, and despair. And the evil thing called the Mother Tree has fallen into the sacred tree in the spirit world. and is also nurturing another self that believes in the mother tree, with the goal of replacing me and completely controlling the spirit world, then invading other worlds. Its power is growing stronger every day and will soon be born from the sacred tree. If not controlled, both the human world and your realm will be invaded by chaos demons and the forces of disorder. Please help me, Your Majesty. I feel helpless and exhausted. Although I had already suspected that she might be related to the Queen, I never expected that she was actually a divine being. And then there's this thing about being a demon, chaos, and the mother tree. I've never heard of this before. How should I respond to this? Trenan, stay calm. As long as I don't reveal any flaws, no one will notice the problem. Besides, since she came to me for help, I have the right to take the initiative and not let her lead me around. Furthermore, this is actually a good opportunity to gather information. You should appear authoritative. Before you answer, I have a question for you. I get straight to the point. Glories, have you ever met a repairer? She heard the question and froze, unable to speak. Seeing Glory's reaction, you suspiciously asked, King, never having seen such a state, and the atmosphere suddenly froze in that moment. She sincerely said, Great Lord, I dare not hide anything before your divine presence, but I truly cannot remember. That other part within the sacred fruit was separated from my body. Perhaps she took away a part of my memory. I secretly wondered, so forgetful, using that as a reason seems a bit too clumsy. Could it be that inside that giant divine tree there truly hides a grand conspiracy? I asked calmly. If you want me to act, how will you respond? Glories presented a scroll, willing to sign a divine pact with you, becoming your servant and managing the spirit world on your behalf, offering 7 parts of divine power gained from the world. I was stunned by this proposal. 7 parts, so generous. You stand up and declare, but once I recover, I could directly conquer your world. I demand a reason to help you. She respectfully offers it up. As far as I know, you are currently in a weakened state. Extremely weakened, perhaps only retaining your divine title without the power of a true god, likely under the influence of the maternal seed. Glories believes you may not be her match. You lower your face close to her and ask, You are threatening me. Glories lowers her head and dares not to speak. I am only presenting the objective truth if you truly cannot fight back. By then, perhaps this entire swamp will become the nourishment for her to sacrifice to the divine entity. Please consider carefully. Are you kidding me? That weakened fool is that serious. So what exactly does the so-called 1/3 recovery mean? This is a bit tricky. I ask, how much power do you still have now, and what should I do to help you destroy her? Glories reports that my power has almost been completely absorbed by her. Only the divine authority of the divine realm remains. Although I cannot use my true strength, I can adopt a different identity to develop the original sin sect within the spirit world. When enough faith power is gathered, perhaps it will allow you to descend into the spirit world. At that moment, please strike her down from within. I am intrigued. It sounds quite simple. She continued, My power cannot last long. If you agree to grant salvation, I will offer the divine contract. You take the authority to purge, then I agree to your request. Glories rejoices, grateful for the salvation you bring. When I opened it, I felt that although it was the first time I saw it, I could sense it clearly. This is the divine contract. It absolutely cannot be fake. This is also a kind of rule power. It states that I, Glories Severea, voluntarily become your loyal servant, managing the spirit world on your behalf and monthly offering 70% of the world's divine power to help you eliminate the divine beings within the sacred tree. I Duong carefully read each line. Yeah, it's just like what she said. Pay attention to the content, and there's also an additional clause here that the supreme deity, the original sin monarch, can break the contract at any time. So it's quite sincere. I was surprised why my name wasn't on the signature line, and I still had to sign. There was only a colon waiting for a signature there. Glories respectfully placed his hand on his chest, waiting for this moment. The scroll vanished, and rays of light flickered around him. The contract had taken effect. Duong was stunned. Could it be that the original Sin Lord overlapped with me, so I was forced? Is this considered freeloading, or is there some hidden danger? He snapped his fingers. The information was too overwhelming. Maybe I should find Tay Thap and ask her. Since she's also a deity level, she might know something. Tay Thap asked immediately, You say it's divine, but the power of gods is granted by him. Without divine channels, there can be no divine channels. Thokha didn't understand. I pretended to give a reason, saying I just woke up from a long sleep. My memory's still a bit confused, making it hard for her to understand. She admitted that Thukha had been rude and did not consider the monarch's condition, asking the Lord to punish her, then ordered everyone to retreat. When no one was around, I sighed in relief. It's okay. It would have been exposed soon. It seems that after the transfer, the god can only barely be called a god. Even a powerhouse like Tay Thap is still far from a true deity. Chorus's warning is not just talk. If ignored, there is a real risk of turning the tide in the spirit world. I stop the dark song. Gathering information ends here, so I will continue to accelerate the progress of the rebellious divine weapon. I Duong call, resurrect the greedy King Mammon. The energy streams begin to connect. Mammon's figure appears.
He is shocked. I have been resurrected.
Mammon turns to you. Oh my God, praise the great and supreme monarch. The system reports that the primordial sin of greed, Mammon, is a demigod level with 120 million health, 152,271 strength, 295,632 spirit, 114,313 agility resistance, and an innate trait of great greed. Amona unleashes his power, destroying an item or equipment in his treasure vault to seize an item or equipment of the same level from the target. Tuong Duong is stunned. Mammon, the original Sin King guarding the 200th floor, is much weaker than Samael in strength, but his mental attributes are remarkably high, nearly 300. Just look at it. But this power is the key, Mammon respectfully asked. Is there anything the Lord commands? This humble servant will do his best to fulfill your needs. You command. Mammon opened the treasure vault. He agreed immediately, obeying the order. A door slowly opened, and the bright light inside shone outward. Right behind Mammon, the door to the treasure room has opened, and he announces, "Welcome to Mammon's treasure. Please feel free to choose." Inside, countless treasures made of gold shimmer with a golden glow spreading everywhere. To Duong walks around here. Mammon asks, "What kind of treasure does the sovereign need? Would you like the divine realm to recommend some?" "No need," he replies. "I can judge for myself." To Duong secretly thought he had miscalculated, as they were mostly Ling Yang Dai and Hui Nguyen equipment. Not many, indicating they had accumulated over a long period, but for him at this stage, the increase was not significant. His eyes focused on something beside him. There is a shining compartment on the cabinet. To Duong hesitates, then takes the box into his palm, opens it to show you. The monarch truly has keen eyes. This is one of the collections the gods like the most. Item information displayed. Divine long-lasting weapon. A gift from Huvo. Only the gaze of the gods can reveal your true form. Limits of 50,000 mental attribute points, mental attribute plus 8,000. Features. When wearing the Huvo, the user enters a Huvo state. Before launching an attack, the wearer becomes invisible and cannot be detected or sensed by any skills. This effect does not work on those whose basic mental strength is more than 1.5 times that of the wearer. Consuming 1,000 mana on the wire, the cloaking Huvo puts the wearer into a hidden state, making them invisible, untouchable, and immune to damage, effective against divine beings. It consumes 200,000 mana, and I quickly check the ring on my hand. My current basic mental strength is 54,000, which just meets the requirement. With my current amount of magic power, I can maintain the void state for 30 minutes and forcibly enter the void state for 8 seconds. This is in top-tier effect for both hunting assassins and self-preservation. That's wonderful. Flattering the ruler is the greatest honor for the deity. Do you still need anything else? Are you refusing? No longer needed. He cast a cold, piercing glance behind him. Your worth? It ends here. The crimson fury shoots toward him. Mammon is surprised. Your Majesty, you just revived the god. Why do you want to kill the god again? In the palm of my hand is a sphere. No need for words. Just become my strength. You can return to the shadows and wait for the next summoning. Mammon understood and will obey your command. Then, the sphere strikes directly at his body. System notification, you have defeated the greedy original Sin King Mammon. The demigod remains, and you receive 11.4 billion experience points. Your level has increased from 202 to 217. You have obtained the essence of Mammon's greed and bloodline after use. The spirit attribute will increase by 10,000 points. The original Sin King, greedy, the demonic origin of Mammon. It can be contaminated by the erosion of demonic power in the 200th deep layer. The king of original sins, greed, Mammon's evil eye. Increased luck attribute to boost the chance of rare item drops. To Duong pondered as he looked at the equipment screen. This time, he only leveled up by 50. The speed has really slowed down. The items dropping are still the same 3 old items. Senzo is a fixed item that drops from the boss now. The screen is completely empty. He is getting anxious. Nothing seems to be happening. To Duong was surprised. Is it over? You sigh in frustration. The lucky goddess Senza isn't always on your side. Once again, the divine weapon of sin has not been dropped. The original dark power has almost disappeared. Only a third remains. To Yang leaves. For now, let's not revive the king of original sin anymore. Anyway, If you want to earn experience, there are ways. Just a flick of your hand. The displayed information shows that 1/6 of the primal dark power has been consumed. The death of the great demon, 8 die on the deep lower floor of Tumyen, earned him 10.6 billion experience points. His level has increased to 217 to 227. At this point, Tuduong has returned to that large room. He picks up the wine bottle and takes a sip, then slowly stands up with his hands on his hips. Tuduong wipes his mouth. At this rate, his mental strength is nearly reaching 70,000. Combined with the rise of the Harvester's regime, even a former high-level mage like Augustine might not be able to see through my hidden abilities. Tokugawa is watching to see where you run this time. Atto and Amino have already gone ahead of you.
Now, it's probably time for you to go with them, Tokugawa.
For those who seek to harm us, I will show no mercy on our territory. In Manhwa Kingdom, inside Tokugawa's building. He was so angry that he slammed his hand down on the table. Damn it! Tokugawa clenched the glass so hard it cracked. That damn furious king. Where did he even come from, including all the times he died before? This is the 4th time I've died. I've already fallen more than 100 levels behind.
You bastard! But on what grounds is Long Ha allowed to rejoin the alliance of the Deep Forest?
I did my best to win the favor of those spirits so that Long Ha would become a thorn in their side. Then used the chaos to kill. The water cup was completely shattered into tiny pieces by him.
Tokugawa remembered that, just like last time when the spirit envoy was attacked by the Western Tower in Long Ha, they not only refused to hold anyone accountable, but also intended to bury the grudge. They even provided them with more advanced secret realms.
That bastard from the warpath promised to die once. Why is he still leveling up now? Based on what, you bastards? There is a knocking at the door outside. Sir Makfu Truong Dainyan. My subordinate has an important matter to report.
He ordered, "Come in." The guard outside asked, "Lord Makfu."
Sir, are you all right? The deity outside just heard a very loud noise. Tokugawa reminded him to get to the main point. He obeyed the order, understood. Then he reported that news from the border had arrived. A new high-level secret realm has appeared on our border with Long Ha. Preliminary investigations confirm there is a semi-divine boss inside. Tokugawa was anxious.
So, is that secret realm actually located within our Manhwa country, or in Long Ha's territory?
The guard replied, it's located in the middle, but it leans a bit more towards Long Ha. He's convinced that all the strong fighters of Long Ha have already gone to the spirit world, so this secret realm belongs to us. At the border between Long Ha and Manhwa Kwok, the barrier gate has opened. On the bridge, 2 factions are facing each other, maintaining a distance. The 2 sides stare at each other, flames of war burning fiercely as neither yields. Dong Sun, level 306, master of Feng Shui, belonging to the Long Ha battlefield, coldly asks the group from Manhwa country, what do you all mean by this? Okita Kogoro, level 285, 8 transmissions, general warrior profession, affiliated with Manhwa Kwok, wearing Tokugawa armor, annoyedly replied, what do you mean just here to farm dungeons? Any objections? And An said with her hands on her hips, that's really funny. According to the World Guild rules, this secret realm belongs to Long Ha, not your territory. A man sneered and said, is there room for you to speak here, little girl, daring to interrupt? A hidden dart shot out from his palm, but she caught it easily, pinching the weapon between 2 fingers. He looked down on this action, attacking a girl, thinking he's a strong man, and the new guy who struck just snorted in annoyance and couldn't bother to argue. He flicked his thumb down to show his contempt, when suddenly a surge of power shot straight through his head. What the? Seeing this guy fall and kill my people. Do you want to start a war with Manhwa country here? He thought. In an instant, already transformed into a deadly attack, could this old man be a master of the old transformation stage? Dongson waved his hand lightly, and a beam of light appeared on the grouse, forming an energy barrier wall in front of him. He warned that he wouldn't interfere with anything else, but anyone who dares cross this boundary, I will take action. Tokugawa stepped forward to greet him, so it's Dongson Quan, long time no see. The person beside him must be the young lady of the war god, Lady An, right? He coldly asked, Tokugawa, the lord of the manor, why are you causing such a commotion? What do you really want to do? His voice turned cold, implying that when Tokugawa's aura grew stronger, he ordered, get out! And a shockwave struck, causing the guards to be thrown back, some still protecting An inside. Be careful. Tokugawa is confident that Daojan is not here and no one can stop me. If you're sensible, take this girl out of here now, or I will send you to meet your death. Dongsun Army,
If you don't get the young lady out of here, I might have to force you to stand down for a while.
Dongsan warns Tokugawa. With your current level, don't try to scare me. Let the 9 behind you come forward. He declares even as death approaches, you still refuse to surrender. Today there is no way out here. Let's see who can stop me. Behind him, a sharp branch pierced through Tokugawa's back as he was speaking. Kill him for me. Tokugawa quickly glanced over with a sinister look. Who is it? He swung his sword wildly around, unleashing a fierce attack with 19 consecutive strikes. The ground suddenly cracked open with a streak of moonlight, and Tokugawa was surprised to find no one there. He secretly bandaged his wound, thinking that from the moment he was injured to drawing his sword, it was only about 5 seconds. Basically, no one could escape his sword block, not even a narrow escape, but why do I not truly feel the cut on them? Tokugawa asked them. You are the assassins that Long Ha sent to come, right? Dongsan denied. It's not us that assassins hidden tactics. Even I couldn't detect them. Siana Maidao. He doesn't believe it. Who knows if it's really you guys, but even with powerful hidden techniques, his strength seems a bit weak, this little damage, and he still wants to take my life, Tokugawa. He took out a jade talisman to fully restore and purify himself. Tokugawa's body trembled, but it had no effect. What is going on? Could it be a cursed talisman? He ordered the healer behind him to quickly prepare, use all healing and cleansing skills, and release the healing energy into Tokugawa's body. Understood. Spell. But his bleeding continued, a pool of blood forming beneath Tokugawa. He knelt down. A tentacle grew from his chest. Why was it not working? What kind of forbidden spell is this? The tentacles grow larger, wrapping tightly around Tokugawa's body, frightening the others. Some step back in fear, asking, Your Excellency, what's wrong with you? Tokugawa is crying out in pain, his orifices sprouting tentacles, as tentacles shoot out from his body to attack those around him. His face is covered with small tentacles, his body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing those things about to stab him, a girl screams in fear, Please don't. At this moment, a powerful strike hit Tokugawa's waist, causing an explosion that spread outwards, and Izanagi, a level 300 onmyoji who created the blast, said this must be a forbidden spell I have never seen before. Even my highest level disarm skill is ineffective. For now, we can only kill the shogun, and after reviving him, he will return to normal. Tokugawa remains calm as Izanagi orders his men to attack. His body unleashes continuous tentacles smashing towards them, causing someone to exclaim, How terrifying. Tie him up tightly, honestly. And Anne asked nervously, What should we do now? He remains calm. In Manhwa Nation, the dogs are guarding. We just need to observe and wait for the change. Izanagi pulls out a card to focus on the time delay technique, and the golden spirit warrior with a giant body appears before Tokugawa. A punch from it crashes down, causing the ground around to crack and shatter, with debris and dust everywhere. But it still cannot destroy Tokugawa, as he stomps firmly onto the spot. Tokugawa's body is in the process of unleashing his power. A long chain shoots towards him from afar. Everyone around is holding tightly to one end of the chain, some shouting to stop him. Seize him now. A sword strike cut through Tokugawa, severing the tentacles and the chain, and succeeds. His body appears with a sword wound in the middle, still a roaring, blood gushing out thick and fast. Tokugawa turned into a puddle of slimy substance flowing to the ground. The people present here froze in place, unable to utter a word. Okita questions, Why did the body disappear? What is going on? Izanagi replied, I can't. I immediately contacted the Divine Temple to ask what was going on. He was shocked to hear the news. What did he say? The shogun cannot be resurrected. It's impossible. Could he have been transported to another divine temple? He said there are no signs of the shogun in any divine temple. They all looked down at the ground, their faces pale, as they saw the corpse lying limp on the ground. A horrifying suspicion arises that the lord of the Tokugawa shogunate is truly dead. Everyone turns their eyes toward the mastermind behind this. Izanagi was terrified, wondering why everyone was looking at him like that. I had no intention of harming Lord Tokugawa. Everyone agreed with my suggestion, but who would have thought that after I died, I would never recover again? The culprit. Longha is definitely someone from Longha who did this. They definitely have some evil power that killed Lord Tokugawa, and On is angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Which of your eyes saw us kill Tokugawa? We don't even know the name of that assassin. Izanagi stubbornly blames them. If not you, then who else could it be? Especially since the Tokugawa chief died at the border of Longha and Manhwa during the battle for the secret realm with you. No matter how much you deny it, it's useless. Dongshan asked coldly, Izanagi, what do you want to do? He sneered. I have no obligation to tell you, but you will find out soon enough. He took everyone and left, heading back to Kyoto. Long Yanon felt a bit uneasy. I sense it too. That damn Izanagi definitely has some scheme up his sleeve. Returning to his residence in central Kyoto, Okita came to see him. What is his final plan? He has surrendered. Tokugawa is dead. In terms of status, he is now the current shogun. I will follow your lead. He subtly suggested that Tokugawa's death was a heavy blow to our Japan, but perhaps it could be even more damaging to Long Ha, Okita wondered. Why do you say that? Izanagi raised the question, asking if Long Ha's secret killing techniques were exposed. Wouldn't they become targets of criticism from public opinion, and who could allow Long Ha's people to possess such abilities? So even if their country is powerful, who knows if isolation and helplessness could lead to what? Is their nation-destroying disaster? He seems enlightened. Makes sense, because until now many countries have always feared the red moon outside, the blood moon. This phenomenon is the only known event capable of causing complete death of the professions.
Moreover, if we spread rumors that Long Ha might possess abilities similar to the Crimson Moon Spirit, they will immediately become targets for everyone, even without proof that they did it.
That will still weaken Long Ha and prevent them from regaining their former strength.
He revealed that I will spread news of the assassination and the permanent death of Lord Tokugawa across the world, and also preserve and display the two remains of Lord Tokugawa.
This will show the world the threat, the chaos, and the terror of Long Ha. If the spirit of the Tokugawa shogun, after his death, learns that his death led to Long Ha's destruction, he would surely understand our actions. When news of Tokugawa's death spread around the world, it immediately caused a global shock. Everyone was stunned to hear this news. People are discussing Tokugawa's death. To distinguish truth from falsehood and gather intelligence about the situation in Manhwa, professionals from various countries have secretly come here. At the Uvan Guild, Uvu is happy, so the British demons have their day too. Uvan reminds him to speak softly so others can hear. Yummy is busy eating. This black dish isn't bad at all. Dung Tep was annoyed, eating and eating all day, just checking if people are fat. At Thien Kokap, Uncle Tai was discussing with Gia Viet, and everyone seemed quite relaxed. Chief Manager, why do we have to bring them along? He said casually that given the current tense situation between the two countries and our unannounced visit, we should prepare thoroughly, and Yu Van, being the most reputable among the A-level guilds in Tianling City, would be more suitable as a bodyguard. Yu Van politely replied, "Thank you for your kind offer. We will do our best." Lin Ni then asked, "I heard Toduang is in your guild. How is he doing now?" The Yu Van Guild members heard this inquiry and looked surprised, and Engu spoke up. "I haven't seen him since we casually met at the dungeon entrance, and I don't know where this little brother has gone." Yu Vu continued, "The guild list is always gray and completely uncontactable." She seemed a bit sad, I see. I thought, no, nothing. An Engu offers a skewer of food to Lin Ni and asks, "I heard some rumors. What's going on between you and To Duong?" She stammers, "What? I don't have anything." Oh. Lin Ni ran away. She chased after her. Come on, have a nice chat with Sister Day. She's annoyed, damn it, she doesn't need me to interfere." Zhao thought to herself, ever since losing to Toduong, the young mistress has been fully focused on cultivating summoning techniques, repeatedly conquering several giant beasts, all to prepare for the rematch with Toduong. However, Toduong disappeared mysteriously due to the incident in the Spirit Realm Kingdom, leaving the young lady constantly anxious. Where is Toduong, the rising star of Tianlin City, and hailed as the unparalleled genius of the new generation in Long Ha, right now? Dung Tweet pointed ahead and said, "Look, we've arrived at the Spirit Hall." And Ingu and Lin Ni glanced at that place. A grand funeral is held with his portrait at the center, and they look into the coffin, which contains Tokugawa's body. Everyone covers their mouths. Yu Vu can't even bear to look. It's too horrifying. Yu Van doesn't understand why they would put on such a show right in front of everyone. Isn't this going too far? Lin Vu is terrified and furious. Chu Tai is shocked. I've never seen such a strange cover-up before. Are they pretending to believe this is their goal? First spreading rumors and discrediting, then using these shocking images to shape public opinion and turn Long Ha into a target of criticism. Chu Tai doubts it, but the leaders of other countries aren't fools either. Do they really believe Anhua's one-sided story? If Long Ha truly had the ability to kill the eternal profession, then why has she been hiding it until now? Pretending to ask the truth at this point is no longer the most important thing. Instead, the issue is convincing other major powers that Long Ha possesses such abilities. If Long Ha cannot prove its innocence, even a 1% chance will lead to suspicion and pressure from multiple sides. Taking advantage of the war god's absence, they staged this scheme. Truly, a cunning plot. Late at night, the funeral home was quiet, and inside the room, a sense of loneliness and coldness was overwhelming. But in a corner, Izanagi's group is celebrating. Long Ha has become everyone's hated target. Soon, the whole world will condemn them, and Anhua will take their place. The flattery from those opposite is all thanks to your Izanagi's plan with the wine. You will surely become the leader of Anhua country someday. He raises his glass and drinks it all down. If he can destroy Long Ha and eliminate Tokugawa's remnants. Killing two birds with one stone. No wonder I came up with such a plan. As Long Ha's territory gradually shrinks, retiring the world won't be far off. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in panic. Something's wrong. Lords, something's wrong. Izanagi glanced over. What's going on? Why panic and lose face? The man bowed his head and reported, Yes, some demons have attacked the room holding the shogun's body. The current situation is very chaotic. Please issue a command to respond. Everyone at the banquet is sending people out, he shouted. What? Izanagi stood up and asked, How many demons came? The guy stammered. Only 2. Izanagi kicked him. If there are only 2 demons, what is there to panic about? Aren't there many guards watching over you? Do you only know how to eat and sleep? The man said angrily. But those 2 demons are extremely powerful. The guards are no match for them. And among them, 6 pairs of black wings have even grown. He sensed something was wrong. 6 black pairs of wings. Could it be that the Western Tower is arrogant? The others were afraid, the lord of the shogunate. This is a serious problem. What should we do now? Izanagi thought to himself, based on the Holy City's reasoning. Demons lose their power after leaving the deep silence and cannot stay in the mortal world for long. So if we temporarily avoid confrontation, the Western Tower will have no choice but to leave quickly. However, showing too many weaknesses could be detrimental to future diplomatic efforts, since the whole world is targeting us right now. He ordered, If those demons are trying to examine the Tokugawa shogunate's remains, then let the Tokugawa guard team handle the fight and protect the honor of the Tokugawa house. The remaining people follow me and act at any moment. Someone sighed, saying it's truly cruel to use demons' hands to wipe out the remnants of the Tokugawa family. At this moment, elsewhere, Duong teleported in and discovered their plan. Anhua Kwok actually wants to incite the whole world against Long Ha. This is truly shameless. Everyone must take responsibility for their actions. My achievements cannot belong to others, but I also cannot let Long Ha bear the consequences. The flock of flying dragons soars in the sky while on the ground lie countless corpses. The Western Tower reports that no top-tier experts from Anhua Kwok are present. These people are as timid as turtles. He shivered coldly, which also suited their nature. Then he reminded a guy lying on the ground. Hey, wake up. You think pretending to be dead will help? Don't. Don't kill me. Duong asked, Where is your current boss? Why did your little minions come here? This guy revealed that the agent in the palace, that bastard Izanagi, has escaped and ordered our Tokugawa family to fight against you. We are just pawns in this game. Duong turned and asked, Can you sense Izanagi's location? She replied, I can't sense anything. Maybe he hasn't participated in the invasion battle before. Duong realized that today he probably wouldn't find the protagonist, but even if they didn't come, there were still things that needed to be done. Seeing him draw his sword, he nervously asked, Master, what do you want to do with my summon beast? Fresh blood splattered, as to Duong's response, a red tentacle sprouted from the summoning beast's body, and it roared. The summoning beast surged up, blood dripping from its mouth. Duong reminded you to be grateful because I don't like killing innocent people. But that's only limited to humans. The old dragon's body sprouts a claw. He glanced at the person beside him and urged, Let's go back. Western Tower is just suspicious. I thought you would go on a killing spree. Duong explained, These people don't have any direct grudges against me, so there's no need to do anything. She wondered, what about the mice hiding and spying? Are they just ignored too, since you already have your own plan? A slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Duong left without needing to say anything, just a feeling of familiarity. Even though it was only recently, it felt like it had been a long time since they last met. The U group is hiding behind the wall nearby. She turns back to report to the fake Vietnamese that they have left, while the other members sit on the ground trembling with fear. They scared me to death and almost got caught. In that fleeting moment, I even saw the lady inside. Dung Tweet is curious. What exactly are these demons trying to do by causing chaos in Anhua Kwok? Lin Yi guesses. But I'm afraid that those evil beings, especially the masked demon, are extremely furious about what they did to Manhwa. What does this mean? Clearly, the situation with the Earth Dragon is almost identical to Tokugawa, proving that Tokugawa was killed by that demon, yet Manhwa insists it was caused by her own people. Maybe this is what made that evil demon angry and feel humiliated. That's why he appeared to teach Manhwa a lesson. She stepped out to block the path of the dragon. The two men stood in front, and Uncle Tai thought it sounded like nonsense. But for the demon, it was not impossible. Pretend to continue, but anyway, Long Ha's suspicion has been cleared. This is truly good news. Young lady, step back. Let us handle this monster. Lin Yi started casting magic. Enough nonsense. With a powerful enemy in front of us, how could I retreat now? She seriously ordered the two of them, let's go together. They obeyed the order, yes. The dragons have surrounded them. In another place, near the staircase leading down to the secret chamber, Izanagi looked at the screen in frustration. Why is it like this? He furrowed his brows tightly, trying to suppress his anger, his voice full of bitterness. How could his plan be exposed like this? Why did this happen? Why did that demon cause so much trouble? If he hadn't intervened, everything would have gone according to plan. But why? Izanagi felt the coldness of the sword at his neck as he turned back and asked, Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing? Looking at everyone behind, Izanagi sensed something was wrong. What does that look in his eyes mean? What is his intention? He reminded that if the conspiracy has been exposed, then Manhwa country needs to explain to the world, especially to Long Ha, the mastermind and the highest-ranking official in the country, who should bear all the responsibility. Come on, Deputy Director. Izanagi couldn't accept it. Why, my dominance, my false intentions have all turned into chaos. After a fierce battle, the Lachlan Na group finally defeated the mutated Earth Dragon. They brought news to Long Ha, and soon all nations learned of Manhwa conspiracy to harm Long Ha. Izanagi is currently detained as the main culprit in this case, awaiting trial at the main hall. The international reputation of Manhwa has plummeted since then. At the same time, everyone realized that the threat of the deep sleep demon was much greater than they had imagined, with sinister methods capable of turning people into monsters and thus stripping away their ability to be resurrected. It is truly terrifying, but luckily the Lord of Original Sin has not fully recovered yet, and the demons cannot leave the deep abyss at will. Otherwise, the situation would be unimaginable. Therefore, prioritizing the power of the dark abyss will once again become the top priority. Tuduang Than Thoi monitors the situation. Everything is unfolding exactly as I expected. Hoa Quoc will no longer be able to cause any more trouble in the future. Thank you for gathering the information for me. It's really helpful. Bai Lin Yuzhang said. It's good that I can be helped. How have you been lately? It's been a long time since we last met. Do the people from Tinling Quoc still cause trouble for you? Tranan, it's okay. My current place is very safe. They won't find me. Even if they come, I absolutely won't be afraid. She blushed and whispered her request. That's good, but you still need to be careful. By the way, when things settle down a bit, can I come back to visit you? I also have a few things I want to tell you. Tuduang agreed. Hearing that, Bai Linen was immediately happy, and she agreed. She sat quietly, lost in thought, having been in the dark depths of evil for too long, sometimes forgetting that she was still human because of these bonds that constantly reminded her of her true self. Hai from behind calls out that Tokon, Lord Tokugawa, has really died. Tuduang confirms, yes, and he will never be resurrected. So even if I go back, no one will trouble me, right? She hesitated and asked, but you won't let me go back like that, will you? You have to wait until everything here is settled completely, right? The boy replied. Indeed, you already know what I'm about to do. Hai denied it. No, I was just guessing roughly. If Takan doesn't want to talk, I won't ask. I'll just wait patiently until then. But if by that time you still don't want to let me go, I think it might not be a problem either. What do you think? Tuduang forced a smile. Let's leave that for now, I secretly assessed. This girl seems innocent and pure, but she's not so simple after all. The city at night is quiet and still. Laina quietly walks along the street, deep in thought. I've been secretly in the demon's domain for a while now. Even though the demons haven't done anything yet, I must remain vigilant. Tuduang seems to hold a superior position within the demon's domain. Does he possess a special artifact or a skill to control demons? He's clearly younger than me, yet I can't see through his mind at all. I need to find Hai-Tu to discuss future plans. Hai-Tu is seeing you off now. Remember to visit me more often in the future. I want to talk to you more, and you agree, yes. Let's meet again next time. Li Nya hid behind the wall, surprised to see how close Hai-Tu and To Duang had become. Did something difficult to talk about happen between them while I was away? He too called her. To Duang had already left. You can go out now. She was caught off guard, her whole body stiffening. She stepped out and asked, "When did you two develop such a relationship?" She innocently recounted, "It was just now. You and Toduong did many things together," Li Na misunderstood. "Could it be that you just finished something recently?" Hai Tu recounted everything, saying that lately he's been very tired, so I massaged his shoulders. Then I invited him to play and we played poker. Afterwards, we shared a deep interest in linguistics, with Toduong explaining a lot of knowledge. Lai Nya was so shocked after hearing that she couldn't believe it was that kind of thing they had done. She felt relieved, of course, because she wasn't that kind of person who would cause her sister to lose her heart. Li Nya advises He Tu, "I think it's best if you stay away from Toduong, no matter what his reasons are. Humans and demons are ultimately enemies who can't share the same space, and I absolutely cannot accept anyone associating with demons and causing chaos in the world." She explained, "I understand, I just think Toduong is not a bad person, especially since he saved us." Li Na sighed and said, "I'm very grateful to him for saving us, but the situation of being confined here is not what I want." Hai Tu stepped down the stairs. "But sister, if we really want to go, Toduong wouldn't stop us." She didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" She implied that all we needed to do was self-destruct, and then we would be resurrected at the Divine Temple to transfer our powers, although we would lose a few levels. Li Na was surprised to hear this, and she felt awkward, saying that, well, that's not wrong, but such things are a bit too much. Hai Tu explained that she actually chose to stay because she was very interested in Toduong Chun, whether it was in controlling Hak Long or in his personality, and she hadn't had a proper chance to talk to him before, so now she didn't want to miss this opportunity. In another place, a fierce battle is raging, with waves of power slicing through the air and sending those guys flying. This strength comes from the collaboration between Toduong and Hak Long. He feels that today's training is enough. Although fighting the Primordial Lord Army is exhilarating, he still needs to keep up the real combat experience. Currently, Toduong is at level 245. His body trembles violently, sweat pouring down. This is Toduong connecting with the silent evil spirit's body. This is at the bottom of extreme calm. The system unexpectedly heals itself, and this intense feeling of restlessness within me. Could it be? I am currently hovering in the shape of an abyssal demon at the central hub. A bold hypothesis emerges. The moment has arrived. In just 9 days, I have accumulated enough power to reach the peak of chaos. If I succeed, this will be the first time I truly wield the true strength of the primordial monarch, and I am really looking forward to it. In the kingdom of sentiment, her stern voice echoed, "Crime is the bloodline of kings and must end with guilt. The evil god Dung Tung must face greater punishment, as many people gather beneath the gallows. A person with a battered body is chained to the pole, being judged by someone below. The Laurel family is notorious for their heinous crimes, such as torture, kidnapping, and looting. Especially, their second son specializes in chasing the weak. He is truly depraved, claiming to act in the name of primal sins and desires. Remove their tools of crime, use blood to punish, and never tolerate the rise of evil within the divine realm again." Glory's thought to herself, even she didn't expect things to develop so quickly, whether this is good or bad. She whispered, "No, I can't turn back now." Turn. Someone steps forward to announce, "So let's begin." A formation has been set up, with 7 focal points around, and the one in the middle calls out, "Assisting the Supreme King of my divine realm." They draw blood and pour it out, taking strength from the divine, and they follow with their spears. She stands in the middle, absorbing that power, the silent lord, the ruler who governs original sins. "Listen to my aid invocation and let your glory spread throughout this polluted world." Golden mists emanate from the dark city, seeping into every corner as an ancient lord appears in the distance. The people on the street watch in shock. What is that? Some are cautious, hurry and report to the queen. Another group is greedily enjoying these energies. Soon the divine will descend. The great gate opens, revealing a darkness as black as ink, and they all kneel respectfully, shouting together as the original monarch descends with a red glow flickering inside, a claw grasping a sphere. That hand reaches out with a demon deep in its palm, which is also Toduong. The surrounding black aura enhances his mysterious aura. Glorious finally agreed. Last time when using the spiritual clone, I felt the aura of suppression wasn't too strong. But now, even just the shadow of a clone has made it hard to breathe. Yet this aura is the world's oppression of the divine. She spoke. "Great King, I am very sorry. The sacred gate can only last for a minute. I thought I had accumulated enough divine power. But surprisingly, that still isn't enough. Please forgive my ignorance, Your Majesty, as you look down from above at the city below."
Tuo Yang hesitated. A minute? Honestly, I have never truly used the full power of the original Sin Ruler before. Maybe now is a good opportunity. Seeing him rush past, Glorious suspiciously called out, "Sovereign!" Tuduang is currently hovering in the center of the city. The immense energy darkens the entire sky. Feel the ominous power emanating from the depths of the universe. The spirit tribe below, seeing the huge black sphere, is terrified. It's a demon lord, an attack from the demon lord again. He's about to launch an assault. Hurry, open the barrier now! Tuduang is boosting his power, and at the same time, the barrier only activates when the singing orb descends. But it was destroyed in an instant. A notification appears. You have slain level 195 Noble Spirit, level 214 Noble Spirit, level 236 Noble Spirit, level 200 Guardian Spirit, and another level 200 Guardian Spirit. Tuduang calls out, sword in hand, the fiery pink sword resting in his grasp as he soars upward, the king's great sword radiating a commanding aura. Tuduang's hand lowered, signaling. The giant Fai Hong sword slashed down on the barrier shield. This time, the shield was completely shattered, the buildings collapsed, the tree was split in two, and the land was divided into two halves. Tuduang thought to himself, this resistance was expected, but weaker than he thought. If even a fragment could reach this level, what would it be like in its full strength? Far away, beams of light shot up into the sky, one after another, other spirits curious. What exactly is that thing? This high-level divine barrier shattered just by touch. What kind of demon is this? They all unleashed their power, heretics daring to destroy my city, injure my sacred tree. Today the evil must die. Release the curse and kill him. A sea of fire rushed toward Tuduang, but the crimson from his body spread out, and Tuduang called his subordinates, the Great Sin, lazily. The light sphere in his hand shone brightly across a wide area. On the opponent's side, their defenses were ineffective, and they stood within a red barrier. The heretics are stunned. My curse is ineffective, and even the weapons have no reaction. What kind of magic is this? Tuduang exhales smoke, calling out to the Great Sin, and they look up in awe, all remaining still. His eyes radiated a fierce aura. Tuduang called out arrogantly and cut him off, causing those people to spurt fresh blood from their mouths. He glanced at the city below. Time was running out. Next, Tuduang notices an egg beneath the tree. Is this the divine egg? In 3 months, it will be born from the sacred tree, possessing all the power of the gods. At that time, we must enter the deep silence to subdue those still weakened like me. He raised his sword, taking the opportunity to kill while the enemy was weak, throwing the sword towards the tree. Elsewhere, someone was bleeding from exhaustion. Seeing this, Gloria stepped back and suggested, "Great sacrifice, she tried her best, I'm fine, continue the ritual." Seeing the scene before him, Glorious was stunned. "Has it succeeded?" Tuduang said. "So it's over just like that." The sword was plunged into the egg. Suddenly, you realize that the dark primal power attached to the spear is gone. What happened? Seeing someone near the egg, Tuduang is shocked. When did that person appear? Marita holding the egg, she said, "You're so weak." She smiled cruelly, a divine leg so fragile, just right to serve as the best sacrifice for my goddess. She is absorbing power from the egg, her whole body covered in a green aura. Marita arrogantly says, "This is my battlefield, your power means nothing here." Tuduang silently thought that her destructive power was truly terrifying, as the opponent had merged with the power of the divine realm and was fighting on her own turf, making her strength absolutely not to be underestimated. Marita's hand reached out, and a faint blue aura shimmered. She secretly absorbed power and natural strength from everywhere, with roots shooting up to create a forest prison trapping him. Marita revealed that when you descended, I had already sensed your presence. The person who was once incredibly powerful is now so weak, so why don't you stay quietly in the depths? Yet you dare to break the blessing granted by the goddess to me. After I destroy your shadow, I will go to the depths and present your true form to the great goddess, and perhaps then you will grant me your true divine essence. Allow me to completely break free from the bonds of this world." And she clenched her fist tightly around Marita's hand, meaning that her heart had already tightened around Tuduang's body. She hovered in midair, roots extending from the divine tree. You wonder what kind of evil aura this is. It turns out the inside of the sacred tree has long been completely corrupted by the so-called mother tree threshold. But wanting to absorb my divine way, now that's just too arrogant. So Tuduang activated the Great Sin, unleashing rage as dark energy burst out wildly. All the black mist converged into a powerful stream of energy. An explosion erupted, knocking her down.
Marita, battered and bruised, realized that the divine body's plan was still quite tricky. Duong regretfully thought, "But it seems today can only end here. Has the time come already? You speak coldly. You should feel lucky. If it weren't for the limited time, I would definitely make you die here today."
Marita said calmly, "That's also my words. Next time we meet, it will be the moment to sacrifice you to the goddess."
The demon's body dissipates into the sky as she coughs up blood. Marita decides that since she is a true god, even a fragment of her shadow possesses immense power, and she must quickly capture another self to devour and restore all her strength. At this moment, Chris arrived and asked, "Marita, what exactly is going on? Have you truly merged with the divine?" She replied, "Given the urgent situation, I have no choice but to do this." Marita's hand reaches out, giant branches repairing the city of the artifacts, with houses rebuilt as before and tree branches covering the entire city. She sighed, and in just a moment, she repaired the royal city. "Marita, you truly are remarkable," she said softly. "It is merely fulfilling my sacred duty. Next, I will go find the lost half of the body, and the spirit world will continue to be under your rule."
She thought, although it differs from the original plan, with the gods revived, even if weakened, they still have enough power to destroy the human world.
However, now is not the time. Only when the evil spirits are completely destroyed will my spirit clan rule the three worlds.
In another place, a fierce explosion erupts. Glories bows her head next to others who are unconscious.
She silently wonders, "So I really failed. What did that Marita do to the holy tree?" Marita is probably looking for me everywhere. I absolutely cannot let her achieve her goal.
Lord Tom Yen definitely needs time to recover after this battle. I have to find a way to delay until he is fully healed. Next time, I must succeed.
At the Round Table Conference, they watched the entire scene on the big screen, which paused at the image of Marita holding a sword. And you have returned to the dark, quiet place of the abyss, where everything is very gloomy. I, Duong, sat on the throne, seriously contemplating this matter. The divine fairy realm still has that unknown goddess, and with Shin Monak's current strength, victory is no longer assured. There's even a risk of losing everything if recovery proceeds at a normal pace, and it's unclear how long it will take for the body to return to its peak state. Right now, I have three options. Wait for the primordial lord to recover and then use absolute power to destroy her.
But that could take a very long time. The enemy might have already arrived, or quickly level up to the ancient transfer and kill the primordial lord, after which the system will connect me to a higher and stronger boss.
The main body of the primordial lord is a true god. If there is a higher rank than a true god, then it can definitely be defeated easily. Additionally, the third option is to destroy her using the repaired power of the Pink Phoenix sword, but that requires a large amount of Red Moon spirit cores. I had seen it before, choosing 80,000 spirit stones, more than double the amount of the Western Tower. I don't know where I could find so many.
Duong reverted to his original form, continuing to fight monsters to level up, as a notification sounded. Spirit had defeated a great demon with 8 tails, gaining 860 million experience, leveling up from level 245 to 248.
He still crazily slaughters the monsters, each giant creature falling down and spraying fresh blood, while sword slashes cut through the remaining bodies. Zhuang is trying hard, only 2 more to advance from the transcendent stage to the godhood stage. This is another leap forward in his life, with attributes and skills skyrocketing, and through the class change trial, he will also gain divine power. Glancing at the approaching monsters, he decided this was still the best leveling method for him. Duong smiled eagerly. "Level 8, I'm here," and a bloody scene was unfolding.
System notification. You have killed the great demon of 8th Transcendence, gaining 790 million experience. You have killed the demon king of 9th Transcendence, gaining 2.3 billion experience. Your level has reached 250, below the 7th Transcendence limit. The 8th Transcendence quest is now available. In front of you is a statue, surrounded by many gathered demons. You step forward and command Livia, "I want to use the divine transfer to eliminate all unrelated people."
She commands the order, understood. Looking at Duong, Livia is surprised. In just a few short months, this kid's strength has skyrocketed. He certainly received a lot of favor from the monarch, but how could an ordinary person be loved so much by the monarch? Who exactly is Han? The commanding voice rang out, requesting a class change. The system displayed a level check. Level 250 has reached the limit of 7 transfers. Class change unlocked. Please select the next level for transfer.
Duong relaxedly said, "Of course, it's a 5-star task. Until now, no one in the world has completed an 8th class 5-star mission. Even supreme experts like Duong Qian and Augustin, who stand at the top of the world, only reach 7th class with 5-star difficulty.
If I can successfully complete 8th class 5-star, I will become the first in the world. Notification appears, system message. The 8th transition promotion mission, 5 stars. Current task is to prove the strength to complete the 8th transition 5-star trial. Please complete the following prerequisite tasks. 1. Obtain an ancient primordial demon pressure by yourself. 2. Obtain an 8th transition professional by yourself. He forced a smile. Well done. The trial to advance to the 8th stage even has a prerequisite tasks, and just these prerequisite tasks alone are incredibly difficult. Surely no one can complete them. The difference between the 7th and 8th stages is not just a level, but a suppression in all aspects, from life force to the entire system of power. The most important point is that 8th transfer profession users can use divine power. Defeating an 8th transfer profession expert at 7th transfer is almost impossible, let alone killing them. A 5-star difficulty, indeed not simple, but this is truly the path to becoming a god. So you continue to a dark, ruined place where you crazily cut down monsters. In front of To Duong, a monster is trying to push the bone shaft in its hand, while behind it, another is howling and flying toward him. The monster in front of you has raised its claws. You open your hand, calmly and steadily. To Duong, like a human, clenched its arm tightly in his hand, then crushed it, blood splattering everywhere. He casually swung his sword for another strike. To Duong sighed, so powerful that it could suppress even his attributes. I'm completely helpless. The monster was terrified when you placed your hand on its face. Its head was immediately torn off by To Duong. You wipe the blood off your face. The first tasks are done. Now it's time to visit the miscellaneous creatures from Shiva's kingdom. In a hidden corner, the sound of swallowing echoes. In front of this giant monster's corpse, a demon is sitting there, chewing, so hard to eat, so damn hard to eat. It's all because of that damn representative. What did we do to offend him that he's so determined to chase us down and kill us? If I meet him again, I will cut him into 10,000 pieces. He spits out that piece of meat. Without feeding on the flesh and blood of these demons, basic sustenance would be impossible. But there's no other way. We can't stay here any longer. The smell of blood will attract other demons. It's time to leave. As he stood up, the inverted cage was pierced, and fresh blood gushed out, pooling on the ground. He reached out and touched the wound, stammering, You are. You draw your sword. I'm not the hero you constantly think about, and this guy's body is slowly lowering his head. Why do you have to go this far? We basically have no grudge or debt between us. To Duong reminds you, this isn't your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's Otto and Amanori. This guy just realized it. Now I remember you. You are Tu Duong. Long Ha has killed the prince of the fairy kingdom. You seem dangerous, so it turns out you know me, which means I definitely can't keep you alive, even though I never intended to from the start. The monster runs away, you bastard. Save me, save me. Tu Duong sneers coldly. The tongue of the insult has already hit home. Let's see where you can run to. But seeing that this guy managed to run quite far without dying, he felt a bit embarrassed. And only then did he continue chasing until the shadow of the man was reduced to a tiny dot. Tu Duong finally caught up, but his taunting words had no effect. Was this guy just lucky? Or did he have enough mental strength? You punch him in the face, stop right there, and the guy staggers forward and falls flat. Tu Duong stabs his sword into the guy's body, then wipes the sweat off his face. If he's going to die, then let him die. There's no way you're escaping. This one died in an almost shameful position without saying a word. The system displays that it is checking compatibility, selecting the appropriate divine power trial, and the selection was successful. The trial mission advances to the 8th stage. Next year, the Deathly Divine Power Trial will introduce a mission at the marked location on the map. There is a mysterious world called the Death Lament Garden, where rumors say that cursed ghosts wander within. They are immortal beings. Venture into the depths of the Death Lair to uncover the truth, complete the trial, and gain the corresponding divine power. Tu Duong pondered, Death Divine Power is a force related to mortality. At the moment, I actually have mastered 2 methods that can cause real death in the game world. Black Dragon Athos possesses divine faith and the purifying hellfire, but these abilities are limited when facing tough enemies, making it hard to unleash their full power. Another possibility is the transmutation effect, the slashing fire that can turn a professional into an unaligned individual, effectively stealing the resurrection power and allowing for permanent death. Tu Duong furrowed his brow in curiosity, wondering if the enemy he must face in this mission also possessed this kind of power. But if this is the 8th transfer mission, the maximum difficulty probably won't surpass the demigod stage of the battle transfer, and with my current remaining energy, I can still launch a precise full-scale attack. I step through the gate. This will be the first challenge on my path to becoming a god, but I absolutely can't let the boat overturn here.
A brilliant light shines through the bright opening, a loud bang echoes, and the door closes. Elsewhere, a space-time crack appears. Purple light flickers, and a mysterious energy radiates from a cross-shaped formation. It hovered in the sky, singing as it absorbed the energy, then it vanished without a trace. Now, in the freezing, snow-covered land of Siberia, Tuduang struggled to walk through the snowstorm, each step heavy and burdensome. He felt like there wasn't a single person on the road, not even a demon beast, let alone a human. Maybe because it was too cold? Tuduang's footsteps crushed the snow, making a crisp sound as he looked up at the haunting gate in front of him. Or was it because of this mysterious scene? Reminder: in this area, the power of idols does not cover it, and the dead in this zone cannot be resurrected at all. Tuduang was surprised. He muttered to himself, so it's really this kind of game. Most ordinary people seeing this condition would probably give up on the idea of moving forward to the 4 stars, but someone like me, would I give up so easily? Tuduang stepped inside. If even a little courage is lacking, how can he be called the strongest? He looked calm, with weapons still faintly glowing around him, facing the death trap, an abandoned, desolate cemetery. He carelessly steps on the dry branch on the ground. A crisp sound rang out. Tuduang approached the tree tied with some red cloth. The mission required investigating the truth. What does this truth refer to, and does it include some mysterious elements? From the ground, giant hands reached up, and the undead screamed and gushed blood, filling the dark space with blinding light. Tuduang swung his sword to cut them down, but these wandering corpses looked like something out of a horror film, trying to scare someone. And just as he finished examining them, more of them floated up from below. I'm speechless. These guys are endless. Tuduang sped up and left, no more wasting time with these little monsters. Just go straight to find the boss. You quickly cut through all the obstacles blocking your way, glancing back at the ones behind who are left far behind. Tuduang breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't follow along. You stop and look ahead, realizing that this is the boss's room, where an altar stands with a sphere floating above it, absorbing energy from 4 pillars. In the center of the altar is a level 260 soul crystal, the soul of the Death Lamenter. Tuduang remains alert. Boss 8 Zaya's attributes are certainly much stronger than an ordinary demon, but killing him wouldn't be difficult. However, given the mission's requirements, it's probably best to see what he's doing first. Seeing him turn his head, his eyes blazing red, and his face like a black lake, you startle. Has he already noticed, in the state of void walk, clearly able to ignore those with basic mental power and sensing ability less than 1.5 times your own? But this guy is just an 8th transfer. Yet his basic mental power is higher than mine, and he's raising a cross while muttering an ancient spell. Streams of power from the altar's center shot out from ahead. Go! Tuduang snorted coldly and swung his sword to fend off the incoming attack. At this moment, Tati had already created a protective barrier around himself. He sharply struck the shield with his sword, breaking it apart. The shield shattered into fragments that floated in the air. Tuduang stared in surprise at the mark on his hand. This is Haklong Athos. Haklong appeared here, its body enormous, causing Tati to shrink back in fear as it extended its entire body forward. Han used ancient spells to block a stream of flames erupting from Haklong's mouth. Haklong seemed a bit shy. A loud gulp was heard, and Tuduang realized that this name seems to really like it. Master Taitai kneels down suddenly. I was stunned. What's going on now? Tuduang asked confusedly. Why are you bowing to Haklong? What exactly is this gem? Taitai recited an ancient language and used gestures that made him even more confused. What kind of bird language is that? Haklong suddenly raised his head high. I called out in surprise. Athos! His eyes turned red, blazing like 2 fires. Tuduang helplessly sighed. Then Tati finally spoke in human language, asking what was wrong. He glanced at Han and suddenly spoke in human language, then turned to look at Haklong, realizing maybe it was because Haklong had eaten the gem. It can understand so many languages, so I also have a similar ability through soul contract. I asked, what exactly is going on here? Tell me honestly, he replied. Yes, I will definitely not hide anything. Then let me tell you. This place once belonged to the Eastern Kingdom, a land of death that was separated from the death realm by a spatial anomaly, becoming a secret realm in another dimension. And this land of death was once the domain of the great ancient devourer. Your black dragon is the descendant of that bloodline. I can feel a strong aura emanating from it, absolutely unmistakable. I suddenly realized why it showed such respect to Athos. It turns out it has a connection to the ancient devourer. You ask further, what is the story behind that sacred gem, the sacred soul stone? It is the power used by the ancient devourer to swallow and enslave souls. I'm just imitating, so I need an intermediary object to use the power of the soul. I seem to be pondering, so that's how it is. The dead land soul-devouring, the living blood moving, the divine death. Everything seems to be connected. You place the Hak Long seal on your hand. I must enter the deepest secret realm. Lead the way. The priest kneels respectfully, following Tantuan's command. Hak Long takes me inside, and the priest follows closely behind. We stop at a gate, Han announces. The Lord bows. We have arrived. Behind this stone gate are ancient guards. Hak Long's breath is needed to activate them. Please be careful. I glance at Athos. It nods in understanding, and with a swipe of its claw, energy flows from it to the gate. The massive heavy gate slowly opened before them, and he led the way inside, casually observing the surroundings. The wall lamps had been lit, illuminating the entire room, with a line of giant guardians guarding a door in the distance. It is an immortal guardian giant, Tati reminds. These stone giant statues are controlled by spiritual power. The core is the inscription on their heads, the Lord must attack precisely. These stone statues begin to move, as if they have a will of their own. One of them raises a spear in his hand, ready to strike down. As the axe blade cuts into the black dragon's wing, cracks begin to appear, and a fierce explosion erupts, lighting up the entire sky. Tuduang strikes from behind a giant, break it apart. The giant creature was stunned to see you closing the distance. Two other giants pushed each other to exchange information. They all shouldered Tuduang. Who do you think you are? What a big show. So funny. The sword in his hand is raised high, ready to draw. With just one strike, the entire group of giants was defeated. Tuduang ordered, "There's no time to waste. Move forward quickly." Tetai quickly obeyed, understood. He realized that he had initially thought it was just a lucky child who signed a contract with the backer of the great devouring village. But surprisingly, it was the anonymous great sage. Luckily, he didn't force himself to act earlier. Otherwise, his bones would have long been gone. As he stopped before a monster, Tetai introduced it as the ancient great devouring beast with a small spear stuck in its mouth. Tuduang felt something was off. The spear emitted an aura that was anything but normal, and he had a gut feeling that it was the biggest secret in this death trial. Suddenly, the eyes of this monster burst into blazing flames, and it roared fiercely at the medicinal plant. Seeing Hak Long in the monster's sights, Tuduang anxiously called out, "Athos, Hak Long is ready to face his opponent at close range." Tetai asked nervously, "Lord, aren't you going to help?" I explained that Athos communicated with me telepathically, saying this is its additional trial, and it must face it alone. I cannot intervene. Tuduang trusted him deeply and also knew I didn't need to step in because Athos was definitely stronger than the mindless creature. The monster was soon knocked to the ground by Hak Long, its body bitten, and it spat out a dagger that spun into the air. Hak Long caught the small dagger with his claws and then stabbed it into his opponent's body. It's done. It pulls out the dagger embedded in the monster's shoe leather. Now the monster's eyes have lost their vitality and its body is motionless. Hak Long struck its body, debris flying everywhere. Tuduang clenched his fists, looking impressive. Athos. The item information is unclear, of unknown rank, special, a divine dagger used for hunting, containing a certain amount of deathly divine power, once wielded by the death envoy to hunt gods. The double death of body and soul is true death, eternal and silent. The effect, fate's death, consumes a certain amount of divine death energy to mark the target, temporarily removing the life divine aura. The target cannot be resurrected after death. Its soul is extracted and transformed into pure soul power. The dagger falls into your hand. Tuduang silently thought, this is it, a special power to eliminate those who cannot be revived. Moreover, looking at this name, even a god could be killed by me. Deep in the abyss of the 700th floor of Black Yen Demon, the holy angel appears. The dark demon remains silent. Your sins, prepare to be purified by Saint Bindi. The terrifying monster quickly fled upon realizing it was a holy angel, rushing to Lord Mua Goliwia. The divine light of the holy angel Vuongjia, the sacred purification, had all been burned away in the holy blaze. The entire space was engulfed by blazing firewalls, with streaks of sword light cutting through in intricate patterns. On the ground lay scattered corpses, the proud figure of the angel standing there, his holy staff pointed downward, shards of earth and stone flying everywhere. The angel stood there unafraid beneath level 700, where a pink hole appeared in the ground as the staff descended. From the thick smoke, a figure emerged, and Zithopkin often said, "He's just a four-winged angel." She speaks softly, with seductive eyes, yet your house dares to come and cause chaos. He introduces himself. I am Anfang, the four-winged angel of the Third Holy Legion, your lord's defeat has been exposed. The archangel is about to descend to cleanse the sins." Just as he was speaking, the western tower appeared behind him and struck down, cutting off one of Anfang's wings. He quickly stepped back to dodge the attack, admitting to himself that he was too scared. "Taithap means tomorrow? Just kidding, even if you are reckless. So what? Even an ant needs to know its limits." That attitude made him angry. "Demon, don't be arrogant," clenched his hand around the cross, passing judgment on the cross. The cross grew enormous, serving as a solid shield for Anfang. He grasped the spear in his hand, the spear of judgment, and drove its tip into the center of the cross, pressing it down where Taithap was standing. She no longer wants to play with Anfang, feeling bored. The great sin and arrogance activate a shield sphere to protect herself. Outside the dark gate, the tense atmosphere is broken by a blazing golden light that surprises the guards. What is this? Inside, Anfang breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had erected a resurrection statue earlier. His soldier silently thought, could it be that God sent angels to save us? I can feel that they are very powerful, even greater than the great priestess Tai Euphemia. Humanity is saved. Anfang was pondering, originally thinking that the original Sin Monarch was very weak, and that the power of the angel segment had diminished greatly so he could kill them. Unexpectedly, she was this strong, and the space corridor created by the Silver Cross was still unstable. For now, we cannot rely on the support of the Holy Temple. We can only depend on ourselves. He holds the box covered with charms, invoking the name of the Holy Temple, salvation from sin, and breaks the seal. The seals on the outside of the box have broken, and countless fiery red evil spirits burst out from inside. The guard saw this scene and asked, "What is this?" Anfang declares, offering hope in despair, offering protection in fear. He recites the spell, bringing peace amidst chaos, salvation amidst sin, guiding the world toward the divine, toward light, toward reverence. Anfang flapped his wings and soared into the sky. "You will become my strongest believer in the human world. At first you hesitated and was afraid, but then you showed loyalty. I swear to die loyal to Lord of Anlong." Anfang ordered, "Go, gather more believers, guards and patrols. Wind, at the statue of the god where Tuduang is present." You're curious. The 8 transformations are complete. With your current attributes, you can fight a coalition of raiders alone and still survive. The information panel updated. Tuduang's stats. Level 305, Strength 166,234, Spirit 144,871, Agility 56,211, Resistant Attribute, Recovery Attribute. He was surprised that after the 8 transfer, the system's Divine Power Attribute also unlocked. I didn't expect that the Cursed Blade and the Dark Gem would also add Divine Power. No, it seems that this Dark Gem is actually the power of the primordial Sinner Monarch. I didn't expect divine attributes to be so strange. A series of notifications sounded. Death Divine Attribute, Quality, breaking free from this world's limits, unable to display strength of 3 digits 35 from the sacred spear of the Divine Hunt. The divine power of blasphemy, its quality, breaking free from the limits of this world, cannot display an infinite 5-digit intensity from the blasphemous sword, primordial divine power, its quality, true divine power, with an intensity of 2 5-digit numbers from the dark orb. Tuduang pondered deeply, moreover, both death and blasphemy fall within the scope. Surpassing the limits of this world also means gaining the power of death and blasphemy. Compared to the true gods of the divine, they are even stronger. What kind of rank do these beings have? Hearing the call, the great sage turned back and asked, "What do you want with me?" The Western Tower reports that the four-winged angel of the Holy Temple. The source is quite complex, but based on human knowledge, you explain that heaven is the holy hall and the abyss is hell. These two places have been opposed since ancient times, and that's how it is. Tuduang agrees. It really makes much more sense now. The Western Tower reminds him that the passage between the Holy Palace and the abyss has already been destroyed by Irihimim. This time they must have used divine weapons to open a space-time rift, so I can still deal with the vanguard for now. If the Holy Palace army arrives, the situation is still uncertain. This matter made Tuduang decide that, in his opinion, the extermination of the Dark Yama is fundamentally a good thing. But the problem is that the original Sin Monarch can never be killed by humans. He must die at my hands. After thinking, he chuckled softly, his smooth corner of his mouth curling up, and the Western Tower was filled with curiosity and confusion. What was he laughing at? Tuduang held the small sword in his hand. Nothing special. just feeling a bit restless and wanting to test his blade on a certain angel. He planned to draw his sword. If his weapon could kill gods, then whether it was real or not, he would find out by testing it on someone.